In the realm of shinobi, the formidable Uchiha Madara found himself unexpectedly subdued by a mere girl with a single remark. Brothers, who can fathom this? I was left utterly astonished by the unfolding drama. Madara glared at Uchiha Itachi, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Who is this little brat? Yet, upon the emergence of Hanayo, Madara's murderous aura diminished significantly. Humph, you are merely a pawn in my game. Are you issuing me commands? His words were defiant, yet his demeanor softened. What a delightful contrast. Even more astonishing was Itachi's bold declaration. I am Hanayo's boyfriend. Madara's temper flared instantly, nearly unleashing Susanoo upon him. But Hanayo, panicked, with tears welling up, implored. Lord Madara, please do not harm Itachi. Incredibly, Madara actually restrained himself. I couldn't contain my laughter. Even the shinobi's embodiment of ruthlessness fears a girl's tears. Turning his attention back to the allied shinobi forces, Madara prepared to unleash devastation. With Susanoo partially manifested, he proclaimed, allow you to witness the third power of the Uchiha clan Susanoo. Before the allied forces could even approach, they suffered grievous losses. The scene was drenched in blood. Suddenly, the skies split open, and an enormous meteorite, nearly a kilometer wide, descended. What is that? Oh my, is this the embodiment of a shinobi's wrath? The allied forces fell to their knees, clasping their hands in prayer, while the fourth Raikage and Inoki were frantic. I shall withstand it. Yet despite utilizing all their powers, the meteorite continued its descent. At that moment, Hanayo abruptly halted and turned to Itachi, declaring, we cannot run far. There is surely a second meteorite above us. She knew there was a second one as she read the script. Itachi, alarmed, responded, that's too dangerous. However, Hanayo resolutely insisted on aiding others, standing firm amidst the fleeing crowd. A true contrarian, Madara surveyed the chaos below with a cold smirk. It is not over yet. He is poised to unleash his ultimate move. Brothers, what cards does Hanayo hold? Can she intercept the second meteorite? Speculate in the comments. Can this young girl truly unleash full Susanoo to shatter the meteorite? Even Uchiha Madara was left in awe. Brothers, who can comprehend this? I was utterly spellbound by the unfolding tale. In a flash, Hanayo vanished, and the next moment, she activated full Susanoo, a colossal shadow wielding twin blades, charging toward the heavens. Lord Suchikage stepped aside with a resounding crack. The kilometer-wide meteorite shattered like glass, its fragments cascading down. I was utterly astonished. This was Madara's meteorite. Madara, perched upon a stone pillar, exhibited a hint of pride. How intriguing, Hanayo, you managed to cleave this meteorite. Has the embodiment of shinobi's wrath been captivated? Yet, he swiftly turned to summon an even larger meteorite, one that would eclipse the sky. However, how shall you contend with the next one? Huayin's face turned pale, and she inwardly cursed, yet her hands did not falter as she wielded her twin blades. Swish, swish, swish. A larger meteorite was cleaved in two. The allied ninjas below erupted in cheers. We won. We actually won. The most astonishing moment came when Madara suddenly retreated, for Obito was causing a stir. Very well, let us withdraw for now. Huayin was taken aback. He ran away. Madara, are you not the so-called Shura of the ninja world? How can you leave so abruptly? Itachi approached, looking at Huayin with a face full of remorse. He must be thinking, how is it that a little girl must protect me? Huayin stood on her tiptoes and patted him. Fool, what are you daydreaming about? She then turned to heal the injured uncle with a flash of golden light. His wounds were fully mended. While cleaving meteorites like a god of war, she also tenderly heals. This contrast is simply delightful. Brothers, do you think Madara will return? Can Huayin's complete Susanoo stand against Obito? Guess in the comments. To everyone's astonishment, all the Kage gathered around her. The prestige of Uchiha Huayin is truly remarkable. Brothers, who understands? Just after the meteorite incident, the Kage surrounded Huayin without letting up. Inoki bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. He even invited her to visit the hidden stone village, his gaze akin to that of a doting grandfather. I was utterly stunned. That Suchikage actually bowed to a young girl? Tobirama was even more direct, gripping Huayin's hand tightly. Little sister Huayin, would you like to visit my hidden mist village? Huayin, startled, quickly waved her hands. Perhaps next time. She must have felt intimidated by Tobirama's intense gaze. Haha. Fugaku, on the other hand, found himself in an awkward position, sighing at Itachi, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. A stream of blood and tears slipped from his eyes. Using the Mangeki Sharingan for an extended period, this could lead to blindness. He must have been thinking, as fellow Uchiha, why is the gap so vast? Itachi stood nearby, his head nearly buried in the ground. Huayin held his hand, yet he was lost in thought. He must strive to become stronger, no matter the cost, to protect Huayin. A genius ninja, feeling insecure this contrast, deserves full marks. A week later, Madara had not made a sound, as if he had vanished from the world. Huayin admired herself in the mirror, while Itachi was in the kitchen cooking, his mind consumed with thoughts of becoming stronger. On one side, time flows peacefully. On the other, undercurrents surge. This oppressive calm before the storm is suffocating. Brothers, how do you think Itachi will grow stronger? Can he keep pace with Huayin? Guess in the comments. Is Jiraiya once again peeping at the bathhouse? And was he caught red-handed by Huayin? This old man is utterly outrageous. Brothers, who understands? Uchiha Itachi is actually a devoted husband. Early in the morning, he prepared breakfast for Huayin, a feast for the senses, yet Huayin stubbornly retorted, "Well, it's passable, though it pales in comparison to my culinary skills." Yet her hands moved swiftly, the chopsticks never ceasing their dance. I couldn't help but laugh. That Sundra attitude is utterly charming. Itachi gazed at her with eyes so tender they could almost weep. "Then if I do not observe you, whom shall I watch?" Hannah's face flushed, and she shot him a glare. "You fool! Oh dear, the abundance of dog food here is overwhelming. Single folks, tread carefully." After their meal, the two strolled through Konoha, and Hannah finally removed her mask, her spirits soaring. As they walked, she suddenly halted, pointing toward the bathhouse. "Is that figure up ahead?" Lo and behold, it was Jiraiya. That old rascal was crouched in the bushes, peering through binoculars, emitting a lecherous chuckle of hee. Hannah, incensed, shrugged off Itachi's hand and charged ahead, leaving him behind with a sigh that he must be thinking, "Here we go again, time to clean up this mess." Jiraiya, still engaged in his voyeuristic antics, was startled by a sharp voice from behind. "Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing here?" He nearly dropped his binoculars in fright. Turning around, he found Hannah, hands on her hips, glaring at him, her expression akin to someone ready to unleash Susanoo. One of the legendary three caught red-handed by a young girl. The imagery is simply exquisite. Hannah, having just vanquished a meteorite, was not one to be trifled with, and Jiraiya was in for a rough time. Brothers, how do you think Hannah will deal with him? Will she unleash Susanoo for a good thrashing, or will she report him to Tsunade? Take a guess in the comments. One of the legendary three, Jiraiya, paraded in handcuffs. Sasuke declaring he will kill Kakashi. Konoha is certainly bustling. Brothers, who understands? I was utterly dumbfounded by Hannah's actions. Grasping Jiraiya's wrist, she snapped on a pair of silver handcuffs. Back to the Konoha Guard headquarters for a proper explanation. You perverted old man spying on others in the bath. One of the legendary three, caught by a young girl like a common thief. The imagery is simply splendid. The crowd erupted in shouts. It's the legendary Jiraiya. Peeping should be punished. Jiraiya hung his head, utterly humiliated. "Ahahaha, Hannah, I was merely seeking inspiration for my writing." Upon arriving at the guard headquarters, an even more extraordinary scene unfolded. Kakashi, holding a report, wore a pained expression. "Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here again? You've had several mishaps this month." Leaning in, he whispered, "Has the new edition of Make Out Paradise been released?" The two chuckled together, but Hannah suddenly turned around. "Hey, what are you two discussing over here?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Kakashi, your contrast is simply too stark." Suddenly, the door burst open, and Sasuke stormed in, his face darkened. "I have come to challenge you." The wicked Kakashi, with a swift motion, the Sharingan spun ominously. Kain's eyes brightened. "Sasuke, what brings you here?" Sasuke's face flushed in an instant. "Sister Kain, you remain as beautiful as ever." From threatening words to sudden shyness, this lad is quite something. Before Kakashi could respond, Sasuke unleashed Chidori. "Damn Kakashi, I shall eliminate you." With lightning gathered in one hand, he charged forward. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, likely pondering. Is this progression too rapid? One side is Jiraiya in handcuffs, while the other is Sasuke intent on betraying his mentor. Whom will Kain support? Brothers, do you think Sasuke's Chidori can harm Kakashi? Will Kain intervene? Guess in the comments. Isn't the morning in the Uchiha household exhilarating? An older brother displaying affection, a younger brother turning sour, with a glaring Naruto nearby. Brothers, who understands? After a lengthy search, Kain finally found Itachi atop the mountain. He was sighing at a target, looking utterly emo. This level is hardly sufficient. Kain tiptoed to cup his face. "Fool, where have you been?" Itachi blushed instantly. The contrast is simply adorable. The next morning was even sweeter, as Itachi held Kane's hand while exiting the room. However, Sasuke came down the stairs, dripping with jealousy. "You two can't possibly be this affectionate so early." Itachi's expression shifted instantly, his gaze turning icy. Sasuke, from gentle boyfriend to protective older brother. This transition deserves full marks. Sasuke trembled in fright. "I saw nothing." Kane shyly hid behind Itachi, who wouldn't be captivated by such a sight. The most unusual of all was Naruto. For the past month, his gaze toward Itachi was filled with animosity. Ever since Kane moved into his house, Naruto inexplicably has been casting cold looks at him. I couldn't help but laugh. Is Naruto feeling jealous? Moreover, Kane was worried about the Akatsuki organization. "It's been a while since I've seen Konan. I wonder how she is doing." With Madara having vanished for 3 months and the Akatsuki remaining silent, this calmness might conceal a grand conspiracy that on one side, there's a sweet couple on the other, a sour Sasuke, along with a scowling Naruto. I adore this battlefield. Brothers, why do you think Naruto is so antagonistic towards Itachi? Is the Akatsuki planning something significant? Guess in the comments. I want to call him. Sasuke heard his brother shout, obediently nodded, and then walked towards the second floor. Soon, the sound of footsteps from the two of them could be heard upstairs. "Brother, I brought him down." Sasuke shrugged helplessly. Right behind Sasuke was Naruto, with his hands in his pockets and a cold expression. Naruto, you need to train appropriately," Itachi said, a hint of cold sweat on his forehead. Every time he looked at Naruto's eyes, Itachi didn't know how to communicate. "Oh." Naruto responded coldly with his hands still in his pockets. "Naruto, you can't be so rude." Hanyo looked at Naruto's displeased expression, her brow furrowed. When Naruto saw Hanyo, his expression finally softened. "All right, enough of that. You little ones come and try my cooking." Itachi smiled gently and then brought out a pot from the kitchen, where pork ribs were simmering in soup. "Brother, when will Mom and Dad be back?" Sasuke, sitting at the table, tightly gripping his chopsticks while eating, suddenly asked with curiosity. "Not sure." Itachi shook his head with a complex expression. "To be honest, this past month, Fugaku and Mikoto have been extremely busy. First dealing with clan matters, and then with issues in the village of Konoha. After Madara Uchiha was resurrected, he killed many members of the ninja coalition. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku naturally had to give everyone an explanation. Therefore, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has become delicate. Although the current Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha, has been working hard to manage the village, that sense of estrangement is difficult to eliminate. After all, our family was killed by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. How can we easily accept you as Hokage? The daimyo of the Land of Fire shares the same sentiment. Kanon couldn't help but feel a bit helpless at this point. Who did the Uchiha clan offend? Why can't they get along with the Leaf Village? It was understandable in the original story, but now, with her butterfly effect and a series of changes, the situation still hasn't improved much. A few years later, Fugaku's position as Hokage hasn't even warmed up, and now there are whispers of changing the Hokage. Itachi, is Uncle Fugaku still busy? Huayin was eating her meal and asked indistinctly. Looking at his little wife's appearance, Itachi sighed helplessly. "Sigh, Huayin. Why don't you swallow the food in your mouth before you speak?" Huayin picked up the cup and chugged it down. "Gulu gulu. Yaokoin, what did you just say?" Kagani looked at Itachi Uchiha with curiosity. "It's nothing. Uncle Fugaku will be back after finishing his work, probably next week if nothing unexpected happens." "What's wrong? Do you need to find him for something?" Itachi explained helplessly, his eyes filled with affection. "I see. I happen to have some matters to discuss with him." Kagun nodded obediently. "Is it now?" "Yes. I'll go to the Hokage's office to find him after dinner." Kagun spoke ambiguously. "Okay, I'll go with you." Itachi looked at his little wife with some concern. "No need. It's just a short distance. You can stay home and keep Naruto and Sasuke company." Kagani shook her head lightly, looking at Uchiha Itachi with a confused expression. "Thank you all for your support. This is a labor of love, just a little, but every bit counts. The author deeply feels everyone's kindness and sincerely thanks you all. Additionally, starting from the 30th, the author will send handwritten gifts to friends' DMs, and will keep this promise." Chapter 179, She was silly to begin with, and you still tease her. After finishing dinner, Hannah held Itachi's hand, strolling through the bustling streets and alleys. "Idiot, didn't I tell you? You don't have to accompany me. I'm not a child anymore," Kagani shyly said. But her hand tightly held onto Itachi Uchiha's hand without letting go. "Well, you said it." Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, forcing back a smile, and then gently released his tightly held hand. Kagani felt the warmth in her palm disappear, and an inexplicable sense of loss surged in her heart. Is this how it ends? Kagani looked up at the seemingly smiling Itachi in front of her, and her cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of crimson. Realizing she had been teased again, Hana looked at Itachi with some anger and instinctively turned her head away. All right, didn't you say to let go? Why are you still angry? Itachi couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Hana. Hand in hand, Kagami said arrogantly, turning her head to the side. Don't. Yao thought it was funny, but still held back. You. Kanon turned her head, gritting her teeth and glaring at Itachi. Me? Itachi pointed at himself, smiling at Kanon. I have to say, it's quite enjoyable to tease my wife. Of course, if Kanon knew Itachi's thoughts, it would probably be a different scene. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Komin, Sarutobi Itachi, smoking a pipe, spoke with a complex tone. Shimizu Kanon, holding a cane, opened the door. Itachi, if you don't apologize now, you'll regret it. Enough, Kanon, I'm the Hokage. Itachi slammed the table and said angrily. All right, you'll regret it, Itachi. Of course, this ridiculous scenario wouldn't actually happen. The scene was like a stone dropping into water, creating ripples that gradually faded away. In reality, Itachi lowered his head and admitted his mistake, sincerely looking at Kanon. All right, Kanon, I was wrong, it's all my fault. Itachi looked at his little wife with a helpless tone. Although he didn't even know what he had done wrong, it was clearly just a joke. I have to admit, girls are like that. Sometimes, a trivial joke can make them very angry. Then, they would look at you coldly every day, huff, and turn their heads away in a tsundere manner. Fine, since you're being so serious, I'll forgive you. Hana opened her eyes and secretly glanced at Itachi, who was bowing his head in apology. She said proudly, Thank you, Lord Hana, for forgiving me. Itachi teased with a smirk, as long as you know. Kanon didn't catch Itachi's teasing. Instead, she proudly stood on her tiptoes and patted Itachi's head. Seeing the girl like this, Itachi almost laughed out loud, but he managed to hold it in. Sigh. It seems that his wife is a bit of a natural airhead. After an unknown amount of time, the two arrived at the Hokage building. I have to say, the original work's description of Konoha was too conservative. It wasn't until stepping in here that he realized the scale of Konoha was beyond imagination. It took almost a whole morning to walk from the East Gate to the West Gate. Rather than a village, Konoha is more like a small city that is thriving. Aside from slightly lagging in education, everything else is quite good. Next, I'll go talk to the Hokage myself. You don't need to follow me. Huayin gently said to the weasel in front of her, I know, then I'll wait for you here. The weasel stood at the door, looking at the girl with eyes full of affection. You don't have to wait for me. I'm not sure how long the talk will take. You can go buy some groceries. Kagami looked at Itachi and sighed helplessly. All right, what do you want to eat? Is it the same as before? I know. Watching the boy's figure gradually fade away, Kanon finally felt relieved and knocked on the office door. Come in, Fuyue said, focused on handling office documents, his brows furrowed. The person outside heard the call and gently pushed the door open. Kanon, what brings you here? Fuyue looked towards the door and paused for a moment. Uncle Fuyue, I came to talk to you about something. Henin looked at Fugaku behind the desk, her tone serious. Is it about Uchiha Madara? Fugaku curiously looked at the girl in front of him. Yes, Henin obediently nodded. Well, before you, many people have already asked me this question. Mentioning Uchiha Madara made Fugaku feel a bit of a headache. Is that so? Please have a seat. What do you want to ask? Fugaku tried to make his tone a bit gentler. Having been in this position for a long time, his expression always seemed somewhat serious, giving off an air that outsiders should not disturb him. Oh, okay. Kagami moved a small stool over and sat down, sitting up straight and looking at Fujitake. Uncle Fujitake, have you found any leads on the Akatsuki organization? Do you want to go meet them? Fujitake took a scroll out of the drawer and placed it on the table. Kagami stood up, opened the scroll, and looked at the information inside, frowning slightly. Have they escaped to the mist-hidden village? Kagani looked up at Fujiwara. Yes. If you want to find them, I can give you a task. Fujiwara rubbed his tired brow and put on his slightly old-fashioned glasses. Ah, thank you, Uncle Fujiwara. Hanayon felt a surge of joy upon hearing Fyake's words. The purpose of her trip was twofold. One was to inquire about Akira's whereabouts, and the other was to see Konomi and understand her recent situation. No problem, just be careful on the road. Fyake looked at Hanayon, took out the task he had prepared earlier from the drawer, and handed it to her. Okay, then I'll be on my way. Kanon took the task scroll and instantly disappeared from the spot. Itachi-kun, I've received a mission. I'm leaving now, bye. You don't need to prepare my portion for dinner. Uchiha Itachi returned home and saw the message on the note, his brows furrowing. At the bottom of the note, there was a drawing of a slightly clumsy little rabbit. Kanon, You're going to carry out such a dangerous mission alone? It really makes me worried. Itachi sighed softly, then said to Naruto and Sasuke in the living room, I have something to do tonight, so I won't prepare dinner. You two can go out and buy something to eat. After saying that, Itachi disappeared, leaving Naruto and Sasuke looking at each other in confusion. As of the 30th, the author will hand copy the gift for the Sender D. Although, I feel like I might not be able to finish it, but the author will try hard to complete it. Chapter 180 Itachi-kun. Why did you come along? Hidden Rain Village. The sky was still pouring rain heavily. Kagami held up her small umbrella and, following the intel, arrived at a sewer entrance. This should be the hiding place of the Akatsuki organization now. Huayin murmured softly to herself and then stepped inside. Soon, Huayin was stunned. Inside the sewer, blood was scattered here and there. Wait, what is going on? Kagami's pupils suddenly constricted as she pressed forward. Soon, she discovered a person in the corner, or more accurately, a severely injured person clinging to life. Banban. Kanon stopped in shock. Why was Uchiha Madara here? And why was he so heavily injured? You are. Madara's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of surprise in his voice. Soon, Madara recognized the visitor, and his tone became serious. What are you doing here? Madara looked at Kanon with slight dissatisfaction. Lord Madara, why are you so badly injured? Kagun looked at Uchiha Madara in front of her. Wanted to say something, but hesitating. Hearing the girl's concern, Uchiha Madara fell silent. In any case, don't ask so many questions. Now tell me, what do you want from me? Madara staggered to his feet, most of his wounds caused by explosive tags. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to find you. Where's Sister Konan? Kagami shook her head, her tone somewhat indifferent. You mean her? She's no longer here. The figure of the purple-haired girl flashed in Ban's mind. And he said coldly, Ban feared he would never forget Konan. Those exploding tags were still vivid in his memory, even after a month. What did you say? Kagome was suddenly a bit angry, and the jade in her eyes began to spin rapidly. I wasn't sure she was really dead. Anyway, I hadn't seen her body. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been rescued by that guy Obito. Madara looked at the angry girl in front of him, and, after a moment of silence, slowly spoke. As soon as Madara finished speaking, the girl quieted down. That's good. Kain let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Your injuries are too severe. I can treat you, but there's a condition. Hana was about to turn and leave, but then she stopped, looking back at Uchiha Madara with a hint of concern in her eyes. Little brat, you better figure out who I am first. Madara coldly stared at Hana, dismissing her treatment with contempt. I don't care who you are. Hanyo glared at Uchiha Madara for a moment, then slowly approached him, placing her hand on his chest and performing the reversal technique. Your ability is truly impressive. Madara felt the wounds on his body disappearing one by one, and his vitality gradually recovering, which surprised him a bit. I told you, I won't help you for no reason. Kain gave Uchiha Madara a cold stare. Madara felt that he had returned to his peak state and looked at the girl in confusion. He could kill Kain at any moment, but Madara calmed down. Speak, how do you want me to help you? Madara asked coldly. Do you know Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kain stared coldly at Uchiha Madara. Kagaya Otsutsuki? Madara looked at the girl in surprise. Sigh, it's too complicated to explain. What about Black Zetsu? Where'd he go? Kagun asked with some concern. He should have already died, right? Ban hesitated to speak. Huh? What? Black Zetsu is dead. Kanon looked shocked. How'd he die? And how did you get such serious injuries? Kagome curiously asked. Shounen and Obito teamed up, and Obito poured out a large number of explosive tags from the Kamui space, almost covering the outer path sage statue. At this point, Madara stopped continuing. With this said, it was already very clear. At that time, Madara was using his complete body Susanoo and probably endured quite a bit of damage. As for Kagaya and the outer path sage statue, they were likely blown to smithereens. Well, it's fine that Kagaya is dead. It makes it easier for me to talk about Kagaya's matters. Hana sighed softly, looking at Uchiha Madara with a complex expression. Soon, she finished recounting the story of the Tsutsuki clan. As Madara listened to the girl's narrative, he gradually became stunned. Are you saying that besides me and Senju Hashirama, there are even stronger beings? There was a hint of excitement in Madara's tone. Yes, Hana nodded. Then where are they now? Madara asked eagerly, wishing to find them immediately and compete with them. Your current strength is too weak. You can't defeat them at all. Kagami looked at Uchiha Madara and shook her head. Am I weak? Little brat, do you even know what you're talking about? Madara's gaze instantly turned cold. I'm stating the truth. You probably haven't even touched the threshold of the 6 paths. The flower voice murmured softly. So you saved me to help you fight against those Otsutsuki clan, right? Madara was silent for a moment, looking at the girl with a complicated expression. Yes, I need your power, Madara. Hana nodded slightly, and soon the Magatama in her eyes began to spin. Before long, she cast a Jinjutsu on Uchiha Madara. Madara felt the Jinjutsu and was about to struggle, but then fell silent, allowing the illusion to envelop him. Soon, Uchiha Madara saw visions of the future within the Jinjutsu. His expression grew increasingly complex. You also saw that the Otsutsuki clan would invade the entire ninja world in the future. Kagome looked at the silent Uchiha Madara and slowly said, Madara was still digesting the recent memories, his expression silent. Is that guy named Boruto the only one who can contend with those Otsutsuki clan members? Madara suddenly asked. Pretty much, for now. Just focus on improving your strength, she replied. Kain nodded slightly. Humph. Madara snorted coldly, feeling somewhat displeased. He had thought he was the strongest person in the world, but he didn't expect that there were others beyond him, and that there was another race existing on this planet. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha was hurrying to the Hidden Rain village. Please don't let anything happen. Itachi gritted his teeth, feeling extremely anxious. Soon, he saw that a large part of the sea in the distance had been split open. The scene was spectacular, as if a god had wielded a knife, cutting the sea in half. Itachi's pupils constricted, and he became increasingly worried about Kain. Kain, you must not be in danger. Itachi was burning with anxiety and instantly vanished from the spot. Soon, he found small footprints at the entrance of a sewer pipe in the distance. Are these Kain's footprints? But why would Kain go into the sewer? Itachi shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts, and plunged into the sewer. Before long, he was stunned, because he saw Madara Uchiha standing in front of Kain with a serious expression. Wait, that guy Madara must have threatened Kain. Thank you all for your support out of love. Thank you, everyone. The author is immensely grateful here. Just got off work from the electronics factory. Now exhausted, urgently needing everyone's support out of love. Chapter 181. I sleep on the floor, you sleep on the bed. Huh, Itachi-kun, why are you here too? Kain furrowed her brows and then slowly turned to look at Itachi Uchiha. Kain, are you okay? Itachi stepped closer, standing in front of Kain, watching Madara Uchiha with a vigilant expression. Itachi-kun, I'm fine. Kain helplessly responded. How ridiculous, little ghost. Do you really think you can defeat me? Madara mocked, as he looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Itachi stared intently at Madara, remaining silent. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as the two seemed ready to strike at any moment. Huayin stood by, staring at them with a puzzled expression. At this moment, she really wanted to knock on their heads to see what was going on inside. She just couldn't understand. Do boys only think about fighting and killing? So speechless. All right, you two calm down. Kagani walked between the two and said coldly. With Kagani present, Uchiha Madara didn't want to argue with Itachi anymore. For Kagani's sake. I'll spare your life for now. Madara glared at Itachi. Madara, don't get too cocky, Itachi said through gritted teeth. He had a very poor impression of Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, Itachi and I will take our leave now. Goodbye. We won't disturb you any longer. Kain sensed that the two were subtly about to fight and quickly grabbed Itachi's hand. Soon, the two disappeared from the spot. Madara's outstretched hand hung limply in the air before slowly lowering. For some reason, this feeling was reminiscent of an old father watching his daughter and son-in-law leave. Left all alone. Sigh, forget it. Uchiha Madara has never feared any storm. What is this little injury worth? But the Otsutsuki clan, really makes one look forward to it. Madara clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. At that moment, heavy rain poured down from the sky, with thunder and lightning, as if responding to Uchiha Madara's state of mind. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth, half smiling, half serious. Itachi-kun, what brings you here as well? Kain held the small umbrella, looking at Itachi Uchiha with a puzzled expression. Well, I'm a bit worried about you. But, can I hold this umbrella? Itachi looked at Kain helplessly. Due to their height difference, he bent slightly and walked a bit awkwardly. Okay, here you go. Kagani handed the umbrella to Itachi decisively. Itachi took the umbrella and raised it a bit higher. This umbrella is a bit small. How about I carry you instead? A hint of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Because the umbrella was small, raindrops fell on both of their shoulders, quickly soaking them and bringing a touch of chill. The distant thunder rumbled like drums, incessantly adding to the strange atmosphere. It's fine. Don't get me wrong, I'm just concerned about you. Huayin's face turned rosy as she tiptoed and gently wrapped her arms around Itachi's neck. Itachi let out a soft sigh and tightened his embrace around Huayin. Kagun tightly held onto the umbrella. This way, neither of us will get wet from the rain. Itachi smiled gently, looking at the girl in his arms. Kagani shyly turned her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. So where are we going now? Yura looked around the dilapidated streets, asking curiously. Let's go back to Konoha village. Hanyo replied softly, okay, I'll listen to you. A hint of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. Compared to the Hidden Rain village, the Hidden Leaf village was undoubtedly safer. Just as Itachi was pondering this, Hanyo's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. What's wrong? Itachi asked curiously. Let's find an inn to stay at first. Kanon wrapped one arm around Itachi's neck and pointed to a hotel in the distance, saying, all right, I'll go with you. Itachi smiled in response. I must say, compared to Konoha, Amage Cure still seems quite backward. After a brief exchange with the front desk staff, Uchiha Itachi booked a single room. Kagani looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, her eyes instantly widening, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Idiot, why did you book a single room? Kanon stared at Itachi Uchiha with a dissatisfied expression. Sigh, I don't have much money on me, so I can only get single room. Itachi shrugged helplessly, as he had already anticipated that Kanon would ask this question. Yukain wanted to speak, but hesitated, her words coming out in a fragmented manner. Her face becoming increasingly flushed. She seemed to be lost in thought about something. Kain kept her head down, her whole face as red as a ripe apple, as if she were steaming. Where did your mind wander off to? I sleep on the floor, you sleep on the bed. The weasel helplessly extended a finger and flicked Kain's forehead. Ah, I see yo. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands and sighed lightly, her face finally showing a slight relaxation. However, a strange chill rose in her heart, as if she had not received the answer she wanted, accompanied by a hint of dissatisfaction. Kagani didn't understand why she felt this way. All of this was observed by Itachi Uchiha. Itachi sighed lightly, finding it somewhat amusing in his heart, but his expression remained calm and unruffled. It seemed that this little wife was somewhat tsundere. Who did she learn it from? He wondered. Could it be Sasuke? Itachi shook his head as he recalled his troublesome younger brother. Let's go. Stay close, Itachi said, looking at Kagani, who was keeping her distance behind him, with concern in his voice. Oh, okay. Kanon subconsciously followed, her heart beating like a drum. Nothing resembling a scene from an adult film happened. Itachi chose to sleep on the floor that night, while Kanon lay on the bed. Soon, the sky began to lighten, signaling the start of a new day. Time to get up, Itachi said gently, with a hint of helplessness, as he looked at Kanon, who was propped up at the head of the bed. Oh, okay. Hannah rubbed her eyes, her hair slightly messy. After the two of them quickly washed up, they walked out of the room. The morning sunlight fell on the young boy and girl, warm and somewhat bright. The sunlight gradually elongated their shadows as they walked further away. They continued on their way and soon arrived at the gate of Konoha village from Rain-Hidden village. After giving a simple nod to the gatekeeper, they returned to Konoha village. They had finally come back. Kanon looked at the familiar streets of Konoha, letting out a gentle sigh. I'm back. Itachi's gaze fell softly on Kanon, his tone relaxed. And could you please stop looking at me with that kind of expression? Kagami looked at Itachi's unable to hold back gaze and shyly said, What kind of gaze? Itachi innocently pointed at himself. Forget it. It's nothing. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Kagani helplessly shook her head. Sigh, it's really hard to understand. Just got off work from the electronics factory, and now I'm exhausted. I dare not write about driving. Please forgive me. Please support He for the sake of love. Thank you very much. Thank you all for the support. The author is very grateful. Chapter 182. You made me kiss him. A month quietly passed. Winter left, and spring returned, and the weather gradually became brighter. It was finally not so cold anymore. Kagani rubbed her hands together and exhaled a breath of warm air. To be honest, the ninja world is indeed vast, and the weather is unpredictable. That said, can we still trust the current timeline? Kagami stared at the calendar on the wall, murmuring to herself. She wasn't sure if the current timeline was correct. After all, she had changed too much, causing countless butterfly effects. Some of the original timelines were definitely no longer applicable. The advantage of being a traveler had already disappeared. Next, she could only take a gamble. And besides, her strength had indeed improved over the past few years. Sighing heavily at the thought of the future Otsutsuki clan, Kagami couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Why the sighs? Itachi walked over from the side. Earlier, Kagami leaned alone by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, and felt a bit uneasy. Why are you here too? Hanyo looked at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. Why can't I come? Itachi chuckled as he looked at Hanyo. It's nothing, I'm just a bit curious about how Konoha has been treating the Uchiha clan lately. Kanon curiously looked at Itachi. With a sigh of resignation, Itachi responded, "What does that mean? The relationship is still not very harmonious, but it's much better than before. And people in the village are gradually starting to accept the Uchiha clan." Shirsue's voice interjected. "Shirsue, you're here too?" The two turned to look in the direction of the voice. After not seeing him for several years, Shirsue had grown quite a bit. He wore the Uchiha clan's cloak, his long hair slightly tousled, and he had a beaming smile, looking like the friendly older brother next door. "What's wrong? Can't I come?" Shirsue asked, pretending to be hurt. "Of course not." Huayin looked at Jishue and explained softly. Beside them, Itachi tightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "What's wrong? Did I interrupt you two in your sweet moments?" Jishue joked, somewhat puzzled. "Not at all." Kain instinctively retorted, then froze, her face flushing red as she hurriedly explained. "No, I definitely don't like that idiot Itachi." "Then why is your face red?" Shizuka saw through everything, but didn't point it out, which made Kain feel a bit embarrassed and angry. "That's enough, Shizuku," Itachi said helplessly from his side. He knew his wife's personality all too well, stubborn and headstrong. "Haha, all right. I'm not teasing you anymore. I have to go out for a mission soon." Shizuku looked at the girl with a mixture of annoyance and affection in his eyes. "Okay, Shizuku, be careful on the way." Kain gently reminded, "Be careful on the road." "I will," Jishue replied with a slight smile, then distanced herself from her. "You really are a jealous one," Jishue's voice came through. As the two raised their heads, Jishue had already vanished from the spot, leaving only her voice echoing in the air. Speaking of which, what was Jishue's earlier behavior all about? Yao couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Soon, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yao's eyes as he subtly turned his head and took a gentle glance at Kain beside him. Could Jishue be hinting that Kain feels jealous? At the same time, Kagani also looked up at Itachi Uchiha, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. She blinked and thought to herself, "What's wrong with Itachi? He has been sulking since earlier, which is really hard to understand." Strange. Up in the sky, the sun was slowly setting in the west as time passed. Soon it would be noon. "It's noon. Should we go have lunch?" Itachi turned to Kagani and asked softly. "Sure." Kagun blinked her eyes, gently nodded, and her face was radiating a joyful smile. "However, let me clarify first that I don't carry too much money on me." Hanayo continued, her tone carrying a hint of apology. "It's fine, I prepared some." Itachi gently sighed, his eyes reflecting both a sense of helplessness and a touch of indulgence as he gazed tenderly at Hanayo. Feeling Itachi Uchiha's gaze, Kanon helplessly shrugged her shoulders. What else could she do? In this world, there was no convenient option like WeChat Pay, and she wasn't used to carrying cash in her previous life. This habit naturally followed her into the ninja world. "Let's go," Itachi said softly, interrupting Kanon's thoughts. As they spoke, the two had already taken steps forward. What should we eat for lunch?" Kanon asked with a puzzled expression, and then she extended her delicate hand to gently take Itachi's hand. "How about Ichiraku ramen?" Itachi hesitated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, then let's go eat Ichiraku ramen," Huayin softly said. Unbeknownst to her, a month had quietly passed. "Ding, dear host, please choose one of the following 3 tasks. A. Capture a tailed beast. Reward, 6 Tomo Rinnegan. B. Create a person with Itachi that night. Reward, directly ascend to 6 paths. C. Give Itachi a kiss. Reward, unknown." Faced with the task window popped up by the system, Huayin fell into deep thought. Firstly, she directly eliminated the second task. No matter how she looked at it, it was not suitable. How could she possibly choose such a task? As for capturing a tailed beast, to be honest, in her current state, even the 5 Kage recognized her. If she went to capture a tailed beast, wouldn't that be equivalent to openly declaring war on Sunagakure on behalf of Kanagakure? She wasn't stupid. It seemed that only option C was feasible, but the key was giving Itachi a kiss made Huayin feel a bit embarrassed. What kind of task is this? System, can you unbind me? Huayin took a deep breath, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. No, please host, complete the task as soon as possible. Otherwise punishment will be enforced, the system's cold voice echoed. Huayin let out a soft sob. Fine, I'll endure it. System, you're toying with me like this. You will definitely regret it. Kagami said fiercely. She took a deep breath. Huayin's eyes were slightly red, and an inexplicable emotion surged within her, as if she were being controlled by an invisible force. Although she had no fondness for the system deep down, she still had to force a smile and comply with the other's arrangements, doing her best for him. At this moment, Huayin was enveloped by such a complex emotion. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, her petite and delicate figure, along with her innocent and naive face, resembled a flower bud ready to bloom. I can do this. I must pull myself together, Kayan softly said to herself, while gently patting her cheek, her face showing a hint of stubbornness and cuteness. However, whenever the scenes of the upcoming tasks surfaced in her mind, her cheeks would involuntarily flush, and then she shyly lowered her head. I just got off work from the electronics factory. I'm really tired. I really don't know how to continue. I feel a bit guilty towards everyone who has supported me all this time. Here, I want to apologize to all my friends who have always supported me and to those who have given me gifts. Really, I'm very sorry. Chapter 183. Should I kiss? No, I still don't feel mentally prepared. Kagami just perked up, but as soon as she looked at herself in the mirror, she immediately deflated. The little loli in the mirror had rosy cheeks, and her silly hair stood up straight like a telephone pole. This task given to me by the system feels a bit off. Huayin lowered her head, her voice a bit shy. Upon careful thought, the only option, it seemed like the system knew she couldn't possibly go to Sand Hidden Village to catch a fish. As for option B, it felt like the system was playing tricks on her. Kagami thinks more and more that it is like this. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. We need to hurry and complete the task. Otherwise, the system's punishment will be very severe. Kagani's forehead glistened with a bead of cold sweat as she opened the wardrobe. The wardrobe was filled with all sorts of dresses. Huayin picked out a favorite piece and happily put it on. She stood in front of the floor-length mirror, pinching the hem of her skirt and turning around. For some reason, at this moment, she remembered a video from her previous life. The video depicted men dressing up, either donning military uniforms to guard a region or wearing women's clothing to cause chaos everywhere. The meaning of the video was, Huayin can now understand. But these are not the main points. After all, she is no longer a man. Looking back at the scene from that time, Huayin actually feels a bit ashamed. Forget it. There's no need to think about these things. Anyway, I've gotten used to it. Being a girl is quite nice. Ko patted her flat chest and let out a gentle sigh. Outside the window, the sky was slowly darkening as the sunset descended and evening was approaching. Yet the girl's heart beat like a drum, thumping incessantly. Damn it, just imagining that scene made her feel. Kagami crouched down, reaching out to gently touch her chest, listening to the pounding of her heartbeat, her emotions gradually becoming complex. Although she had indeed kissed Itachi before, it was he who had initiated it at that time. This time, having to take the initiative to kiss him made her scalp tingle just thinking about it. There was an indescribable awkwardness, even though she was the one who had taken the initiative to kiss Itachi. Itachi didn't mind. Huayin wouldn't dwell on it too much, but she still felt a bit shy. After all, which girl would be so proactive as to kiss the boy opposite her? This isn't a plot from a novel. In reality, most girls would appear bashful in such situations. How could one really go ahead and kiss? Kagami was flooded with various thoughts. Her face instantly flushed, as if brushed by steam, and the strands of hair on her head drooped slowly, as if soaked in water. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachi Uchiha was following his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, as they dealt with various family matters. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the next head of the Uchiha clan, so he needed to master some management skills in advance. Itachi, how do you think this matter should be handled? Mikoto handed him a piece of paper. Itachi took it slowly, quickly scanning the content, and then frowned. The paper recorded a dispute between two brothers in the Uchiha clan over the distribution of inheritance after the death of their elder, leading to constant quarrels. According to common sense, the inheritance should be inherited by the elder. Because of this, the brothers frequently argued, even disturbing others who were resting in the evening. Mother, I think this matter should. Itachi examined the information on the paper carefully, and suddenly had a bright idea, expressing his thoughts. Not bad. But that's not enough. Mikoto nodded slightly in appreciation, then shook her head, her tone complex. So what should we do next? Itachi asked, somewhat confused. Since they want the inheritance, let them split it evenly. The remaining half of the assets will be distributed according to their contributions to the family in the future, Mikoto said casually. Upon hearing his mother's suggestion, Itachi suddenly realized. So that's how it should be handled. Right, if we do it this way, they will definitely bring more benefits to the family in the future, and the family can use the rules to control them in some aspects. Those who contribute more will get more, and those who contribute less will get less. This approach can also serve as a warning. If the side that receives less inheritance wants revenge, they will think twice about the impact on the family. At the same time, it serves as a warning to other clan members facing similar situations. I understand now. Itachi took a deep breath and looked meaningfully at his mother. Mother, I'll handle it right away. Makoto nodded in satisfaction. After Itachi quickly finished handling the matters, he returned home, dragging his exhausted body. Ding dong. Itachi gently pressed the doorbell. Coming, coming. A hurried sound of small footsteps came from inside. Soon, the door opened with a click. Itachi-kun, why are you back so early today? Henio was wearing an apron, curiously looking at Itachi Uchiha. Well, it seems I've handled most of the clan's matters, Itachi said with a tired smile. The moment he saw Henio, all the fatigue of the day seemed to vanish. No more talking, I need to go cook. Kanon suddenly remembered something and anxiously said, rushing into the kitchen. Itachi watched Kanon's distant figure, wanting to say something but hesitating. Itachi-kun, I think I put in too much oil. Soon, Kanon's surprised voice came from the kitchen, mixed with a hint of disappointment. Sai, let me handle it. You come out quickly. Itachi sighed helplessly and walked into the kitchen. Before long, Itachi had finished preparing the meal and casually turned off the gas stove. All right, the food is ready. What are you standing there for? Take it to the dining table, Itachi said gently, looking back at the girl standing behind him. However, the girl did not move for a long time upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words. What's wrong? Itachi noticed something was off and asked with concern. Itachi-kun. Kanon looked up, staring intently at Itachi. Her cherry lips unconsciously pursed. Seeing Kanon's eyes reddened, Itachi felt a surge of heartache. What is wrong? Can you tell me? Itachi became increasingly anxious. The girl shook her head. Itachi secretly speculated why Kanon was suddenly like this. Was it because he hadn't been home for too long and had neglected her? That must be it. How should he make it up to her? Just as Itachi was deep in thought. Please urge for updates. Please support for love. Working in electronics factory. Exhausted every day. Chapter 184. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Itachi suddenly felt his lips were a bit moist, and when he blinked, he looked. Henio lowered her head shyly. Henio, Itachi immediately covered his lips, looking at the girl in shock. Idiot. Huayin's eyes were slightly red as she glared at Itachi, then lowered her head and ran into the room. Itachi looked at Huayin's back in confusion, quickly scooping the food from the pot into a bowl, then rushed forward. Huayin, wait a minute. Bang. The door was slammed shut by the girl, followed by the sound of it being locked. Itachi watched this scene with a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Huayin, can you open the door? Can we talk properly? Itachi gently knocked on the door with his palm, calling out helplessly, but there was no response from the other side. Inside the room, Kagani leaned against the door, her face filled with shame as she lowered her head, then slowly slid down. How infuriating. No matter how you look at it, this is just too embarrassing. Tears of flower sounds slide down, murmuring to myself with a complicated expression. This matter is really shameful. What should I do next? I really don't know what kind of gaze Itachi-kun will use to look at me. Hana reluctantly supported her delicate body to stand up, then gently turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, she resembled a fragile and lovely flower, evoking feelings of affection. Sigh, maybe I should muster up the courage to go out and have a good talk with Itachi about this matter. Kagami murmured to herself, and at the same time, a few strands of her hair began to stand up, looking playful. Forget it. Let's just take a leap of faith. Kagami slowly walked to the door, took a deep breath, and her hand, seemingly burdened with 1,000 pounds, finally landed heavily on the cold doorknob. With a soft click, the door was slowly pushed open. At that moment, sitting at the dining table, with anticipation in his heart, Itachi heard the sound and his eyes instantly sparkled. He quickly stood up. Kagami, if there's something on your mind, just say it, Itachi said, looking at Kagami as she slowly walked out of the room. A flush appeared on her delicate pink face, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, arousing curiosity. I'm sorry, Itachi-kun. My actions at that time may have seemed a bit abrupt and impolite. Kagami gently shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of shyness and softness. You don't need to apologize to me. Itachi listened to Kagami's slightly trembling whispers, feeling a surge of confusion in his heart. What a joke. He was the one who clearly had the advantage. Of course, Itachi didn't say this out loud. Itachi-kun. Kanon suddenly interrupted Itachi's thoughts. What's wrong? Itachi asked in confusion. Never mind, it's nothing. Let's eat first. Kanon let out a light sigh and then sat down at the table. To be honest, her feelings were quite complicated from start to finish. However, as she ate the food in her hands, she gradually forgot everything that had just happened. I have to say, Itachi's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Eat slowly. Sasuke and Naruto are eating out tonight, Itachi said gently, looking at Kanon, who was gulping down her food. Oh, is that so? Kagani looked up in shock at Itachi Uchiha. Yes, Itachi nodded. It's so late already. Will they be in danger outside? Henio glanced at the scenery outside the window. At this moment, it was dim outside, and the sky was occasionally rumbling with thunder, indicating that it was about to rain. It will be fine. Naruto can use the flying thunder god technique. If not, the two of us can escape, Itachi explained softly. I see, that's good. Henio sighed in relief upon hearing Itachi's answer, patting her chest. So, how's the food I made? Is it good? Itachi asked curiously, watching the girl devour her meal. It's pretty good. Kanon gave a fair evaluation. She would never admit that the food made by Itachi Uchiha was even more delicious than hers. In fact, it's quite normal for Kanon to be unwilling to accept this fact. It's strange. Why did it suddenly start raining tonight? Itachi looked out the window, curiously murmuring to himself. After all, he had watched the weather forecast, which clearly stated that it wouldn't rain tonight. Yet the weather was so odd. I always have a bad feeling, Itachi-kun. Huayin was also gazing out at the scenery outside the window, her brows furrowed. Of course, if it weren't for the few grains of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth, the atmosphere might have been better. All right, it's so late now. You should go to bed. Otherwise, be careful not to grow any taller in the future. Yao teased softly as he looked at the girl in front of him. What? I will still grow taller. Hana felt a bit displeased at Itachi Uchiha's teasing. Is that so? Itachi said as he reached out and gently tapped Hana's forehead with his finger. That hurts. Kain covered her forehead and called out, her eyes immediately becoming moist as she glared at Itachi with even more dissatisfaction. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Do you still want to take a bath tonight? I've already prepared the hot water for you, Itachi said gently with a smile. In the bathhouse. I have to say, the technological development in the ninja world is quite twisted. They clearly have televisions, yet there are no firearms, and even hot water heaters for bathing are absent. They can only rely on the simplest method of boiling water to heat it, much like in ancient times. Kain lay in the wooden barrel, her hair slightly disheveled, covering her eyes. No matter what, this is true enjoyment. Kagun felt her body soaking in the warm water, surrounded by a hazy mist. Meanwhile, on the other side, what do you plan to do next? Konan asked as she gazed at Obito in front of her. Damn it, that bastard Madara actually deceived the pure and kind Kagun, using her goodwill towards others to heal his own wounds. Thinking of this, Obito couldn't help but clench his teeth, his tone filled with uncontrollable anger. Seeing Obito's furious expression, Conan's demeanor became somewhat helpless and speechless. After spending these days together, she finally understood that, to put it bluntly, Obito had actually been secretly in love with Kagun all along, but he just hadn't realized it himself. Obito, since Kagun chose to help Uchiha Madara, she must have her own reasons and thoughts. Konan gently advised Obito in a soft tone. No, that's not it. That guy Uchiha Madara definitely deceived Kagun with sweet words. Obito shook his head violently, becoming more resolute in his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, the pupils hidden beneath the mask began to spin rapidly, as if brewing some emotion. In no time, those pupils transformed into complex and mysterious patterns, making them hard to decipher. Obito, calm down. Konan looked at Obito, who was trembling with anger, his hand hanging in midair but then weakly dropping down. Sigh, forget it. She knew she couldn't persuade this idiot at all. Thank you very much to everyone for the love and support. The author is deeply grateful here. Thank you very much. Chapter 185. Encounter with Uchiha Obito. Calm? Obito seemed to hear an extremely funny joke and rolled his eyes at Konan. Well then, do you plan to go back to Konoha to see Kagun now? Seeing this, Konan did not say more. Let us go back to Konoha and take a look. Obito replied coldly, then transformed into a vortex, distorting his form and disappearing from the spot. Konoha, Itachi, are you going to handle things today? Henio looked at the meticulously dressed Itachi Uchiha and quietly asked with a blush. Well, it's still the same as usual. Itachi sighed helplessly and put on a hat, just about to head out. Wait, the girl's voice came from behind, interrupting Itachi's movement. What's wrong? Itachi turned around, looking at Henio with a puzzled expression. Take this. Kanon handed a bento box to Itachi, slightly turning her head to the side. Thank you. Itachi smiled slightly as he took the box with both hands. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Itachi looked gently at the girl. No, that's all. Kanon lowered her head, blushing, and answered shyly. Okay. Itachi turned his head and opened the door. After walking for a while, he heard the girl's voice calling from behind. Be careful on the road. I will. Itachi walked along the road, a barely noticeable smile on his lips. Watching Uchiha Itachi walk further away, Kagani patted her chest, and let out a light sigh. From the moment she first met Itachi, her heart had been racing nonstop. She wanted to say something, but she was too nervous and forgot everything. Never mind. Don't think about that anymore. Let's think about what to do today. Kanon softly spoke to herself in the mirror. To be honest, she didn't know what to do now. After all, she was used to leaving everything to Itachi to handle. And she, every day, just stayed at home, feeling like a housewife. Although she wasn't sure why she had this thought, Kanon overall found it acceptable. Perhaps she could go out for a walk by herself? Huayin opened the window and looked at the clear sky, which strengthened her resolve. After changing her clothes, Huayin went out alone. The morning sunlight fell on the slender figure of the girl, and her shadow grew longer with each step. Hanyo walked alone on the stone-paved road. The Uchiha clan still resided in a remote corner of the village. It seemed that Fugaku did not intend to move the Uchiha clan back to Konoha. However, upon closer thought, it was understandable. After all, this could serve as a warning. Whenever Fugaku relaxed, he would remember the past. The Uchiha clan was despised by the people of Konoha and pushed to the fringes. Just as Hanyo was deep in thought, a familiar presence approached, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. Wait, could it be Obito? Kanon was momentarily stunned. It was Obito, but why would he come to the Hidden Leaf Village? Before Huayin had time to wonder, a familiar presence from afar quickly approached her. Kanon faced Obito, still maintaining her usual caution. Soon, in her lovely pupils, the tomo spun rapidly, transforming into an eternal kaleidoscope. Obito, what brings you here? Kagami gazed at the familiar figure in the distance, wearing a mask, her face full of caution. Can I come? Obito's voice was cold, but the gaze hidden behind the mask was fixed tightly on Kagami. Thinking about the time, they hadn't seen each other for several months. Kanon is still as cute as before. Kanon, you've been tricked by that guy, Uchiha Obito. Obito slowly walked up to Kanon. Looking at the kaleidoscope in the girl's eyes, his expression complicated. Are you still on guard against me? Huh? Kanon was stunned by Obito's words. What does this mean? What do you mean I was deceived by Uchiha Madara? You may not have realized it yet, but that bastard Madara took advantage of your kindness and deceived you. Obito thought of Uchiha Madara and gritted his teeth. Are you saying that I used the reversal technique to heal him? Kanon looked at Obito in confusion. Yes. Obito nodded seriously. Seeing Obito like this, Kanon couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Obito asked. Obito, is there a possibility that I voluntarily saved Uchiha Madara? Kanon covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. Why do you want to save him? Obito asked with a puzzled expression. Why can't I save him? Huayin tilted her head and carefully scrutinized Obito. Aren't you aware that he's going to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Obito locked his gaze on Huayin and said seriously. Of course I know. You told me a long time ago. Huayin blinked, looking at the girl's innocent expression. Obito sighed helplessly. She may not yet realize that Madara is deceiving her, using her. How can you be so naive? This pathetic ninja world is even using you? Obito's eyes gradually dimmed. He had already lost hope for this ninja world, but he didn't expect that even you would become a pawn in this war. Huayin, do you know what the infinite Tsukuyomi means? Obito sighed heavily, staring intently at Huayin. Of course I know, but we have an even stronger enemy to face. Kagura explained. A more powerful enemy? What do you mean? Obito asked anxiously. Do you know Kagaya Otsutsuki? Kagome looked at Obito, who was leaning closer, and instinctively took a step back, calmly adding, Kagaya Otsutsuki? Obito murmured unconsciously. Soon, Kanon then explained the situation of the Tsutsuki clan to Obito. As she explained, she observed the changes in Obito's expression. He went from being calm and collected at first to gradually showing doubt, and finally, his face was filled with terror. Kanon took all these emotions in. Is what you said true? Obito asked nervously, looking at Kanon. He did not doubt her, but was filled with confusion. Of course what I said is true. Kanon patted her chest and replied proudly. Then why do you know so much? Obito questioned. Seeing Obito so anxious, Hana straightforwardly confessed that this was the ability of her kaleidoscope to foresee the future. Not knowing how much time had passed, Obito took a deep breath and slowly removed his mask, revealing a serious expression. I understand now what I need to do, Obito said, looking at the girl in front of him who was a head shorter than him, his words laced with complex emotions. Hana must have paid a considerable price to know so much information. Why is she so kind to tell me all this? Lin, Hana really seems like you. You are both so kind and so innocent. With this thought in mind, Obito looked at the girl with eyes full of pity. Next, you just need to. Hana tiptoed and leaned close to Obito's ear, whispering, Being able to hold on until now is all thanks to everyone's love-powered efforts. Chapter 186. Resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Is this okay? Obito looked at the girl in shock. We'll know if we try, right? Kagome looked at Obito and smiled sweetly. Let Madara become the Jinchuriki, Obito murmured to himself, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. He had never considered such a possibility. But hadn't Black Zetsu already died? Obito's words were not finished. Black Zetsu wouldn't die so easily. Kanon shook her head, interrupting Obito. He might be hiding in some corner, waiting for Madara to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki before he shows up. The girl looked at Obito meaningfully. Obito sighed lightly. Is it most important to collect the tail beasts now? Yes, but the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. When Huayin said this, she closed her eyes and began to think. Dato quietly watched her, without saying a word. After a moment, Huayin opened her eyes. Let Minato Namikaze sacrifice the Nine Tails. You mean, let teacher Minato sacrifice the Nine Tails? Dato was stunned. Yes, Minato has the other half of the Nine Tails. We just need to use the Edo Tensei on him. Kanon smiled sweetly. However, Obito hesitated to speak. Don't worry, someone could do it easily. Kanon stood on tiptoe and patted Obito's head, and the figure of Orochimaru emerged in her mind. However, she needed to check where Orochimaru was now. Obito suddenly realized, if it's him, then this matter will be easy to resolve. But do you know where he is now? Obito asked Kanon in front of him. We just need to find him. Kanon gestured with both hands, and two wolves, one black and one white, immediately appeared beside him. Earlier, Kagane had secretly marked Orochimaru. Now, these marks came in handy. The two wolves sniffed the air and quickly ran off into the distance. Kagome followed closely behind. Obito silently trailed behind the girl, gazing at her slender and delicate figure. Lost in thought, he momentarily mistook her for Rin. The morning sunlight bathed the girl, making her appear especially vibrant and cute. The shadows grew longer and longer, and he didn't know how much time had passed. Kagome noticed that two wolves had stopped in front of her, and she became alert. The two wolves were wandering restlessly in front of a cave entrance, and then they transformed into a cloud of smoke and gradually dissipated. It seemed that Orochimaru was hiding in this cave. Kagane covered her chin with one hand and murmured softly to herself. I'll go down first to scout the path. You follow behind me. Dato moved forward while glancing back at Kagane. All right. Kanon pondered for a moment and nodded obediently. Although Obito's strength was not as great as hers, a certain level of caution was still necessary. Who knew what traps Orochimaru had set at the entrance? With Obito leading the way, she could avoid these traps. However, Kanon did not understand why Obito had to do this. Perhaps it was because he relied on his ability to become intangible. Maybe the entrance was not spacious, but rather narrow and long. It extended in a stair-like manner, and Obito's crimson eyes were revealed under his mask as he headed down the stairs. Henio followed closely behind. Looking at the pitch black around her, Henio couldn't help but mutter to herself about Orochimaru. Can't you light a few candles? It's so dark, can you see anything? Are you sure you won't trip? It seemed there was a door ahead. Obito stopped in his tracks, his tone carrying a hint of caution. I'll go open it. Kagome peeked out from behind Obito, just about to step forward. Let me handle this. Be careful. Obito took a step ahead and suddenly pushed open the door. Oh, isn't this Kagome and Aifei? Long time no see. As soon as the door opened, Orochimaru's deep, hoarse voice came through. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Obito gripped his kunai tightly, his crimson eyes warily scrutinizing Orochimaru. You don't need to ask too many questions about my business. Kagome, what brings you to me? Orochimaru looked at the girl meaningfully, then extended his tongue to lick his face. Kanon shivered at the sight and secretly complained. This Orochimaru is really disgusting. How is the research on the reanimation jutsu going? Henin endured her discomfort and stared at Orochimaru. Thanks to you, the Edo Tensei went smoothly. Orochimaru replied in a deep voice, his gaze lingering between Akatsuki and Henin. So who do you plan to resurrect? Orochimaru asked directly, without beating around the bush. I want you to resurrect the fourth Hokage. Kagome pretended to glare fiercely at Orochimaru, but to outsiders, it looked more like she was being coy. Then what will you offer in exchange? Orochimaru licked his lips. I am commanding you, not negotiating with you. The Magatama in Huayin's pupils spun rapidly. How ominous. Huayin said coldly, while his hands continued their movements. After a series of complex operations, Orochimaru raised a dagger and cut open his own abdomen. Immediately, a ghostly figure of the Shinigami appeared behind him, expelling the soul of the fourth Hokage from his abdomen. The soul slowly seeped into the already prepared white Zetsu. After a heart-wrenching scream, a familiar figure gradually emerged. At the same time, seeing that the time was right, Orochimaru spat out a snake from his mouth, which quickly coiled around another prepared body. Kanon witnessed all of this, her pupils slightly contracting, as expected of Snake Uncle. This operation is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Did I arrive late? The dim gaze of Minato gradually regained its luster as he looked around, quickly becoming stunned. Where's this? Fourth Hokage-sama, long time no see. Huayin said softly. Hearing that familiar voice, Shuei Min slowly turned around. Huayin, is that you? It's me. But the situation is a bit complicated now, and explaining it is somewhat troublesome. Kanon stared intently into Minato's eyes, then cast an illusion. Minato felt his body being invaded by the illusion and instinctively struggled for a moment before calmly accepting it. After a while, Minato cautiously looked at Kanon. Are you sure you want to make Obito the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Minato gasped, asking heavily. Yes, I sincerely ask Lord Minato to believe in me. Henny nodded obediently. Understand. How is Naruto doing now? Minato showed a relieved expression, with a bittersweet smile on his lips. He is doing well now. Do you want to go see him? Kanon tilted her head and scrutinized Minato Namikaze. If possible. Minato scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat sunny and warm. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. A cold voice came from the side. It was Obito. The three turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Obito's body being pulled by a force of space and then disappearing from the spot. Isn't he Madara? Minato's gaze turned icy, and a troubling suspicion floated in his mind. Anyway, let's not think about that for now, Lord Minato. Henin was stunned for a moment, looking at Minato Namikaze in front of her, and softly said, What is up with this guy? Minato nodded, looking at Orochimaru, whose eyes were filled with fervor. It's truly an incredible masterpiece, Henin. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, looking at Minato with excitement. Don't mind him. This guy is just a creep. Kanon shivered and then tugged at Minato's collar. Minato had already set up the Flying Thunder God technique in the Hidden Leaf Village, so he understood the girl's meaning. In any case, thank you very much for reviving me. Before departing, Minato bowed to Orochimaru. Chapter 187 Naruto. Do you know how I've been living all these years? Are you thanking me? Fourth Hokage, you're still too naive. Orochimaru said meaningfully, then licked his tongue. Hidden Leaf Village. The sun in the sky shone down on the two of them. Is this the Hidden Leaf Village now? Minato Namikaze looked around the streets and alleys, his pupils slightly narrowing. Yes, because Uncle Fugaku became Hokage, the economic situation of the Hidden Leaf Village has improved a lot. Henin smiled sweetly and said softly, Has Fugaku become Hokage? In Minato's mind, Fugaku's figure emerged, and he couldn't help but smile. What's wrong, Minato? Do you know Fugaku? Kanon looked at the smiling Minato in front of her and curiously asked, Of course I know him. Our families were even planning to arrange a marriage between us. But unfortunately, Naruto is a boy, Minato said innocently, while looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. Ahem, what if Naruto and Sasuke are? Hannah thought of an interesting meme upon hearing Watergate's words. After all, in the context of her previous life, Naruto and Sasuke were true love, while everyone else was just a coincidence. Hearing Hannah's response, Watergate was immediately stunned. Are you saying Naruto's sexual orientation? Watergate's eyes widened in shock. Then, he fell into silence. After all, Naruto had been rejected and isolated since he was a child. Forget it, Watergate. You should go meet him first. I was just joking. Kanon looked at the silent Namikaze and said softly, Where is he living now? Namikaze gave a bitter smile, then turned to look at Kanon. I'm not sure, but we can start by looking for him. Huayin shook her head. Ding dong. Huayin lightly pressed the doorbell. There was no response from inside the door. It seemed he was not home. Kanon looked at the carefully dressed Minato in front of her and said softly. Minato was too eye-catching, so on the way here, he transformed himself into the appearance of an ordinary uncle. Is that so, Kanon? Can you tell me about that guy Naruto? Minato sighed lightly, looking at the girl with a complex expression. Well, Naruto has suffered a lot along the way. Kanon recalled the scenes from the anime and recounted them to Minato one by one. As Minato listened to the girl's narration, his gaze gradually dimmed, filled with sadness. Naruto's miserable childhood was largely due to himself. At that time, he only wanted to die with Kushina and never expected Hiruzen and Danzo to target Naruto so harshly. At just 3 years old, Naruto was forced to live independently, and thinking of this made Minato's heart ache as if it were stabbed by a knife. Fool. Look at this. This is the Konoha village you vowed to protect with your life. The Ninetales, inside Minato, watched this scene with a face full of mockery and ridicule. Every time he saw Minato show such an expression, the Ninetales couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, seeing the child of his enemy treated like this by the village was satisfying in every way. Canon, thank you for taking care of Naruto. Minato took a deep breath and thanked the girl in front of him as he listened to her recount Naruto's experiences. Ah, no need for thanks. Huayin hurriedly waved her hand. Canon found it hard to accept that Minato was thanking her in this way. Expressing gratitude was necessary. If you hadn't saved Naruto before, he might have. Minato stopped there, not daring to imagine the subsequent events. Fortunately, Canon had saved Naruto. Soon, Canon listened quietly to Minato's silent words by her ear along the way. She said nothing, just listened attentively. Soon, the two arrived at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, a place where Naruto often came to train. Before long, they saw Naruto, his golden hair shining, panting heavily as he continuously threw punches. At this moment, Minato, who was hiding behind Canon, felt a deep sense of guilt upon seeing Naruto's cold demeanor. Naruto swung his fist at a nearby wooden post, silently counting. Soon, the area around the post cracked instantly, shattering like a spiderweb. Naruto stared at his fist, wrapped in bandages, his expression complicated. He realized that his current strength was still too weak to protect Canon. But what Naruto found hardest to accept was, Kagome actually likes that guy Itachi. But never mind, I must become stronger and defeat that guy Itachi. Just as Naruto was thinking this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Who's there? Naruto threw the kunai in his hand into the distant grass. The kunai embedded itself deep inside, and then a familiar figure emerged. Naruto, it's me. Kain held the kunai that Naruto had just thrown over and helplessly said, Kain, what are you doing here? Naruto's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the girl. Who is he? Naruto's attention quickly shifted to the figure behind the girl, who had the same hair color as him. Naruto, long time no see. A familiar and warm voice rang out. Naruto was momentarily stunned. This voice, it felt like he had heard it somewhere before. He looked up at the figure of Minato Namikaze in front of him, his expression dazed. Minato, is that you? Seeing Minato, Naruto frowned deeply. What's wrong? Minato asked, looking at his son with a complicated expression. Why do you come back? Naruto asked coldly. I am Sore, Naruto. Minato slowly walked toward Naruto and then half knelt to look him in the eye. You've grown a lot. A bittersweet smile appeared on Minato's lips. Oof. So you came back just to say that? Naruto glared coldly at Minato. I'm sorry, I neglected you back then. Minato gazed at Naruto and gently embraced him. Bang! A fist struck Minato's abdomen with force. Minato gritted his teeth, the pain causing him to take a step back. Just like in the original plot, Naruto showed no mercy to Minato and threw a punch. Bastard, do you know how I've been these days? Naruto looked angrily at Minato, expressing his pent-up frustration. When I was a child, everyone hated me, treated me like a monster. If it weren't for Sister Kain, I might. Naruto choked up, his eyes reddening as tears began to swirl. Beside him, Kanon watched the scene between the father and son, also falling into silence. This is actually quite good. Let Naruto vent his emotions properly. In the original work, Naruto is overly optimistic. Despite being treated this way by the people of Konoha since childhood, he still sees becoming Hokage as his goal. If it were her, once she gained power, she would undoubtedly choose revenge without hesitation. Just got off work from the electronics factory. I'm dead tired. Please send a gift. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 188. The culprit behind the Ninetales chaos is Obito. Just like in the original, after crying his heart out, Naruto gradually calmed down. I'm really sorry, Naruto. I didn't consider it thoroughly at that time. Minato sighed softly and then tightly hugged Naruto. Seeing that it was almost time, Minato turned to Kanon. Is it okay? Yeah. Kanon nodded slightly. At this moment, Naruto, watching the strange behavior of the two beside him, looked puzzled. Sister Kanon, are you and Dad hiding something from me? Naruto asked cautiously, wiping his tears. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we have to leave for a while, Minato said, glancing at Naruto with guilt, patting his head, and then disappearing with Kanon through the flying thunder god technique. You guys! Naruto's hand was raised in the air, then it fell weakly. After a long time, Naruto's expression became complicated, even though he himself didn't understand why. In a certain base, Orochimaru looked at the two who had hurriedly arrived and said in a low, hoarse voice, it really made me wait for quite a while. Then he extended his tongue and licked his cheek. Orochimaru, can you please change this habit of yours? It's really making me nauseous. Hanin looked at Orochimaru with a face full of disdain, her delicate nose slightly wrinkled. TSK, 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 Hanin. You weren't like this with me before, Orochimaru said with a hint of amusement as he looked at her. What does it matter how I was before? Kagamine's brows furrowed slightly. Just as the two were about to argue, Mizumoto's gentle voice came in, interrupting Kagamine's thoughts. What's wrong, Mizumoto? Hanabi curiously turned to Minato Namikaze and asked, Can you take the nine tails out of me? Minato smiled shyly and said, I'm afraid not yet. Orochimaru shook his head and asked why. Kanon shot a glare at Orochimaru. Have you found the vessel? Orochimaru looked at the girl with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanon froze, her ahogue standing upright. This was bad. She hadn't thought of that from the start. She had been solely focused on resurrecting Minato Namikaze as soon as possible, but she forgot that the vessel wasn't ready yet. Without the vessel, what was the use of extracting the young nine tails from Minato's body? It seems we came at the wrong time. Minato looked at the girl, who appeared slightly embarrassed, as a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Orochimaru, you need to hurry and find the vessel. Kagami shot a glare at Orochimaru. So what can I gain from this? Orochimaru crossed his arms and looked at the girl with great interest. Kanon looked at Orochimaru's appearance and instantly fell silent. Yes, it's all her fault for overthinking. Orochimaru would never cooperate with her. It seems you are still as naive as ever, Kanon-chan, Orochimaru said with a deep, hoarse laugh. Damn it, Orochimaru, couldn't you have warned me first? Kagami immediately looked at him with anger and embarrassment. You didn't ask me at first either. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Kagami was momentarily speechless. What Orochimaru said was not false. She indeed hadn't asked in advance. All right, you two. Now is not the time to argue about these things. By the way, have you decided on the candidate for the vessel? Minato awkwardly interjected, watching the two argue. Minato, good question. I have been prepared for a while. Kanon looked at Minato and proudly raised her head. Who is it? Uchiha Obito, Kanon said softly. Upon hearing this, Minato was stunned and took a moment to regain his composure. That guy is still alive? Minato looked at Kanon in surprise. He hasn't died, and he was the one who destroyed Konoha and initiated the Nine Tails attack. Kagami raised her head and said confidently, but soon she froze and widened her eyes. Wait, are you saying that it wasn't Obito who instigated the Nine Tails attack? Minato's pupils contracted, and some bad guesses flashed through his mind. Ahem, yes, it was Obito. I misspoke just now. Kagami anxiously added, Is that so? Mizuke's narrowed her eyes, looking at Mizuke's incredulous expression. Kain couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt in her heart. What should she do now? She had accidentally let something slip. Should she honestly tell Shimon that it wasn't Uchiha Madara who killed his whole family, but rather his loyal disciple Obito? Not to mention the consequences of such a confession. Just the thought of betraying Obito filled Kain with guilt and inner turmoil. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru observed the girl's anxious demeanor, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sigh, well, since you want to know the truth so badly, I'll tell you. Kanon let out a soft sigh, raising her head to gaze at Minato Namikaze, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The one who harmed your entire family and instigated the Nine Tails turmoil is none other than Uchiha Obito, your former good disciple. As soon as Hanen's words fell, Minato's pupils instantly widened, shock evident on his face. It was actually done by Obito? No, how could this be possible? Minato looked up at the girl in disbelief, his voice filled with confusion and pain. The truth is as it is. If you don't believe it, you can uncover Obito's mask. The flying thunder god mark you left on him is the best proof. Kanon sighed again, her gaze complex as she looked at Minato. Is it really like this? In Minato's mind, countless fragments seemed to flash by, and his mood became unusually complicated. He understood Obito's character quite well as a teacher. He seemed carefree, gentle, and cheerful on the surface, but deep down, he was more sensitive and fragile than anyone else. Once he lost the most important thing, he would probably go to extremes. However, what Minato never expected was that Obito would actually do something so extreme. I need to talk to him. Minato's voice sounded particularly heavy. But before that, let me take you back to Konoha first. Okay, Hanyo nodded obediently. Soon, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to place Hanyo in Uchiha Itachi's home before disappearing without a trace. I wonder if Tobi will be angry when he sees Minato coming to find him later. In Konoha's mind, the scene of the two people about to meet surfaced, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. I hope Obito won't complain about me, sigh. Cannon looked up at the door and gently pressed the doorbell. The door opened with a click. Cannon, where have you been today? It was Uchiha Itachi who opened the door, looking at the girl with a surprised expression. I want to do something important. Kagani faced Itachi Uchiha, speaking a bit hesitantly. Thank you all for your gifts. The author is very grateful here. Also, everyone, please give a nudge for updates. This is very important to me. Seeking gifts. I can't afford to eat again. Chapter 189. Don't touch my head. Big matter? What big matter are you talking about? Itachi looked at his cute little wife, wanting to laugh but holding it back. Anyway, it's a big matter, just don't ask. Kagani tiptoed and covered Itachi's mouth. Unexpectedly, her hand was gently bitten by Itachi. Oh, what are you doing? Huayin glared at you in anger. You tilted his head, looking at Huayin with a face full of affection. Your hand is too soft. Can I take a bite? You. Kagamine's face turned red, and her speech became hesitant. Weasel curiously leaned down and pointed at his own face. What's wrong with me? Forget it, it's nothing. Hannah's hands flailed in a panic as she turned her head to look into the distance, her face unconsciously flushing. Yao gently extended his finger and tapped Hannah's forehead lightly. You, come on, where are you really going? I'm not going anywhere, just wandering around. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands, where a noticeable bump had appeared. She looked at Itachi with a grievance. Itachi smiled slightly at the girl in front of him, picked up a gentleman's hat from the table beside him, and said, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I still have some clan matters to attend to. Hannah looked at Itachi and, after hesitating for a moment, said, I'll go with you. Itachi smiled and replied, Sure, let's go. The sunlight poured down on the two of them, and their shadows gradually lengthened. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the treetops swayed lightly, creating a warm atmosphere. The boy and girl walked side by side, their steps in sync. Don't you have anything you want to talk about? Itachi asked as he walked down the road, holding a stack of documents tightly in his hand, turning to look at Hannah with curiosity in his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be dealing with work? It might not be good for me to chat with you. The conversation was not finished, and there was some hesitation. Well, what you said makes sense, but we can still chat for a bit. Itachi thought for a moment while stroking his chin and replied softly. All right, Itachi-kun, what mission are you on? Cannon looked at Itachi with a curious expression. Is it just dealing with some internal family conflicts? That's it. Yes, Itachi nodded. That sounds pretty easy, Cannon said lightly. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's easy, but most of the time it's quite exhausting, Itachi said with a hint of a bitter smile. In what situations is it easier? Cannon looked curiously at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then opened them. Usually, it's when the clan members are quiet, but many people lack the capacity. Itachi shook his head. I see. Cannon heard Itachi Uchiha's words and fell silent for a moment, her eyes downcast. Soon, Itachi, who was walking at the front, came to a sudden stop. Due to his abrupt halt, Cannon accidentally bumped into him. Why did you stop so suddenly? Kagami covered her forehead and looked at Itachi with a hint of grievance. We've arrived just ahead. Itachi let out a soft sigh. Kagani followed Itachi's gaze and looked into the distance, where a small house stood alone at the foot of the mountain. It's strange. Hasn't the Uchiha clan already completely eradicated poverty? Hannah muttered to herself curiously. That's right. That's why it feels strange. The commission comes from here. Itachi moved forward slowly, with Hannah following closely behind. Knock, knock, knock. Itachi reached out and gently tapped the door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly man bending over as he opened his eyes. Isn't that the young clan leader? The one who opened the door was Elder Shauna. Elder Shauna, how come it's you? Itachi looked at the elderly man, his pupils slightly constricting. At this moment, Hannah, standing next to Itachi, also showed a look of surprise as she gazed at the old man. The old man has no descendants and just wants to live here in peace. Shauna snorted coldly, then turned to look at Hannah, who was standing beside Itachi. His thoughts paused, and his eyes suddenly brightened. You're the little girl Hannah, right? Shauna asked excitedly. Yes, it's me. What's the matter, Elder Shauna? Do you need something from me? Huayin pointed at herself with curiosity and looked at the old man. After all these years, why are you still so tall? Shauna let out a light sigh, carrying a hint of teasing. Hearing the old man's teasing, Huayin couldn't help but clench her fists. Forget it. Let be destroyed. Everyone is making fun of her height. After an afternoon, the matter was quickly resolved. It turned out that Elder Shauna, at such an old age, still lived alone in a remote corner. Some people in the clan were worried and reported this to the security department. Meichin, wanting to train Itachi, assigned this task to him. The outcome was relatively smooth. After some persuasion from Huayin, Elder Shauna finally agreed to move to the center of the clan. A hint of fish belly white in the sky was gradually fading, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the young boys and girls walking ahead. Their shadows grew shorter and shorter. How about it, Itachi-kun? Am I impressive? Kain walked ahead of Uchiha Itachi with her hands behind her back, looking at the boy in front with a proud expression. Indeed very impressive. Itachi nodded and then reached out to gently stroke Kain's head. Hanyo lowered her head, allowing Itachi's hand to rest on her head, her cheeks slightly reddening. So this is what it feels like to be patted on the head. It feels quite nice. Itachi looked at the shy girl in front of him who had her eyes closed, and just as he was about to retract his hand, Hanyo opened her eyes and looked at him with a hint of confusion. Instinctively, Itachi placed his hand back on the girl's head. Kagami closed her eyes again, a shy expression on her face. Immediately after, Itachi's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, and he then moved his hand away. Kanon opened her eyes for the third time, a hint of disappointment flashing in her gaze. Itachi's hand was placed on her again, only to be lowered once more. The girl's emotions rose and fell like this. This scene looked quite amusing. Itachi's lips involuntarily curled up slightly. After a while, Kanon opened her eyes, her face full of anger as she reached out her hand to push away Itachi's touch. Then, Kanon took a few steps back, her face slightly flushed, and said, "You were clearly teasing me just now. I'm not a child." Itachi replied. Seeing Kanon like this, Itachi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Don't laugh, you jerk." Kagome pouted and shouted, "Why does your expression keep changing?" Itachi stopped in his tracks, allowing the girl to gently punch his chest with her small fist. "Really?" Hannah raised her head and was momentarily stunned. "Of course there is." The corners of Yao's mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly as he looked at Hannah with eyes full of affection. Kagami looked at Uchiha Itachi's expression and gradually fell silent. "Oh no, it seems like she has been played. Brothers, please be kind. Can you give a gift?" The author is currently struggling in life and can't even afford to eat. Hai is living in poverty every day, suffering from hunger and cold. I didn't eat anything in the morning and only had a few steamed buns for lunch, and now my head is still dizzy. Chapter 190, Eating Grilled Fish. Obito, I didn't expect you to be the masked man from before. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito, who was wearing a tiger-striped mask with a complicated expression. So what if it's me? Obito snorted coldly, his tone icy. Why did you do this? Minato's voice trembled slightly. Then let me ask you, Obito gritted his teeth, angrily staring at Minato. Why didn't you come to save us back then? If you had arrived a moment earlier that day, Rin might not have died. Where were you then? Obito's eyes widened in anger. Things were too sudden at that time. I had to handle matters on the front lines. I'm truly sorry. Minato's expression darkened, as if recalling something. Since then, I've been completely disappointed in the ninja world, and I've wanted to change it. Obito sighed lightly, looking at his teacher with a complicated gaze. So you want to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi? Minato looked up, staring intently at Obito. Yes, but that was my previous thought. Now, I just want to protect that girl. Obito shook his head. After realizing the gap in strength with Uchiha Madara, he had given up on that ridiculous plan. What good would launching the infinite Tsukuyomi do? Rin is gone, and nothing can be changed. I understand. Minato reached out and placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, his eyes filled with guilt. You don't have to forgive me. I've never forgiven myself. I can't turn back on this path anymore. Obito's gaze was cold. Then like a child, Obito confided in Minato about his tragic experiences along the way. Minato listened, nodding from time to time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Itachi-kun, what do you want to eat for lunch? Kagami leaned on the table and lazily asked, what do you want to eat? While washing the dishes, the ferret looked at the girl with a fond expression. I haven't decided yet. Kagami shook her head and murmured softly, how about we go eat grilled fish? Itachi suddenly suggested, looking at her gently. Sounds good, let's go with that. Hannah heard Itachi Uchiha's words, and her eyes lit up. Then let's set off. Huayin stood up and looked at Itachi, who was still washing the dishes. Not yet, Itachi shook his head. Why? Huayin asked curiously. I'm still washing the dishes. I'll go after I'm done. Itachi sighed softly. Oh, okay. Kagami nodded and then returned to her room. She opened the closet, looked out at the cold weather, and specially tied a scarf around her neck. Forget it. I'll bring one for Itachi too. Kanon took out a black scarf and said softly. The girl's gaze swept over the mirror by the table, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had been in this world for a while now, and she didn't expect to have changed so much. Itachi-kun, this black scarf is for you. Try it on and see how it looks. Kanon blushed and handed over a black scarf. This scarf was woven by her own hands not long ago. It looks pretty good. Itachi said as he wrapped the scarf around his neck and nodded after examining it closely. I'm glad you like it. Hannah smiled sweetly, her hands behind her back. Did you knit this scarf for me? Yao looked at Hannah curiously. Yes. Hannah gently nodded. Thank you very much, I really like it. Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Can we go out now? Hannah looked up, staring intently at Itachi. Let's go. Itachi took Hanane's hand. The two walked out of the house together. As soon as they pushed open the door, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, making Hannah shiver involuntarily. Are you cold? Itachi looked down, concerned as he watched Hannah. I'm okay, let's go, Hannah said, her teeth chattering as she glanced at Itachi. Itachi looked at his little wife's appearance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What should he say? Hannah looks really cute like this. I have to say, the weather in December is truly exceptionally cold. Looking at the originally lush green grass covered by a thin layer of ice crystals, and the flowing water by the roadside completely frozen by the harsh cold, the whole world seems to be wrapped in silver. Hannah, did you bring money? The voice of Itachi Uchiha interrupted Hannah's thoughts as she was immersed in the cold world. Huh? Kanon looked up in confusion, her gaze blank as she stared at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, and then her pupils suddenly constricted. Oh no! She had rushed out too quickly this time and had forgotten to bring money again. What should she do next? Forgot to bring it? Itachi looked at the little lowly in front of him, completely stunned, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with indulgence. I knew you would forget to bring it, but it's okay, I brought some. Itachi's lips curled into an extremely gentle smile. Then I'll treat you next time. Kagani blushed and said in a voice as tiny as a mosquito, This is the third time you've said this. Why, helpless? Covered his forehead and looked at Kagani with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Huh, really? Kanon extended her finger, placed it by her mouth, and murmured softly, showing a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, which was quite adorable. Did you forget? Itachi extended his finger and gently tapped Kanon's forehead with a teasing tone. That hurts. Enough, Itachi. I've told you several times not to tap my forehead like that. Kagami covered her slightly swollen forehead with both hands, staring at Itachi with a resentful expression, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Itachi looked at his little wife's sulky appearance and almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he still managed to restrain himself. All right, I won't tease you like this next time, he said, his eyes crescent-shaped, speaking gently with a tone full of indulgence and tolerance. Huayin turned her head away in dissatisfaction, throwing a charming back at Itachi. At a glance, Itachi's demeanor suggested he had no good intentions, which was Huayin's thought. Soon, the two naturally arrived at the grilled fish restaurant. This grilled fish restaurant wasn't very spacious. Its scale was similar to some barbecue stalls from her past life, which made Huayin wonder why Itachi had chosen to bring her to this place. Boss, we'll have 4 skewers of grilled fish, Itachi said calmly as he walked up to the counter. All right, esteemed guests, please wait a moment, the restaurant owner, a middle-aged man, replied, wiping the sweat off his forehead while fanning himself with his right hand. At that moment, the skewers on the wooden rack were sizzling, and the fish on the charcoal was being grilled to a golden crisp. The owner skillfully sprinkled pepper and salt, filling the air with a rich aroma. The intense fragrance wafted over, making Huayin unable to resist swallowing her saliva, secretly looking forward to the delicious taste she was about to savor. Before long, the middle-aged man came over with a tray, on which 4 grilled fish carefully wrapped in aluminum foil were neatly arranged. They're ready, please enjoy, the owner said with a smile, his tone full of warmth and sincerity. Feeling hungry, just got back from the electronics factory, and my head is still a bit fuzzy. Chapter 191, Kakashi, has Sasuke learned bad habits from you? How is it? Does it taste all right? Itachi asked as he tasted the grilled fish, his gaze shifting to Huayin. The girl held the grilled fish with both hands, and after finishing, she still licked her fingers, feeling unsatisfied. Not bad, Hanyo answered with a hint of tsundere, her eyes secretly glancing at the grilled fish in Itachi Uchiha's hand that he hadn't finished eating. Itachi gently shook the grilled fish in his hand. Itachi-kun, I'm already full. Hanyo noticed Itachi's actions, her cheeks slightly flushed. I see, then let's go. Itachi placed the unfinished grilled fish on the aluminum foil. Sigh, are we just leaving like this? Kagani looked at the remaining grilled fish on the aluminum foil and unconsciously swallowed. But what about it? Aren't you already full? Itachi tilted his head, pretending to look confused at Kagani. Forget it, let's go. Huayin lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Just kidding, boss. Bring me 4 more skewers of grilled fish. You smiled and shook your head, then turned to the boss who was grilling. All right. The middle-aged boss replied, and then took out 4 pieces of grilled fish from the refrigerator, placing them on the grill. Kagami looked up in surprise at Itachi. She originally thought that Itachi hadn't brought enough money. What's wrong? Itachi smiled gently. It's nothing. Kagome shook her head, a warm current rising in her heart. It seems that Itachi still cares about her. However, staring at the piece of grilled fish on the aluminum foil that hasn't been finished yet, Kagami swallowed hard, feeling frustrated. You eat it. I'm already full, she said as Wai handed it over. Huayin's eyes lit up, and she nodded happily, as if she had received some precious gift. You looked at Huayin's expression, somewhat surprised, feeling a bit embarrassed. His wife seemed overly naive. That was just a piece of grilled fish. There was no need for that. You wanted to say something, but hesitated, looking at Huayin, your heart also unconsciously racing. Kagami looks very cute, no matter how you see it. Well, the 4 skewers of grilled fish are ready. The middle-aged boss gently placed the tray on the table. Itachi nodded calmly. After the middle-aged boss left, Itachi turned his head and gently directed his gaze towards Kagami. Watching the girl in front of him eat the grilled fish with delight like a little squirrel, Itachi couldn't help but show a slight smile. This kind of life looks really nice. It's just that he doesn't know if it can continue like this in the future. If possible, Itachi sincerely hopes that the Otsutsuki clan will not invade the ninja world. The meal was quickly finished. The two walked side by side on the street. What do you plan to do next? Itachi, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Kagami curiously. Just wandering around. Kagami smiled sweetly, looking at Uchiha Itachi with full of energy. Itachi stretched out his hand, signaling to Kagami. What is it? Kanon looked at Uchiha's outstretched hand and asked in confusion. Hold hands? Itachi smiled gently and said, All right, since you just treated me to grilled fish, I'll reluctantly hold your hand just this once. But don't get me wrong, I'm only doing it because I don't want you to feel sad. Hanyo said with its sundera tone. All right, then thank you. Itachi held Hanyo's small hand tightly. I have to say, Kanon's hands are really delicate. Itachi couldn't help but hold them a little longer. Idiot, what are you doing? There are people watching. Kanon shot a glare at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Due to the cold weather, there were still few pedestrians on the street. Soon, the two of them, hand in hand, spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Kakashi? Kagami turned her head to glance at Itachi Uchiha. Let's go greet him. Itachi smiled slightly. Okay. Hanyo gently pulled her hand away from Itachi's, her tone slightly tsundere. After all, being seen by someone familiar made her a bit shy. Kakashi, what are you doing? At that moment, Kakashi was loitering at the entrance of the bookstore, looking around. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, he couldn't help but shiver. It's Hanyo. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone a bit stiff. After all, he had just been planning to buy a copy of Intimate Paradise. Kakashi, are you standing here by a book? Hanyo looked at Kakashi in confusion. Yes. I do have that intention, Kakashi said, his face flustered. It can't be that you're planning to buy something inappropriate, right? Hana's gaze was fixed on Kakashi, filled with doubt. Kakashi waved his hands in a panic. No, Hana, you misunderstood. How could I be that kind of person? Before he could finish speaking, Kakashi caught a glimpse of Sasuke walking out of the bookstore, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise. Kakashi-senpai, is this the book you wanted me to buy? Sasuke looked up and was immediately stunned. Hana, brother, what are you two doing here? Sasuke, you might want to avoid reading that book, Itachi said, his lips twitching slightly as he turned his gaze to the flustered Kakashi. Ahem, Hana, let me explain. I didn't lead Sasuke astray. Kakashi hurriedly defended himself. Is that so? Hanin squinted her eyes slightly, and a faint aura of killing intent emanated from her. Kakashi couldn't help but shiver, his face showing a look of fear. Immediately, Kakashi hurriedly explained the situation to the bewildered Sasuke next to him, appearing somewhat anxious. Even Sasuke, who was usually slow on the uptake, understood Kakashi's meaning. Ahem, Hanane's sister. I bought this book voluntarily. It has nothing to do with Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke said awkwardly, clearing his throat. Then this book, I will confiscate it. Kanon seriously snatched the book from Sasuke's hands. Sasuke immediately became curious about what the book contained. Kakashi-senpai sighed. Itachi looked at the dejected Kakashi and let out a sigh. Itachi, I used to take care of you too. Could you please? Kakashi joined his hands together, looking at Itachi with a pleading expression. You know that book, Intimate Paradise, is out of print. If I lose this one, who knows how long it will take to find another. Besides, Jiraiya isn't in Konoha lately. I'll try to see if I can help you get it back. By the way, are you interested in visiting the Uchiha clan? Itachi shook his head, then thought of something and curiously looked at Kakashi. Is something wrong? Kakashi's expression suddenly became serious. Not really. Well then, it's just in time for a meal. Kakashi shrugged, his lazy eyes making him seem particularly relaxed. I'm finding it awkward to write this. And I don't know how to continue. I hope there will be a spark of inspiration for love. Thank you very much to those who have read this far. Chapter 192. Shall we all have a meal together? Itachi and Kakashi walked at the forefront. Kanon stood behind, whispering to Sasuke. Sasuke, you mustn't be fooled by that guy Kakashi, Henin bent down and whispered softly in Sasuke's ear. Sasuke felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his face flushed, listening attentively to Hanane's words. The four of them continued on their way and finally returned to the Uchiha clan. It's been a while since I've been to the Uchiha clan, and the changes here are really significant, Kakashi said in surprise as he looked around. Indeed, there have been great changes. Itachi quietly agreed, his face calm. Henin, Sasuke, what do you want to eat tonight? Itachi suddenly turned around and asked the two curiously. Anything is fine, Sasuke replied casually. I'm okay with anything. As long as Itachi-kun makes it, I love to eat it. Hina smiled sweetly. Seeing the girl evaluate him like this, a warm current surged in Itachi's heart. Not bad, his wife has high emotional intelligence. Kakashi, who was watching the exchange between the two, felt like he was force-fed dog food. He glared at Itachi, wishing he could eliminate this guy immediately. Kakashi, it seems you still don't have a partner, do you? Itachi curiously asked, looking at Kakashi, who was radiating killing intent. Yeah, so what? Kakashi sighed lightly, feeling a bit helpless. It's nothing, but Kakashi-senpai, you're not getting any younger. Itachi looked at Kakashi, wanting to say something but hesitating. Stop. Let's not talk about this topic. Kakashi hurriedly waved his hand to stop it. Kakashi took a deep breath, signaling that he needed to calm down, and his gaze fell on Itachi. For some reason, he felt that Itachi had a bit of a punchable face, which he had never felt before. Forget it. Maybe it's just an illusion. Itachi, you and Hana probably haven't. Kakashi suddenly leaned closer to the calm Itachi, simultaneously glancing at Hana, who was chatting with Sasuke, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Itachi looked at Kakashi, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He didn't quite understand Kakashi's meaning at that moment. What do you mean, Haven? Aren't Hana and I doing just fine now? Cough cough. Itachi, it seems you still don't understand what I mean, Kakashi said, looking at Itachi's bewildered expression and sighing lightly, pretending to be profound. What are you trying to say? Itachi frowned, unconsciously clenching his fist. Sigh. Take a look at this book. It might help enhance the relationship between you and Hana. Trust me. Kakashi pulled out a book without a cover from his pocket and secretly stuffed it into Itachi's arms, then patted his shoulder. Itachi received the book with some skepticism, while subtly glancing at Hana, who was still chatting and laughing behind him. This book is legitimate, right? Itachi asked Kakashi seriously. Cough cough, of course it's legitimate. Kakashi awkwardly coughed a few times. Seeing Kakashi like this, Itachi became even more curious about the contents of the book. But then he thought, since this was a gift from Kakashi, it seemed a bit impolite to open it in front of him. I'll read it tonight when I get back to my room. All right then. Thank you. I still need to go to the market to buy groceries, so you can head back with Hana, Itachi said softly. Okay. Kakashi, with a mischievous smile, patted Itachi's shoulder, then turned to walk towards Hana. Itachi watched Kakashi's not-so-serious demeanor and sighed lightly. No matter how you look at it, Kakashi was once his captain, but he really did seem a bit punchable now. Whatever. Don't think too much about it. Just go buy groceries. Itachi shook his head and then used the flying thunder god technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. Kakashi-senpai, where's Itachi-kun? Hana looked at Kakashi, who was walking over, and curiously asked, you want to buy groceries? Let's go home first. Kakashi looked gently at the girl and shrugged lightly. All right. Henin took Sasuke's hand. In just a few months, Henin had grown a head taller than Sasuke. Standing side by side, they now resembled siblings. Unlike before, when Sasuke was always a head taller than Henin. Ahem, Henin, as someone who has been through this, I feel it's necessary to remind you two young people. Kakashi gave a meaningful glance at the cute Henin and awkwardly coughed. What did you say? Kanon looked at Kakashi with a confused expression. It's nothing, you're still young. Don't do anything that could cost someone's life, Kakashi said with a mischievous smile, then instinctively took a step back. Kanon initially did not understand the meaning, but soon. Her cheeks flushed red, quickly spreading to her entire body. Kakashi-senpai, please stop with such jokes. Kagani took a deep breath and looked up at Kakashi, her face flushed. Sorry. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his eyes turning crescent-shaped. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a mansion. Ding dong. Huayin gently pressed the doorbell. The door opened with a click, revealing a sliding door, and Obito stood beside it. "Oh, little one, you're back?" Obito raised an eyebrow at Huayin. "Obito, what are you doing here too?" Kanon asked in surprise. "Well, I've already forgiven Obito." Minato scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Watching this scene, Kanon almost couldn't help but laugh. Is this what a normal life looks like? Whatever. The world is already chaotic enough. What does it have to do with me? Sister Kanon, why are you only just back? At that moment, Naruto, sitting on the sofa, stood up and walked over, complaining a bit. I didn't pay much attention to the time. Hana looked at the clock in the living room and replied apologetically. Since they were here, there wasn't anything urgent. Naruto gently pushed aside Sasuke's hand that was holding Hana's and smiled brightly. At the back of the line, Sasuke's hand was pushed away, and his expression instantly darkened as he glared at Naruto with dissatisfaction. Seeing the two of them on the verge of getting physical, Kagome frowned slightly. Just like in the original work, Naruto and Sasuke still looked this way. It seems that Naruto and Sasuke have a good relationship. Minato looked at the two and smiled as he said, "Me and him?" The two pointed at each other simultaneously, looking disdainful. "All right, stop arguing and sit down. I still have to cook." Minato suddenly thought of something and hurried to the kitchen. "Minato-sensei, Itachi is still buying groceries. It's a bit early to cook now, isn't it?" Kakashi watched Minato rush around, his mouth twitching slightly. "Oh, it does seem that way." Minato stopped in his tracks and nodded, as if waking from a dream. "I feel like I can't write anymore, so I'll just go with the flow and eat. Please, everyone, give me some motivation. This is very important for the author. Thank you all. By the way, the results of the book review are out. Everyone take a look at this cover, chapter 193. When are you two getting married?" Looking at Minato's natural and silly expression, Kagome couldn't help but find it a bit funny. After a while, the doorbell rang. "I'll go open the door." Kane glanced at the people in the living room, quickly stood up, and jogged to the front door. With a click, Kagane gently pushed the door open and saw Itachi standing outside with 2 bags. "Itachi, why did you just come back?" Kanon complained, slightly dissatisfied. Sorry, there are too many people at the market. Is everyone here?" Itachi turned his head to look at the people in the living room, and his expression froze for a moment. "Who are you?" He noticed a stranger's face, and a sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Obito was silent for a moment, then took a mask out from his pocket and put it on. "You're the masked man from before?" Itachi asked in surprise. "Yes," Obito nodded. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Kakashi quickly stood up and pushed Itachi's shoulder. Saying ahem, "Itachi, let's go cook first. We can talk about some things at the dinner table later." Itachi nodded with a complex expression and walked towards the kitchen. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Obito. After all, this masked guy had killed 2 of his companions. In the kitchen, Itachi was peeling potatoes and curiously asked, "Kakashi-senpai, is that guy your former companion?" "Ah, yes, he is a very important companion of mine," Kakashi replied with a complex expression. He had just talked with Obito and Minato for a long time before gradually accepting Obito. However, he didn't know how Itachi would view Obito. He hoped Itachi wouldn't dislike Obito. That was Kakashi's thought. "Are you okay?" Kakashi looked at the silent Itachi and asked with concern. I'm fine," Itachi smiled slightly, shook his head gently, but his eyes were unusually calm. Kakashi took all of this in. "Sure enough, you still care about the 2 former companions, don't you? By the way, what do you plan to cook next?" Kakashi looked at Itachi curiously. "Cooking what that guy likes to eat," Itachi replied calmly, but his eyes couldn't hide his joy. The guy Itachi mentioned should be canon. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, clearly feeling he had been fed some dog food again. "What do you two plan to get married?" Kakashi sighed lightly, suppressing his discomfort, and curiously examined Itachi. "I haven't thought about it yet." Itachi recalled the future, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Oh, are you shy?" Kakashi looked at Itachi's restless demeanor and smirked. Itachi glanced helplessly at the unserious Kakashi and continued cutting the potatoes. "Did you read that book I gave you?" Kakashi leaned in, his tone teasing. "Not yet. Didn't you say it was very serious?" Itachi replied as he put the shredded potatoes into the pot. "I see. Then you must read it tonight," Kakashi said, his tone slightly disappointed, but he quickly perked up again. "What is it about?" Itachi heated some oil in the pot, his brow furrowed. "Ahem, it's great content." Kakashi awkwardly coughed a few times. "Okay, I will read it tonight." Itachi nodded as he stir-fried the vegetables in the pot. "Then you continue to be busy. I will go back to the living room." Kakashi waved to Itachi, opened the kitchen door, and walked out. Itachi watched Kakashi's back and sighed softly. He clearly remembered Kakashi's words. Marrying Kanon? Just thinking about that scene made Itachi a bit of a headache. However, this headache was not due to disliking Kanon, but rather because it felt a bit cumbersome. More importantly, he felt at a loss, not knowing what Kanon would think at that time. In the living room, Kanon looked at the conversation between Watergate and Obito, her expression filled with helplessness. After all, with Itachi gone, who else could she confide in? Sister Kanon, what are you thinking about? Sasuke's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Oh, just thinking about some things, she replied. Kanon turned her head and looked at Sasuke, who was a head shorter than her, and then reached out to pat his head. Although Sasuke was somewhat reluctant, he soon accepted this display of affection. Afterwards, Sasuke quietly turned his head to glance at Naruto, who was sitting at the other end, and raised an eyebrow at him as if to show off. Look, Sister Kanon is patting my head, not yours. Seeing Sasuke's provocative demeanor, Naruto was seething with anger, wishing he could rush over and beat him up right away. But the timing was not right, as Kanon was still present. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Kanon. At that moment, although Huayin was touching Sasuke's head, her heart gradually drifted elsewhere. She was completely unaware that Naruto had come to her side. Huayin, Naruto's aggrieved voice rang out. Hana's voice was like a dream waking up, and she was momentarily stunned. What's wrong, Naruto? Kagami stood up and patted Naruto's head. Only then did Naruto feel a bit better, and he raised an eyebrow at Sasuke. Sasuke instantly gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly flickering with flames. Dinner was ready. Itachi carried the dishes with both hands and placed them on the dining table. Before long, the table was filled with colorful and fragrant dishes. It looked really good. Minato smiled brightly. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, go ahead and eat. Huayin glanced at the two people who were at odds with each other and said gently, all right. The two replied in unison and then nodded. Upon seeing this, Huayin broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. She wasn't sure why, but whenever these two little ones looked at her, their gazes always carried a hint of something strange. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Hanyo shook her head, clearing the distractions from her mind. By the way, Obito, where's Konan? Didn't she come with you? Kagami sat down and curiously asked Obito. She's still in the Rain Village now and might still be worried about Nagato. Obito answered vaguely while eating. I see. Kanon's eyelids drooped slightly. She still felt guilty about Nagato. What's wrong? Itachi asked with concern, seeing the girl bow her head in silence. I'm fine, Obito. How is it on Madara's side? Kagome shook her head in response to Itachi Uchiha, then looked at Obito with a complicated expression. Madara has agreed to our plan and now intends to assist me. But I'm not sure about the 5 Kage's side. Obito replied softly while picking up the meat from the dish with his chopsticks. I see. Kanon sighed lightly again, picking up the shredded potatoes with chopsticks. What are you two talking about? Kakashi looked confused, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. It's just some everyday, trivial matters. Kanon was picking at her food and mumbled, is this called daily trivial matters? The corners of Minato's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to have caught some shocking information just now. Obito, Madara, either of these two words was enough to leave one stunned. Thank you very much for everyone's gifts. I'm currently transcribing your D. Although it's a bit much, I will definitely work hard to finish copying it. Seeking power for love. Also, please urge for updates. I am extremely grateful that everyone can read this. The author is very thankful. Chapter 194. The young clan leader's wife is right. Ahem. Is this topic a bit heavy? Minato awkwardly cleared his throat, his gaze shifting back and forth between Obito and Kanon. Is it okay? Kanon looked at Minato and answered blankly. Has Uchiha Madara already collaborated with you? Itachi looked at Kanon with concern. Yes, as long as we deal with the Otsutsuki clan. There will be no problem, Kanon smiled sweetly. But relying solely on us, I'm afraid we can't handle those Otsutsuki, Itachi frowned slightly. So, we can only take it one step at a time. Kanon sighed lightly, her brows furrowed tightly. It seems that this is the only way for now, Minato nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, the strength of the ninja alliance alone was not enough to confront them. That's right, but I will have Orochimaru use Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage. Kanon nodded. Sensing the tense atmosphere at the table, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both looking confused. What are they talking about? Naruto asked. Not sure. Sasuke shook his head. A month passed. The gradually cooling weather began to warm up. The weather is really unpredictable. Kanon looked out at the sunlight and sighed. Isn't it so? The weather in the ninja world has always been like this. Itachi gently rubbed Kanon's back and said softly, it seems so. Hana's sweet smile turned as she looked at the considerate boy. A warm current surged in her heart. It had been 10 years since she came to this ninja world, and she used to live in constant fear, always on guard against Uchiha Itachi. However, the outcome today was beyond her expectations. This made her feel a bit awkward. Itachi-kun, I want to ask you a question, Kagun suddenly said. Itachi paused slightly in his motion of patting her back and asked, What would you do if one day I disappeared? As soon as Huayin finished speaking, she felt a heavy force on her head. It hurt so much. Why did you suddenly hit me? Huayin covered her head, looking at Itachi with teary eyes. Don't ask such questions anymore. Itachi's expression was serious as he reached out again to lightly tap Huayin's head. That hurts. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. Is that all right? Hana had no choice but to compromise with Itachi. She had just acted on a whim, asking that question out of curiosity, not expecting Itachi to react so strongly. However, Itachi's attitude surprised Hana a bit. After all, he usually appeared so composed and quiet. This time, though, his behavior seemed somewhat unusual. In any case, such jokes should not be made, Itachi said heavily, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness, as if looking at a mischievous child. All right, I won't make such jokes again next time. Kanon quickly nodded in agreement. Really, that guy Itachi has no sense of restraint. This time it hurts a lot. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sound suddenly rang out. Young clan leader, are you there? Uncle Tetsua's voice came from outside. Yes, I'm here. Itachi looked at Kanon in front of him, sighed softly, and then turned to walk towards the door. Usually, clan affairs were mostly handled by Mikoto, but this time they sought out Uchiha Itachi, which was indeed strange. Kanon was curious and followed behind. Young clan leader, there are some tricky matters within the clan, and Lady Mikoto happens to be away from Uchiha, so we can only ask you to take charge of the situation, Itachi said earnestly, with a hint of helplessness. Is that so? Kanon, come with me. Itachi turned his head, his gaze landing on Kanon beside him, who was sweetly smiling at him. Itachi couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Okay. Kanon followed Itachi obediently, and the three of them quickly disappeared from the spot. Soon, they arrived at the clan's council hall, where many people had already gathered, and the atmosphere seemed quite serious. As Itachi stepped inside, everyone stood up and bowed. Itachi glanced around, frowning slightly. What exactly had happened? An elder stepped forward and narrated the recent troubles faced by the clan. It turned out that a drunk man had accused the Uchiha clan security department of being overly strict. Are you sure there was no abuse? Itachi asked, looking at the elder council with confusion. The elder council shook their heads in unison, hurriedly denying any abusive behavior, stating that everything was done according to the rules. I understand. Take me to see him first. Itachi nodded. Yes. The people followed Itachi's orders, and at that moment, Itachi's expression was as serious as Fugaku's. Kanon followed closely behind Itachi, and upon seeing this, no one dared to neglect her. After all, they had lived for more than half their lives. And even the most foolish could see that she was the young clan leader's wife. Who would dare to offend the young clan leader's wife? Wasn't that asking for trouble? The two followed the elder group to the Uchiha clan security department, and behind the security department was a large prison. Soon, the prison door was opened by the elder group, and the two saw the drunken man who was making a scene. The drunkard was in tattered clothes, with dark skin. He groggily opened his eyes, instinctively ignoring everyone, then turned to look at Kanon behind Itachi. Hey girl, you're quite pretty. Come give me a back rub, the drunkard slurred, followed by a silly laugh and a belch. Huayin furrowed her brows slightly and unconsciously took a step back. The elder council, seeing this, immediately frowned tightly. Before long, several of them angrily scolded. How dare you offend her? This is our young clan leader's wife. You truly have no discernment. Just look at your own behavior. You beast. Open your eyes and see. Do you have the guts to speak to Miss Huayin like that? 3 young Uchiha clan members rushed forward and started punching and kicking the drunkard. The other members of the elder council frowned, regretting in their hearts. This was a good opportunity to perform well in front of the young clan leader's wife, yet they failed to seize it. Just as everyone was lamenting, Itachi's voice rang out, Tiefa, Hakadai, you 3 did well, but don't hit the drunkard anymore. Let the Umbu handle it. Yes, compared to the young clan leader, we still have to work harder. Exactly. The young clan leader manages the family well and even married Miss Huayin. The 3 spoke humbly, their tone sincere, appearing eager to improve. Hannah listened to the 3 people's words, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently pinched Itachi's collar. Soon, a matter was quickly resolved. Along the way, several Uchiha clan members began to flatter Hannah with extravagant praise, making her feel somewhat elated. Itachi, however, appeared particularly calm, his gaze deep. He understood well that these clan members were flattering him merely to gain a larger share of his influence. Itachi felt a sense of disappointment towards these Uchiha clan members, believing they lacked any dignity. Meanwhile, Hannah remained completely unaware, not understanding why these people were praising her for no reason. Looking at his wife's innocent and naive demeanor, Itachi's gaze gradually became resolute. He secretly decided to remind Hana to be cautious about these things in the future. If possible, Itachi truly hoped that the innocent Hana would not get entangled in the clan's internal conflicts. I feel that this chapter is somewhat foolish, straying from the core of Naruto fanfiction, and seems a bit like ancient fantasy. Additionally, thank you very much for everyone's gifts. He had a good meal at noon. Chapter 195. Do you remember everything I said? Hana, do you remember everything I've told you? Itachi lightly tapped Hana's head, his tone heavy. Seriously, he thought, to say it properly, why do you always have to tap my head? Huayin covered the red mark on her head, wanting to cry, but having no tears. You looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Huayin frowned tightly. It's nothing. Just remembered a funny incident. You shrugged. What funny incident? There was a silly person who got hit on the head and still didn't know to fight back. You teased Huayin with a meaningful look. Oh, then this silly person is indeed quite foolish. Kanon pouted, then froze, looking up at the smirking Itachi. Her face slightly flushed. Itachi, you've changed. If you keep teasing me, you'll regret it. Henio tiptoed and lightly tapped Itachi's head with her fist. All right, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Itachi broke into a cold sweat and quickly waved his hand. For some reason, Itachi found it quite amusing to tease his wife. She looked a bit silly and was easily fooled. Did you remember everything I just said? Itachi sighed softly, looking at Hanyo with a complex expression. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, he knew that Hanyo would face many troubles as his wife, even getting caught up in family conflicts. Itachi didn't want her to bear those burdens. I remembered everything. Huayin saw that the weasel's expression was serious, and she stopped her playful antics, nodding obediently. Just remember that. The weasel nodded, reached out to gently stroke her head, looking very pleased. I understand everything you said. Am I really that foolish? Kagani pushed away Itachi's hand and complained unhappily. I didn't say you were stupid. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly. Oh, I didn't mean anything else. So, are you going to be busy with clan matters all day today? Kagami looked at Itachi complexly. I'm afraid so. Itachi sighed lightly, picked up his tea from the table, and took a sip. At this moment, the two were locked in a gaze, and a brief silence filled the air. What about you now? Henning looked up at Itachi Uchiha and asked curiously, Are you taking a day off today? Itachi replied casually, I'm taking a day off today. Upon hearing that Itachi Uchiha would be resting the whole day, Kanon's mood relaxed as well, and she gently patted her chest. Itachi observed all of Kanon's reactions. The weather outside was nice. Let's go for a walk. Itachi stood up and looked out at the bright sunshine. Sure, staying at home all day is driving me crazy. Kagani heard that they could go out, and her little tuft of hair immediately stood up. She got up and jogged over to Itachi's side. So, where are we going to have fun? Kanon reached out and tugged at Itachi's collar. Let's go to the commercial street in Konoha. Itachi shook his head, chuckling lightly, allowing the girl to pull at his collar. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Kagani shouted excitedly, shaking Itachi's arm nonstop. Itachi's gaze held 4 parts helplessness, 3 parts speechlessness, and 2.5 parts of indulgence. After the two of them dressed simply, they opened the door to their home. The sunlight from the high sky fell on the young boy and girl, their shadows stretching longer and longer. Before long, they arrived at Konoha village, reaching a dark alley. This flying thunder god technique is quite convenient for traveling, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't learn it. Kagani shouted excitedly, but her expression quickly dimmed. So, could you get off me? Itachi looked at the girl in his arms with a deadpan expression. Oh, Hana noticed that she was still lying in Itachi's arms, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Then, Itachi gently placed the girl on the ground. You don't need to learn the flying thunder god technique. I'll use it from now on. You just need to lean on my shoulder, Itachi said, looking at the somewhat disappointed girl and comforting her. All right then. Ko could tell that Itachi was comforting himself, and she immediately felt a warmth in her heart. What should I buy on the street next? Itachi took Ko's hand and walked ahead. The two of them emerged from the dark alley, their shadows gradually stretching longer, and before long, they appeared on the bustling streets. I don't know. Kagun shook her head, then glanced sideways at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi smiled back at her. Kagun immediately turned her head shyly. It's been so long. Why are you still so shy? Itachi teased. Kagani lowered her head even further upon hearing Uchiha, Itachi's words, wishing she could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in. The person in front looks a bit familiar. Itachi gazed at a sneaky figure in the distance and murmured to himself. That person seems to be Jiraiya-sensei. Huayin raised her head curiously upon hearing the words. She saw a person with long white hair, holding a telescope, with a slightly hunched back. No doubt about it. It must be Master Jiraiya. Hana suddenly released Itachi's hand and ran off into the distance. Itachi looked at Hana's reckless behavior and let out a soft sigh. How could a ninja charge in so directly? If you rush in like that, won't Jiraiya-sensei notice you right away? Itachi felt a bit uneasy about Hana, so he followed closely behind. Huayin pushed aside the distant green grass, only to find it empty inside. Strange, where did everyone go? Hana was stunned. By doing this, he must have already noticed you, and he probably ran away by now, Itachi teased from the side. TCH, it's not like I have no way to deal with it. Kain pursed her lips and then made a gesture. J-Hound. In no time, 2 wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her. The 2 wolves sniffed the air and then charged towards Jiraiya. Itachi, seeing Kain use this skill, was suddenly reminded of past events. During the CHNIN exam, Kanon defeated Kakashi using this trick. A quarter of an hour later, the two walked into a dark alley and found Kakashi and Jiraiya standing there, seemingly engaged in some kind of transaction. Ahem, sorry to interrupt you two. Itachi awkwardly coughed, interrupting their conversation. Ah, Itachi, Kanon, what are you two doing here? Kakashi said in surprise. Ah, Kanon-chan, long time no see. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head and turned to face them. Jiraiya-sensei, you're not selling those inappropriate books again, are you? Huayin frowned slightly and gave the two a serious glare. No, how could that be? The two quickly waved their hands to deny it. Really? Then let me check. Huayin walked closer to the two. The two handed over the books they had prepared earlier. Take a look, there shouldn't be any problem, right? It'll seem to be fine. Kagome flipped the pages of the book, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Since there are no issues, can we trade now? Jiraiya asked. Of course. Kanon nodded in agreement. Standing behind Kanon, Itachi looked at the two with a helpless expression. Although he knew the truth, he ultimately did not tell Kanon in the face of their pleading looks. In fact, upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to realize that Jiraiya had already prepared a few normal books in case the security department conducted a search. The truly valuable books were probably hidden in some corner. Itachi's gaze glanced towards the pipe at the corner, where there was a noticeably bulging black bag. Sigh, Kanon. Since they haven't done anything illegal, let's just leave for now. Okay. Teacher Jiraiya, Senior Kakashi, goodbye. Kagani turned around and waved goodbye to the two. And then bye-bye. The two broke out in a cold sweat as they watched Kagani and Itachi leave. Chapter 196. You want me to be the clan leader? A week passed, and everything remained the same, with no ripples. Itachi was busy with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, while Kagani was alone in the house, appearing exceptionally relaxed. What should I do next? Kagani rolled on the sofa, talking to herself. To be honest, after staying at home for a week, she was almost going stir-crazy. No matter what she did, she couldn't muster any energy. Maybe I should find something to do. A flash of inspiration crossed Huayin's mind, causing the tuft of hair on her head to perk up. Sigh, what can I do now? She shook her head, letting out a soft sigh, interrupting her inner thoughts. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. It's better to go find Itachi-kun. Kagani picked up the keys and walked out of the house. After confirming that the door was locked, she turned and left. The sun high in the sky cast warm rays of light, gently illuminating the girl's figure and slowly stretching her shadow. Before long, Kagani stepped into her room. The room was filled with all kinds of books, and before she even crossed the threshold, a rich fragrance of books wafted towards her. In the center of the room, the faint candlelight flickered. Yoru, what are you busy with at this moment? Kain looked at Itachi in front of her, holding a scroll with a furrowed brow, and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity, asking, Kain, how did you end up here? Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, showing a look of surprise on his face. What's wrong? Can't I come to see you? Kain stared intently at Uchiha Itachi in front of her, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's nothing, just a bit surprised, she said. Itachi gently shook his head, a hint of teasing in his tone. Why do you say that? Kain furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. It was surprising to see you out today, since you usually stay at home and rarely go out. You smiled and reached out to gently flick the girl's forehead with your finger. It hurt. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands and unconsciously took a step back. Then, she widened her watery eyes and looked at Itachi with a dissatisfied expression. Itachi, I've told you many times, can you please stop flicking my forehead like that? It really hurts. Kain's tone carried a hint of grievance. All right, I remember. Yao looked at his wife's resentful eyes. A trace of guilt surged in his heart. And then he nodded solemnly. Just then, an awkward cough suddenly came from his side. The two slowly turned their heads, only to see Elder Shana standing there, with a look of surprise on his face. Elder Shana, What brings you here? Kanon asked with confusion. There are some matters in the clan that require the attention of the young clan leader. Shauna hesitated for a moment, then took out a large stack of documents from her bosom, piled up like a small mountain. I understand. Please put these documents on my desk for now. I will review them carefully. Itachi nodded steadily, his expression somewhat resembling that of Fugaku Uchiha. After Shauna nodded in acknowledgement, her figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Itachi-kun, do you have to handle so many documents every day? Kanon stared at the mountain of documents piled on the table, her face displaying a look of astonishment. Yes. So I'm afraid I don't have much time to spend with you right now. I'm really sorry. Itachi shrugged, his tone filled with regret. It's fine. I'll just sit quietly next to you and won't disturb you at all. Kagun gently shook her head and said softly, Then don't speak for a while. The ferret looked at the girl affectionately and teased her. Huayin was about to speak, but suddenly remembered something and quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Seeing his wife's expression, you couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but still managed to suppress his laughter. Then, the young man lowered his head and continued to handle the documents. Kanon knelt beside him, resting her chin on her hands, seriously watching Itachi. She observed his profile and the determined look in his eyes as he held the pen. Kanon couldn't help but blush, and then instinctively turned her head away to avoid eye contact, swallowing hard. After an unknown amount of time, the air finally settled into silence. Kagani quietly watched Uchiha Itachi, her heart beating rhythmically. Gradually, Itachi's brows furrowed, clearly encountering a tricky problem. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? Kagani looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her and suddenly asked with concern. Hearing the girl's voice, Itachi's thoughts were interrupted, and he returned to reality like a bow with a broken string. We've encountered a tricky problem. Kagani, what do you think we should do? Itachi hesitated to speak, then handed the tightly held scroll to Kagani. Huayin took the scroll and looked at the contents. At first, her brows were tightly furrowed, but after a while, they gradually relaxed. It's very simple, Itachi. Simple? Itachi tilted his head, curiously looking at Huayin. Isn't this way of handling the matter just a solution? Kagun expressed her thoughts. Itachi was taken aback at first. Then he reacted, looking at Kagun with a face full of surprise. So that's how it is? Itachi looked at the lovely girl in front of him, unable to hide his excitement in his eyes. Huayin was held in the arms of you. Blinking her eyes, her face turning even redder. It was really embarrassing. However, Huayin still reluctantly accepted it. Well, what do you think we should do about this? You said while picking up a few documents from the table, looking at Huayin with curiosity. Maybe handling it this way would be better. Hanyo shyly lowered her head, responding to Itachi's inquiry. Listening to Hanyo's suggestions, Itachi's eyes gradually brightened. Many previously perplexing questions finally became clear at this moment. This feeling was akin to finding a way out of a predicament, like seeing light after navigating through dark willows. With Hanyo's assistance, Itachi's work efficiency improved significantly compared to when he was working alone. Have all these tasks been completed? Kagami looked at the neatly organized scrolls on the table and asked curiously. Yes, everything has been taken care of, Itachi nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling incredibly excited inside. Then, Itachi turned his head and looked at Kagami with a complex expression. Henin blinked at him, pretending to be completely unaware. Henin, I think it's more appropriate for you to take on the role of the Uchiha clan leader. Itachi looked seriously at the girl in front of him. He was now deeply realizing that his wife's ability and perspective in handling issues were indeed far superior to his own. Me as the clan leader? Kanon widened her eyes and looked at Itachi in confusion, then pointed at herself. Yes, your processing ability far exceeds mine. Itachi nodded solemnly. I really have no idea what to do. I can't even write the main storyline. Please no criticism. Ahem, shamelessly asking for a gift. It shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Requesting gifts, and if not, please support Hiei with a little love. One little act of love, just a dime. Not much, but the author can feel everyone's intentions. Chapter 197. As expected of Kanon. I can't do it. I can't be the clan leader. Kanon shook her head quickly upon hearing Itachi's words. The silly hair on her head also swayed with the vigorous shaking, as if echoing her movements. Itachi looked at the girl's adorable appearance and couldn't help but smile. You're much smarter than I am. I will bring these matters up with father and let him decide. Seeing that Kanon still wanted to make excuses, Itachi quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Woo-woo. Huayin danced with joy, as if wanting to say something, but was silenced by you, unable to make a sound. Let's go. The documents are all taken care of. We can go relax. You looked at Huayin's expression and shook his head again. Kanon wanted to speak, but Itachi took her hand and fell into silence. Forget it, with her silly personality. Fugaku would definitely not agree to her becoming the clan leader. After a while, Itachi used the Flying Thunder God technique and brought Kanon to the commercial street of Konoha. Itachi-kun, why are we here? Kanon looked at Itachi Uchiha with a bewildered expression. Can't we just take a walk? You don't want to? Itachi turned his head and curiously stared at Kanon. Well, that's not it. Hana paused for a moment in silence and shook her head. Then let's set off. Itachi took Hana's hand, a smile flickering in his eyes. All right. Huayin wanted to say something, but hesitated. On the road ahead, Huayin felt a bit confused. You looked at her with a gaze that was complicated and difficult to read. Kanon does not understand why Itachi is like this, but she does not want to think too much about it. Itachi-kun. Kagun gently shook Itachi's arm and curiously asked, why do you think I can become the clan leader? The topic went in circles and returned to the starting point. Why not? Itachi was even more puzzled. His wife was clearly very strong. So why was she being so cautious? Sigh, it's nothing. Kanon sighed helplessly, looking at Itachi with a face full of frustration. Forget it. Actually, the documents that Uchiha gave her were all just nonsense she made up. But she didn't expect that Itachi would misunderstand her meaning and slowly become more delusional. From beginning to end, Kanon was in a state of confusion, still unable to recover her senses. Itachi-kun, actually those words were just casual remarks I made. You misinterpreted them. This shows that your imagination is much richer than mine. Kanon looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of her and spoke as gently as possible. To put it bluntly, she knew nothing here, but was pointing things out randomly. Yet Itachi listened to her nonsensical words and gradually made sense of them. Then he completed the task within the clan. This feeling was quite interesting. But such an absurd thing actually happened to her. What on earth was going on? This wasn't a novel. Kanon, you are still too modest. Itachi looked at the girl's subtle expression, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Father, I finally understand your meaning. It turns out Kanon has long seen the bigger picture. So, do I really deserve her? Itachi looked at the girl in front of him, his fists clenched tightly. I must seem very foolish in your eyes, lacking any generosity. Well, Itachi-kun, if you really want to thank me, then please treat me to a meal. Kanon looked at the dejected Itachi Uchiha in front of her, feeling worried. She tiptoed and gently cupped his face with her hands. Okay then. Itachi's expression was complex as he nodded slightly. Afterwards, the boy and girl held hands and strolled along the commercial street of Konoha village. The sunlight fell on them, and their shadows gradually elongated among the crowd. It was still very lively here. Kanon looked around at the bustling shops and sighed. Yes, I finally understand the original intention of Lord First Generation in establishing the village. Itachi nodded in response, his eyes filled with affection for the girl. What do you think of Konoha? Kanon curiously asked Uchiha Itachi. A gentle breeze passed through the crowd, lightly tousling the girl's hair. Itachi gazed at the girl, fell silent for a moment, then looked up at the vast blue sky and white clouds. After a moment, he lowered his head to look at Kanon. I feel that Konoha is like a dense forest, where tall trees shield the saplings from the wind and rain, allowing them to grow strong under protection. Itachi slowly expressed his insights for many years. He had once been confused, searching for the meaning of life. But now he had found the motivation to live on. Looking at the girl's lovely face, Itachi's conviction grew even stronger. Is that so? Kanon was a bit surprised by Itachi's words. What Itachi said was not false. The will of fire inherited from the first Hokage was indeed like that. Where leaves dance, the traces of fire continue endlessly. However, Itachi, this alone is not enough. Your understanding still needs to deepen. Huayin shook her head gently and sighed. What does it mean? The weasel looked confused. Although tall trees can shelter young seedlings, they can also absorb their nutrients and even block their sunlight. Kagon looked up at Itachi, her words carrying deep meaning. So what do you think the scene would be like under the management of Father in Konoha? The floral sound gently caresses the chin, and the delicate brows furrow slightly, lost in thought. Overall, it's great, but there are also many shortcomings. Kagun shook her head thoughtfully. What other shortcomings are there? Why asked? It depends on your own insights, she replied. Kanon paused her words here. What she had just said was merely intentional, nothing more than showing off. How Itachi would understand it was uncertain. Since everyone liked to fill in the gaps themselves, I might as well go with the flow, revealing a bit of information for you to process, right? I don't know how long it has been, but Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. So that's how it is. I understand now. Itachi raised his head, looking at the girl with a complex gaze. He really wanted to know why Kanon knew so much. Knowing so much, she must have gone through a lot of pain as well. Itachi stared at Kanon, his eyes filled with compassion. As long as you understand. Huayin had a look of innocence, with her playful tuft of hair standing upright. Although she wanted to ask, what exactly do you understand? She knew that saying it would ruin the current atmosphere, so she chose to feign mystery and nodded slightly. Huayin, thank you for your reminder just now. I have urgent matters to discuss with my father, so I'll take my leave first. Yao used the flying thunder god technique and instantly vanished from the spot. Huh? Hannah looked in the direction where Itachi had disappeared, her cute face filled with confusion. Kagami, seeking to generate power for love. One generates power for love. Just a penny, not much, but many drops make a tower. Fun fact, you don't need to generate power for love. Just watching a 10-second ad is enough. Chapter 198. Enough, Watergate, I am Hokage. Are we just leaving like this? Kanon watched Uchiha Itachi's departing figure, murmuring in confusion. She had just said something casually, yet Itachi had conjured up something on his own. Days passed one after another, with the sun and moon taking turns in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly slipped by. The cold weather gradually warmed up, starting to have a bit of temperature. Huh, not bad. Sasuke, keep up this intensity. Kanon took out the handkerchief she carried with her and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze fixed on Sasuke, who was continuously swinging his sword. Is this the right strength? Sasuke gripped the long knife tightly and cleaved the wood in half with one stroke. Very good. Next, try chopping that stone. Kanon nodded and then pointed to the hard boulder in the corner. Am I supposed to chop this stone? Sasuke was taken aback, and the knife in his hand began to tremble slightly. Yeah, what's wrong? Can't you break it? Kagun tilted her head, looking at Sasuke with confusion. No, that's not it. Sasuke shook his head. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and smash this rock. Hannah sighed lightly. Just a month ago, Sasuke suddenly showed up at her door, saying he came to learn swordsmanship from her in order to defeat Kakashi. Huayin, feeling bored at home, decided to agree to Sasuke's request and teach him. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. The boy gripped the long sword tightly with both hands, staring at the giant rock, and took a deep breath. Then, he exerted force with both hands and swung the sword down. With a crack, several small cracks appeared on the giant rock, and soon a few small stones fell sporadically. However, the giant rock remained standing, completely unaffected by Sasuke's attack. Sister Huayin, this task is too difficult. Sasuke sighed lightly as he looked at the scene before him, then turned to Huayin with a puzzled expression. This is just the most basic training. If you can't even break this, then swordsmanship won't be of much use. Kain shrugged her shoulders and looked at Sasuke seriously. Well, I understand. Seeing this, Sasuke had no choice but to pull himself together. He continued to repeat the training from earlier. Kanon saw that his condition was stable, so she used a shadow clone to stay here and guard, while her main body went elsewhere. She also wanted to see Naruto and wondered how he was doing now. Soon, Kanon arrived at a bamboo forest. Huh? When did this bamboo forest appear behind the Uchiha clan's mountain? Kanon gazed at the scene before her, murmuring to herself. The tall and sturdy bamboo in the bamboo grove blocked the sunlight pouring down from above. Suddenly, a sound of fists cutting through the air came from a distance, accompanied by the heavy breathing of a young boy. Kagun looked over and saw Naruto repeatedly punching the wooden post. Naruto, are you still training hard here? Kanon walked closer, looking at Naruto, who was sweating profusely, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. Sister Kanon, what brings you here? Naruto, upon hearing the voice, felt a surge of joy and turned his head to see a sweet-looking girl smiling as she approached him. I was a bit worried about you. By the way, where's your father? Kanon looked around and didn't sense any chakra from the Watergate, so she curiously looked up at Naruto. Her father and Uncle Fugaku were busy handling affairs in the village of Konoha. Naruto sighed and looked at Kanon with a complicated expression. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kanon was taken aback. Strange, I can't believe Fugaku would do something like that, Kanon blurted out instinctively. What's so strange about it, Kanon-san? Naruto tilted his head, looking at Kanon with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, Naruto. You're still young, and there are some things you might not understand yet. Kagani crouched down and gently rubbed Naruto's hair. She knew well that in politics, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Uchiha Fugaku is currently the Hokage, while Minato has been revived and serves as an assistant to the Hokage. Over time, it is inevitable that villagers will call for Minato to become Hokage, and Fugaku to step down to an assistant position. I'll leave for a while. Naruto, you stay here and practice obediently. I'll be back soon. Kagami rubbed Naruto's hair again, and then instantly disappeared in Naruto's reluctant gaze. In the Hokage office, Minato, how do you think we should handle this matter? Fugaku handed over the document in his hand. Minato glanced at the scroll, his brow slightly furrowed. This is handled a bit hastily, and there are quite a few loopholes. Upon hearing this, Fugaku looked at Minato's sunny face, and his brow gradually relaxed. He thought to himself that his dear friend's management skills were indeed much stronger than his own. Perhaps it was time to pass the position to the younger generation. That way, he could have more time to accompany Sasuke, Itachi, and his wife. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Fugaku's thoughts. Kumin, Fugaku responded, but couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled by the sudden visitor. The door slowly opened. Kanon appeared at the door, glanced inside at Swayman and Fugaku, and softly called out, "Lord 4th Hokage, Lord 5th Hokage." Kanon originally thought she would see the two of them anxiously discussing important matters, possibly even arguing due to differing opinions. In her imagination, perhaps Fugaku would slam his hand on the table, and Shikamaru would glare at him with anger, quietly saying, "Fugaku, you'll regret this." "Enough, Shikamaru, I am the Hokage." However, all of this was just Kanon's fantasy. In reality, the office was calm, and there were no signs of any dispute between the two. "Kanon, is there something important that you need to discuss at this moment?" Fugaku sat steadily in his chair, looking at the girl in front of him with curiosity. "Oh well, I feel that my appearance right now might be a bit out of place." Kagani's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of cold sweat, and then she awkwardly spoke up. "What does this mean?" Mizukage looked at the girl's dazed expression and, with a confused look, asked again. "You guys wouldn't end up becoming characters like Haiden and Danzo, would you?" Kagani took a deep breath, her gaze shifting between the two, and with a hint of curiosity and anxiety, she asked. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze, falling into a moment of silence. After a long while, Faik awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if he understood the girl's insinuation. "Kagani, you can rest assured. We are not those kinds of people," Faik said firmly. "Oh, I see. Then I will take my leave first." Kain blushed, and after speaking softly, hurriedly disappeared from the spot. At that moment, her heart was filled with embarrassment and shyness. She really wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, or simply roll on the floor to ease her discomfort. "I really don't know how to write. My head is starting to hurt again. Everyone, make sure to dress warmly lately. Don't catch a cold. Anyway, Hai's already caught it, feeling unwell, dizzy all day, and still lying in bed now. Chapter 199. Are you going to make me go broke?" As soon as Hanin left the Hokage's office, she ran into Uchiha Itachi, who was on his way over. "Huh? Hanin, what are you doing here?" Itachi curiously examined the shy girl. "Ah, Itachi-kun." Kanon looked up in surprise at the young man. She never expected to run into Itachi Uchiha here. "Itachi-kun, I just came to talk to Uncle Fugaku about some matters, and now that I'm done, I'm getting ready to head back. What about you?" Kanon took a deep breath and shyly spoke. "Me?" Itachi pointed at himself and curiously looked back at Kanon. Seeing Itachi's gesture, Kagami frowned slightly, not knowing why she suddenly felt an urge to hit Itachi. "You idiot, of course I'm asking you." She said, "I'm here to report something to Lord Hokage." Itachi raised the scroll in his hand, not explicitly stating the content of the mission. Hina didn't delve into it. After all, it's a basic principle for ninjas to protect information, and they usually won't easily leak it while carrying out tasks. "So I'll wait for you here. Hurry up." Kanon glared at Itachi Uchiha and said angrily, "Fine, I'll be back soon." As soon as Itachi finished speaking, he disappeared from his spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the Hokage office, Itachi, "What brings you here?" Fugaku, busy handling documents, suddenly caught sight of his son. "Hokage-sama, I have some suggestions regarding the village management," Itachi said, half kneeling on the ground, his tone serious. "Get up first." Fugaku sighed lightly at the sight of his son. Itachi, you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique quite well." Minato's voice came from the side. Itachi then raised his head to look at the elegant Minato beside him. "Not at all. It's the 4th Hokage-sama's study of the Flying Thunder God technique that's the most impressive," Itachi humbly replied. "Ah, the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't invented by me," Minato said, scratching his head awkwardly while looking at Itachi. "Wasn't it invented by Lord Minato?" A flash of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes. This wasn't surprising for Itachi Uchiha, as many in the current ninja world mistakenly believe that Minato Namikaze was the inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique. If the second Hokage Tobirama Senju had witnessed this scene, he might have jumped out of his coffin and angrily shouted, "The Flying Thunder God technique was invented by me." But unfortunately, that was just a hypothetical. "I just learned the second Hokage's ninjutsu and made some improvements," Minato said, smiling cheerfully while touching his head. "I see." Itachi's expression suddenly became complex, as if he had thought of something, and then he fell into deep thought. "By the way, I have friends waiting. so I'll take my leave. Itachi politely gestured to Minato and Fugako before using the Flying Thunder God technique again to disappear from the spot. Fugako, is this your eldest son? He seems quite impressive, Minato remarked, sensing Itachi's departure. That kid, Sai, his intelligence has backfired on him, but fortunately he met Canon. Fugako shook his head, appearing somewhat reserved in his evaluation of his eldest son. Oh, Fugako, what do you mean by that? Minato asked, looking puzzled. Where should I start? Fugako fell into contemplation. Too slow. Why are you only coming out now? Canon complained to Itachi unhappily. She said she was delayed because she chatted with Uncle Minato for a while. Itachi looked at the adorable girl in front of him and said indulgently, So where do we plan to go next? Canon shook Itachi's arm and asked curiously, I'm listening to your arrangement. Itachi gently sighed and said, How about we go to the shopping street? Kagun suddenly thought of something, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Haven't we been there many times already? Itachi's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but his gaze was gently fixed on the girl. Whatever, let's go take a look again. All right, then hold on tight to me. I'll use the Flying Thunder God to take you away. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Silly, you just want to take advantage of me. Kagani looked at Itachi's calm expression and secretly murmured in her heart, but she didn't say much. The scene in her eyes began to change unpredictably, and soon, the young man and woman arrived at an open grassy field. All right, let's get down, Itachi said gently. Canon's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. The girl looked around, her eyes revealing surprise. When did a patch of grass appear here? Oh, Kanoha's been doing some greening lately. Look, even Yamato is over there busy, Itachi said, pointing with his finger to the distant, exhausted Yamato, teasing him. Henio followed the direction of Itachi's finger and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Itachi asked curiously. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt. Kain shook her head, looking at Yamato's tired appearance. A meme from her past life flashed in her mind. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, used wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato used wood release for greening. Compared to the two, Yamato seemed a bit useless. But in truth, this couldn't be blamed on Yamato. After all, it wasn't wood release itself that was powerful, but Senju Hashirama. It can be said that only Senju Hashirama brought wood release to its peak. Don't think too much about it. Let's go out and take a stroll first. Hana shook off these distractions and reached out to tightly hold Itachi's hand. Itachi held Hana's hand, and the two walked out of the grassy area and onto the bustling and vibrant street. Never mind, time really flies. Kagani walked on the bustling street and suddenly sighed. Yeah, you've grown quite a bit compared to 2 years ago. Itachi looked at Kagani and couldn't help but tease her. What Itachi said was indeed the truth. Hana has indeed grown much taller, transforming from the once delicate little lowly into a graceful young girl. Wai looked at Hana, whose height now reached her shoulders, and felt a moment of daze in her heart. Can you please stop saying those things? Hanayo grumbled in dissatisfaction, then lightly punched Itachi. This punch brought Itachi back to reality. Have you eaten lunch yet? Itachi asked. Not yet. Then I'll treat you. Saying this, Itachi took Hanayo's hand and led her to the barbecue restaurant. This was the same barbecue place as Soma often brought his students to. All right, then I'm going to eat you poor. Hana glared at Itachi and pretended to be fierce as she spoke. Seeing Hana's expression, Itachi couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you want to make me poor? He said with a smirk, continuing to tease her. Asking for gifts, just a little support for love would be great, and he is very grateful to everyone here. For love support, just watch a 10-second ad, but it can make you happy for a long time. Thank you. Chapter 200. Can you drink? Yes. Kagani looked at Uchiha Itachi's teasing smile and hurriedly nodded. Really? Itachi lightly raised his hand, gently touching Kagani's forehead, his eyes filled with tender amusement. Okay, that hurts. Huayin covered her forehead with both hands and took half a step back, then quickly came to her senses and glanced at Itachi with a resentful look. Ahem, let's go. Itachi, feeling uncomfortable under his wife's longing gaze, nodded slightly. The young couple held hands as the light of dawn gradually faded in the distance, and the moonlight slowly rose, casting a glow behind them. With a creak, Itachi pushed the door open. Are we here to eat? Huayin turned her head and looked at Itachi with confusion. Because the moon viewing here is just right, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Itachi lightly scratched Huayin's delicate nose. Annoying. Kagami's face turned slightly red as she turned her head, her bangs seeming to droop down, just like her emotions at that moment. What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? The server asked warmly as he noticed the young couple entering, the restaurant bustling with chatter and laughter, creating a warm atmosphere. Just bring out some dishes and reserve a private room, Itachi said softly, his face showing no expression. All right, please follow me upstairs, esteemed guests. The server bent slightly and gestured for them to follow him. Under his guidance, the two entered a private booth. The sound insulation here is quite good. The sound of flowers lightly tapping on the wall. The weasel looked at her affectionately. Looking around, the typical ancient-style decorations were present. One can only say that the technology in the ninja world has taken a wrong turn and developed in a somewhat unconventional direction. There are both barbecue restaurants and modern technologies like televisions and cinemas. Yet there are also these retro-style shops that clash with modern technology. The moon is so round tonight. Henin looked at the ever-smiling Itachi and found a topic to talk about. Yeah, that's why I booked a room. Itachi shook his head slightly. The two of them looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, gazing at the pure moonlight. Henin couldn't help but recall a line from a poem in her past life. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost on the ground. Although it was a bit childish, it was indeed a fact. After all, in her previous life, she rarely saw such a magnificent moon. Before long, the food was brought up to the second floor by the waiter. Then, the waiter carefully placed it on the table, turned to leave, and conveniently closed the door behind him. Itachi raised his wine glass, gently swirling it, the wine reflecting the high-hanging moon. Oh, Itachi-kun, when did you start drinking? Kanon looked surprised at this scene. In her memory, Itachi never drank alcohol. It only started recently. Itachi gently looked at the girl, and then drank it all in one go. Seeing Itachi's relaxed demeanor, Huayin's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. This is actually quite nice. At least unlike in the original work, the current Itachi appears easygoing and somewhat carefree. In the original, Itachi had endured too much suffering and was always silent. Now, this calmness mixed with a hint of nonchalance is something Huayin quite likes. Do you want to take a sip? Itachi poured wine in a Huayin's cup, his eyes holding a trace of teasing. All right, I'll give it a try. Kagani licked her lips, raised the cup on the table, and took a gentle sip of the wine. In an instant, she froze, followed by a frown. This wine is so bitter, ugh. Haha, just as I thought. You're still a child. You should just drink plain water, right? Itachi looked at his wife's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh. That's enough, Itachi-kun. Do you really think I'm a child? Kain shook her head, snorted, and although her expression seemed cold, the slight blush on her cheeks revealed a hint of adorableness. You hesitated to speak. At this moment, Kain had already started swaying her head, clearly a bit tipsy. How could she be drunk after just a few sips? Besides, she had only taken a small sip. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Yu's forehead, and he awkwardly said, How about this, Kain? Maybe you shouldn't drink anymore. No way, I have to show you my drinking capacity today. Kagami said ambiguously, then drank it all in one go. After a moment, Itachi-kun, why are you swaying? Huayin let out a hiccup and laughed foolishly. Weasel looked at Huayin with a helpless expression. How about it, Weasel, are you scared? Kain staggered and steadied herself, walking towards Itachi. Well, I really am scared, so be careful. Itachi looked at Kain's silly appearance with concern, then stood up and gently supported her with his arm. That's enough, Itachi, I'm not drunk. Kagami mumbled ambiguously. Okay, you sit down for a while. A thin bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead as he awkwardly replied, Hick, do you think I'm drunk? Hana took a sip of wine and, with Itachi's support, settled comfortably. I didn't say that. Itachi's words were interrupted as he suddenly felt a moist touch on his lips. By the time he realized what was happening, Hana had already nestled into his arms, her steady breathing audible. Is she asleep? Itachi gently pulled away, letting out a sigh. He looked affectionately at the sleeping girl and reached out to brush the stray hair from her forehead. This is going to be a bit tricky, he thought, glancing at the mess on the table, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to place Hana in his room. Returning to the tavern, Itachi quickly tidied up the aftermath. Some dishes had fallen to the ground, shattered into pieces. All of this happened because Hana, feeling the effects of the alcohol, had stumbled and knocked over all the plates. Itachi went downstairs to explain the situation to the waiter and offered compensation. All right, sir, I understand, the waiter said, taking the money and nodding. After confirming there were no issues, Itachi's figure vanished from spot. The door creaked open. Itachi looked at the girl, sleeping soundly on the bed, a drool still hanging at the corner of her mouth, with a helpless expression. He then gently covered her with a blanket, his gaze soft. The image of Hana's earlier playful antics flashed in his mind, causing his face to flush slightly. Silly girl. Sigh. I won't indulge you like this next time. Itachi shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, noticing the drool on his pillow. He glanced back at the sleeping girl 3 times before quietly closing the door. By the way, It seems Hannah hasn't done today as cleaning yet. Itachi suddenly remembered, then walked to the balcony to collect the dried clothes before re-entering Hannah's room. Huayin's room is relatively tidy overall, but the quilt is casually piled up, making it look a bit messy. Sigh, it really makes one worry. What will Huayin do if one day I'm not around? You softly sigh and start tidying up the girl's bed. I feel like this is too silly. Please give me gifts. The author's request isn't high. Everyone just needs to give a little love to keep going. He can't afford meals right now and urgently needs everyone's support. One act of love is worth a dime. Not much, but he can feel everyone's sincerity. Thank you all. Chapter 201. Xiaonan. Just thinking of coming to see me? In the morning, the sun hangs high, and its rays shine on the bed. Cannon sat up in bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked a bit disheveled. Strange, where is this? She glanced around, and suddenly a sharp pain struck her head. After a moment, she regained her composure and recalled the events of last night. Kagome's face instantly turned red. Last night, it seemed she had kissed Itachi. She couldn't imagine what kind of look Itachi would give her, and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The embarrassment made her feel utterly ashamed, and she couldn't bear to face Itachi. At that moment, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Huayin gently grasped the doorknob, cautiously sticking her head out to take a glance at Weasel. Good, he hadn't noticed her. Cannon quickly finished washing up, came down from the second floor, and walked into the living room. You're awake? I was just about to come wake you. Itachi saw her and smiled gently. Itachi-kun, about last night. Kagani looked at Itachi and shyly lowered her head. I still remember. Your alcohol tolerance is really poor. Itachi gently shook his head. Ugh. Kagani's eyes were slightly red as she turned her head away, no longer looking at Itachi. Kagani, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Itachi said anxiously as he walked over. I'm fine. I just feel too embarrassed. I hope you can forget about what happened last night. Huayin shook her head, her voice a bit stiff. Oh, is that so? Itachi sighed helplessly. Are you making breakfast? Huayin looked up and stammered as she asked Itachi. Ah, it's just finished. Come and give it a try. Itachi turned and walked into the kitchen, placing the dish on the table. It looks pretty good, but compared to mine, it's still a bit lacking. Kagun looked at the delicious meal, rubbing her cheeks. Itachi watched her, smiling helplessly without saying much. Then, as he watched the girl eat, his gaze gradually softened with affection. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? Kagani felt a bit uneasy while eating. Just imagine being stared at while having a meal. Who can eat comfortably? Itachi smiled and nodded to him. Soon, the dishes on the table were cleared away. How does it taste? Itachi raised an eyebrow and asked the girl. SOSO, Kagani replied with a haughty tone as she took out a napkin to wipe her mouth. I won't be home this afternoon. If you're hungry, you can go buy something to eat. Itachi suddenly thought of something, his expression slightly complicated. The money is in the drawer. Take whatever you need. Will you really be gone the whole afternoon? Kagani looked at Itachi, her expression instantly dimming, appearing somewhat disappointed. I was just not at home in the afternoon, but I'll be back in the evening. Itachi sighed lightly, trying to comfort her. Can I go with you? Kagome looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. The weasel thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I'm afraid not, but I'll be back quickly tonight. Don't worry. All right then. Huayin lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing those words. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her head. She looked up and saw Itachi gently stroking her hair. I'll take my leave now, Itachi said, and in an instant, he vanished using the flying thunder god technique. In the living room, only Huayin stood there alone. After a while, the girl slowly came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed with a shy redness, and she murmured softly, what a silly Itachi-kun. After Itachi left, she couldn't help but feel a bit lost, wondering what she should do next. Suddenly, Huayin's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a flash of inspiration struck her, and she thought of something important. Right, how could I almost forget the other members of the Akatsuki? She muttered to herself, feeling secretly annoyed. She only remembered Conan, while Scorpion and Deidara seemed to have not been seen for a long time, and a wave of longing surged in her heart. Why not go look for them now? As soon as this thought popped up, Huayin nodded firmly, feeling that it was an extremely reliable idea. So, she carefully selected a cute yellow raincoat and lightly put on. Standing in front of the mirror, she examined her petite and delicate figure. Against the backdrop of the yellow raincoat, she appeared even more lively and full of energy. Kagami, this outfit actually looks quite nice. Kagani smiled sweetly at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then, she carefully picked up the keys from home and gently pushed the door open. With a creak, the door slowly closed. After Hanan locked the door, she disappeared from the spot like a gust of wind. embarking on the journey to find the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The heavy rain poured down, and Hainin flew high in the sky, unable to suppress a shiver as her delicate body trembled slightly. Why does it rain every day in the rain village? It really defies common sense. Kagami gently let out a breath of cold air, then gracefully descended to the ground. The reconstruction of Rainy Hidden Village was nearing completion. The sea surface, once shattered into pieces by explosions, has now been completely filled in, looking brand new. The filled sea surface sparkled with light, indistinguishable from the normal ocean, making it hard to tell the difference. Kagami was secretly curious about what kind of extraordinary abilities could fill the ocean so perfectly. However, this was not the time to indulge in curiosity. She still needed to find the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment? Where's Conan right now? Kain hurriedly stopped the passing middle-aged man, speaking earnestly and politely. The man, initially annoyed by the continuous drizzle and about to refuse, suddenly brightened at the sight before him. The young girl before him was beautiful, with rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in a vibrant yellow raincoat, adding a touch of liveliness and energy. Oh, are you looking for our angel? At that moment, the middle-aged man's tone instantly softened, his eyes sparkling with kindness. Oh, thank you for your guidance, sir. I understand now. Huayin finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint yellow raincoat shadow. As for why she was looking for Xiaonan, to be honest, Huayin knew nothing about the whereabouts of the other Akatsuki members. Therefore, she decided to seek out the current leader of the Akatsuki to gather intelligence. In a room, Huayin raised her fist and gently knocked on the door. Sister Xiaonan, are you inside? Come in. Huayin pushed open the door and saw Xiaonan, dressed in a white robe and standing gracefully, sitting in her seat enjoying tea. You only just remember to come back and see me after such a long time? Xiaonan's words carried a hint of pride, but the longing in her eyes was hard to conceal. After all, no one looked forward to seeing Huayin more than she did. Due to the poor economic situation in Yuin village in recent years, Xiao then had to take on the heavy responsibility of leadership. For these years, she had been dedicated to developing the village's economy, rarely having any leisure time. Today, she had the rare opportunity to rest here because her subordinates reported that someone had arrived in Yuin village. According to their description, the visitor was a petite and adorable girl. Xiaonan immediately recalled Huayin's appearance from a few years ago. It's been a few years since we last met, and you've grown quite a bit. Xiaonan looked at the girl before her and gently took a sip of tea. Sister Xiaonan, I haven't come to see you for a long time. You won't be angry with me, will you? Kagun's face turned slightly red, her fingers gently tapping. Thank you all for the gifts. He is immensely grateful here. Chapter 202. Don't use this ability anymore. Are you saying that you came this time to visit Deidara and the others? Conan gently sipped her tea, her gaze softly landing on the girl kneeling beside her. Yes. Huayin nodded obediently with a look of innocence. Is that so? Xiaonan rested her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment, and then nodded slightly. What do you mean by is that so? Is it not possible? Kain tilted her head, curiosity written all over her face, her eyes sparkling with a hint of doubt. It's fine, let's go. Xiaonan gently shook her head, stood up, and then took the girl's soft little hand. The sound of flowers lightly responded, and the hand held by Xiaonan seemed to be enveloped by a warm current, inexplicably giving rise to a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, the heavy rain outside continued to pour down like a torrent. Xiaonan held an umbrella, walking leisurely ahead, while Huayin closely followed, the two of them resembling a beautiful painting. Their figures appeared hazy in the rain, like an older sister leading her lovely younger sister for a stroll. The sky was densely overcast with dark clouds, completely blocking the sun. As the two walked through the streets and alleys in the rain, their silhouettes becoming blurred on the damp ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent unique to the rain. Huayin felt her mood lighten upon hearing this. Sister Xiaonan, has it always been this kind of weather in Yuin village? Kagani curiously looked at Xiaonan walking ahead. I don't know why, but this village always has continuous rain and has never seen a sunny day. Xiaonan softly replied, her eyes filled with affection for the girl. Is it really so? Hannah felt a bit shy under Xiaonan's gaze and lowered her head bashfully. Xiaonan was tall and had a mature aura, towering over Hannah by a head. The two of them walking together was particularly eye-catching. I wonder if Senior Deidara and the others are all right? Kanon finally voiced her concerns. Their situation was not optimistic. They had been severely injured by Obito and had been in a coma ever since. Conan's tone became sorrowful, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Huayin felt a surge of guilt in her heart upon hearing those words. If she had come earlier, perhaps Deidara and the others wouldn't have been hurt. Let's go. Xiaonan interrupted Huayin's thoughts, her mature voice ringing out. Kagani looked up and saw a small hospital ahead. The hospital appeared somewhat simple overall, with a damp atmosphere lingering in the corridors, likely due to the unique climate of rain-hidden village. Nevertheless, the hospital was equipped with all the necessary medical devices. As soon as she entered the lobby, Huayin saw a crowd of people weakly coughing, some with flushed faces slumped in their seats. There were countless suffering patients, and their painful expressions made Huayin's heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife. She couldn't stand the sight of these people's suffering, her heart filled with sympathy and compassion. Ah, the angel has arrived. Xiaonan, you came here for us. A girl in a white coat with long purple hair approached, looking curiously at Xiaonan. However, when her gaze caught sight of Huayin standing behind Xiaonan, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Sister Huayin, is that you? Ziyang Luhua ran over excitedly, looking up at Huayin, who was a head taller than her. Sai, you're Ziyang Luhua? Kayan looked at the purple-haired little lowly in front of her, her gaze a bit dazed. Soon, memories of her time as a teacher in the rain-hidden village surfaced in her mind. At that time, she had even taught Rika Ziyang. Oh, I didn't expect that Sister Kayan still remembers me. The little lowly nodded excitedly, her face beaming with a happy smile. I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy in Konoha and didn't have time to come back to see you. Are you already a medical ninja now? Henio said guiltily, yes. There are too few medical ninjas in the village, so I can only do my best. Ziyang Luhua glanced at the suffering refugees, her tone carrying a hint of sadness. Now is not the time to discuss this. Henio, please come with me. Ziyang Luhua, you go to work first. Conan interrupted their conversation. Okay, Lady Conan. Ziyang Luhua nodded and turned to immerse herself in the busy work. With a creak, the old door was slowly pushed open by Conan. Have they all passed out? Kagami anxiously looked at the people lying on the bed, receiving their 4 drips, and her heart couldn't help but tighten. Although the wounds have healed, when they will wake up is still a mystery. Xiaonan gently shook her head, her face full of helplessness. Is that so? Huayin heard this and felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Then she approached the crowd, observing them closely for a moment, and gradually understood. I will try to see if I can awaken them. Kagani glanced at Xiaonan. Well, if it won't endanger their lives, then you should give it a try. Xiaonan looked at the girl in front of him, smiled faintly, but his eyes were filled with worry. He didn't hold out too much hope for Kagani. After all, how could the treatment of a vegetative state be easily resolved? It couldn't possibly be like when they treated Nagato, exchanging life for life, right? Xiaonan. Thinking of this, Xiaonan's gaze suddenly tightened, and just as he was about to stop the girl's actions, he was surprised to see a dazzling golden light shining from the hospital bed. The girl gently placed her hands on the chests of those present, her eyes tightly closed. Then, the golden light gradually gathered in Kagani's palms, shining like brilliant stars. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew in from the window, softly moving the curtains and brushing against the girl's dress. She looked like a compassionate deity, gazing tenderly at everyone, appearing incredibly gentle and lovely. In a short while, the golden light gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Phew, this should be enough. Kayan let out a sigh of relief, then raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, revealing a tired yet satisfied smile on her face. Is this enough? Xiaonan leaned forward curiously, her eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Soon, an incredible scene unfolded. The people who had fainted on the hospital beds slowly opened their eyes, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Xiaonan, where am I? Deidara was the first to sit up, looking at Xiaonan with a face full of astonishment and confusion. As Deidara woke up, Scorpion also regained consciousness. As for the others, they were still in a state of unconsciousness and might need some more time. Kayan, you're here too? Did you save us? Scorpion looked at the lovely girl in front of him and instantly had the answer in his heart. You're right, but there's no reward. Kanan proudly lifted her head and playfully said, looking like she was waiting for compliments, I'm unbeatable. Thank you, Kanan. After hearing this from Scorpion, Deidara reacted and looked at the girl with overwhelming joy, his eyes filled with gratitude. You're welcome. Huayin helplessly waved her hand, just as she was about to say something. She saw Xiaonan in front of her looking at her with a worried expression. Huayin, didn't I tell you before not to use your ability? Xiaonan's delicate face was filled with exhaustion and worry as she looked at Huayin, her eyes full of concern. Kagami was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on here? Seeking a Power for Love, Chapter 203, Missing Person Notice. Are you saying that your ability has no side effects? Xiaonan stared blankly at the girl. Yes, this is my bloodline limit, and it has no side effects. Huayin sighed softly. A few minutes ago, she had already understood Xiaonan's doubts. It turned out that Xiaonan had been under the impression that she would have to pay a huge price to use this healing ability. After Huayin repeatedly assured her, Xiaonan gradually believed that this ability was indeed harmless. Huayin, next time, tell me earlier. Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xiaonan, you didn't ask either. Huayin's lips twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. If I don't ask, you won't say anything? Xiaonan looked at the girl helplessly and lightly tapped her head. It hurts, Sister Xiaonan. Kanon touched her head in dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. Has Nagato been revived now? Deidara suddenly interjected, interrupting their conversation. Conan looked at Deidara, her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Deidara lowered his head. Let's not talk about these sad things. It's rare for everyone to be awake. Huayin noticed the heavy atmosphere and quickly tried to ease the tension. Well, Huayin is right, Xiaonan nodded, forcing a smile. It's noon, let's eat first. Sister Xiaonan, should we eat outside? Huayin asked, looking at Xiaonan in front of her. There are dishes at home, and the outside food isn't clean. I'll cook, Xiaonan replied, her tone carrying a hint of parental care. Oh, okay. Kanon drooped her head, and her ahogue also fell down. All right, let's go. Xiaonan smiled, patted Kanon's head, and then looked at Deidara and the silent Sasori on the bed. Sister Xiaonan, wait for me. Deidara weakly sat up from a bed. Sasori remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking about. At home, Kagome occasionally passed soy sauce or vegetables to Xiaonan in the kitchen. Scorpion and Deidara sat at the table, staring blankly at everything around them. During their period of slumber, the Akatsuki organization underwent significant changes. At least it was completely different from before. Nowadays, it felt somewhat like a warm home here. After a while, the two girls walked out of the kitchen with a platter of dishes. Relax a bit, Deidara, Scorpion Senpai, and try to see how it tastes. Huayin set the dishes on the table. The two of them saw the dishes that were pleasing to the eye and fragrant, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Although Scorpion did not need to eat, Huayin still specially prepared some extra dishes for him. They look quite good. Deidara rubbed his fingers together, then picked up his chopsticks and brought a dish to his mouth. The taste was fairly good. There was no exaggerated scene like in other novels where eyes sparkle and clothes burst. How does it taste? Hanabi looked at Deidara and curiously asked. It's quite delicious. Deidara nodded, then began to gobble it down. He had just woken up not long ago and was now starving, perfect for a big meal. Scorpion watched Deidara devour his food and fell into deep thought. Senior Scorpion, why aren't you eating? Kanon looked at the dazed Scorpion and curiously asked, Well, then I'll start eating too. Scorpion let out a light sigh, then picked up a dish and brought it to his mouth. He didn't actually need to eat, but would not eating be wasting the kindness of Xiaonan and Kanon? Looking at the two who were dining, Huayin exchanged a tacit smile with Xiaonan. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of rice was empty. Due to a sudden matter, after briefly bidding farewell to the three people, Ko hurriedly left the rain-hidden village. She stepped into a quiet little forest. After confirming that there was no one around, Huayin's pupils began to rotate rapidly. Before long, her eyes blossomed with a brilliance reminiscent of cherry blossoms, and then a pair of black wings elegantly unfolded from her back. The sound of rain gently pattered against the yellow raincoat she wore as Huayin flew high in the sky. The raindrops dripped rhythmically, resembling a joyful natural symphony. Huayin took a deep breath and quickened her flying speed. An hour quietly passed. Miss Huayin, here is your pass. You can go in now. The guard at the border of the Leaf Village politely stepped aside after checking her documents. All right. Hannah gently nodded, crossed the border of Konoha Village, and instantly disappeared from the spot again. A faint creaking sound was heard as Hannah slowly pushed open the gate of Konoha Village. At that moment, the sun in the high sky was rising slowly, and warm sunlight fell on the girl, illuminating her slightly damp raincoat and the dew-kissed strands of hair with a brilliant glow. This feeling was somewhat magical. One moment she was immersed in the rain, and the next moment she was greeted by bright sunshine. Having left for a day, it seemed she hadn't even mentioned this to Itachi yet. Kagani strolled through the commercial street of Konoha, her eyes searching around, softly murmuring to herself. In her mind, a scene began to take shape. Upon returning home, Itachi would surely come up to her, asking with a hint of concern, Why are you so late coming back? Or perhaps he would curiously inquire, Where did you go yesterday? Just thinking about Itachi's deep and caring concern made her heart flutter. Kagamine's cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of red. It really made her feel a bit embarrassed. Huayin shyly said in a low voice, and then pushed open the heavy door of the mansion. However, Huayin quickly froze. Inside the door was an emptiness, with not a single figure to welcome her. A chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Huayin's face to instantly turn a bit awkward. It's really strange. Where's everyone gone? Huayin frowned slightly, and after confirming that no one was present, her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. After a while, Hannah found a striking missing person notice on a lonely telephone pole. To her surprise, her photo was prominently displayed on that notice. Hannah was momentarily frozen in place. As if petrified, she finally understood why so many people had been turning back to look at her curiously while she walked through Konoha village. At first, she naively thought it was because she was too beautiful, attracting everyone's attention, and she couldn't help but feel a bit proud. However, now she realized that the truth was not like that at all. Damn, the Uchiha family was currently anxiously searching for her, and they must have been as restless as ants on a hot pan. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Hannah quickly headed to the Hokage building. Father, do you think Hannah might have been taken by that guy Obito? Itachi looked at his father with worry and unease in his eyes. Itachi, calm down for a moment. Fugaka sighed helplessly, looking at his son. That girl is much more thoughtful than you think. She might have her own plans and ideas right now. But, just as Itachi was about to say something, a sudden series of urgent knocks interrupted him. Hokage-sama, I need to see you urgently. A familiar and cute voice came from outside, and Itachi's eyes instantly brightened, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling in his heart. Please support for love, Chapter 204. Oh no, she got herself involved. So that's how it is? Listening to Hannah's recount, Itachi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It turned out he had been overly anxious, mistakenly thinking that Hannah had been kidnapped by that guy Obito. Right, as long as everything is fine. There's no problem at all. Kagani gently shook her head, accompanied by a long, delicate sigh. She thought something earth-shattering had happened at home. After all, the house was empty. It seemed she was just troubling herself unnecessarily. Itachi, you see, I told you Kagani would be fine. Fugaku gazed at his eldest son, gently sighed, and a hint of helplessness showed in his eyes. I'm sorry, I was overthinking it. Itachi's handsome face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Kagani looked at Itachi's shy demeanor and couldn't help but find it amusing. Soon after, the air fell into a brief silence. Before long, Fugaku broke the heavy atmosphere. First, let's withdraw the missing person notices posted all over the streets, and then inform Mikoto and Sasuke about this matter. Yes, I understand, father. Itachi nodded, then used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. Fugaku turned to Kagani. All right, Kagani, since you're fine, you can head back now. Oh, okay. Hannah-in nodded absent-mindedly, and her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Hannah-in, can you already see that far? After Hannah-in left, Fujiwara stood up from the sofa, looking out at the prosperous Konoha village with a meaningful tone. Forget it. I should continue to handle the work at hand. Fujiwara shook his head and began to immerse himself in the documents on the table. Inside a mansion, Kagun pushed the door open and immediately saw the worried faces of Mikoto and Sasuke. I'm back. Hannah took off her shoes and said softly, hearing that familiar voice. The two instantly came to their senses, looking up at the girl with shining eyes. Hannah? Sister Hannah. Watching the two excitedly approach her, Hannah felt a warm current surge within her. I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to tell you some things in the past few days. So I left Konoha village without permission. Huayin explained softly. To be honest, Huayin felt a deep sense of guilt inside. Well, you must tell us next time you go out, Mikoto said with a face full of complaints, but the love in her eyes was evident. I'm sorry, Sister Mikoto. Kagami noticed that Mikoto had a few more white hairs on her head, and her guilt grew even stronger. The pain in her heart felt like a knot, a feeling that was hard to bear. It's okay, as long as you're back. Sasuke, you go find Naruto first. Mikoto glanced at her son and said calmly. All right, Sister Kagami, I'll go for a bit. Sasuke quickly ran out of the house. Have you all been looking for me these days? Looking at Sasuke disappearing, Kagami felt deeply guilty as she looked at Mikoto. The young girl appeared pitiful at this moment, and the gentle breeze outside stirred the curtains, bringing a hint of sadness. But this sadness was fleeting. Soon, the clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by hands. Sunlight broke through the clouds and dappled the ground. Yes, we heard you weren't around these days, and we were all looking for news about you. Now that you're back, it's really great. Mikoto wiped away a tear, her affectionate gaze hard to hide. At that moment, she resembled a mother, as warm as a medieval oil painting. After all, Mikoto and Kagami had been together for over a decade, treating Kagami as her own daughter. Suddenly losing a daughter she had cared for so many years would make anyone worry. Not to mention Mikoto, who seemed to be nearing 40 but still looked like a woman in her 30s. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Mikoto reluctantly released Kagami's hand and hurried to the door to open it. Familiar faces filled the entrance. Kakashi, Minato, Obito, and even Jiraiya-sensei were all here. This is too much for looking for me. Kagami's mouth twitched slightly. Kagami, we all thought you were taken away by that guy. Obito, Kakashi said, looking at the girl safe and sound, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone entered the house, and Naruto and Sasuke also returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique. With everyone gathered, the girl at the center felt warm inside. Everyone, I'm really very sorry. I should have informed you about this matter in advance. Huayin shook her head like a rattle drum, her tone filled with apology and pity. Seeing the girl like this, you couldn't help but reach out and flick her forehead. That hurts you. What are you doing? Kanon covered her forehead with both hands, where a noticeable bump had formed. She looked at Itachi with a resentful expression. It's nothing. You suddenly disappearing before made us all worry terribly. Consider this a little lesson for you, Itachi said helplessly. Get lost, get lost. When did it become your turn to interfere with my disciple? Jiraiya said as he looked at the girl as pitiful appearance, then flicked Itachi's forehead with his thumb. Soon, both the boys' and girls' foreheads had bumps, one large and one small, which looked somewhat amusing. Itachi-kun, you look so funny like this. Henin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, her laughter as pleasant as silver bells. Speaking of which, have you all had lunch yet? Mikoto glanced at everyone in the living room, who were looking at each other, and casually added a warm remark. Not yet. Kakashi gently shook his head, a hint of laziness in his expression. Then I'll go prepare the meal. Sasuke, come help me. Mikoto stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Sasuke reluctantly responded with an "oh," slowly following Mikoto like a little duck being dragged along. Poor little Sasuke. Ever since Hanin came to this home, his family status has plummeted. However, after all these years, Sasuke had long since gotten used to this change. Sigh. Love can fade away. This seems to be an unchanging truth. Sasuke. Oh, Hanin, what is your current strength? Jiraiya lazily slumped on the sofa, took a sip of the warm tea in his hand, and asked with curiosity. Against Uchiha Madara, it should be about 50-50, right? Hanin cupped her chin, instinctively blurting out her thoughts. Upon hearing the girl's words, Jiraiya was caught off guard, and the tea he had in his mouth was instantly sprayed out, splattering onto Obito, who was sitting next to him. Obito's face turned red with anger, a glaring expression appearing on his forehead. Obito, cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I couldn't help it. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands in apology, then swiftly grabbed some tissues from the dining table and handed them to Obito. Obito let out a helpless sigh and took the tissues, carefully wiping the tea off his face. Meanwhile, Kakashi was trying hard to suppress his laughter, sneaking glances at Obito's messy appearance. Is it true? Hanin, have you already surpassed the level of Kage? Minato appeared relatively calm, as he wasn't familiar with Hanane's strength before. Yes, I now possess the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and with my various abilities, I should be able to contend with Uchiha Madara for quite a while. Huayin shrugged helplessly, her tone revealing a hint of her sigh. She had intended to be low-key, but her strength wouldn't allow her to do so. Kagami, upon hearing the girl's pretentious words, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that she had caught on. So what should we do next? Naruto asked curiously while holding a grip strengthener. Upon hearing Naruto's question, everyone suddenly understood and turned their gazes to the girl. They were already aware of the Otsutsuki clan situation, and villages from various countries were doing their utmost to strengthen their defenses in case of emergencies. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Hana extended her delicate fingers and gently pointed at her cute face. Then, her head bobbed back and forth like a child's wave drum, making her look extremely playful and adorable. Chapter 205, Summer Beach. Swimwear. Soon, Mikoto and Sasuke skillfully placed the plates on the table. The meal is ready. Please enjoy, Mikoto said softly. Let's eat first, and we can discuss those topics later. Jiraiya chuckled heartily and then leisurely got up from the sofa. All right. Huayin responded gently and nodded slightly. Everyone then walked toward the dining table and sat in a circle. To be honest, Kagami is still quite confused about how to deal with the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. The original work does not specify a timeline, so now she can only remain vigilant at all times. Speaking of which, What is Uchiha Madara doing now? Kanon was eating while mumbling a question. I wasn't very clear either. A few days ago, I happened to run into him in the rain-hidden village, where Obito was also chewing food and responding vaguely. You too. Can you finish your food before talking? Kakashi seemed a bit displeased, frowning slightly. The two exchanged a smile, and then fell silent, focusing on their meal. Haha, Kakashi, you and Obito really have a good relationship, just like when you were kids, Minato said, trying to lighten the mood. But he couldn't help breaking into a slight sweat. Good relationship with this loser? Kakashi raised an eyebrow and retorted, his tone laced with teasing. Minato looked at Kakashi, and his expression seemed to take him back to childhood, making him a bit dazed. Kakashi, you useless fool, with your current strength, you're no match for me. Obito scoffed, his eyes revealing disdain. So childish. Naruto watched the two's tense standoff and shook his head helplessly. After the meal, everyone left, each going their separate ways, leaving only Itachi and Kanon alone. What do you mean by staring at me like that? Kagami looked at Itachi with a puzzled expression. It's because you're so good-looking that I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Itachi, not knowing when he'd learned such cheesy lines, blurted it out. Who praises people like you? Hanane's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. As spring turned to summer, time was like a supple grass rope, carefully twisted and woven between people's hands, sometimes breaking into fragments and sometimes deep memories. What the future holds is completely unclear to Hanine, so she chooses to immerse herself in the beauty of the present and enjoy each day. Are you saying we're going swimming? When Itachi's words reached Hanane's ears, her cheeks instantly turned bright red, dazzling like the rising sun. Not long ago, due to the hot weather, Konoha Village happened to launch a beach vacation, a brand new entertainment project. Thus, Itachi suggested that the whole family go together. However, Fugaku, as the Hokage, has a special identity, and it's inconvenient for him to participate in this activity. What's wrong, Hanine? Don't you want to go? Mikoto noticed the blush on Hanane's face and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. This girl tightly clutched her collar, her thoughts racing, her whole body turning red with shyness, and a wisp of steam even rose from the top of her head. The sound of Huayin's voice was soft and delicate, as faint as a mosquito. No, it's not that I don't want to go. Then why? Are you embarrassed? Meichin supported her chin, her beautiful brows furrowed. Well, it's not that. Kanon quickly shook her head in denial, her head spinning like a rattle drum. But in short, she would just go. Sasuke interjected, Miss Izumi and Haruko will also be going over there shortly, so you girl can have some company. Hearing Sasuke's words, Kanon's tension eased significantly. Originally, there were only Mikoto and her among the girls, which made Kanon feel a bit shy. But now, with Haruko and Izumi joining in, her mood relaxed accordingly. Itachi silently observed the changes in Kanon's expression, wanting to laugh but ultimately holding back. After all, this version of Kanon looked very cute. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and the three of them walked together, stopping occasionally to admire the scenery along the way. The path of the Uchiha clan was filled with an ancient atmosphere, shaded by green trees, resembling an ancient painting. On the back mountain, temples were arranged in a pleasing manner. Climbing up the steps at the foot of the mountain, the red torii gate came into view, and various statues representing the myths of the Sakura Valley stood tall on the mountain. When were these set up? Hana took a deep breath of the fresh air and asked curiously. The air was filled with a faint fragrance that made one feel refreshed. It was ready a month ago, Mikoto explained gently, her gaze filled with affection for Hana. Soon, the village will hold a grand celebration. Meanwhile, little Sasuke was being overlooked by Mikoto, but he was already used to it. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, understanding his feelings. Is that so? Huayin gently nodded. Soon, the three of them arrived at a beach. In the distance, various vendors attracted a steady stream of people. Laughter echoed. The sounds of children playing were incessant, while the sea in the distance continuously surged towards the shore, crashing onto the sand. What could be on the other side of the sea? Kanon looked at the distant scenery and couldn't help but think of the scenes from Attack on Titan. What do you think is on the other side of the sea? A sweet voice suddenly interrupted Kanon's thoughts. Oh, it's Haruko. Huayin turned her head and saw a little girl with long black hair and a swimsuit standing in front of her, unable to help but widen her eyes. Oh, Huayin-chan remembers me, Haruko said with a teasing smile as she looked at the girl. Haruko, what are you doing here? At that moment, another mature woman's voice came. Isn't that Huayin? Izumi wiped the sweat from her forehead, holding a volleyball covered in sand with both hands, her tone full of surprise. Both of them had graceful figures, and the curves of their bodies under the swimsuits were exceptionally charming. Huayin's face turned slightly red, and she unconsciously swallowed. My writing skills are limited, so it's a bit awkward. Please bear with me. And feel free to imagine some scenes on your own. Thank you very much for your gifts. The author is deeply grateful. This book has been written since September, and counting the previous 800 for perfect attendance, I've only earned a little over 2,000 yuan in total. Writing really doesn't make money. Most authors create out of love, which is both tough and exhausting. I sincerely ask everyone to support He more. Thank you. Chapter 206, Dead Stockings. You guys are also here? Kanon subconsciously took a step back and nervously swallowed. Yes, didn't we notify you earlier? Izumi tilted her head, curiously examining Kanon. Kanon-chan, you're not shy, are you? Haruko looked at the girl in front of her, her eyes sparkling with teasing light. I am not shy at all. Kanon turned her head to the side, her face instantly turning crimson. Really? Haruko leaned closer to Kanon. Standing and sitting, the height difference was evident, with Haruko clearly taller than Kanon by a head. Really? Henio shyly lowered her head and softly said, Then why haven't you changed into your swimsuit yet? Haruko blinked her eyes, curiously examining the petite and cute lowly in front of her. If Hanione wore a swimsuit, she would definitely look super cute. Izumi walked over, and the image of Hanio in a swimsuit unconsciously appeared in her mind, her eyes shining as she stared at her. Kanon looked at the two lively and adorable little girls in front of her, falling into silence. At that moment, the three young girls became a beautiful scenery on the beach, attracting everyone's attention. After a while, Itachi, wearing a deep blue sun protection outfit and holding a ping-pong paddle in his right hand, walked over with a gentle gaze. What are you all talking about? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the three. Oh, it's nothing, Itachi and I was just wondering what Kanone would look like in a swimsuit, Izumi said, looking at Itachi while resting her chin on one hand, murmuring to herself. Well, since Izumi-chan said so, I'm quite curious too, Haruko said, her eyes sparkling as she stared intently at Kanon. Huayin couldn't help but shiver, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Her long black hair gently floated in the wind as she lowered her head, remaining silent. All right, I'll wear it. Kanon gritted her teeth and said, as if she had exhausted all her strength, her face flushed red. How about it, Kanon? You looked at the shy girl in front of you. Wanted to say something, but hesitating. No need, Itachi-kun. Hanio gently shook her head, interrupting Itachi's words. The three of them. The expressions on their faces were filled with surprise and expectation. After a while, a girl dressed in a black swimsuit slowly approached with her head down, shyly. Haha, Hanio-chan, you look really cute in that, Haruko said with a teasing smile, watching Hanio. Compared to Haruko and Izumi's outfits, Hanio's attire seemed particularly conservative. During this process, she put in quite a bit of effort, as this was her first attempt at wearing a swimsuit. In her past life, as a boy, she had been busy with a 996 work schedule and had no time to understand the outfits of girls. In this life as a girl, Hanio was living more freely and without constraints. Hanio's skin looks so white. How do you usually take care of it? Izumi asked, hugging Hanio tightly with curiosity. The two girls were closely pressed together, resembling a delicate oil painting from the medieval period, pleasing to the eye. At that moment, Hanio, who was being hugged, was completely stunned, her mind going blank as if it had crashed, and her face instantly turned crimson. I usually just stay at home. Huayin swallowed hard, nervously and shyly responding. Skincare? Since she came to this world, she had never paid attention to her skin tone. How annoying, Huayin. You don't even want to share with me, Quan pouted, looking at the girl with a face full of resentment, then extended her delicate fingers to gently poke Huayin's flawless face. Seeing this scene, Haruko covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Itachi looked at Quan with a helpless expression. After all these years, Quan's personality was still as carefree as before. All right, Quan-chan, stop teasing Huayin. Haruko walked over and gently tugged at Quan's ear, her demeanor as gentle as an older sister. Ah, that hurts, Haruko-chan, be gentle. Quan looked at Haruko with a resentful expression, her eyes shimmering with tears. Seeing the girl's pitiful look, Haruko wanted to laugh but held it back. Huayin, let's go play some volleyball, okay? Haruko invited, glancing at Huayin, who stood dumbfounded in place. Sure. Huayin nodded obediently, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The gentle sunshine on the beach cast long shadows of the four figures. Along the way, Yu's eyes were filled with concern, constantly reminding the three to be careful. Ha! Huayin, your reaction is so slow. Quan clapped her hands and suddenly hit the volleyball over. The speed of the ball was astonishing. Huayin was caught off guard and failed to catch the volleyball, stumbling a few steps before falling awkwardly onto the soft sand. Cough, cough, spit. The girl struggled to get up, her hair in disarray and her clothes covered in fine grains of sand, looking rather disheveled. Are you okay? Itachi hurried over, looking worriedly at Huayin. Itaki-kun, I'm fine. Kagami shook her head, brushing her messy hair behind her ears, and raised her head to stare intently at the spring in the distance, her eyes filled with determination. Very well, woman. You have successfully caught my attention. Kagun. At this moment, Huayin was really angry. It was clear that she hadn't taken it seriously herself. Seeing Huayin's serious expression, Quan couldn't help but shiver, feeling a surge of ominous premonition in her heart. Quan. Huayin-chan, you wouldn't mind my teasing just now, would you? Quan hesitated to speak. What do you think? Huayin swung the volleyball with one hand, her arm encircled, and her face turned slightly red. With a bang, Cannon quickly threw the ball over, and it was extremely fast. Izumi stumbled to catch the ball, but couldn't stop in time and ended up falling into the sandpile, just like Cannon. Cough, cough, Izumi got up looking disheveled, with a scrape on his palm. It seemed like they were playing too hard. Haruko watched the two of them seriously, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Itachi looked speechless, unsure of what to do. Izumi, I'm sorry, I didn't control the strength well just now. Cannon hurried over and cast a reversal spell on Izumi. In no time, the small wounds on Izumi's body healed. Cannon, you were really rough just now, Izumi said, covering her head with both hands and looking at Cannon with a resentful expression. Ahem, I said I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Huayin felt a bit awkward upon seeing this. Suddenly, Hannah felt a bump on her head, covering it with both hands and letting out a cry of pain. The two of you exchanged apologies, and that was the end of it. Itachi raised his hand and gently tapped Hannah's head, letting out a sigh. My writing skills are limited, so I can't express that feeling. Everyone can fill in the blanks themselves. Please support for love, 1 cent, not much, but many small amounts can add up. Right now, the Lotus Leaf really needs this money. Chapter 207. Something's off between you two. Sorry. The two girls deeply bowed to each other at the same time, their eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Itachi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, then looked at them with a warm gaze. You two need to pay more attention to boundaries while playing. Itachi reminded them again, his tone filled with concern. Okay, I understand, Itachi Onaikin. Izumi responded with a hint of dissatisfaction, her face full of grievance. Itachi-kun. Cannon also showed her dissatisfaction. Finally found you all. Didn't expect you to be here. Makoto, dressed in a swimsuit, had a graceful figure resembling a budding young girl, completely unrecognizable as a mother of 2 children. Cannon looked at Makoto's appearance, her eyes twitching slightly. To be honest, Cannon really doesn't understand how Fujitaka managed to marry such a beautiful wife. In terms of looks, they're quite far apart. Fujitaka appears to be much older. Furthermore, in the original work, it seems that Makoto actively pursued Fujitaka. Kagami couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard she tried, so she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Makoto, you're here too. Izumi had just been receiving Itachi's scolding and felt a bit dissatisfied, but her eyes brightened instantly upon seeing Makoto's arrival. Izumi, long time no see. Makoto walked over and lovingly patted the little girl's head. Meanwhile, Sasuke looked on with a displeased expression. When his older sisters weren't around, Mom only cared about me. Now it seems like Sasuke is completely ignored. Could it be that love can disappear? Sasuke squatted on the ground, drawing circles with his finger, when he suddenly felt a gentle pat on his head. He looked up in confusion to see Kagami smiling at him. Kagami-chan, what are you? Sasuke's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cannon is currently wearing a school swimsuit. Her skin is fair and delicate. Sasuke looks at her and can't help but swallow. What's wrong with me? Also, you should call me sister. Kagami gently touched Sasuke's head, her tone carrying a hint of affection. Since just now, Hannah noticed that Sasuke's emotions were a bit off, so she deliberately walked over to comfort him. Soon, Sasuke's complexion became rosy, and seeing this, Hannah smiled gently. Sister Hannah, you came too? A familiar and youthful voice came from beside her. Cannon turned her head and saw Naruto with his hands in his pockets, hair disheveled, and sweat on his body, as if he had just finished training. Naruto, long time no see. Cannon waved at Naruto with a sweet smile on her face. Only then did Naruto slowly walk over. It had been a while since he last saw Cannon, and now she had grown into a graceful young lady, just like a little girl. As he looked at the girl before him, Naruto's gaze gradually became resolute. He did not think that Itachi deserved Cannon. Immediately, He turned his head and looked coldly at Itachi in the distance. Itachi sensed the chilling, killing intent, turned his head in confusion, and upon seeing Naruto, he smiled slightly. Humph. Naruto snorted coldly and turned his head away. Wait, what was going on? Kagani also saw this scene, looking confused. Before she could ask, a cheerful voice came from behind. Naruto, you can't have that cold expression, or you won't make any friends. Minato walked over slowly, looking at Naruto with gentle eyes. Ah, Lord Minato has come too? Kagani looked up at the water gate in front of her, her eyes brightening. The water gate had a head of golden hair dancing chaotically in the air, with a gentle smile on its lips. Accompanying her were Obito and Kakashi. It seemed everyone was here. Kakashi-sensei, where is Jiraiya-sensei? Kagami suddenly thought of something and looked at Kakashi with cold eyes. He might have something urgent to deal with, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No, I need to go check on Jiraiya-sensei to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble again. Henio shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Henio, Jiraiya-sensei might be off on a mission. Anyway, there's nothing to do right now, so let's take a break for a while. Minato gently explained as he watched the scene. All right, Lord Minato. Kanon looked at the sunny and handsome Minato, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then obediently nodded. Itachi, watching this scene from the side, showed a hint of jealousy on his face. Mikoto, witnessing her son's jealous expression, felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. This eldest son really is quite the jealous type. The group laughed and chatted, and due to their remote location, it felt particularly peaceful with few people around. Soon, Minato suggested camping here, and everyone agreed. Let me show you my skills, Kakashi confidently said as he sprinkled pepper and salt on the grilled meat. Kakashi-senpai is really cool, Izumi said, looking at Kakashi with flushed cheeks, then leaned closer to Kanon and whispered, So, do you like him? Huayin looked at Quan's shy appearance and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Silly, what are you saying? Quan was teased by Huayin and gave her an unhappy glance. Huayin smiled proudly upon seeing the situation. Quan was so angry that she clenched her fists, but then relaxed them. Forget it, she couldn't beat Huayin. By the way, how's your relationship with Itachi progressing? Quan glanced at Itachi, who was helping Kakashi in the distance, and asked softly, Just ordinary friends, I guess. Huayin looked at Quan with a gossiping gaze and said in a fluster, waving her hands in the air. Oh, really? Quan looked at Huayin with a mischievous smile. Can we change the topic? Huayin's face turned red instantly. Fine. Quan shrugged helplessly. Time passed quietly like fine sand. The high sun gradually faded and moonlight fell. Everyone sat around the campfire, enjoying the roasted meat in their hands. I didn't expect Kakashi's cooking skills to be quite good, Minato said in surprise while looking at his disciple. Useless Kakashi can only roast meat, right? Obito snorted proudly, continuing to savor the roasted meat. Everyone looked at Obito and Kakashi, their expressions becoming meaningful. Could it be that those two? Everyone Ahem, what are you all looking at me for? Kakashi noticed the strange looks from everyone and coughed awkwardly. Kakashi, let me take over the roasting for a while. You go rest. Itachi smiled as he stood up and took the roasting tongs from Kakashi's hand. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Itachi. Kakashi didn't refuse and sat down next to Obito. Obito glanced at Kakashi and instinctively shifted away. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Please support for love. Chapter 208 Ghost Stories. Everyone was laughing and joking, filled with a warm atmosphere. Hannah sat quietly in the dim corner by the campfire, her gentle gaze fixed on the crowd as they laughed and chatted, the chill in her heart gradually dissipating with the warmth around her. The meat is ready, come. Give it a try. Itachi glanced at Hannah, sitting in the corner, and walked over with a tender look in his eyes. Hannah nodded slightly and then stood up. The taste should be quite good, right? Itachi curiously observed the girl in front of him who was enjoying the barbecue and asked softly, Is it tasty? Did you make it? Hannah nodded again, then playfully stuck out her tongue to lick her fingers, a shy blush appearing on her cheeks. Well, eat slowly. There's still a lot here, Itachi said with a gentle sigh. Ahem, can you two stop sweetly feeding each other dog food here? Kakashi walked over with a look of grievance, his gaze tinged with a bit of jealousy. Really? Itachi awkwardly scratched his head, a forced smile on his face. Hanaeon blushed instantly upon hearing Kakashi's teasing and shyly lowered her head. Still saying no, Hanaeon-chan, really? Izumi slowly walked over, looking at Hanaeon with a serious expression, pretending to be angry. You guys are overthinking it, right? Kagome's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, looking a bit nervous. All right, next. Shall we tell some thrilling ghost stories? Kakashi pulled out a horror novel from somewhere, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery as he looked at everyone. Idiots! Everyone is already tired of the stories you tell. How could anyone still be scared? Obito had his hands in his pockets, lazily yawning. Ahem, do you all really want to hear it? Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat, then glanced around, trying to catch everyone's attention. Hearing the words ghost stories, Hannah frowned, feeling an inexplicable surge of unease rising within her. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit flustered. Never mind, she thought, no matter what. She was a brave child. How could she be scared by the ghost stories Kakashi told? Before long, everyone was gathered around the bonfire, their faces illuminated by the flames, looking particularly warm. Is everyone ready? Then I'm going to start telling the story, Kakashi said, his gaze carrying a hint of cunning, especially when he glanced at Itachi and Hannah, filled with significance. Kagome sensed Kakashi's unusual gaze, and her expression immediately darkened. She probably already guessed what Kakashi was up to. Soon, Kakashi began to tell ghost stories, and to be honest, they sounded quite frightening. Huayin unconsciously swallowed, her body slightly curled up, appearing a bit nervous. You looked at the frightened expression on the girl's face and sighed helplessly, then reached out and gently took her hand. Can you guess how the story will end? Kakashi sighed meaningfully, as if anticipating everyone's reactions. What happened in the end? Quan nervously swallowed and eagerly asked. The result? Kakashi suddenly let out a strange cry, startling everyone. Ah! Quan immediately screamed. Han-in also shivered, but was quickly held tightly in Itachi's embrace, and her inner unease gradually calmed down. Ahem, how was that? Scary enough, right? Kakashi covered his forehead, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising slightly, revealing a hint of a smug smile. Idiot, you're really boring like this, Obito quietly complained, but there was a hint of amusement in his tone. Kakashi, why are you suddenly acting strange? You're such an idiot. Izumi glared at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. Look, isn't she scared? Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at Izumi's frightened expression. All right. Izumi, Haruko helplessly looked at Kakashi, then patted Izumi's shoulder and sighed gently. This feeling is a bit like Haruko, kind of like a mother. Ahem, Kakashi, why do I feel like your personality has become more childish than before? Minato looked at Kakashi's teasing demeanor, wanting to say something but hesitating. Really? Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, you used to always wear a mask, giving people a feeling of keeping their distance. Minato covered his chin, recalling past events, and spoke slowly. It does seem to be the case. Mikoto, listening to Minato's conversation, also covered her chin and softly agreed. Sigh, let's not bring up the past. By the way, Han-in, can you bring Rin back to life? Kakashi shook his head, then turned to the girl and asked a complex question. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body trembled slightly. Han-in, could you please bring Rin back to life? Kanon stared at Obito in this state, stunned. The idea of resurrecting Rin might be possible by asking Orochimaru to use the impure world reincarnation technique. But the problem is, it seems that there are no hair or similar items from Rin's life. Looking at it this way, it becomes a bit tricky. Obito, do you have any of Rin's hair or important belongings from her life? Kanon looked at Obito, who was full of worry, and asked curiously. Ido. Obito nodded anxiously. Seeing Obito nod so vigorously, Kanon was taken aback for a few seconds. It seems that the original work did not mention the whereabouts of Rin's body after her death. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been hidden by Obito in the Kamui space. All right, I'll go find Orochimaru later. He should have the ability to resurrect Rin. After a moment of silence, Huayin nodded. That's great. Huayin, thank you so much, Daitu said with a grateful expression. You're welcome. Kain's hands moved gently, appearing a bit flustered, while Obito, overly excited, leaning closer to her. In the distance, Kakashi watched the intimate actions of the two, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem, Obito, calm down. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Obito scratched the back of his head, awkwardly stepping back, only then noticing Itachi in the corner. Obito was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to do. Ahem, Itachi, do you want to continue grilling the meat? Izumi tugged at Itachi's sleeve, breaking the silence. Itachi sighed lightly and continued grilling the meat. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Please generate electricity for love. Thank you all for your gifts. The author is very grateful here. Thanks to Knuckle for the inspiration capsule. The author is very thankful here. Chapter 209, Impure World Reincarnation of Rin. Kamui can't hide tears. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap, fleeting in an instant. High above, the bright moonlight gradually disappeared over the horizon, replaced by the blazing sun, shining brightly. The girl opened her kaleidoscope and gracefully flew in the sky. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru should be in that cave. The girl in the bright yellow raincoat softly murmured to herself. In a short while, she slowly descended from the high sky, and the vibrant color of the raincoat accentuated her petite and adorable figure, resembling a flower blooming in the spring. Huayin gazed at the pitch-black cave in the distance and stepped inside. TSK, TSK, TSK. Huayin-chan, have you finally come to find me? It's been a year since we last met. Orochimaru's deep and hoarse voice echoed in the cave, as he remained focused on his experiment without looking up at Huayin even once. He continued to work diligently on the experiment at hand. Hannah glanced at the white zetsu lying on the laboratory table, as well as the pile of shocking corpses, and couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to sense the girl's emotional shift and softly explained, Hannah-chan, these corpses belong to some ruthless rogue ninjas. You don't need to feel sympathy for them, do you? Hannah felt her tension ease slightly after hearing Orochimaru's response, and she let out a sigh of relief. So, what exactly do you want from me? Orochimaru played with the scalpel in his hand, looking at the girl in front of him with a mocking expression. I ask you to resurrect someone. This is her hair. Henio stretched out her fair and delicate little hand, opening it wide, and a few scattered brown hairs lay in her palm. TSK, TSK, TSK. Henio-chan, are you ordering me? Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the girl in front of him, filled with amusement. That's right. Henio raised her head without fear, her kaleidoscope-like eyes fixed on Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru showed her even the slightest hint of hostility, Henio would completely deal with him here. This might be a bit rude, but well, I like it. Orochimaru licked his tongue and then took out a scalpel, retrieving the chilling death god mask from a cabinet. Just like in the original work, after a series of outrageous operations, Orochimaru successfully pulled Rin's soul out of the Pure Land space. Then, he himself drilled into White Zetsu's body. Seeing this absurd operation, Kanon silently gave a thumbs up. Perhaps in the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru could come up with such a method. Where's this place? Soon, a delicate and lovely voice echoed in the cave. Huayin slowly turned her head and looked at the cute little loli with short brown hair in front of her. A surge of joy welled up in her heart. You have to admit, Lin is really quite adorable. No wonder Obito in the original story likes her so much. Who are you? Lin looked curiously at the girl in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. TSK, TSK. Huayin-chan, I've already helped you come back to life. Aren't you going to give me something as a reward? Orochimaru stepped out from the corner. Since he had just possessed White Zetsu, he looked somewhat creepy. Lin glanced at the approaching strange uncle and instinctively took a step back, fear evident in her eyes. Orochimaru, you've scared the little girl. Kagane glanced at Orochimaru with a hint of reproach in her tone, then slowly walked towards Rin. Sister, let's head back to Konoha for a bit. Someone is very eager to see you. Kanon looked at the adorable Rin in front of her and said gently, as she gazed at this beautiful and gentle big sister. Rin's inner fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of Rin. Rin's little head unconsciously nodded lightly. Orochimaru, thank you, this is your reward. Kanon gently patted Rin's head, then cast a glance at Orochimaru behind her, quietly applying an illusion. After completing this series of actions, Huayin tightly embraced Lin, and with a flash of her figure, they disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Is this my reward? Orochimaru felt a splitting headache and quickly digested the memories in his mind. Physics? That sounds really interesting. Orochimaru's eyes grew increasingly excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. The gate of Konoha slowly creaked open under Huayin's push. Is this Konoha village? Lin murmured as she looked at the newly refreshed streets around her. Yes, do you want to see Obito and Kakashi now? Huayin gently hugged Lin and asked. At that moment, passers-by on the streets and alleys turned to look at the two girls, simply amazed by their beauty, without any outrageous scenes like those in novels unfolding. Why is everyone looking at us? Lin shyly tugged at Huayin's clothing and asked. Maybe it's because we're too pretty, Huayin replied with a light laugh, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Sometimes being too good-looking can be a burden, as it constantly draws the attention of those around them. Huayin finally understood why those stars in her previous life always wore masks when going out. The sun and the high sky shone on the two of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Ding dong. Hannah gently pressed the doorbell. Soon, a hurried sound of footsteps came from inside. With a click, The door opened, and Obito stood at the door with a worried expression, while Kakashi stood beside him. So you all were here. Hana held Lin and teased, Lin, it's great to finally see you. After Obito opened the door, he was stunned, standing still in place, softly murmuring as tears welled up in his eyes. Sister Hana, could you please put me down first? Lin looked at the familiar face in front of her, blushing as she spoke softly. Oh, okay. Hanin gently set Lin down. Immediately, the two of them, one big and one small, looked at each other. Obito, Kakashi, and Minato-sensei, you three are all here. Lin stood outside the door, looking at the three of them with a complex expression. Well, let us go inside and talk. Minato patted Obito's shoulder and looked gently at Lin. Okay. Lin nodded and walked into the living room. Seeing that the four were going to catch up, Hanin tactfully prepared to leave. She didn't want to be a third wheel. With this time, it would be better to find Itachi and chat more. I'll take my leave. You all have a good talk. Hanin waved goodbye to the four people, and her figure soon disappeared. Thank you, Hanin. Obito looked up at the disappearing girl and said gratefully, thank for everyone's gifts. The author is deeply grateful here. Also, I hope for a 5-star review. And I wish this book could get an 8-point rating. It's a bit shy to say, but it's my first time getting such a high rating. Chapter 210, Aren't You Still Here? Obito, Kakashi, and Minato-sensei, how have you been all these years? Rin tilted her little head, her gaze gently cast on the three in front of her. Well, I've been doing quite well, Kakashi sighed lightly. Looking at Rin with a complex expression, that familiar face seemed to bring him back to the past. Looking at Rin's innocent appearance, Kakashi couldn't help but think of Hanin. There seemed to be an indescribable similarity between them. So similar. It's really too similar. Kakashi studied Rin's face carefully again, and gradually, he noticed that Rin's face appeared more innocent and carefree, while Hanin had an added touch of delicacy and gentleness. Although they seemed extremely similar at first glance, upon closer comparison, they were not entirely the same. Kakashi couldn't help but change his previous opinion. What's wrong, Kakashi? Rin noticed Kakashi's unusual gaze, and a hint of sadness arose in her heart. She turned around, her face full of curiosity as she asked. It's nothing, Kakashi shook his head, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Even he couldn't explain why he felt sad. Rin, don't mind that guy Kakashi, he always looks so cold. Obito complained from the side. He never cares about other people's feelings, he's selfish. Obito, don't say that. Minato stood to the side, looking worriedly at Kakashi, his eyes filled with concern. Sensei, actually, Obito is right, I was indeed very selfish before. Kakashi shook his head again, tears welling up in his eyes. Obito's words were not without reason. Kakashi had always regarded his father as an idol when he was young. However, the good times didn't last long. His father leaked information while protecting his teammates during a mission, leading to the failure of the mission. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's repeated reassurances that he didn't need to worry about it, the gossip from the villagers still put immense psychological pressure on his father, who ultimately chose to commit suicide. Young Kakashi witnessed his father's death firsthand. At that moment, his pupils constricted violently, filled with fear. From then on, he developed a selfish personality, believing that a ninja should prioritize missions. Enough, it's been so long. Obito, Kakashi, why are you still like this? Rin looked at the two, her eyes filled with disappointment. Rin, Kakashi hesitated, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Obito beside him also fell into silence. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I really had a lot to deal with at that time, and couldn't support you in time. Minato watched the atmosphere become tense, feeling quite depressed. There's no need to bring this up again. Rin has finally gathered with us. Can't we be a bit happier? Obito sighed, then reached out to pat Minato and Kakashi on the shoulders. Only then did the three slowly show smiles, their gazes refocusing on Rin. That's more like it. Rin covered her mouth and chuckled softly. That smile was as beautiful and captivating as flowers blooming in spring, as if it could melt away all the sorrows and troubles of the world. Meanwhile, the sun hanging high in the sky shone down on Hanin, casting her petite and lovely figure onto the ground. Itachi, if Rinchan suddenly comes back to life, how would Obito and the others react? Kagome stood lightly on the railing, gently swaying her hands to maintain balance. So, can you come down first? Itachi gazed at his wife with a look of helplessness, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Please don't. Kagome gently interrupted Itachi's words, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Be careful not to fall. Itachi sighed helplessly. Who exactly did you seek when you revived Rin? Oh, I sought Orochimaru. Kain steadily balanced on one foot on the railing, casually responding, Orochimaru can actually use the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but show a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. Yeah, those forbidden techniques were taught to him by me, and I even made some enhancements. The current Edo Tensei can achieve complete resurrection now, Kagami proudly said, her hair sticking up in excitement, looking quite mischievous. Itachi listened to Kagami's story, momentarily stunned, and after a while, he gradually came to his senses. He took a deep breath and then asked, "Are you saying that you secretly looked at the ceiling scroll? Is there a problem?" Henio lightly jumped down from the railing, a silly smile on her face. However, soon a slight pain came from her head. Itachi ruthlessly gave her a hand strike, and his tone became serious. "Do you know that peeking at the ceiling scrolls can lead to severe punishment, even long-term imprisonment?" "Well, at least I have you, Itachi." Huayin pouted, a playful smile appearing on her face, as if to say, "As long as you are here, I am not afraid of anything." Upon hearing his wife's response, Itachi hesitated, his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxing. "Well, at least this answer is not bad. So, do you have anything else you want to say?" Itachi wore a somewhat helpless expression, his gaze fixed on Huayin, seemingly waiting for her to continue. "Well," Hannah's hands gently overlapped, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks, and her voice became softer. "As long as you don't tell those people, isn't everything fine? After all, no one else knows about this matter." A hint of teasing light flashed in Itachi's eyes as he leaned slightly forward, looking at Hannah with interest. "So why do you think I won't tell others?" Upon hearing Itachi's counter-question, Hannah was instantly stunned, her face showing a bewildered expression. "So what do you want to do?" Kanon was somewhat annoyed and shot a fierce glare at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he gently extended a finger and pointed to his own face. Kagami quickly understood Itachi's meaning, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. "What's wrong?" Itachi asked curiously, leaning down to carefully examine the shy girl before him, his eyes filled with tenderness. "What a silly girl." Huayin mumbled in dissatisfaction, then mustered up the courage, stood on tiptoe, and gently left a kiss on Itachi's face. Itachi felt the moisture on his face and nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "All right, this time I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But next time I won't know," Itachi teased. "Itachi, you will regret it." Kagami widened her eyes and shot a fierce glare at Uchiha Itachi in front of her. "Enough. I am." Itachi was about to retort, but swallowed his words back down. "Ahem, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, you fool." Itachi extended his finger and lightly flicked Kagani's forehead. "Ouch." Huayin suddenly cried out in pain, covering her head tightly with both hands, taking a step back, and showing a look of grievance on her face. "What are you doing? You idiot. Do you know that randomly flicking someone's forehead can make them stupid?" Huayin said angrily. "Well, I really don't know." Yao shook his head, unable to suppress a smile that surged in his heart, but he still tried hard to hold it back. Chapter 211. Huayin from the guard department. Time passed like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly slipped by. It was morning. Time to get up. Today is your first day interning at the guard department. Yao looked at Huayin, who was still lazily lying on the bed, with a face full of helplessness. "What time is it?" Huayin curled up in the bedding, her voice carrying a hint of laziness and reluctance. It was already 7:30 in the morning. You looked at Huayin, still refusing to get up, and with a sigh, reached out his hand, gently tugging at the corner of the blanket, and softly pulled her up. Henio finally managed to get up from the bed, stretching out her somewhat hazy hands to gently rub her still half-closed eyes. "All right, go wash up quickly. After washing up, go have breakfast." Yato looked at Henio, who was still bleary-eyed, with a gaze full of affection. Over the past few months, Huayin spent the whole day lounging in her room, eating and drinking to her heart's content before falling asleep, just like a carefree salted fish. One day, Kagami had a sudden idea and suggested that she go work in the security department. When Itachi heard this, he agreed without much thought. Thus, today's scene came to be. At the dining table, Hannah was chewing on her breakfast, her face filled with drowsiness, and her little head occasionally drooping. Itachi couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of her. For some reason, he found his wife's appearance to be quite adorable. Before long, Hannah suddenly woke up, and her disheveled hair stood up straight. "Ah, Itachi-kun, how long have I been asleep?" Hannah's pupils constricted suddenly, and she looked at Itachi in shock. "Well, you should finish your breakfast first. It's already past 8, and you're late." Itachi looked at the glistening drool at the corner of Hannah's mouth and couldn't help but laugh, his laughter ringing out. Kanon suddenly realized, quickly took out a tissue and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Then, she shot a dissatisfied glare at Itachi. Immediately after, Huayin wolfed down her breakfast. After eating, she quickly tidied herself up in front of the mirror and rushed out the door. You looked at Huayin's hurried figure, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He wondered to himself whether this guy was doing well at work, but soon calmed down. He knew that if he became the clan leader in the future, there would be more affairs to handle, and he couldn't be by Huayin's side all the time. Sometimes, letting Huayin be independent wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The sun in the sky shone fiercely on the girl's face, and due to her hurried running, Kano's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and at that moment she was panting heavily, having finally arrived at the Uchiha clan security department. As described in the original work, the security department didn't look particularly grand. As soon as she stepped through the door, Kano quickly clocked in. "Kano, you're late." Just after she finished clocking in, a familiar voice came from behind her. Upon hearing the words, Huayin immediately felt a wave of panic and hurriedly turned around. When she saw the person approaching, her expression became even more flustered. "Ah, Uncle Tiehua, please let me explain. I have my reasons." Kain swallowed hard and waved her hands in a fluster. Since Fujiwara had become Hokage, the position of minister of the Uchiha clan security department had fallen to Tetsuka. "Well, you should get to work quickly. Today you're responsible for patrolling Group B in the eastern district of Konoha." Tetsuka did not blame Kain for being late. Instead, he spoke respectfully. Of course, he wouldn't be in this position if he were an idiot. After all, she is the wife of the branch family head. As a mere minister of the security department, how could he dare to offend the wife of the branch family head? "All right, Captain Tetsuka, then I'll be on my way." Kain looked at the iron fire in front of her, nodding slightly in a bit of panic. You go ahead." The iron fire watched the girl disappear from view, took out a tissue from his pocket, and wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead. To be honest, the young clan leader's wife came to the guard department just to experience life. Who in the guard department would dare to assign her particularly strict tasks? They were all trivial matters. "Captain Tiehua, do you really want to indulge Kain like this?" In a corner, Daohua walked over, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Are you crazy? She's the young clan leader's wife. Do you dare to offend her?" Tiehua glared at Daohua and said sternly. "Well," Daohua swallowed hard and nodded. "By the way, raise Kain's performance again. Give her a perfect score on all your evaluations." Tiehua continued with some unease. "It's already all perfect scores," Daohua replied helplessly. "All right then, you can step back," Tiehua said, frowning. "In a corner of my village." Kagun was already familiar with the patrol mission due to her previous experience. At this moment, the girl was dressed in dark department uniform, her expression serious. However, to others, she appeared particularly cute. After a while, Huayin heard a dispute coming from a shop in the distance. "You bought something without paying and then bit back?" The shop owner, a middle-aged man, was angrily questioning a drunk man he was holding, "Which I saw me not paying." The drunk man disdainfully glared back at the owner. Kain looked at the noisy scene in the distance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Please make way," she said to the crowd that was watching, and they immediately felt displeased, turning to look at the person who was pushing them. Upon seeing that the person was wearing a security uniform, their pupils suddenly constricted. "Ahem, security officer. The troublemaker is that drunk man. You two, quiet down." Huayin followed the direction they pointed to. The two people who were arguing incessantly instantly stopped their actions. Then, just like a common glitch in novels, both sides began to shift the blame onto each other. Huayin listened to the two arguing passionately, her brows furrowing again. However, as she looked at the drunk man, she couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed somewhat familiar. Soon, Huayin recalled the identity of this drunkard. He was the person who had tried to harm her many years ago. She didn't expect to run into him again this time. Hannah glared at the drunkard and said fiercely, "It's unfair, guard. I just took a little something." The drunkard, recognizing the girl in front of him, immediately defended himself with a face full of fear. But Hannah wouldn't give him a chance to explain. She immediately used her Sharingan to control the drunkard and put silver handcuffs on him. This farce came quickly and left just as fast. The drunkard was locked up in the Konoha village prison. Recently, the weather has been cold. Everyone take care of your health and don't catch a cold. Anyway, the author has caught a cold and feels dizzy, seeking gifts. Chapter 212. Does Rin prefer Obito or Kakashi more? With a crack, the sturdy chains of the cage were tightly locked by Hannah, producing a dull echo. "Uncle, you just stay here and reflect for a while." Kain glanced at the drunken man, gently patted her hands, and then elegantly turned to leave. "It's unfair, Sir Guard." The drunken man wanted to explain something, but when he saw the guard member's blood-red eyes staring at him, he immediately shut his mouth in fear. Truly, Miss Kain handles things with such high efficiency. It's really impressive. A guard member looked at the decisive young girl and sincerely praised her. Exactly. Others chimed in agreement. If nothing unexpected happens, Kain should have the best performance this year, right? The crowd discussed among themselves, praising Kain's abilities. Huayin walked out of the security department, listening to everyone's compliments about herself, a shy blush appearing on her face, making her look a bit embarrassed. Hee, everyone is praising me. Clearly, Huayin wanted to keep a low profile. Time flies, autumn fades into winter, and it seems like just a blink of an eye, the 5 Hokages on the distant Hokage rock seem to be wearing a pure white snow cap on their heads. Henio, dressed in the security department uniform, is patrolling every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village as usual. Ah, time really flies. I wonder if Itachi-kun is still that busy. Huayin yawned, her tone laced with a hint of laziness and lethargy. At this moment, a biting cold wind blew in from afar, causing the girl to shiver involuntarily. It's so cold. Kain instinctively shrank back, then exhaled a warm breath, her cute cheeks instantly tinted with a blush. The sun in the high sky intertwined with the white clouds, but it seemed powerless to tear through the thick dark clouds. Snowflakes were still swirling around, and the entire world was covered in white snow, dressed in a silver robe. Huayin was walking down the street, watching the people laughing and playing, and a warm current gradually surged in her heart. Saw thee. Just as Huayin was still immersed in her thoughts, she suddenly felt her body bump into something. Kagane was taken aback for a moment, then turned her head to look at the girl who had bumped into her. Huh, Rin, is that you? Huayin looked at the adorable little loli in front of her, who had 2 purple patterns on her cheeks, and greeted her with mild surprise. Huayin's sister, long time no see. Lin picked up the package from the ground, exhaled a breath of warm air, and curiously examined Huayin. Don't call me sister. You are much older than me. Kagun looked at Rin, who was a head shorter than herself, and awkwardly spoke up. After all, Edo Tensei can only revive someone in their previous state. So Rin still maintains this little lowly appearance. However, after some time, Rin should gradually grow taller, right? After all, this time the Edo Tensei has been modified by Kagun and is completely different from the original work. Who are you planning to give these things to? Hanin looked at Lin, who was tightly holding a bag. Inside the bag were several envelopes, with the words for Obito written on them in childish handwriting. Next to the envelopes were a few vibrant flowers, seemingly symbolizing something. Although Hanin doesn't understand these things, as a girl, she probably has already guessed Rin's feelings. Oh, Rin-chan, are you going to give this to Obito? Huayin raised her eyebrows and said with a teasing tone, Sister Huayin, what are you talking about? Lin instantly became shy, twisting her body and looking at Huayin in front of her, wanting to say something, but hesitating. What was written in the envelope? Could be a love letter? Kain looked at Lin in front of her, a teasing smile on her face, then pretended to reach for the bag. Lin instinctively took a step back at Kain's antics, tightly clutching the red bag, her cute face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I actually need to hurry home too. Let's go. We're heading the same way. Huayin smiled faintly, and then reached out to hold Lin's hand. I'm sorry, Huayin. Lin shyly lowered her head, as if feeling apologetic for her earlier action. Lin, you don't need to apologize to me. I was just teasing you. Huayin looked at the little loli in front of her with a speechless expression. Well, I got it. Lin nodded and then revealed a sweet smile. So, do you prefer Obito or Kakashi now? Henio held Rin's hand and walked down the road, unable to suppress her curiosity, and continued to ask. Actually, there are many interpretations in the original work. Some say Rin likes Kakashi, while others say she prefers Obito. But no matter which side of the debate it is, Henio finds it quite frustrating. After all, the original work doesn't clearly state who Rin ends up liking. Why are you asking me this question again? Rin looked at the girl with some dissatisfaction, her eyes carrying a hint of resentment. Huayin looked at Lin's expression and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on her forehead, feeling so awkward that she didn't know how to start. Well, as compensation, how about I treat you to a meal? Huayin also realized that her previous words and actions were somewhat impolite, so she sincerely apologized. Sigh, Sister Huayin. You really like gossip. Lin looked at the slightly disappointed girl in front of her who hadn't gotten an answer, and gently sighed. Actually, I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Lin hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and stared intently at Huayin. Okay, I promise I won't tell anyone. Kain nodded firmly. Then I will say it. Lin took a deep breath and then cautiously looked around to see if there were any familiar faces. Kain suddenly became nervous for some reason, and then swallowed hard. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Kagane is extremely anxious at this moment, eagerly wanting to know the truth. In fact, I prefer Obito's voice to Rin's, which is so faint like a mosquito that it's almost inaudible. However, Hannah still heard it, and then looked at Rin with an understanding gaze, as if to say, I know, I understand. You won't tell anyone else, right? Rin swallowed nervously and looked at Hannah. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Han patted Lin's shoulder and said sincerely, Thank you very much for everyone's gifts. The author is very grateful here. Recently, the weather has been cold, and he has caught a cold, feeling unwell, so the quality may have declined. Here, I sincerely apologize to everyone. He wants to ask everyone for a small gift that shouldn't be too much to ask, right? I've been feeling dizzy all day and really don't want to go to the hospital and spend money unnecessarily. I'll take a day off tomorrow, sorry. Chapter 213, Lin's Confession Token. The two girls walked leisurely along the road, chatting casually about various topics. Before they knew it, the two girls had reached the territory of the Uchiha clan. All right, we're home. How do you plan to speak to Obito? Huayin looked at Lin with a hint of teasing in her expression. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze, Lin responded with a bit of helplessness, truly unable to bear her best friend's inquisitive eyes. Ahem, then I'll go knock on the door first. Kagani glanced at Rin and then let out a soft sigh. Just then, Rin hurriedly tiptoed and stopped Kagani, who was about to reach for the doorbell. What's wrong, Rin? Kain tilted her head, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Don't bring that up later. Lin bit her lip, her face flushing with embarrassment. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Kagami shook her head, then reached out her finger and gently pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong. The sound of the doorbell rang crisply. Immediately after, a hurried sound of footsteps came. The door creaked open, and Obito looked at Rin and Kagami in surprise. Huh? Rin, Kagami, what are you two doing here? Obito was taken aback at first, then turned to look at Kagami. His eyes filled with astonishment. This is my home, isn't it? Why can't I come here? Kagami responded with some dissatisfaction. Isn't this Itachi's home? Obito looked at Kagami with a speechless expression. Kain fell into silence instantly, then awkwardly coughed a few times. Ahem, Itachi's home is my home too. Oh, that makes sense. It's joint property for couples. Obito nodded, looking as if he suddenly understood. Upon hearing the word couple, Kain's face instantly turned red. Rin, on the side, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her smile blooming like a flower. We're still just. Hannah spoke up to this point, but suddenly swallowed her words. Forget it. She didn't want to argue with this guy, Obito, who had an IQ of only 2. All right, come in first. It's cold outside. Minato smiled as he watched the three playing around and helped ease the situation. Soon, the three of them walked into the house. Feeling the completely different climate inside compared to outside, Hannah couldn't help but be a bit surprised. The weather outside was clearly bone-chilling, while the inside was warm like spring. Here, have some tea. Minato brewed a cup of fragrant tea and handed it to Hannah. Kanon took the teacup with both hands and politely nodded, saying thank you. Mizumon gently waved his hand and continued to brew the tea. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Fujitake is coming back tonight, Mizumon said softly, his tone carrying a hint of warmth. Huh, isn't Uncle Fujitake the Hokage? Logically speaking, matters in the village. Kagani wanted to say something, but hesitated, showing a look of confusion on her face. It has already been handed over to Rukyu to handle. Mizumoto gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of relief. I see, that's good then. Kagani suddenly realized and nodded, a hint of relief on her face. She couldn't help but think of the third Hokage in the original work, who often entrusted various troublesome matters to Kakashi. Kakashi, you're truly outstanding and capable. The reason the Hokage entrusts all the tedious and complex affairs to you is entirely because of his immense trust and regard for you. At this moment, the scene clearly emerged in Huayin's mind. Fujikaze gently patted Lu Jin's shoulder, his eyes filled with deep meaning, and slowly said, Lu Jin, for the future and prosperity of Konoha Village, please continue to bear these heavy responsibilities on your shoulders and persevere. I will, Lord Hokage, Lu Jin replied. Although his face was full of pain, he still managed to force a smile and nodded repeatedly. This was the scene Huayin envisioned in her heart. Thinking of this scene, Huayin couldn't help but feel pity and heartache for Lu Jin. By the way, Teacher Minato, what about Obito and Kakashi? Rin, sitting beside Huayin, suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity. Kakashi should be out handling some personal matters, but he should be back tonight. Minato gently shook his head, his tone warm and calm. That useless Kakashi is probably out doing something indecent again, Obito scoffed, his face full of disdain. Teacher Minato, Obito, this is a special gift I prepared for you. At that moment, a delicate and cute voice interrupted Obito's thoughts and attracted everyone's attention. Thank you very much for your company and care. Rin said gratefully, handing over 2 pink envelopes with both hands. Minato looked at the pink envelopes Rin handed over, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head, revealing a warm smile. Thank you. Obito solemnly extended his hands to receive the envelopes Rin offered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing that both had accepted her gifts, Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing a relieved smile. By the way, Huayin-chan, you also have a special gift. Rin took out a small, exquisitely crafted box from her bag and handed it to Huayin. Thank you very much for your thoughtfulness. Hannah reached out to take the box, but did not open it immediately, nodding politely. Since everyone had already accepted their gifts, only Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fugaka Mikoto, and Itachi were left. Rin bit her lip and frowned slightly, then took out a pen and began to seriously jot something down in her notebook, looking both earnest and cute. Obito looked at Rin with a doting expression, his eyes filled with tenderness. Hannah, meanwhile, was glancing back and forth between the two, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. For some reason, she wanted to remind Obito that the way they were acting now looked more like being overly intimate could be seen as inappropriate behavior and get them taken to the security department. But then she thought better of it. After all, this was their affair, and it wasn't her place to interfere too much. My head hurts so much. Please power up for love. I didn't eat this morning. I'm so hungry. Taking a day off tomorrow. Very sorry, everyone. The 2 chapters for the day off will be made up later. I will keep my promise. Chapter 214. Let us sleep together tonight. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Kagani strolled alone on the streets, the dim street lights illuminating her petite figure, and the surroundings were peaceful. Sigh, work is really exhausting. Huayin exhaled a puff of warm air, the cold weather causing her cheeks to flush. She raised her scarf a little, then rubbed her hands together and huffed out another breath of warmth. It's really cold today. Looking up at the sky, she noticed that the sun had quietly disappeared, replaced by a deep blue moon. The moonlight spilled down, transforming the snowy ground into a silver-clad landscape. The dim streetlights elongated Huayin's shadow, and the reflections on the road highlighted her solitude. Kagami looked into the distance, her mind filled with countless thoughts. It's cold, isn't it? A gentle voice interrupted her contemplation. Huh, Itachi-kun, is that you? Kanon turned around in surprise and found that the visitor was Itachi Uchiha, her eyes filled with astonishment. I was worried that something might happen to you on the way, so I came to check on you, Itachi said with a light sigh, holding the umbrella with one hand and gently gazing at Kanon. Is that so? Hanyo shyly lowered her head. Let's go home, Itachi said softly, patting Hanyo's shoulder. The two walked side by side on the small path, as snowflakes gently fell from the sky, but were lightly blocked by the umbrella in Itachi's hand. What are you thinking about? Itachi asked with a hint of curiosity, looking at the girl lost in thought. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of that guy Madara. Kagami gently shook her head, a complex expression appearing on her face. Ban? Why asked, slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by the name. Yes, it had been a while since she last saw him. She wondered how he was doing now. Kagami nodded slightly, her tone carrying an indescribable emotion. Is that so? Then why don't you go meet him? Itachi tilted his head, curiously observing the girl in front of him. At this moment, perhaps due to the cold weather or some other reason, the girl's face was flushed, and her cherry-red lips looked particularly enticing under the light. Why are you looking at me like that? Kanon swallowed instinctively, her heart racing like a startled deer. It's nothing. Let's go, Itachi said with a smile, gazing into the distance. Before long, the two arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Itachi gently pushed the door open, accompanied by a crisp click. I'm back. Kanon walked into the house, turned on the light in the entrance, took off her shoes, changed into slippers, and lightly walked into the living room. Itachi silently walked over to the girl's shoes and arranged the pair that had been haphazardly placed. Watching the girl in the distance who was cooking instant noodles, Itachi let out a soft sigh, his eyes full of affection. Let me cook instead. Eating too much instant noodles isn't good for your health, Itachi said gently as he looked at the girl coming out of the kitchen. All right then, I'll leave it to you, she replied. Huayin was about to boil water when she heard Yu's words, so she stopped her actions. Suddenly, Huayin felt a warm sensation on her head. She looked up and saw a weasel gently stroking her head with a loving gaze. You always stroke my head like this. I won't grow taller. Hannah glared at Itachi with a hint of resentment. With your height, I'm already very satisfied. Itachi extended his finger and gently flicked Hannah's forehead, teasingly saying, that hurts. How many times have you done this already? Kagami covered her slightly flushed forehead with both hands, her cheeks puffed out. and tears glimmered in her eyes. Ahem kept count. You remember it so clearly? Itachi shook his head, walked to the kitchen, and started heating oil in a pan. All right, Itachi, if you keep teasing me like this, you will definitely regret it. Kanon looked at Itachi's teasing expression, feeling more and more irritated. All right, then I'll wait and see. Itachi shrugged helplessly. After a while, a simple yet warm dinner was presented by Itachi on the dining table. Kagani sat by the dining table, looking at the dinner with a look of surprise in her eyes. Hurry up and eat. Don't just sit there in a daze. Itachi looked at his wife's dazed expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kanon subconsciously ignored Itachi's last sentence, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her voice is tiny as a mosquito's. How does it taste? Itachi asked, looking at the girl who was enjoying her dinner, raising an eyebrow. It's just okay, Kanon said with a thunder tone. All right, then I'll go take a shower first. You can eat slowly. Itachi nodded, stood up from the table, walked into his room, took out a change of clothes, and headed into the bathroom. It's so cold. Do you still want to take a shower? Kagami looked at the bathroom light turning on and curiously asked. Of course. Itachi nodded. What a monster. Huayin murmured to herself and continued to enjoy her dinner. On such a cold day, she certainly didn't have the courage to take a shower. She would definitely shiver when changing clothes. Just thinking about that cold scene made Huayin shudder. Forget it. Forget it. She decided not to think about it anymore. Huayin shook her head, bringing her thoughts back to reality, and continued to savor the food in her hands. The cold wind outside blew fiercely, wave after wave. After finishing her meal in a hurry, Huayin quickly locked the window tightly. Phew, this time there shouldn't be any cold wind blowing in, right? Hannah murmured to herself, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. Then, the girl slowly stepped into the bathroom, washed up briefly, and returned to her room. However, the moment she stepped into the room, Hannah was instantly stunned. That guy Itachi was actually lying on her bed. Kagani's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She had just wanted to reach out and pull Itachi away, but hesitated and stopped her movements. After all, Itachi had been busy since daytime, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, and was still eagerly waiting for her to come home from work. He must be more exhausted than she was, especially since he had thoughtfully prepared dinner for her. Thinking about her earlier irrational thoughts, Kagami suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Forget it. I'll make an exception this time. Of course, this is the last time. I won't let you lie on my bed again in the future. Hannah gently lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly lay down. At this moment, Hannah shyly turned her back to Itachi, her heart racing like a little deer. It's really so embarrassing. Itachi shouldn't suddenly wake up, right? Kagani nervously swallowed, feeling her husband's steady breathing behind her, a strange tingling sensation rising in her heart. Especially since Itachi had just finished showering and a faint scent of shampoo lingered on him, making Kagani feel inexplicably warm. Ayu. Kanon suddenly felt Itachi's hands reaching around from behind, holding her tightly. At that moment, the girl's face was as shy as a blooming flower, and she shot a glance at Itachi, who was behind her with his eyes closed, lost in sleep. Kanon's heart surged with 1,000 words, yet she hesitated to speak, only able to silently feel this embrace. Seeking donations for love, asking for gifts. The author has been dismissed from the electronics factory due to a fever and cold. Now back home and starving, I originally planned to take a day off today, but I decided against it. I'm just too hungry to sleep. Asking for gifts. This is really important for the Lotus Leaf. Only one chapter has been written, and the second chapter is not finished yet. I will post it after this morning. Chapter 215. Pay attention to the time. A night has passed. Outside the window, the warblers chirped, weaving a melodious symphony of spring. The bright sunlight filtered through the curtains like fine threads, gently falling onto the bed. Huayin slowly opened her hazy eyes. Just as she was about to struggle to sit up, she felt a pair of strong arms tightly wrapped around her, making it difficult for her to move at all. At this moment, Hannah suddenly woke up, her cheeks instantly flushed with crimson. She turned her head and saw that Itachi was still immersed in his dreams, and a wave of inexplicable emotions surged in her heart. Idiot, let go of me already. Kagani stretched out her pink fist and gently tapped Itachi's head, but Itachi remained as still as a sleeping giant. This feels so strange, it's a bit embarrassing. Huayin's eyes turned red with urgency, tears swirling in her eyes, her face full of shyness. Just then, a slight movement came from behind her, and Huayin's heart leaped with joy as she slowly turned her head. She saw that you had already opened his eyes, looking at her with a smile. Why did you wake up so early? Yu's voice was gentle like a spring breeze. Yeah, could you only go first? I still have to go to work. Hana stretched out her delicate hand and gently pushed against Itachi's chest, trying to break free from his embrace. However, seeing the adorable sight of Hana struggling, Itachi held her even tighter, as if he wanted to merge her into his own body. He took a deep breath, savoring the faint fragrance that emanated from the girl, and for some reason, felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Kagani looked at Itachi's intoxicated appearance, hesitating to speak, and ultimately fell into a long silence. Forget it. Let's sleep a little longer. After all, I stayed up late last night, and I really need to catch up on sleep now. Huayin slowly closed her eyes again, leaning back into Itachi's embrace, and fell into a deep slumber once more. Itachi gently rested his head on Huayin's chin, feeling her breath and heartbeat. And before he knew it, he also began to feel sleepy. After an unknown amount of time, when Huayin opened her eyes again, the sky outside had turned somewhat gloomy. Wait, what time is it now? Kagani glanced at the alarm clock on the table and saw that it was glaringly showing that it was already 12 o'clock. Oh no, it's already noon. Kagami exclaimed in surprise, just as she was about to get up, but was tightly held by the weasel. How infuriating! Kagani gritted her teeth as she looked at Itachi, who was still immersed in his dreams, her face full of embarrassment and helplessness. Idiot, it's already noon. Time to get up. Kagani cupped Itachi's face in her hands and shook his head vigorously. With such a shake from the girl, Itachi finally opened his sleepy eyes. What's wrong? He asked, a bit confused. What do you mean, what's wrong? Just look at the time. Hanyo pointed at the clock on the table, her tone filled with reproach and helplessness. Oh, it's already noon. Itachi struggled to prop himself up and turned to his lovely wife, curiously asking, what's wrong? Seeing Itachi's calm demeanor only made Hanyo more frustrated. What do you mean, what's wrong? I've been waiting for so long. But Hanyo still suppressed her anger, sighed softly, and said, forget it. I took a day off today anyway. So, can you let go of me first? I need to freshen up. Kagani looked at Itachi's hands, tightly holding on to her, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and sorrow. Itachi nodded, finally letting go of his embrace. Henin broke free from the weasel's restraints like a heavy burden lifted, and walked lightly towards the bathroom. After finishing her grooming, she sat alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in deep thought about what she had just done. At that moment, there was a soft click, and her room door was gently pushed open. The weasel also entered the bathroom, and, after washing up, sat down beside Henin. What are you doing? Kagun turned to Itachi, her face full of confusion and misunderstanding. What else can I do? Of course, I could just watch you. Itachi pointed to his own face, showing a hint of a helpless smile. Huayin was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Kain stretched out her arms, gently wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, her gaze filled with a hint of pleading and anticipation. Oh, all right. Itachi nodded and then stood up, walking towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, the unique crackling sound of adjusting the heat could be heard, followed closely by the thudding sound of the knife chopping on the cutting board, like a cheerful and rhythmic symphony resonating in the air. Huayin sat in the living room, the familiar and warm melody of cooking from the kitchen filling her ears, and an inexplicable sense of peace and stability surged within her. However, this tranquility did not last long. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, causing her pupils to constrict instantly. That's right. I still need to ask for leave at the security department. Cannon suddenly stood up from the sofa, her figure darting like a gust of wind as she quickly reached the entrance and skillfully changed into her outdoor shoes. I have to say, the technology tree in the ninja world is really skewed. They clearly have modern technological products like televisions, yet they lack convenient communication tools like mobile phones. If they had phones, Cannon could simply ask for leave in the WeChat group without needing to explain it to Tetsuhan in person. Itachi, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Kagani stood at the door and gently called out to the living room, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Okay, be careful on the way. A gentle and magnetic voice responded. I will. Huayin responded softly. A warm current surged in her heart. With a light click, she pushed the door open. However, when she stepped outside, she found that the originally bright sky had turned gloomy, as if covered by a heavy curtain. In fact, the sky couldn't be considered truly overcast. It was just a bit dim. The sun in the high sky was obscured by patches of white clouds, and the occasional ray of light that broke through appeared dull and lackluster. The entire sky seemed on the verge of pouring down a heavy rain at any moment. It really looks like it's going to rain today. Huayin looked up at the sky, softly murmuring with a hint of worry and anticipation in her eyes. After a while, she arrived in front of the guard department's door. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervous feelings, then swallowed hard and pushed open the heavy door of the guard department with a panicked expression. Ahem, may I ask if Captain Tai Hua is here? Kagani stepped cautiously into the room and asked timidly. There was a slight tremor in her voice, as if she was afraid of something. Kagani? What brings you here? At that moment, Inahibi walked out from inside the room, looking at Kagani's nervous and uneasy demeanor with a hint of helplessness on his face. In fact, Inahibi really wanted to tell Kagani that she was different from them ordinary people. Even if she was late, no one would blame her. Even if she didn't come to work, she would still receive her share of the salary. However, he ultimately didn't say those words. Ah, Uncle Inahibi, you're here too? May I ask where Captain Tetsuhibi is? Huayin looked at the rice fire, wanting to say something but hesitating, her forehead already dripping with cold sweat. She lowered her head somewhat shyly, as if feeling ashamed for her lateness. However, Huayin is not clear about how much power she currently has. Seeking some motivation for love. Thank you. Chapter 216. Huayin versus Xixian. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap. In the blink of an eye, winter has gone and spring has come. And everything is revived. Soon after, Ji Shui, with a serious expression, found Huayin. What's wrong, brother Ji Shui? Huayin stared at the suddenly arrived Ji Shui, her face filled with confusion and misunderstanding. It's like this, Huayin. Ji Shui looked at Huayin seriously for a rare moment. I unexpectedly discovered traces of the Shell organization deep in the mist-hidden village of the water country. The Shell organization? Han Aeon was instantly stunned, her face filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? Has the plot of Boruto quietly advanced? According to what should be the case, the Kara organization was supposed to be established only after Naruto became Hokage. Could this sudden change be due to the butterfly effect triggered by her unintentional actions? Their scale is comparable to that of the Akatsuki organization, and every member has reached the level of a Kage. Shui said cautiously, his tone revealing his wariness towards the Kara organization. By the way, is Itachi home? Shui looked around the empty living room, feeling a hint of doubt. Itachi is not at home. He is currently dealing with some matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Hana shook her head helplessly and spread her hands. Well, anyway, I'm here to remind you. Ji Shui sighed, reaching out to rub his tired brow. How do you plan to deal with the Akatsuki organization? They have all awakened now. The Akatsuki organization is currently allied with our Konoha village, so we don't need to worry about that for now. Kagani also sighed lightly and said complicatedly, let's pay more attention to the movements over at the Shell organization. Okay, do you want to go with me to Hidden Mist Village now? Shizushui looked up at the girl in front of him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. All right, then let's go. Huayin obediently nodded, her face full of trust. In the midst of Huayin's confused gaze, Ji Shui extended his arm and gently placed it on her shoulder. Before Huayin could open her mouth to ask, with a whoosh, the two of them instantly vanished from their spot. In the blink of an eye, the once warm and peaceful home began to undergo tremendous changes. The scenery around them rapidly transformed, and in an instant, they arrived at Mist-Hidden Village. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, as if they were in a fairyland. Flying Thunder God technique. Huayin was stunned and stammered, Brother Ji Shui, when did you learn that? I learned it a long time ago. Ji Shui smiled faintly and made a shushing gesture. Don't speak now, follow me. The enemy might be very strong. We need to be cautious. After saying that, he led the way ahead, his steps steady and vigilant. Hani nodded obediently and followed him closely. I must say, this feeling is quite thrilling. Sneaking out behind, Itachi comes back to fool around with another man. The mist in the distance seemed thick, but as they approached, it became unusually thin. After a while, the two vaguely saw a pitch-black figure in the mist. They instantly held their breath and became cautious, while the patterns of the Sharingan in their eyes changed intricately. Have two more ninjas come? Before Shui could even ask the person's identity, the figure was already walking towards him. He looked strikingly like a monk, with a black board stuck to his forehead and his black hair tied up at the back of his head. Oh no, isn't that Jigen? The villain who defeated Naruto and Sasuke in Boruto. Kagami couldn't help but feel a surge of tension in her heart. Who are you? Ji Shui asked, her gaze as cold as ice, staring at the newcomer. Who I am is not important, but unfortunately for you, you have encountered me today, and you must leave your lives here, came the deep, hoarse voice of Cien as she slowly spread her hands. Ji Shui retreat quickly. Kagami noticed a movement in the distance and instantly became tense. A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly spread out from her back. With a bang, before Shui could react, 3 black rods pierced through his shoulder in an instant. Ugh! Shui cried out in pain and staggered backward. Meanwhile, Kagami flew into the sky with her black wings, evading the earlier attack from the black rods. Kagani, what kind of ability is this? Shui pulled out the black rod from his shoulder and quickly retreated. Shui, you can't handle this kind of enemy. Use the Flying Thunder God technique to notify Obito and the others. Kanon shouted anxiously, her eyes fixed on the distant Chizen. You be careful. Shui understood that he was no match for Chizen, and immediately tried to use the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his original spot. Racing against time to seek help in Konoha. Trying to escape? No way. Chizen sneered, appearing in the exact spot where Shui had been in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, a delicate figure stepped in front of him. Bang! A loud sonic boom erupted. The staff in Huayin's hand collided violently with Sishien's black stick. Sparks flying everywhere. Taking advantage of this moment, Shui quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene. TSK, little brat. You're the strongest ninja I've seen since I was just revived. Sishien watched Shui leave, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction, then lowered her gaze to the graceful young girl in front of her. The two raised their heads at the same time, exchanged a glance, and with a whoosh, their figures disappeared from the spot. Bang! Cold weapons clashed, creating dazzling sparks. The domain expanded. Demon chef. Huayin's pupils suddenly constricted, and she coldly uttered her words. In a moment, a large number of white bones surged from the ground, and a deep, profound door slowly opened. At this moment, continuous slashes rushed towards Sishien like a tide. Sishien's gaze was icy as he observed the surrounding attacks, his hands spread wide. In an instant, a massive black square barrier appeared around him. Immediately afterward, the black square rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the area. The relentless slashes struck the black square barrier, but left no trace. Damn it, Huayin, who was far away, was startled by this scene. She hadn't delved deeply into Boruto, having only watched some commentary at most. Without information, it was impossible to compare the combat strength of ninjas. Just then, Sishin moved, transforming into a shadow and pouncing fiercely towards Huayin. Kain reacted quickly, shifting her body to the side to evade Sishien's attack. At the same time, she formed hand seals with both hands and murmured, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." From the distant river, a massive water dragon surged forth, charging towards Sishien. However, Sishien did not dodge or evade. With a wave of his hands, he quickly absorbed the water dragon bullet into his palms. Huayin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. She knew very well that she couldn't continue like this and had to find a flaw in Xien's defenses. So, she formed seals again and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A huge fireball erupted from Huayin's mouth and flew towards Cien. However, Cien seemed to have anticipated this. With a flash of movement, he extended his palm to absorb the ninjutsu. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, and the surrounding environment was becoming more and more damaged. But no matter how hard Huayin tried, she couldn't break through Cien's defenses. At that moment, Huayin suddenly devised a plan. She intentionally exposed a flaw to lure Cien into attacking. As expected, Cien took the bait and moved to attack Huayin. However, just as his attack was about to reach her, Huayin suddenly vanished from her original spot. It turned out she had already set a trap beneath her feet and used body flicker technique to evade the attack. With Cien's strike missing, he paused slightly. Just then, Kain launched a sneak attack from behind, a black arm with a blade's gleam slashing towards him. Chapter 217, Kain is so powerful. With a bang, Hana controlled the arm of Susanoo, striking it heavily against the ground. In an instant, a thick smoke rose from the ground. Did it hit him? A trace of joy flashed through Huayin's heart, but soon, this joy was interrupted by the gradually dissipating smoke in the distance. Sishien stood steadily on the arm of Susanoo, with her hands clasped behind her back, and said lightly, "Is this the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? It does look impressive, but how about its defense?" Before her words fell, Sishien's figure had already vanished from the spot. Kagani had already anticipated his move and decisively detached from Susanoo, rising to the sky. As expected, Susan kicked the still dissipating Susanoo into pieces, just like in the original scene. Fortunately, Kagani had read the original work and reacted quickly. Susan, slightly surprised, had his eyes instantly turn golden as he looked up at the girl in the sky. Then, he slowly raised his palm and softly said, "How will you defend against this move?" Kagun's pupils suddenly constricted. Unbeknownst to her, a black rod had appeared on her left shoulder, deeply embedded within. "It hurts. It really hurts." A heart-wrenching pain surged through her. Huayin endured the pain, quickly forming seals with both hands, decisively using 10 shadow techniques. And the distant space was instantly torn apart. A gigantic elephant directly enveloped Cien, slamming him heavily to the ground. Boom! Dust flew, and Cien was firmly pressed beneath the ground. Compared to the damage Huayin suffered, Cien was clearly in a more dire situation. However, the battle was far from over. In no time, the elephant pressing down on him transformed into smoke and dissipated. Cien struggled out of the dust, his eyes flashing with a golden light, appearing even more furious and frenzied. "You dare to hurt me!" he roared, quickly forming seals with both hands, ready to unleash a more intense attack. Huayin also showed no weakness. She took a deep breath and formed seals with her hands again. Hannah had a premonition that as long as she wanted, she could debug the magic illusion. Cien suddenly charged forward, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Flowers were flying everywhere, and Hannah dodged left and right with ease. Cien's movements were crystal clear to Hannah through her Sharingan, and she wouldn't be passively beaten like Sasuke in the original story. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. Huayin gathered the cursed energy with both hands, launching an attack similar to that of Gojo Satoru. Cien was violently knocked back by the strike, crashing into a distant tree, which couldn't bear the weight and fell with a snap. Cien stumbled a few steps, gazing seriously into the distance. The earlier confrontation made him realize that Huayin's strength was not that simple. "Little ghost, what is your name?" Cien asked with a cold gaze, scrutinizing the graceful young girl. You're not worthy to know," she replied. Kain snorted coldly and began to convert her chakra into curse power. Once Cixin got closer, she would summon the magic void and smash it down fiercely. Seeing this, Cixin shouted angrily and launched another attack. Huayin moved gracefully, skillfully dodging while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Huayin continuously attempted to summon the demon void Luo, while Cixin did her utmost to stop her. Suddenly, Huayin seized the opportunity, and the curse energy surged as Mo Su Luo's figure appeared in the air. Cien was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. However, Mo Su Luo's power was too overwhelming, even though Cien evaded one strike. The residual wave still knocked her back several steps. Kain took advantage of the situation to launch a series of attacks, intertwining cursed power and chakra. Cixin found herself at a disadvantage, struggling to defend. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly billowed up in the distance. The black object in Cixian's abdomen began to shatter like glass fragments. "Damn it," Cixin covered her abdomen, gritting her teeth. "Oh, not going to fight anymore?" Kain looked at the distant Cixin with disdain, still having some energy left. Cixin shot a cold glare at Kain and then disappeared. Upon seeing this, Huayin decisively flew into the sky. She had watched Boruto and knew that Cixin might have shrunk her body at this time. The information that took Sasuke and Naruto a long time to uncover in the original work was easily deciphered by her. As long as she stayed high in the sky, it would be difficult for Cixin to attack her. "You seem to have discovered my ability," a good thought, but unfortunately, Cixin's voice came from behind. Kagani's pupils suddenly constricted, and she immediately swapped places with the demon, Moxu Luo, on the ground. Cixin's attack landed on Moxu Luo, and in an instant, a large amount of blood gushed from Moxu Luo's body. However, just a few seconds later, Moxu Luo's body returned to its original state. A swapping ability? TCH. Cixin watched as her attack missed, her gaze growing colder. Next, Cixin continued to launch attacks, while Kagani skillfully used her swapping ability to evade. Figures intertwined in the air. Energy clashed, producing deafening sounds. The sound of flowers sometimes soars to great heights, sometimes hovers close to the ground, dancing with the kind strings. The kind strings relentlessly pursue, each attack exceptionally fierce. However, Huayin always seems to have anticipated this, switching positions. "Little ghost, I remember you." Cixin felt his physical condition worsening, and then a pitch-black black hole appeared beside him. Cixin quickly dove into the black hole and disappeared from spot. In fact, it wasn't that Cixin was too weak. He had just found a suitable vessel and had not adapted for a few days before encountering an opponent like Huayin. It was already quite difficult for Cixin to hold on until now. So is this a retreat? Huayin looked in the direction where Cixin had left, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, still feeling a bit uneasy as she flew high in the sky. After a while, a familiar voice came. "Did I come late?" Using the flying thunder god technique, Watergate brought everyone to Huayin's side. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Huayin slowly descended from the sky, her expression cold and serious. Huayin, what's the situation? Where's the enemy? Itachi asked with a worried look. I've already chased them away. By the way, why are all of you here? Kanen's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, she was covered in blood, with wounds all over her body. Your injuries. Minato looked at this scene, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Don't worry, it's just minor wounds. Kain waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Soon, the wounds on her body began to heal. The golden light dissipated, and Kain appeared before everyone refreshed. How strong is the opponent? Obito asked curiously as he watched Kain healing from her injuries. Her strength should be at the peak of Super Shadow, comparable to Uchiha Madara. Kain recalled Zishin's condition and answered softly. Zishin was clearly not at her peak yet, and her state was particularly different from when she fought against Mingzu in the original work. She might have just been resurrected not long ago and is still not used to it. Please generate power for love. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 2:18. Conan, what is your relationship with Kain? At this moment, Itachi witnessed Kain's injured appearance, and a wave of indescribable sorrow surged in his heart. He deeply felt his own incompetence, still unable to protect Kain, which led her to suffer so much pain. I'm sorry. Itachi looked at the girl before him, slowly lowering his head, his voice deep and filled with remorse. Huh? Itachi-kun, why are you apologizing to me? Kain's face was filled with confusion as she looked at Itachi. It's my failure to protect you. If my strength were strong enough, you wouldn't have suffered so much, Itachi said, gently shaking his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl before him. Seeing Itachi's deep sense of guilt, Kain was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Itachi would be so upset to see her injured. I feel a bit embarrassed. In fact, you really don't need to worry too much about this. I haven't been hurt too seriously. Kain let out a light sigh, tiptoed, and gently patted Itachi's head. At this moment, the people standing nearby fell out of place like bright light bulbs. Their faces instantly turned dark. They didn't like being fed dog food. No showing off love here. Let's get going first. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Kanon turned her head in confusion to look at Swaymin, then nodded. Swaymin and the others instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a breeze behind. Only Kanon and Itachi were left at the scene, looking at each other with expressions full of confusion and doubt. Why did everyone leave? Itachi glanced around, seeing no one, and turned to Kanon with a puzzled look. Perhaps they had something urgent to deal with? A cold sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead as she quickly reached up to wipe it away. The sun in the high sky seemed to want to penetrate the layers of mist, casting its light upon the young couple. So, are we going back to Konoha? Itachi looked up at Huayin, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, the graceful girl gently shook her head. Before Itachi could ask, she spoke first. I want to visit the Akatsuki organization first. Itachi-kun, can you accompany me? Kanon extended her palm, gently taking Itachi's hand, her face blooming with a sweet smile. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Itachi's heartbeat began to quicken in a rhythmic manner. Itachi softly responded, resting his arm on Kanon's shoulder. Before long, the two figures transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from the spot. Itachi performed the flying thunder god technique, bringing Kanon to the land of rain. In the sky, heavy rain poured down mercilessly, drenching the two of them. I brought an umbrella, so let me hold it, Itachi said as he took out the umbrella he had prepared earlier and gently opened it. Kanon smiled and nodded, standing closely next to Itachi. Since the umbrella wasn't very large, the two had to lean tightly against each other. Raindrops hit the surface of the umbrella, making a pattering sound, like a cheerful melody. The two walked side by side, sketching a beautiful picture in the rain. A gust of cool wind mixed with the rain brushed against Kanon's face, and she couldn't help but shiver. I'm sorry, I was a bit rushed when I left, so I didn't prepare very well, Itachi said apologetically. It's fine, let's go. The Akatsuki is just not far from here, she replied. Kanon blushed, shyly nestled in Itachi's arms, and whispered, all right. Itachi gently replied. The sound of rain grew more urgent, with occasional droplets landing on their clothes, leaving mottled marks. The two continued forward, the sound of rain gradually blocked by the massive buildings, until it completely disappeared. With a creak, Itachi gently pushed the door open. Has the Akatsuki organization moved here now? He curiously looked around, but suddenly froze. He felt a strong, killing intent. Who are you? Conan slowly walked out from the corner, a pair of large white wings unfurling behind her. Sister Conan, it's me. Don't worry, Itachi is not an enemy. Hannah peeked out from behind Itachi, flustered as she explained. After hearing Hannah's detailed explanation, Conan's emotions gradually calmed down. She gazed at the boy in front of her, the youthful face from a few years ago, quietly overlapping with the mature and composed appearance he had now. Are you that little brat from before? Conan's gaze was icy, and her tone revealed a hint of disbelief as she stared intently at the girl in front of her. Yes, Itachi nodded politely, a hint of humility in his expression. For some reason, he always felt that Conan seemed to regard him as an enemy. Ahem, Sister Conan, don't worry, Itachi-kun is really a good person. Kagami keenly sensed the faint killing intent emanating from Conan. She anxiously explained, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, Conan remained completely unfazed. After all, her precious daughter seemed to have been taken away by the guy in front of her. Conan glared at Itachi fiercely, her expression mirroring Naruto's. In her eyes, Itachi was simply unworthy of Kagami. At this moment, Kagami was completely stunned by the scene. Wait, what exactly is going on? Logically, since she and Itachi had such a good relationship, Conan shouldn't hate him. But why does it seem like Conan wants to kill Itachi now? Could it be that there was some unspeakable conflict between the two of them before? Are you guys okay? Kain looked at the two, wanting to speak, but hesitating, a hint of worry in her expression. Kain, what exactly is your relationship with this Itachi? Xiaonan squinted, staring intently at Itachi as if trying to see through him. Just as she was about to reach out to take Kain's hand, Itachi unexpectedly stepped in first, tightly holding Kain's hand. I'm her husband. Is there something wrong with asking this question? Itachi's eyes held a hint of malice as he coldly regarded Xiaonan, his tone laced with provocation. Husband. Xiaonan's mind exploded as if it had been blown apart. She stood frozen in place, taking quite a while to recover from the sudden shock. I really don't know how to continue writing. I plan to start a new book, also with a Naruto transformation theme, but the specific time hasn't been decided yet. Having learned from the lessons of this book, the quality of a new book will definitely be much better. Lastly, I asked for 5-star review. I need your support. It's really important for me. Thank you all. Chapter 219, Shell Organization. Do you know what you're saying? Xiaonan gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as it locked onto the young man before her, a murderous aura radiating from her without reservation. However, Itachi remained steady, unwavering as he shielded the girl behind him, his expression unchanged and calm. Why is he so expressionless? Xiaonan found herself at a loss for words, staring at him in disbelief. Of course, I know exactly what I'm saying. I understand it better than anyone in this world. Itachi slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and indifferent as he met Xiaonan's eyes. Looking at Itachi's composed demeanor, Xiaonan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Unknowingly, her feelings for this young man had quietly begun to grow. Although she still stubbornly believed that Itachi wasn't worthy of the girl, the situation was much better than before. So what do you want from me? Xiaonan retracted her previously cold expression and curiously asked Itachi. It's not that I came to find you on my own, but rather Kain did. Itachi gently shook his head, his tone carrying a barely perceptible neutrality. The thing is, Sister Xiaonan, I accidentally discovered that shell organization. Kain looked at the girl in front of her, Xiaonan, with a hint of hesitation in her words. She was not worried that Xiaonan would distrust her, but she genuinely didn't know how to continue. Shell organization? Xiaonan was taken aback by the words, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes as she looked at the girl in front of her. Let me explain it to you briefly. I encountered someone named Sishian on the way, and Huayin approached Xiaonan and began to recount in detail her experiences and observations along the way. At this moment, the candle quietly burning in the corner had unknowingly extinguished, leaving only a puddle of water quietly spread on the ground. Is it really like this? Xiaonan's pupils suddenly contracted. The name Shell Organization was completely unfamiliar to her. Listening to Huayin's narration, her heart was filled with shock. After all, was that kind-hearted Xian really that powerful? Could it be that Huayin had misunderstood some situations? Sister Xiaonan, I really haven't deceived you. In any case, please gather the other members of the Dawn Organization immediately. The most urgent task right now is to stop the actions of the Shell Organization. Kagami looked up, her sincere and determined gaze fixed on Conan. Seeing the genuine eyes of the girl in front of her, Conan couldn't help but feel a slight stir in her heart, an inexplicable emotion welling up inside her. All right, you all come with me. Conan slowly turned around, carrying a hint of resolve. Itachi and Kagami followed closely behind, and the three quickly made their way to a conference room. Before long, they arrived at the spacious and bright meeting room. At that moment, Conan, like Pain in the original work, sent an urgent message to the Akatsuki organization through her ring. Soon, Several vague and mysterious figures appeared on the chairs in the conference room, as if they had crossed over from another world. Conan, you called us so urgently. Is there something important? Deidara was the first to speak, looking at Conan with curiosity. Kagami, what are you doing here? Deidara suddenly noticed Kagami standing beside him, his face showing surprise. Hey, can you be quiet? Sasori glanced impatiently at Deidara, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Conan awkwardly cleared her throat, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Her voice echoed in the conference room, carrying a hint of authority. I know you're all excited to see Kagami, but there are more important matters to discuss. Following that, Conan detailed everything that Kagami had encountered on the way, as well as the threat posed by the Shell organization. There's actually an organization like Shell? Kisame's mouth curled into a slight smile as he felt an unprecedented challenge. This Shell organization is nothing compared to us. The Akatsuki. Deidara looked at Conan with curiosity, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of battle. Conan, are you planning to have us deal with him? Idiot. The leader of the Shell organization has already injured Kagami. Are you sure we can handle them easily? Sasori looked at Deidara with disdain, his tone filled with mockery. Oh, right, Kagami, are you all right? Deidara suddenly remembered something after hearing Sasori's words, looking at Kagami with concern in his eyes. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. Kain smiled sweetly at Deidara, her smile as warm as a spring breeze, causing Deidara's cheeks to flush involuntarily and his heart to race a little faster. Standing behind Kain, Itachi watched this scene, a surge of jealousy rising in his heart. He instinctively stepped in front of Kain, shooting Deidara a cold glare. Itachi, Deidara. Deidara pointed at his own face, looking at Itachi in confusion, and asked, Excuse me, who are you? Nothing. Itachi looked at Deidara in front of him, and, after realizing what was happening, let out a gentle sigh. Well, his wife was too outstanding. Any man would be moved upon seeing her. Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit jealous, but he would never lose his temper. Conan noticed Itachi's emotions and instinctively nodded. Yeah, this guy, named Itachi, seems to be able to control his inner feelings. Not bad. But that's still far from enough. In any case, from now on, I require you to pause your respective missions and head to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Conan said seriously to everyone. Understood. The members of the Akatsuki nodded and then vanished from the spot. Watching Conan organize the task methodically, Kain felt a bit surprised. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to arrange it so well. After all, when there are too many people, she would feel shy. I've already sent them to investigate. What do you two think? Conan sighed softly, then walked over to the girl and patted her head. Sister Conan, I'm already an adult. Please don't treat me like a child. Kain mumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction. The changes in Huayin are indeed significant. She used to be like a little sister, but now she resembles a budding young girl, standing gracefully like an ancient fairy, holding an oil umbrella, her eyes filled with a smile, captivating everyone. All right, I understand. Recently, you need to be more careful as Xiaonan looks at the girl with indulgence, her gaze a bit dazed for a moment. I got it. Huayin obediently nodded. This book is still rated 7. 9. When will it reach 8? Thank you all for the gifts. The author will see them in the background. Lotus Leaf sincerely thanks every friend who sent gifts. Chapter 220. I take a bite. After a brief exchange with Xiaonan, Yao elegantly left the place with Huayin. The bright moon hanging high in the night sky, like a pearl, cast its light, illuminating the bustling and lively market as if it were daytime. Has it already reached Konoha village so soon? Kagani curiously turned her head, gazing at Uchiha Itachi with her bright eyes. Well, how is it? The speed is quite fast, right? Itachi's eyes sparkled with a smile as he gently looked at the girl beside him. It really is fast. Kagani nodded obediently. What should we do next? The weasel curiously asked the girl. I don't know either. How about we just wander around for a while? Huayin was still holding that exquisite umbrella, her little head gently swaying like a rattle, looking exceptionally cute and endearing. Yu's gaze became increasingly gentle. Let's go then. Yu extended his large hand, gently taking the girl's tender little hand, and together they surged into the bustling and lively market. The wafting aromas from the alley and the cheerful laughter of the crowd gradually calmed Huayin's previously tense mood. Reflecting on her intense and fierce match with Cien earlier, she now found herself in this completely different world. Are you still feeling nervous? You seemed to see through the girl's thoughts and asked with a worried expression. No, I'm fine now. Hannah gently shook her head and replied briefly but firmly. Do you want to eat something? Itachi asked curiously while holding the girl's small hand, his eyes filled with affection. Sure, I want to try the takoyaki I had before. Kane's eyes instantly lit up, and the tuft of hair on her head stood up high, making her look exceptionally cute. Then let's go. Itachi responded with a smile. His eyes filled with affection and tenderness. The two arrived at a small stall, and Itachi looked at his wife's adorable appearance, his gaze becoming even more indulgent. Excuse me, boss, how much is this? Itachi politely asked while holding the girl's hand. Huh, Kakashi, is that you? Kanon was stunned when she saw the vendor behind the stall. The vendor was wearing a mask, with long silver hair flowing in the wind, and his handsome features were faintly visible beneath the mask. Hi there, you two. Kakashi waved at them, his eyes full of warmth. What brings you to set up a stall as well? Kagome crossed her arms and curiously scrutinized Kakashi, her eyes filled with confusion. Ahem, it's just to earn a little money, nothing serious. How many portions do you two want? Kakashi awkwardly coughed, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, I want 4 portions. Kanon whispered softly, then took out some cash from her pocket and placed it in Kakashi's hand. All right. After Kakashi confirmed that he had received the money, he decisively activated his Sharingan and carefully began to perform the actions in his hands. Kanon was stunned by this scene. Wait, what is going on? Kakashi, you were just cooking. Do you really need to activate your Sharingan for that? Kanon. In a little while, Kakashi finished making 4 servings of takoyaki. Here, take it. Kakashi put the takoyaki into a box and handed it to Kanon. Why did you order so little this time? Itachi looked at Kanon curiously, filled with confusion. Let's go first. Kanon shot Itachi a glare without saying a word, then took his hand and quickly left the stall. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, the two quickly disappeared into the crowd. You're really foolish. In front of acquaintances, how could I possibly order so much? Henio shot Itachi an unhappy glance. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Is that so? Itachi felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, secretly feeling regretful. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to his wife's emotions in the future. For some reason lately, Henio's temper seemed to be a bit off. All right, you idiot. You try it too. Kagani took a soy sauce-dipped meatball out of the box and held it near Itachi's lips, which were slightly parted. Itachi gently swallowed the meatball offered by the girl. The meatball was coated with a bit of ketchup and sugar, giving it a slightly sweet taste, which perfectly suited Itachi's palate. After all, he had always preferred that sweet flavor. Why do you like sweet so much? Aren't you afraid of cavities? Kagani asked with a hint of curiosity. Well, now that you mention it, if I think about it carefully, it does seem that way. After a moment of thought, Itachi gently nodded. Never mind. Henio took out her portion of takoyaki from the box again and unhesitatingly put it into her mouth. I have to say, Kakashi's cooking skills are indeed excellent. Huayin sincerely gave him a thumbs up, secretly admiring him. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Huayin was about to take another bite of the meatball, Itachi suddenly leaned in and swallowed that meatball in one bite. I can have another one. Can't I? Itachi tilted his head, looking at the girl in front of him with curiosity. It's nothing. After a moment of thought, Kane lightly nodded. After all, Itachi always generously treated him to meals in the past. Kagani still feels a bit uneasy in her heart. She has been pondering when the right time would be to return the meal money to Itachi. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A deafening explosion echoed in the sky, followed by brilliant fireworks bursting in the air like a magnificent painting. The colorful fireworks, resembling blooming golden chrysanthemums, dazzled in the night sky. Itachi gazed affectionately at the girl before him, and the distant fireworks made her even more enchanting. Itachi's heart involuntarily began to race. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You've been staring at my face. Is there something on it? Kagani pointed at her delicate face, looking curiously at Itachi Uchiha. It's nothing. Itachi smiled slightly and shook his head gently. The evening breeze lightly brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness and stirring the tips of the girl's hair. In the distance, fireworks continuously soared, lighting up the night sky. Laughter and joy from children echoed in the streets and alleys, while groups of adults were also immersed in the festive cheer. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new year. I'm looking for support for my passion project. Is anyone still reading this? Please let me know. This book is planned to finish next month, and the new book will also be about a marriage transformation theme. Having learned lessons from this book, the quality of the new book will be guaranteed. I sincerely thank everyone for their support. Chapter 221. Little girl, you are too arrogant. In the morning, the brilliant sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays of light through the gaps of the distant mountain peaks. Huayin was suddenly awakened by the harsh sound of the alarm clock. She impatiently rubbed her sleepy eyes and then quickly turned off the source of the disturbing dream. Really? I have to start being a workhorse again, she muttered to herself, with a hint of helplessness and fatigue. struggling to sit up from the bed. Huayin stretched out her hand and gently rubbed her slightly heavy eyelids due to lack of sleep. Reflecting on her past life, she was trapped in the 996 work model every day, and she never expected that even after reincarnation, she could not escape such a fate. After a simple wash-up, Huayin stepped into the living room. There, a breakfast specially prepared for her by Itachi was laid out. She was curious about what Itachi had prepared for her today, so she gently lifted the lid of the lunchbox. In an instant, the sight before her brightened her eyes. The sumptuous breakfast emitted an enticing aroma. Thus, the girl disregarded her image and began to gobble it down, quickly clearing the lunchbox of its contents. After eating her fill, Huayin simply dressed up and set off on her way to the security department. At that moment, the sunlight in the high sky was shining down on her energetic figure, casting a long shadow behind her. Before long, Huayin arrived at the entrance of the security department. "Oh, Miss Huayin, why didn't I see you come with Chief Itachi today?" A kind-looking uncle from the Uchiha clan greeted her. Hearing the uncle's words, Huayin couldn't help but feel a bit shy and slightly lowered her head. "Uncle Dehua, please don't tease me. I have to go now. I'm going to be late for work." With that, her face flushed, and she quickly jogged into the security department. Along the way, nothing dramatic like in the novels happened. Kain smoothly entered the security department, quickly clocked in, and began her tasks for the day, patrolling Area A in the eastern part of Konoha Village. "Be careful on the way, Sister Kain." Just after clocking in, Izumi happened to run into Kain, who was getting ready to set off. "Don't worry, Izumi-chan, I will. Bye." Kagami waved at the spring, her figure elongated under the sunlight, as if she were a captivating painting. Konohagakure. Kagami was dressed in a crisp guard uniform, patrolling the street with an imposing presence, looking quite fierce. Before long, the sound of a commotion came from a distance, where a few people were arguing. "Guard, please help us settle this. Who is right and who is wrong?" One person shouted indignantly. "Well, let's do this. You two apologize to each other first." "I will handle this matter appropriately," Kagami replied. Kagami looked at the two people in front of her, who were in a tense standoff, and said gently yet firmly, "To be honest, encountering such a tricky situation on the street, Kagami inevitably has a headache in her heart. Sometimes, in order to maintain order, she has to resort to force. But compared to those other radical members of the security department, the sound of flowers seemed particularly gentle, like a breath of spring wind that could disperse the gloom in people's hearts. "Thank you so much, sir," one of the plainly dressed, haggard individuals said with tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, as if they were about to overflow at any moment. "No need to thank me. This is my duty and what I should do," Kagami responded with a smile. However, for every person who was grateful to her, there would inevitably be someone who felt dissatisfied. Soon, a wave of curses began to emerge from the crowd. I really don't understand. Has the Uchiha clan gone mad? They actually sent a wet-behind-the-ears little girl to handle these trivial matters." A burly man glared at Kagami with a face full of discontent, his tone filled with provocation. "Do you have any dissatisfaction with me?" Kanon's gaze instantly turned cold, and the Sharingan in her pupils began to spin rapidly. For such an unreasonable commoner, Kain has always been ruthless. She will not hesitate to use force to maintain order. "Tisk, I'll spare you this time." The burly man instinctively took a step back upon seeing the Sharingan in Kain's eyes, his expression filled with fear and panic. "Wait, you just maliciously provoked the security department, and according to village regulations, you should be detained." Just as the man was about to turn and flee, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold and sharp, staring at the man in the distance. "I'm sorry." The man recognized the ninja Kakashi in front of him and felt a rush of panic, quickly apologizing. "You shouldn't be apologizing to me." Kakashi shook his head and then pointed at the clueless Kain in the crowd. "You should be apologizing to her." At that moment, the man realized, and blushing, he bowed to Kain. "I'm so sorry. Lady Kain, it was my fault for not recognizing the greatness. It's fine now. You can go." The Sharingan in Huayin's pupils gradually faded, returning to their normal appearance. "Thank you." The burly man let out a sigh of relief and turned to flee the scene, rolling as he went. Watching the man's retreating figure, Huayin turned her head and looked at Kakashi with some confusion. "Kakashi, what are you doing here? I heard some commotion over here, so I came to take a look on my way. I didn't expect to run into you here." Kakashi shrugged helplessly, his eyes curving into crescent shapes, his tone filled with warmth. "Is that so?" Kagome nodded obediently, a faint smile appearing on her face. Kakashi arrived just in time. If Kakashi hadn't come here, Henin still needed to go through some trouble to persuade that strong man. Did you complete your patrol task this morning? Kakashi asked curiously as he looked at the girl in front of him. Yes, I have completed it, Henny nodded. Let's go home, Kakashi said as he stepped forward. Home? Isn't your house? Kanon quickened her pace to catch up with Kakashi in the distance, then curiously asked, I'm just going to see Obito. It's on the way. What's wrong? Kakashi looked down at the girl in front of him and gently asked, Nothing, by the way. How have Obito and Rin been lately? Kagome shook her head, suddenly thinking of something, and asked curiously. Their relationship had always been good. Kakashi tilted his head, seemingly hesitant to speak. Oh, don't you care at all? Hanin looked at Kakashi with a teasing expression. There are often rumors in the original work that Kakashi has feelings for Rin, so Hanin was quite curious. If Obito insisted on being with Rin, what would Kakashi think? What do I care? Kakashi looked at Hanin with a confused expression. Please support for love. Give some support to Hii. Please give a 5-star review. I want this book to have an 8-point rating. Chapter 222. Hanin. How do you usually take care of yourself? No, really, there's nothing special. Kanon looked at Kakashi's expression of I know nothing and murmured softly. Sighing, Kakashi walked slowly on the road, unable to help but let out a light sigh. Why are you sighing? Kagome listened with curiosity, looking towards Kakashi. However, when she remembered some unhappy events, Kakashi hesitated and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Seeing this, Hanin did not pursue the matter further, and the two maintained a subtle distance as they moved forward in silence. At this moment, the sun in the high sky hung like a shining pearl, casting warm light that stretched their shadows longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. All right, we're home. You brought the key, right? Kakashi asked curiously, looking down at Hanin, who was a bit shorter than him. Of course I brought it. Do you think I would be foolish enough to forget the key? Kain took out a key from her bag and gently shook it. Then, she skillfully inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the door was lightly pushed open by the girl. All right, the door is open. Come in. Henio smiled sweetly, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated once again. The two quickly entered the house, and before long, Rin, who was busy in the kitchen, brought the freshly made dishes to the dining table. Huh? Sister Hanio, Kakashi, why did you two suddenly come back? Rin looked at them curiously, her eyes filled with confusion. Well, this, you have to ask Kakashi. Kagomine turned to Kakashi and said softly. Originally, she planned to have dinner outside, but after seeing Kakashi, she decided to go home with him. Kakashi? Rin looked up at him, a puzzled expression on her face. It's a long story. I'm here to find Obito. Is he home? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, looking a bit awkward. Obito? Rin propped her chin on one hand, her beautiful brows furrowed, as if she were thinking about something. Oh, Obito went training with Naruto this morning. He should be at the Uchiha clan's back mountain. Rin suddenly brightened up and said softly. All right, then I'll go find Obito first. I won't disturb you too. After Kakashi finished speaking, he walked to the entrance to change his shoes, closed the door behind him under the gaze of the two girls, and left the house. Strange. What's up with Kakashi-senpai today? Huayin watched Kakashi's retreating figure, murmuring to herself. Ah, Huayin-chan, you're just in time. How about trying the dishes I made? Lin held a plate of food with both hands, her face beaming with a joyful smile. Sure, no problem. Huayin smiled sweetly at Lin and then sat down at the dining table to enjoy the delicious food. As soon as she picked up the dish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, her eyes immediately lit up. So good. Really? Lin looked at Huayin, who was filled with happiness, and nodded happily. Originally, she wasn't very confident in her cooking skills, but seeing Huayin devour the food like this gradually boosted her confidence. Huayin, how do you usually take care of your skin? Lin propped her chin on her hands and asked curiously while sitting next to Huayin. Ahem, why are you suddenly asking about this topic? Huayin was eating when she was suddenly asked a question, causing her to cough a few times. She then looked up, her gaze somewhat dazed as she stared at Lin. Because your skin is really so fair, Lin muttered somewhat unhappily, then reached out her finger and playfully poked Huayin's cheek. Looking at Lin's puffed-up expression, Kano also understood her thoughts and then briefly introduced some well-known skincare products from Konoha Village. After all, women tend to care about their appearance. There is no doubt that skincare products are essential for them. A girl's looks may only be rated a 6 or 7, but with regular maintenance, it can definitely be improved to an 8. On the other hand, if a girl who already has an 8 in looks neglects her skincare and does not pay attention to her complexion, it won't be long before her appearance drops to a 7. Huayin can naturally understand Lin's feelings and thoughts at this moment. Lin, you actually don't need to care so much about your appearance. Huayin chewed her food while mumbling. Why do I say that? Lin asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with doubt. Because Lin is really cute herself. The sound of her voice was soft and gentle, with no hint of pretense. It makes sense. If Rin wasn't good-looking, how could Obito be so infatuated with her? This is definitely not a coincidence. Even though there are 2 purple stripes adorning the sides of Rin's cheeks, it does not diminish her beauty at all. Instead, it adds a touch of flawed beauty. What you said is making me a bit shy. Rin's cheeks instantly turned rosy, resembling a ripe red apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Haha, Rin, let's go. How about we also check out Obito and the others on the back mountain? Kagami suddenly thought of something and said with a hint of teasing tone, all right, then let's set off. Lin smiled and nodded, her face beaming with joy. After a while, Huayin quickly finished her meal. The 2 girls simply styled themselves in front of the mirror and then left the house. Due to the scorching sun in the sky, they each held up a sunshade, afraid of getting their skin tanned by the fierce sunlight. This was indeed a very necessary thing to do. The sunlight spilled over them, and their shadows grew longer on the ground, forming a beautiful picture. Along the way, the 2 chatted and laughed, full of youthful energy, making them particularly lovely and charming. Upon arrival, the mountain ahead was the place where they trained with. Tuesday Lin extended her delicate fingers and pointed to the mountain peak in front, gently asking, do they have to run up to such a high place for training every day? A fine bead of sweat trickled down Huayin's forehead. She casually wiped it away, revealing a hint of surprise on her face. One can only say that the boys are a bunch of idiots. It seems that their minds are filled only with thoughts of cultivation, leaving them no moment of leisure. Kanon was too exhausted to complain any further and could only shake her head helplessly. After a while, the 2 of them reached the top of the mountain, but the scene before them left them momentarily stunned. They saw Naruto using the shadow clone technique to create numerous clones. Each clone was focused on executing its own training plan. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi were seriously directing Naruto from the side. What are you all busy with? Kagami held an umbrella and slowly walked over, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as she carefully observed the 3 focused ninjas. At that moment, Naruto, who was immersed in his training, suddenly heard that familiar and warm voice, and his eyes instantly brightened. Kagami, what brings you here? He asked in surprise. Well, I came to see what you guys are doing, she replied. Hanyo tilted her head, a playful smile on her face as she curiously observed Naruto. Seeing the very beautiful and cute older sister in front of him, Naruto's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. He stammered, I want to become stronger. So I asked Kakashi-sensei and Obito-senpai for guidance, hoping they could help me out. Really, there should be a limit to training. Lin, standing nearby, looked at Naruto with concern. Her eyes filled with worry. With so many shadow clones, if they all ended at once, how exhausting would that be? After all, when shadow clones are dismissed, one has to bear the memories and fatigue of the clones. If too many are dismissed, one could become an idiot. Is Naruto really okay doing this? Chapter 223, A New Year. Is this really not a problem at all? Lin looked at Naruto, who was sweating profusely, and asked with a worried expression. Sister Lin, don't worry, I'll definitely be fine, Naruto said confidently with a smile, his expression full of determination and calmness. All right, Lin nodded skeptically, still showing a hint of concern in her eyes. Time passed quickly, as if woven by invisible hands, skillfully blending all the bittersweet moments into the long river of time. In the blink of an eye, on the streets and village paths, every household had hung up festive couplets, the bright red color reflecting the peace of the holiday. The sound of firecrackers was deafening. Messengers from other villages also arrived in Konoha, engaging in lively trade exchanges. In the streets and alleys, vendors came and went, their shouts overlapping, creating an extraordinary hustle and bustle. Huayin leaned quietly against the windowsill, watching the small snowflakes fall outside, as well as the bustling street filled with people coming and going. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Time really flies. Reflecting on her experiences since arriving in this world, Huayin felt even more grateful now, with a man who loves her deeply and a warm family. Her current life is far better than the lonely and struggling days of her past life, working tirelessly day in and day out. She lifted a small, exquisite dish, the murky wine inside swaying slightly, glimmering with an alluring shine. The young girl held the dish tightly with both hands, gently sipping the wine, her gaze instantly becoming dreamy and profound. Are you drinking alone here because you have something on your mind? Yao's gentle voice came from outside the door. It's nothing. Just lamenting how quickly time passes, she replied. Kagami turned to look at Itachi, the corners of her mouth gently rising, her smile as beautiful as a captivating city. Itachi watched the girl in this way, his heart involuntarily racing. and then he tightly closed his eyes, shaking his head with a smile. "You really shouldn't pretend in front of me," he said softly, while reaching out to poke her forehead. In no time, a red bump appeared on the girl's forehead. "It hurts." Kain covered her forehead with one hand and looked at Itachi with a face full of resentment. Itachi couldn't help but want to laugh at his wife's expression, but he still tried to hold it in. "Come on, the food is ready, and everyone is waiting for you." Itachi reached out his hand and took the girl's small hand, which had turned red from the cold weather. "Why is your hand so cold?" Itachi looked at the girl with some concern, then gently rubbed her hand with his other hand. Kain blushed and turned her head away, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It just got cold. Let's go, everyone is waiting for us," she said softly. Itachi smiled and shook his head, then took the girl's hand and slowly walked from the second floor to the first floor. At this moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was warm and cheerful. The TV in the living room was playing an exciting program, and the whole room was filled with a festive atmosphere. "Why did you two just arrive so slow?" Sasuke said with a resentful expression as he watched the couple walking in hand. "Sasuke." Mikoto frowned and tugged at Sasuke's ear. Sasuke immediately pouted, protesting with a look of dissatisfaction. How old is Sasuke now, still acting like a child? He should learn more from Naruto, Fugaka said with his arms crossed, teasingly watching the scene. Last place, Naruto raised his eyebrows at Sasuke, his tone slightly provocative. "Damn Naruto!" Sasuke shouted in anger. "What? Do you want to fight?" Naruto responded defiantly. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Sasuke shouted back without backing down. Just as the two were about to fight, Minato hurriedly walked over awkwardly and stopped Naruto. All right, it's New Year. Naruto can't fight," Minato said with a gentle smile, gently patting his son's head. Naruto huffed in a tsundere manner, but didn't continue to cause trouble. Kain looked at the two with such contrasting personalities, clearly a bit surprised. But thinking about it, Sasuke's personality was inherently a bit tsundere. If he hadn't experienced the night of the massacre, his character would surely have become more lively and cheerful. "Sister Kain, what are you laughing at?" Sasuke suddenly asked curiously, looking at the girl. "It's nothing, I just thought of something interesting." Kain covered her mouth with one hand and shook her head, her smile as warm and friendly as that of a neighborly older sister. Since both of them were here, could they start eating? Obito, holding his chopsticks, curiously asked as he looked at the delicious dishes on the table. "Foodie." Rin, sitting next to him, shot him a glare, her tone laced with playful reproach. Obito awkwardly pushed his chopsticks away with both hands, grinning foolishly at his wife. Watching this scene, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, secretly relieved. Well, at least we're both single. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively and cheerful, filled with laughter and joy. Kain ate while listening to Jiraiya brag incessantly. Obito looked at Jiraiya in shock, murmuring to himself in disbelief about how impressive Jiraiya was. The others present were astonished and looked at Obito. After all, Jiraiya's boasts were too outrageous for anyone to believe, except for Obito. Seeing Obito's unwavering belief, Kain's eye twitched slightly. She finally understood why Obito's IQ was only 2 in the formula book. He was just too naive. Jiraiya, noticing Obito's firm belief, gave an awkward smile and continued to boast. Minato pulled Naruto along, and the two sat in the living room watching television. Sasuke was sticking to his brother, but Itachi seemed completely uninterested in engaging with him. After all, he already had a wife. What did he need a little brother for? Please generate for love. Thank you very much to Warm-san for the character summon. Thanks to Pang Rewatching for the inspiration capsule for liking Yoling. The authors in the background all see this. And here I want to thank everyone for their gifts. Chapter 224. So, will love disappear? Sasuke looked at his brother's indifferent back, feeling truly uncomfortable in his heart. So, will love disappear? Kagome leisurely savored the delicacies laid out on the dining table, unable to help but admire Kakashi's culinary skills, which were indeed quite impressive. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, after finishing the meal, Kanon moved to the sofa in the living room, quietly listening to Jiraiya's vivid storytelling. Meanwhile, Obito was completely absorbed, with a face full of belief. Seeing this, Huayin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye slightly, looking somewhat helpless. By the way, what time is it now? Kain gently tugged at the hem of the weasel's clothes beside her, her tone laced with curiosity. It's already past 9. What's wrong? Are you tired? The weasel turned his head gently, his eyes filled with concern for his wife. Oh, not really, just asking casually. Kain gently shook her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint bitter smile. The 996 lifestyle from her past life made her particularly sensitive to time. and she never expected that this habit would follow her into this world. Ahem, Obito, you're not doubting what I said, are you? Back in the day, I actually fought with Sage of the Six Paths. Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat, gazing intensely at Obito. Really? No wonder you're the legendary Jiraiya. Obito's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were looking at an idol. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt secretly pleased and nodded lightly. Of course, would this sage lie to you? With that, he patted his chest, looking confident and assured. Kanon watched this scene, her eyes twitching again. Every time Jiraiya made this gesture, she knew he was about to start fooling people again. Sigh. Huayin sighed helplessly. She had long been accustomed to Jiraiya's teasing and could only respond with a bitter smile. Time passed like a fleeting horse, disappearing in an instant. It was like a hemp rope carefully twisted by many hands, interwoven with bitterness and joy, recording the footprints of each person's growth. As winter gave way to spring, the cold weather gradually receded, replaced by the warm spring breeze and bright sunshine. In the morning, a crisp bell rang, breaking the tranquility and waking Huayin from her dreams. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, slowly sat up from bed, and reached out to silence the noisy alarm clock. Really, she shouldn't have stayed up late last night, Kagani whispered in complaint, turning her head to glance at the weasel lying beside her. After a simple wash-up, Huayin left her home because she still had to go to the security department for work today. As for breakfast, she decided to skip it for now. "Ah, Miss Huayin, you're here," Tiehua exclaimed as he saw Huayin at the door, quickly greeting her with enthusiasm, as if he had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. "You see, the entire security department has a day off today because the village is celebrating a grand festival," Tiehua gently explained, his tone filled with the concern of a superior for a subordinate. "I see, then I understand," Huayin replied. Kanon felt a surge of joy upon hearing this response. But on the surface, she still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Then I'll take my leave first. Miss Kanon, please take care, and I won't see you off." After giving his instructions, Tiehu turned and left the place. Kanon gently shook her head, sighed helplessly, and then turned to walk in the direction of home. The blazing sun in the sky shone down on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a captivating painting. By the way, I wonder how things are going over at the Shell organization now. Kanon suddenly thought of something, her pupils dilating sharply, and her heart was filled with worry. Immediately, Kagani decisively activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan and instantly disappeared from her original spot. She couldn't shake off her concerns for Tsushin. After all, this guy's strength was extremely formidable. Kagome soared high in the sky, the distant buildings whizzing by her view like a rapidly retreating painting. In no time, the girl flew from the Hidden Leaf Village to the skies above the Hidden Rain Village. Soon, the flower sound drifts down from the sky like a light feather. If I remember correctly, the base of the Shell organization should be right there, Yuquan. Huayin quickly made a gesture with her hands, and soon, two wolves, one black and one white, appeared beside her, exuding an imposing presence. The two wolves instantly dashed away into the distance. The sound of flowers follows closely behind. In the distance, a thick fog spreads, but upon entering, one discovers that the fog becomes unusually thin, as if dispersed by some force. The scene inside the cave is fully visible before the sound of flowers. It does look a bit like Orochimaru's base. Huayin's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured softly to herself, her tone filled with doubt. In the darkness, a petite figure flickered in and out of sight, and with those crimson eyes, it appeared particularly striking, full of contrast. Who are you?" Suddenly, a strange voice emerged from the darkness, filled with vigilance and hostility. Kagani's gaze instantly became cautious, her whole body tensed. "Is it Shizen?" "No, judging by the voice, it doesn't seem like him." "Then, who is that person in the distance?" Soon, Kagani slowly walked towards the source of the voice. "Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" Kanon was momentarily stunned, her face full of surprise. Kanon, what brings you here?" Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse as he slowly asked. "I just came to inquire about the whereabouts of the Shell organization." "Then why are you staying in this dark cave?" Kane's expression turned a bit helpless. "Well, my goal is the same as yours, to gather information about the Shell organization." Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his cheek, his voice still deep and hoarse. Kagani wanted to speak but hesitated, secretly pondering. Although she wanted to remind Orochimaru that with his strength, he might not be enough to contend with the Shell organization. In the end, the girl still didn't say this out loud. The two of them silently watched each other, caught in a stalemate. "Have you made any progress with the knowledge I previously gave you?" Kanon suddenly thought of something and curiously gazed at Orochimaru. I haven't figured anything out yet, Orochimaru said, his words carrying a hint of significance. Kanon looked at Orochimaru's appearance and chose not to expose him. Perhaps Orochimaru had already developed some secret technology but was unwilling to share it with her. I really can't write anymore, everyone. Also, thank you very much for everyone's love and support. Thanks to the urging symbol from Xianming Xiaonyao, the author is extremely grateful. Chapter 225, Battle with Cixin again. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to share with me, I won't bother to ask further. Hanin gently shook her head. Then her gaze locked tightly onto Orochimaru. Hane and Sean, do you have something else to ask me? Orochimaru inquired with his deep, hoarse voice directed at the girl in front of him. Nothing special. I just wanted to ask if you've seen anyone from the Akatsuki organization around here? Henio curiously asked, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. I haven't seen them, but Miss Hanio, if you want to find those people from the Shell organization, I can offer you some help. Orochimaru slightly nodded, his voice still low and hoarse. How do you plan to help me? Henio eagerly pressed on. It's simple, take this. Orochimaru took out an exquisite remote control from his pocket and gently tossed it to Hanio. What is this? Huayin took the remote control with a look of confusion. This is a positioning device. Orochimaru crossed his arms and, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, slowly explained. I have implanted tracking devices in those from the Shell organization. You can easily find their locations using the indicators on this device. Orochimaru's gaze wandered up and down the girl, seemingly savoring her changes. You've become more and more beautiful since I last saw you, Huayin. I'll take my leave. Anyway, thank you for your help. Kagun let out a cold snort with a hint of tsundere attitude, and before her words could finish, her figure had already vanished from a spot. Is she really leaving just like that? Orochimaru's gaze gradually dimmed, as if he were pondering something. After a moment, his expression became profound once again. The sound of flowers flew high into the sky and quickly reached Iwagakure village based on the positioning on the remote control. Why are the people from the Shell organization here? Hanin was filled with doubts, murmuring to herself. She knew nothing about the source of the positioning device provided by Orochimaru. Perhaps it was just an insignificant detail. Soon, Hanin arrived at the mountaintop. At that moment, the resting Cixin suddenly opened her eyes and stumbled to her feet. How did you find this place? Cixin stared at Hanin in disbelief. Huayin said nothing and decisively unleashed a powerful attack. The red energy ball, mixed with curses, surged forward rapidly. Naive. Ninjutsu is useless against me. Cixin sneered, ready to absorb this ninjutsu, but suddenly his pupils constricted. This isn't ninjutsu. Cixin stared in shock at the strike, and his body was sent flying through the air like a leaf in a violent wind. He barely adjusted his posture midair, and then quickly charged toward Huayin. Little brat, D. Cixin swung out several black rods, slicing through the air and aiming directly at Huayin. Huayin swiftly sidestepped and immediately raised her right hand. Flying rabbit. In an instant, countless rabbits surged from the air, tightly wrapping around Huayin and blocking Xian's line of sight. Where's she? Damn it. Xian looked around in a panic. Just then, a bolt of lightning split the sky in the distance, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Kagani tightly gripped the black staff with one hand and suddenly struck it towards Cixin. Cixin quickly swung the black rod to block, with sparks flying from the impact, and the two fell into a fierce close combat. Kagani knew very well that close combat was not her strong suit, so she decisively retreated, trying to create distance to find an opportunity. However, Cixin would not let her off easily and pursued her relentlessly, their figures darting quickly between the mountain peaks. The intense fighting between the two quickly caused violent tremors on the ground. At this moment, in the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage, A, was focused on handling documents when his brows suddenly furrowed. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist onto the table in anger, shattering it into pieces with splintering everywhere. Is it that bastard Bygone's doing again? He roared, his voice filled with endless fury. Raikage-sama, it's not that, Mabu, he hurriedly explained, her voice laced with hesitation. This time it's not that guy Karabi, but Uchiha Kagani. She hesitated, seeming somewhat reluctant to speak. Kagani? The fourth Raikage, A, widened his eyes, a mix of confusion and surprise on his face. Yes, it's the little girl who saved you before, Mabu, E said softly, urgency in her tone. She seems to be fighting a powerful enemy right now. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and go support her. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage, A's veins bulged, and a surge of lightning chakra erupted from his body. Bang! With another loud sound, the office window was shattered by his body, glass flying everywhere. The fourth Raikage A shot off like a bolt of lightning towards a mountain peak, his speed astonishing. Raikage-sama. Mabi's hand hung in midair as she watched the fourth Raikage A's departing figure. Then she gently sighed, her arm dropping weakly, her face filled with worry and helplessness. At the mountain peak, Huayin is engaged in a fierce battle with Sishian. Kagami is not good at close combat, so she decided to adopt a long-range attrition and kiting strategy. Suddenly, a bunch of black and red cubes appeared in midair. Hannah's pupils suddenly constricted, her line of sight blocked, and the Cien instantly shrank and disappeared from the spot. Damn it! The flower sound's eyes spun rapidly. Immediately after, a black giant towering 200 meters appeared in midair. Kagami hid within the forehead of Susanoo, her expression vigilant. Whoosh! Susanoo decisively drew his sword. Bang! The huge black square on the ground was instantly sliced apart by the blade, smoke rising everywhere. But Seigen had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Kagani's heart tightened. Behind you. A cold voice echoed from behind, and Kagani's pupils constricted. She quickly leaped out from within Susanoo. Crack, crack. Susanoo shattered like glass and began to dissipate. Huayin instantly fell to sharp pain. She gritted her teeth and clapped her hands. A gigantic magic void creature was summoned by her. Huayin's tactic is very clear. Do not let Cien get close. Once Cien approaches, she activates Dong Tang Kuei's unjust game, swapping positions with Mo Su Luo, and then engages in long-range harassment. Cien suddenly lunges out from the smoke. Charging towards Huayin, Kain skillfully dodged while commanding Moxa Luo to launch an attack. Sishian was agile and easily avoided Moxa Luo's attack, taking the opportunity to close in on Kain. Kagami felt a chill in her heart and immediately activated the unjust game, swapping positions with Moxa Luo. Cien's attack missed. Kano then took the opportunity to cast a spell. Kain's tactics were also seen through by Sishian. Oof, you're still far from being able to compete with me. Sishian sneered, staring intently at the girl in front of her. I don't know how to continue writing. I'm too tired. Things have been too busy these past few days, and the quality has dropped a bit. I apologize to everyone here. Please support for love. Thank you all. Chapter 226, Thunder Shadow's Extreme Rescue. Just as Sishian was about to strike Kain with the pitch-black long stick in her hand, she suddenly discovered that Huayin and Mo Su Luo had unknowingly exchanged positions. Bang! A loud noise shattered the air. His attack unexpectedly landed on Mo Su Luo, and in an instant, her body appeared to be covered by countless spider webs, cracking open. However, in the blink of an eye, her body miraculously returned to its original state, intact and unharmed. Exchanging positions, huh? TSK, that's quite a troublesome ability. Cien snorted coldly, then lifted her head, her gaze like a torch fixed on the girl before her. Watching the girl, panting heavily, a trace of pride flashed in Cien's eyes. You probably can't hold out much longer, can you? Huh? Huayin let out a breath of turbid air, raised her head, and looked firmly into Sishian's eyes. She knew very well that she could continue to hold on. Today, she must defeat him no matter what. Truly lacking in manners. Well then, let me teach you a good lesson. Sishian coldly snorted again, his pupils suddenly contracting, and then his body unexpectedly vanished from sight. Kain did not dare to relax for a moment and instantly recalled the tactics from before, decisively soaring into the sky while activating the powerful Susanoo. In just a moment, a towering black giant, standing 200 meters tall, appeared, gripping a sharp blade in its hand and wearing a Tengu mask on its face, exuding an imposing presence. Kagami looked around cautiously, alert to every possible threat. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds came from the side. Hannah reacted swiftly, decisively controlling the Susanoo to adjust its position. With a nimble sidestep, she successfully dodged 3 swiftly shot black rods. However, this was just the beginning. Soon after, the sound of piercing air constantly surrounded her, coming in like a torrential storm. Huayin was startled and momentarily stunned. Isn't this exactly the terrifying power of Cien in the second stage from the original work? The girl looked up and saw countless black sticks rapidly approaching her like a rain of arrows. Damn it! Huayin gritted her teeth, and the cherry blossom shape in her pupils began to shrink sharply, revealing her inner determination. Soon, 9 brilliant Magatama slowly materialized around her, and at that moment, her aura underwent a tremendous transformation, successfully turning into the pseudo Six Paths form. This was a special technique she had painstakingly researched years ago, which had never been used until now. What exactly is that appearance of yours? Cixin slowly revealed herself from a distance, her pupils suddenly constricting as she stared at Huayin in shock. Huayin ignored his question, her figure flickering and instantly disappearing from spot. She knew that there were still 2 precious 6 paths peak experience cards in her backpack, although each could only last for 5 minutes. Huayin did not intend to use them lightly, as she was well aware that there were even more powerful Otsutsuki waiting for her. In just a moment, Huayin quietly appeared behind Cixin. She raised the staff in her hand high, her movements swift as lightning, and struck fiercely on Cixin's back. Bang! With a loud noise, Cixin felt a tremendous force coming from behind, and his body fell uncontrollably through the air like a kite with a broken string. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood surged up his throat, but he endured and did not spit it out. How did you do that? Cixin struggled to stand up from the ground, his palm pressed against the earth, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the girl before him. However, the girl remained silent, not answering his question. For some reason, a sense of inexplicable panic surged in Cixin's heart. This was the instinctive fear reaction of humans when facing the unknown or things far beyond their comprehension. Even though he was from the Otsutsuki clan, he could not avoid the invasion of this fear. At that moment, a series of urgent clapping sounds came from a distance, followed by a raging hurricane that tore through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Cixin raised his hand to absorb this sudden ninjutsu, but the situation was far from ordinary. To his astonishment, he found that he could not absorb the girl's ninjutsu at all. It was entirely derived from the forces of nature and was irresistible. Helpless, Cixin had no choice but to summon Heian to stand in front of him, trying to block this devastating blow. Upon seeing this, Huayin's gaze became more cautious. She quickly adjusted her position regarding the magic void Luo, preparing to launch a counterattack. In an instant, the magic void Luo moved, disappearing from its original spot. Immediately after, Heian was forcefully struck by the magic void Luo. Perhaps it was due to the consecutive heavy blows from Cixin to the magic void Luo earlier. Or perhaps the magic void Luo itself possessed the special ability to grow stronger when facing strong opponents. In any case, the magic void Luo at this moment was no longer comparable to its former self. It existed precisely to confront such formidable foes. It's not over yet, little ghost. Don't get too arrogant. Cixin roared in anger, slamming her palms forward. Boom! With a loud sound, a whirlwind surged around, and countless black rods appeared high in the sky, enveloping Huayin like a net. Cannon's pupils suddenly constricted. She was all too familiar with this move. It was precisely the technique used by Cixin to deal with Naruto and Sasuke in the original work. She never expected it to be used against her now. Just as Cixin was about to deliver the fatal blow, a strange scream suddenly echoed from afar. This sound brought a glimmer of hope. Cannon's pupils suddenly constricted. What was going on? Could it be that, besides Cannon and Jixin, there was a third figure hidden on this battlefield? She looked up, her gaze piercing, and finally saw that the person's face was none other than the fourth Reikage. But why was he here? The fourth Reikage, flashed forward and delivered a fierce elbow strike directly into the unprepared Jixin's back. Bang! With a loud crash, Jixin felt a sharp pain in his back, and his whole body was sent flying like a leaf caught in a gale, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance. No one will harm the allies of the hidden cloud village. The fourth Reikage, roared, raising one hand high, his veins prominently visible on his face, looking very fierce. Seeing this scene, Cannon's heart was filled with joy. Just now, when Jixin launched his attack, he was clearly too focused on the technique he was about to unleash, leaving him frozen in place and completely unaware of the fourth Reikage's ambush. Cannon, are you okay? At this moment, a group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village rushed in from the foot of the mountain, calling out with concern. I'm Fine. But the most important thing now is to deal with that guy. Huayin gently shook her head, her gaze firm and resolute. Then in a flash, she disappeared from her original spot. I really can't think of the plot for the next part, planning to conclude it next month. He apologizes to everyone. The quality is somewhat unsatisfactory. The original intention of writing this book was purely out of love. I've been writing from September until now, and the income hasn't been much, only earning over 2,000 yuan. Most of it still comes from attendance rewards. He also doesn't understand why this book has been limited in exposure, Sai. Chapter 227. Oh no, has Huayin become Chuanmu? Entering the main storyline, Huayin instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared above a pit. At this moment, smoke billowed below, obscuring his line of sight. Cough, cough. Soon, a weak coughing sound came from below. Immediately after, a battered figure crawled out from the ground. I didn't expect you to guess the weakness of my move. Cien glared fiercely at the girl. If looks could kill, Huayin would have died countless times by now. Kagami listened to Cixian's words, her eyes twitching slightly. In fact, she hadn't guessed the weakness of his move at all. However, it didn't matter anymore. The flower sound gently descends from the sky, as light as a feather. At this moment, a cold aura reveals itself on the girl's stunning face. Have you thought about how to die? Kaien's gaze was fixed intently on Cixian. Today I guess I've fallen into your hands. However, I have more than just this one vessel. Cixian let out a cold laugh, her eyes taking on a profound meaning. You, in this world, are all created by the god of the Otsutsuki. Cixian sighed lightly and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. Huayin listened to Cixian's rambling, frowning tightly. Wait, what's going on? Has Cixian gone mad? This kind of scene never happened in the original when Naruto and Sasuke fought him. Is that all you have to say? Then please go die. Huayin no longer wanted to listen to his nonsense. Her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she raised her palm. A pitch-black Tao-seeking jade quickly gathered in her palm, taking the shape of a staff. Whoosh! A hurricane instantly tore through, knocking the head of Cien to the ground. Thud! Cien's headless body also collapsed to the ground. Watching her formidable opponent fall at her hands, the girl let out a sigh of relief, her tense expression finally easing. Miss Huayin, may I ask who this person is? At that moment, the fourth Raikage, AI, walked over, looking at Huayin with curiosity. Just an enemy, but there's no need for you to know about it yet. Huayin shook her head, looking extremely cute. Is that so? Then Miss Huayin, would you be willing to come to our Yunin village as a guest? We will treat you well. Mabu, he pushed up his glasses and stepped out from the crowd. Speaking sincerely. Okay. After a brief consideration, Huayin agreed. After all, it would be somewhat impolite to refuse when someone invited her to visit in person. In no time, Huayin sat at the dining table, looking at a large pile of meat dishes, each bite filled with high protein. Kanon finally understood why everyone in Yunin village was muscular men. The girl put the meat in her mouth, chewing hard, with a slight frown that looked quite cute. Soon, the girl's brows gradually relaxed. Is it good, Kanon? The nearby Karabi hummed a strange tune, curiously observing the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him. Yeah, it's pretty tasty. Huayin closed her eyes to savor the moment carefully, and then gave a very candid response. The meal was finished quickly. After exchanging pleasantries with some diplomats from Yunin village, Huayin left. After all, she still had many things to report. Flying high in the sky, Huayin chewed on beef jerky, but her brows were getting tighter and tighter. She was deep in thought. If Cixian were to die, how would the timeline in Naruto Shippuden change? First of all, the Shell organization should be done for. As for whether Cixian had other vessels, could it be Kawa-Mu? That seems unlikely since Kawa-Mu hasn't even been born yet. There's a high probability that the vessel is still somewhere, perhaps in some nutrient solution, similar to the test tube clones cultivated in Orochimaru's base. Yes, that's very likely. But this reasoning also seems off. Huayin shook her head again. Just like that, the lovely girl flew high in the sky, her expression sometimes serious, sometimes joyful, looking a bit clueless. The sun hanging in the high sky shone on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, just like a delicate painting. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. I'm back. Kanon took the key off the door and then stuffed it into her pocket. Why are you back now? Did something happen on the way? Itachi asked his wife with a worried expression. Nothing much, just casually killed an enemy, she replied. Huayin let out a light sigh. Her body still felt somewhat painful. For some reason, she had been experiencing intermittent pain from earlier until now, but she didn't think much of it. After all, she had treated all her wounds with reversal techniques, and there shouldn't be any abnormalities. Are you okay? Itachi froze. Huayin suddenly collapsed in front of him, and Itachi immediately rushed over, holding her in his arms. This commotion also startled those who were still eating in the living room. What's wrong, Itachi? Kakashi came over and, seeing Huayin lying in Itachi's embrace, his pupils constricted. At that moment, the girl's delicate features were tightly knit together, as if she was enduring immense pain. What is happening? Obito was bewildered at the sight. Jiraiya quickly rushed over and took Huayin from Itachi's arms. Huayin, are you okay? Itachi, what happened? Jiraiya looked anxiously at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, equally tense. We need to take her to the hospital. Mikoto Uchiha quickly removed her apron and rushed over. looking anxious. Hurry. Everyone's previously joyful expressions vanished in an instant, replaced by concern as they supported the girl. The girl drowsily opened her eyes, looking up at a white ceiling, the unpleasant smell of disinfectant filling the air. Where's this? Kagani struggled to open her eyes wide and gradually saw her surroundings. She realized she was in a hospital. You finally woke up, Kagani. Itachi looked up at the weak girl, his face filled with joy. Jiraiya, who was beside them, felt a surge of happiness when he saw the girl awake and quickly turned to leave. He needed to rush to report to Tsunade and inform her that Kagani had woken up. After a while, the door was pushed open anxiously by a group of people. A nurse walked in with smooth, long golden hair and stunning beauty, red lips and white teeth. Right behind her was a serious-faced Jiraiya. Soon, more people surged into the ward like a tide. Keep your voices down. The patient just woke up. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, then turned to the others and said sternly. Everyone quickly nodded. You are. Kanon looked at the person in front of her, a sense of familiarity rising in her heart. Let me introduce myself first. I am Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village. You should have heard of me, right? I won't beat around the bush. Tsunade paused. You have a cursed seal planted on you. Kursetzel. Hana was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then suddenly thought of something, her pupils contracting sharply. A sudden idea popped into my mind. Now I'm going to put in some effort. Seeking love-powered energy, seeking gifts. Chapter 228. Discharge from the hospital. That's right, there's a curse mark on your arm. It should be left by the enemy. Tsunade pushed up her glasses, took out a document from her pocket, and analyzed softly. This. Haneon was stunned, staring blankly at the shocking curse mark on her pale arm. It was exactly the same as the one on Boruto from the original work. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she fought with Sishin, various details resurfacing in her mind. Suddenly, the girl thought of something, her pupils shrinking sharply. Could it have been at that time? Huayin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. She recalled how Sishin had reached out to grab her arm, and at that time, she hadn't paid much attention, even using a reversal technique for treatment. Unexpectedly, from that moment on, Sishin had planted a curse mark on her. No wonder Sishin had looked at her with a smile of success at that time. How are you feeling now? Tsunade asked with concern. I'm fine. Huayin shook her head, her expression complex. Then I'll leave first. Contact me if there's anything, Tsunade said before leaving the hospital. Itachi looked to Huayin with worry. Can this curse mark be undone? I don't know, but it should be fine, she replied. Huayin forced a smile. That had already been defeated by me. Could it possibly possess me? That was clearly impossible. I guess this curse mark is just to scare me. Thinking of this, Huayin couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Suddenly, she thought of something and curiously asked everyone, How long have I been asleep? You've been asleep for 3 days. Mikoto walked over, looking at her with concern. 3 days? Kain was stunned. She turned to look at the cloudy weather outside, her expression serious. You don't know, Itachi was really worried about you back then, Kakashi teased, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Itachi's face turned red as everyone stared at him. Jiraiya interrupted the conversation. This isn't the time to talk about that. Kain, what kind of opponent did you encounter that day? Everyone looked at Kain with concern. She took a deep breath and said, I encountered someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Is it the one you mentioned to us before? Shui asked worriedly. Yes, Kain nodded. The group exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Shui continued to ask, How strong is he? Very strong, Kain replied. Henio patted her chest and sighed lightly. I battled with him for a long time before defeating him. Although he planted this curse mark on me, he is already dead now, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Kakashi covered his chin and began to ponder. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and it was the day for Hanyo's discharge from the hospital. Itachi supported Hanyo and asked with a worried expression, Are you feeling better now? Itachi, I'm fine now, don't worry so much. Kagami turned her head away with a haughty expression, giving a cold snort. Although her complexion was still somewhat weak and pale, she was in much better condition than before. Itachi looked at her familiar tsundere appearance and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Kagami looked at Itachi's expression and curiously asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. Seeing that you're not hurt makes me feel relieved. Itachi gently patted his chest, his tone soft. Humph. You just know how to sweet talk. Kagami huffed in a tsundere manner, but her heart was filled with joy. After all, Itachi's concern was truly sincere. Do you have any plans after being discharged? Itachi asked curiously, looking at the girl in front of him. I haven't thought about it yet, Kagami said, furrowing her brow and pouting. So, do you want to eat something? Itachi asked, slightly sweating on his forehead as he noticed his wife's demeanor. I don't really want anything. Kagami continued to shake her head, not picking up on Itachi's cue. The two walked side by side, and Itachi occasionally asked questions, but they were all rejected by Kagami. After a moment of silence, Itachi suddenly stopped, looked at Kagami seriously, and said, "Kagami, I know you have something on your mind. Can you tell me? Maybe I can help share the burden." "Don't think too much. I really don't have any hidden worries," she replied. Kanon looked at Itachi's concerned eyes, and a warm current surged in her heart. After a moment, she slowly opened her mouth. "Is that so?" Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something more, but swallowed it back. Oh, were these two little lovers bickering about this time? Just as the two fell into silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward, a familiar and relaxed voice broke the silence. They both turned their heads in unison, their gaze landing on Kakashi not far away. Seeing that both were looking at him, Kakashi gently shrugged his shoulders, a soft smile appearing on his face. "Kakashi-senpai, you're already so old. How are you still a single dog?" Kain faced Kakashi's joke without any embarrassment, and instead, she reflexively replied, "Well, about that, we can talk slowly later." "Ahem, it's good that you're okay. You really scared me." Kakashi's forehead instantly broke out in fine beads of sweat, and then he looked at Kain somewhat flustered. "Oh, so did you come to see us this time for something special?" Kanon lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Can I just come and chat with you for no reason?" Kakashi, upon hearing Kanon's words, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Well, thinking about it carefully, it seems that I was indeed overthinking it. Henin supported her chin with one hand, thought for a moment, and said softly, "So, are there other enemies to come?" Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression becoming exceptionally serious as he fixed his gaze on Henin. "Well, I'm not sure when exactly they will appear. At least in the short term, Konoha should be safe." Hanyo let out a long breath, her tone revealing a hint of complexity. "That's good." Kakashi inserted his hands into his pockets, his gaze relaxing slightly. A breeze blew in from the distance, gently brushing the hair of the three. Itachi stood beside Hanyo, silently observing the scene, filled with confusion. Throughout this week, Hanyo had seemed somewhat distracted, as if she was hiding something from him. Although Itachi couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, he felt an inexplicable sense of estrangement between everyone and Hanyo. "Perhaps I'm just overthinking it," Itachi silently told himself. "All right, to celebrate Hanyo's discharge, Teacher Minato has specially booked a private room at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Let's go have some fun." Kakashi suddenly laughed, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "Great, Itachi-kun, let's hurry and go." Kagani excitedly tugged at Itachi's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, let's not keep everyone waiting. Let's hurry and set off." A gentle smile appeared on Itachi's lips as he quickly followed behind Kagani, walking forward together. "I've been sick with a cold these days. Everyone must take care of their health and dress warmly. It's really frustrating. He was fired by the electronics factory boss due to frequent fevers and colds. Please help generate power for love. Thank you all." Chapter 229. Can you help revive Kushina? The three of them strolled through the streets of Konoha. Kakashi had his hands casually in his pockets, lazily leading the way in front. Hanyo's heart was heavy with worries, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing, and her steps seemed slightly heavy. Weasel looked at Hanyo with deep concern, wanting to say something but hesitating, his eyes filled with care. Soon, the three of them naturally arrived in front of the barbecue restaurant. "This is the place. Let's go in quickly," Kakashi said, turning back to the two with the gentle invitation. Kagami nodded gently, obediently responding. Then, Kakashi quickly communicated with the front desk staff. The staff respectfully led the three to a refined private room, and then quietly left. "This is it, please come in, you two." "Okay, thank you." Kakashi smiled as he pushed open the door, and a wave of cheerful laughter immediately followed. Jiraiya's exaggerated laughter was particularly loud, while Obito clapped and cheered, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone sat around the table, enjoying delicious food and bursting into laughter from time to time. "Hey, you two finally made it." Minato noticed Jiraiya's funny appearance and found it amusing, then turned to look at Kagami and Itachi. The two said little and walked straight into the private room. Kain sat next to Fugaku, while Makoto gently served her food, her eyes filled with affection. Itachi sat beside Sasuke, but all his thoughts were on Kain, his gaze closely following her every movement. Seeing this, Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve with dissatisfaction and said proudly, "Brother, I want that too. Aren't you old enough to serve yourself?" Itachi shot Sasuke a cold glare, then turned to look at Kain, his expression instantly softening. Sasuke was bewildered, watching Itachi's change of expression with a feeling of grievance. Naruto noticed and sighed lightly, standing up to serve food into Sasuke's bowl. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just uncomfortable seeing someone sad. You guy. Sasuke crossed his arms and snorted, but the corners of his mouth betrayed a subtle smile, secretly pleased. Minato watched the interactions among the children, his eyes twitching slightly. He thought to himself, I need to ask Kain for help to revive Kushina someday. It's been years since I've seen Kushina, and Minato felt a deep longing, but he was also worried that this might cause trouble for Kain. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with everyone chatting and laughing. Kanon raised the cup in her hand and walked to Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya-sensei. I want to drink too. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and teased Kanon. At such a young age, do you understand alcohol? However, his hands did not stop moving, and soon the cup in Kanon's hand was filled with liquor. Kagami picked up the cup without hesitation and drank it all in one go, exuding a bold spirit. Huh, this isn't difficult at all. Hannah let out a tipsy hiccup, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said with a smile. Everyone looked at Hannah's adorable appearance. Their eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence, and then burst into hearty laughter. The meal quickly came to an end, and everyone began to leave one after another. Hannah, could you help me with something? Mizumoto sincerely called out to the girl who was about to leave. What is it, Uncle Mizumoto? Hanyo curiously watched the serious expression on Minato's face. How about this? Minato suggested, glancing at the bustling crowd around them. Let's find a different place to talk, shall we? Of course, Hanyo nodded happily. Then, Minato quickly led the girl away from the original spot. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became blurry. One moment, they were in the lively hotel, and the next they had arrived at the quiet back mountain of the Uchiha clan. The moon in the sky was bright and clear, and the occasional sound of cicadas could be heard as the gentle evening breeze brushed by. Kain couldn't help but shiver, feeling a bit of chill. Sorry for suddenly bringing you here, it's because... Uncle Mizunoto looked at Kain's actions, his eyes filled with guilt. Uncle Mizunoto, what is it? Just tell me, I will definitely do my best to help. Kanon patted her chest and curiously gazed at Minato Namikaze in front of her. It's about Kushina, isn't it? Oh, I see. You want me to resurrect Uzumaki Kushina, right? Kagami raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. After all, it had been such a long time, and Minato had not come to her with this request. Kagami had even thought that Mizumon had forgotten, but it seemed she was overthinking. Perhaps Mizumon didn't want to trouble her, so he never brought it up. Really? Thank you so much. Mizumon looked at Kagami with a grateful expression, his eyes sparkling with hope. Of course, that's totally fine. Hannah nodded obediently and then carefully examined Minato. What's wrong? Minato asked curiously, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Uncle Minato, do you have any belongings of Sister Kushina from before, like hair or something? Konoha eagerly looked at Minato in front of her. A gentle breeze blew, causing the messy ends of Minato's hair to sway softly. Oh, I have it home. Let me go back and find it, Minato said, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. After a while, Minato hurriedly teleported back. Is this okay? Minato carefully handed over a strand of red hair. He had treasured this strand for a long time. It was left behind when Kushina was kidnapped by the Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village, a memory that still lingered in Minato's mind. All right, this is enough. Kagami took the red hair that Swayman handed over and carefully placed it into a transparent bag. All right, Teacher Swayman, could you please take me over to Obito's side for a moment? Kanon whispered softly. No problem. Minato quickly nodded anxiously. Soon, Minato led Kanon hurriedly to Obito's side. Minato-sensei, are you planning to revive Sister Kushina? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Minato Namikaze. Minato scratched the back of his head, beads of cold sweat glimmering on his forehead. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action. Obito urged anxiously, his voice filled with urgency. All right, stop shouting. I need to prepare another scarf. Kagami yawned softly and then tightly wrapped a soft scarf around her neck. By the way, don't you all feel cold? At this moment, the girl had a rosy blush on her cheeks, and the thick scarf around her neck added a touch of cuteness. I'm actually fine with it. Mizumoto smiled slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Then let's hurry and set off, Mizumoto. Kagami whispered softly. You can send us and Obito to the Hidden Mist Village. Okay, no problem. Minato quickly walked over and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Whoosh! 3 figures instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only faint afterimages. I don't know how to continue from here. Please support with love. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 230, Uzumaki Kushina. Inside the cave, it was dim. At this moment, the 3 stared at Orochimaru before them, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Orochimaru quickly completed the Edo Tensei with various outrageous maneuvers. Uzumaki Kushina was resurrected just like that. Is this really resurrection? Minato murmured, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He had thought it would come at an unimaginable cost. Yet the outcome was so unexpected. Minato, how did you end up here? Uzumaki Kushina looked around, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Soon, her gaze was deeply attracted to the girl before her, unable to look away. You are. Kushina looked at the girl in front of her, a sense of familiarity surging in her heart. This girl was just too cute. Between girls, a wonderful tacit understanding and connection can always be established quickly. I am. Kanon was just about to introduce herself when Kushina tightly embraced her. Minato, who is this lovely little girl? What's her name? Is she Makoto's daughter? Kushina asked with joy, gently rubbing her cheek against Kanon's face. Oh well. Minato chuckled at his wife's enthusiasm. Kushina-ne. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Obito? What are you doing here too? Kushina was quite surprised by Obito's arrival, unaware that he was the one who instigated the Nine-Tails attack. Well, let's talk somewhere else, Obito said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Thank you so much, Orochimaru-senpai. Before leaving, Minato bowed deeply to Orochimaru, expressing his sincere gratitude. Then, everyone vanished from their spot with Minato's flying thunder god technique. The scene quickly changed from a pitch-black cave illuminated only by flickering candlelight to a warm and cozy living room. This sudden change made Kanon feel a bit dizzy, but she recovered completely in just a few seconds. This was the side effect of the flying thunder god technique. When the distance of the teleportation is too far, it briefly affects the user's mind. It must be said that those who can master the flying thunder god technique are indeed extraordinarily talented. You all back? Jiraiya, busy tidying up the living room, glanced at everyone and casually asked. However, when he saw Kushina, the broom in his hand fell to the ground, and he stiffly turned his head. Kushina, how are you back? What's wrong? Can I come back to life? Kushina pointed to her cheek with a puzzled expression as she looked at Jiraiya. Ahaha, it's nothing. I'll keep cleaning, Jiraiya said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head before quickly looking down to continue cleaning. It's rare to see you cleaning. And Kanon-chan, let your aunt take a good look at you. By the way, Minato, where's Naruto? Kushina turned her head, her gentle gaze falling on Kanon. Then she smiled like an ant. But then, as if recalling something, she suddenly turned to Minato with a look of confusion. Naruto should still be sleeping, right? Minato glanced at the clock in the living room and quietly replied. I see. Kushina gently patted her chest, her expression becoming complex. I don't know how Naruto has been these past few years while I was gone. Naruto. Minato looked at his wife, feeling a mix of emotions, unsure of how to respond. He knew that Naruto had gone through a very painful time. Before meeting Kanon, he was almost bullied by everyone, like a rat crossing the street. Fortunately, this kind girl had saved him. Minato looked at Kanon with deep gratitude, feeling Minato's grateful gaze. Kanon couldn't help but shyly lower her head, looking particularly delicate and cute. With a soft sound, the door upstairs slowly opened, and Naruto, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stumbled out in a daze. You guys, he mumbled to himself, seemingly still not fully awake. In the next moment, Naruto suddenly froze. The moment he saw Kushina, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, so strong that it left him momentarily dazed. Naruto, Kushina's voice trembled as her pupils suddenly constricted. A single glistening tear quietly slipped from the corner of her eye, sparkling with complex emotions. This feeling was truly marvelous, despite having not seen each other for many years. And even though their appearances had become somewhat unfamiliar, in this vast sea of people, they seemed to be able to recognize each other at a glance. That deep connection imprinted in the depths of their souls made it impossible for them to ignore each other's presence. Watching the two of them gaze at each other, Kanon, Minato, and Obito exchanged knowing smiles and chose to leave. In the evening, a biting cold wind ravaged the streets of Konoha village. Although it was late, the streetlights on the road still emitted a gentle glow. The three of them silently walked through the empty alleys. Kanon, I really appreciate you. Minato's voice broke the surrounding silence. It's nothing, just a small effort, Kanon replied. Kanon gently exhaled a breath of warm air and said carelessly. Minato smiled gently, and the cold wind blew in from afar, making his already messy hair even more disheveled. Obito, standing beside him with his hands in his pockets, gazed deeply into the distance, then let out a self-deprecating chuckle. What are you laughing at, Obito? Kanon curiously turned to ask. It's nothing. Just thinking about how foolish I was back then, getting deceived by that guy Madara, and causing Master Minato and Sister Kushina to suffer misfortune. Obito's gaze dimmed. His heart was filled with regret. If time could flow backward, he would long to return to the past more than anyone else. That way, he could avoid making those irreversible mistakes. However, time cannot be reversed, and there is no medicine for regret. Why have you both become so melancholic? Kanon put her hands in her pockets and glanced at the water gate and Obito beside her, showing a helpless expression on her face. All right, Obito, since the matter is already past, don't think too much about it. Later, let's have a good explanation with Sister Kushina. Kanon shivered lightly and looked up at Obito's tear-streaked face, her tone filled with tenderness. Obito took a deep breath and slowly nodded. No matter what, everyone has been revived now. It's time to go back. After all, it has been so long. Minato smiled, his eyes full of warmth. Well then, let's go. Kanon gently tugged at Minato's collar, a smile on her face. Beside her, Obito also reached out, resting his hand on Minato's shoulder. In an instant, the scene began to blur, and the originally cold street suddenly transformed. Everyone found themselves in a warm living room. The cold wind outside continued to fiercely blow against the curtains. Kanon hurriedly ran over and tightly closed the window. Are you three back? Kushina gently comforted Naruto in her arms while turning to look at the three who had returned home, her face filled with surprise. Sister Kushina, I have something I want to talk to you about, Obito said, scratching the back of his head and slowly walking over with a hint of apology. What is it? Kushina frowned, filled with confusion. For some reason, she vaguely sensed that something was off. Immediately, a strong feeling of unease surged in her heart. I'm so tired. It feels like my brain is about to explode. I really don't know how to write this. I beg for a little motivation. Thank you. Chapter 231 Hinata. This big sister is so beautiful. So, did you cause the Ninetales incident? Kushina furrowed her brows, looking at Obito with a complex expression. She had a good impression of Obito, but at this moment, she couldn't hide her disappointment. Yes, I'm very sorry, Obito bowed sincerely. I understand. He thought Kushina would severely punish or scold him, but unexpectedly, she forgave him. Obito's pupils constricted. Before he could come to his senses, Kushina had already stood up and gently embraced him. It hasn't been easy for you all this way, right? Kushina tiptoed, holding Obito tightly, speaking softly. Obito's voice was choked. It's all right. What's in the past can be slowly made up for in the future. Kushina continued to comfort him softly. Wa? Obito sobet. His body slightly trembling. Meanwhile, Minato and Kanon looked on with gentle expressions. As for Naruto, at that moment, he was quietly lying on the sofa asleep, seemingly dreaming of something happy, with a faint smile on his lips. The bright moonlight poured into the room, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Before long, the sun would take over the moon's shift. With a soft click, Kanon gently pushed the door open. She yawned and then, as usual, walked into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. By the way, the security department still had work to do today. Kanon suddenly thought of something, her pupils constricting, and then she quickly went to the living room. After finishing breakfast and changing her shoes, she walked out the door. As for Itachi Uchiha, he had woken up early to handle family matters. The high-hanging sun shone down on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer, resembling a beautiful painting. Good morning, Captain Tetsuhan. Haneon encountered Uchiha Tetsuhika on the road and greeted him friendly. Good morning, Haneon said. Tetsuhika responded with a gentle smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Haneon arrived at the security department and received today's mission. Maintain the C-zone in the eastern part of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kagun looked at the title on the task list and murmured to herself. It's a bit far. It seems I won't be able to go home for lunch. Hannah's brows furrowed slightly, showing some discontent. Soon, the girl left the guard department. It must be said that Konoha Village is indeed very large. Hannah walked leisurely along the road. Along the way, she could occasionally see diligent villagers at work and hear the sounds of children playing and frolicking. Calculating the time, it seemed that winter vacation was just around the corner. She wondered if the vacation schedule of the ninja school was the same as in her previous life. After a while, Hannah arrived at her destination. Look, that monster is here again. A child suddenly pointed a finger, viciously directing it at the soft and gentle Hinata Hyuga, with a tone full of cold mockery. Why are your eyes so white? It's really scary. Could you really be a monster? Another child echoed, fear evident in their eyes. In the snow, several children laughed as they picked up snowflakes and threw them hard at Hinata. Hinata stumbled a few steps, her body swaying precariously, almost falling to the ground. In the distance, Hana's sharp gaze caught this scene. She quickly sensed her surroundings, but found that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, she thought to herself. It seemed that her presence had altered the original timeline. In the original story, it was Naruto who rescued Hinata from danger. However, due to her intervention, Naruto had not appeared for a long time, resulting in Hinata enduring the bullying from these mischievous kids until now. Hey, you guys, don't go too far. Kanon could no longer hold back her anger and rushed over, shouting loudly, "What does it have to do with you?" One of the ugly little brats froze as he looked up. In front of him stood this big sister, dressed in the imposing uniform of the guard department. Although she was very beautiful and cute, there was no doubt that she was a strong member of the Uchiha clan. "It's someone from the guard department." The brat shouted in terror. "Everyone run." The other kids were also frightened and scattered in all directions. Huayin looked at the backs of the mischievous kids running away, feeling helpless. She knew that if she didn't teach them a lesson, they would pull the same trick again next time. So with a thought, Huayin instantly vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the mischievous kids who were running ahead. Nestled technique. Kagami lightly scolded and cast a low-level illusion on the children. In an instant, the children seemed to be possessed, standing frozen in place with deep fear in their eyes. Tears began to slide down their cheeks, as if they were witnessing their innermost fears. The technique of Naluo, this low-level illusion, allows a person to confront their deepest fears. Surely, these mischievous children were all seeing images of their parents severely punishing them at this moment. Kagami looked at the time and decided to cancel the illusion. The rowdy kids snapped back to reality in an instant, bursting into tears and then scattering in all directions. Watching this scene, Kagami breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards Hinata, who was in the snow in the distance. She knew that at this moment, Hinata needed her comfort the most. "Big sister, it's you again," Hinata said, slowly standing up with her hands clutching her head. Her body was covered in scars, clearly from the rocks thrown by those kids. Kagami looked at Hinata with concern and quickly used the reversal technique to heal her. "Do you feel better now?" Kanon squeezed out a gentle smile and softly asked, "Thank you, big sister." Hinata looked up at Kanon, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, yet filled with gratitude. "You're welcome. If they dare to bully you again, just call me. I will definitely take care of them." Kanon squatted down gently and patted Hinata's head, saying softly, "Okay." Hinata's cheeks turned slightly red. This big sister in front of her is so beautiful. I really don't know how to continue writing. Chapter 232. Hinata. How is it? The taste is not bad, right? Kagami sat beside Hinata, a gentle expression on her face, gazing at the petite girl in front of her. Hinata nodded softly. Just a few hours ago, Hinata was filled with anticipation to patrol Konoha village together with Kagami. Hana heard Hinata's request and did not hesitate at all. After all, she needed a companion on this journey. After the patrol was over, Kanon decided to invite Hinata to have lunch together. To get to the point, at this moment, Kanon was gently watching the little girl in front of her slurping noodles. Is she still not full? Hana observed Hinata's slightly hesitant expression after she finished her noodles and gently inquired. Hinata shyly nodded again, like a budding little flower. Uncle Ichiraku. Ko turned to look at the middle-aged man who was still busy in the shop, his face beaming with a kind smile. "Oh, it's Ko. What brings you here?" Uncle Ichiraku wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a benevolent smile. "Please add another bowl for us." Kanon took out a few brand new bills from her pocket and handed them to Uncle Yile. "All right." Uncle Yile took the bills and immediately instructed his daughter to get the change, while he continued to immerse himself in the busy kitchen. "Here you go. This is your change." Uncle Yile's daughter gently handed over the change. "Thank you." Kanon took the coins and carefully put them in her pocket. Regarding Uncle Yile's daughter, she is indeed quite beautiful, but Kanon couldn't recall her name for a moment. I have to say, dining at this Yao ramen shop is truly a pleasant experience. Just based on this impeccable service attitude, Henio didn't hesitate to give a perfect score. "Thank you, sister." Hinata gently tugged at Henio's sleeve, her voice as tiny and faint as a mosquito. "No need to be polite." Hana gently responded, extending her delicate hand to gently stroke Hinata's soft hair. She felt a deep affection for the little girl. However, at this moment, a troubling question weighed on Hana's mind. It seemed that her arrival had triggered some subtle changes in time. According to the original story, Naruto should have already come to rescue Hinata. But now, due to the butterfly effect caused by her presence, there hadn't been much interaction between Naruto and Hinata. As a result, their feelings for each other wouldn't be very deep. If that were the case, wouldn't the future of Boruto's story disappear? No, absolutely not. If that happened, Her unique advantage as a traveler would vanish as well. It seems she must find a way to bring these two together. Hinata, would you like to make a new friend? Hana leaned closer to the shy little girl in front of her and asked with a teasing tone. Hinata nodded her head like a little chick pecking at rice, looking quite adorable. Then would you be willing to come to my house to play for a while? Hana looked at Hinata in front of her, feeling a hint of hesitation in her heart. To be honest, she wasn't sure if Hinata would be able to enter the Uchiha clan's territory. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga clan. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be going out easily. Presumably, Hinata had secretly sneaked out without her family's knowledge this time. Of course, there was no problem. To Hana's surprise, Hinata showed no signs of opposition and instead nodded obediently. Looking at this obedient and cute little girl in front of her, Hana's worries finally dissipated. Soon, the time after dinner passed in the blink of an eye. Kagami felt a hint of reluctance as she took out a few brand new bills again and handed them to Uncle Yael. Looking at the mountain of bowls piled up on the table, Hana's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. I'm sorry, Sister Hana, Hinata said, holding Hana's small hand, lowering her head even further. It's okay, I don't really care about these things. Kagami patted her chest and said lightly, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Hinata looked up, gazing at the girl in front of her with her clear, water-like eyes, and softly said, let's go back first. Henio did not pay attention to Hinata's words, but smiled and said, in fact, Henio was not short of money. After all, she was the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Working at the security department was merely a way for her to sharpen her will and experience the life of an ordinary person. To put it simply, it was just a bit of hardship. The sun hanging high in the sky shone down on the two girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer, resembling a beautiful painting. Hana held Hinata's hand, and they chatted and laughed along the way. Hinata had a gentle personality, but she was a bit shy and introverted. Hinata, can I ask you a question? Hana suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the little girl beside her. What is it? Hinata tilted her head, looking at Hana with curiosity. What do you think of Naruto? Hana asked curiously, as Naruto's image flashed in her mind. Naruto-kun? Hinata looked up at the sky, slightly parted her lips, and after a moment of thought, bit her lower lip. I think he seems a bit aloof. Huh? Hana raised an eyebrow, watching Hinata's expression. Why do you say that? Isn't Naruto handsome? Hana continued to ask. Well, he is indeed quite handsome. Hinata nodded after a moment of thought, her expression calm and undisturbed. She didn't blush like she did in the original story when Naruto's name was mentioned. Seeing this, Konoha broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, it seems she has disrupted the original plot. If Hinata doesn't like Naruto, then Boruto won't appear. Without Boruto, how will everyone fight against the Otsutsuki? Should they rely on her? As soon as the thought flashed through Huayin's mind, she shook her head repeatedly, like a rattle drum. What's wrong, Sister Huayin? Hinata looked up, her face full of confusion as she stared at Huayin. Ahem, it's nothing, look, we're almost home. Kagani pointed to a magnificent mansion in front of her and said, somewhat flustered. Hinata retracted her confused expression, her face beaming with joy as she tightly held Kagani's hand. For some reason, as long as she was with this big sister, she always felt happy, even forgetting the tedious matters of her clan. No one dared to make things difficult for her anymore. With a click, the door was pushed open by Kagani. She took the key out of the door and put it in her pocket, then walked inside with Hinata. At the entrance, there were shoes set out for changing. Hinata took off her shoes, revealing her round and delicate little feet, which were covered in layers of white stockings. She gently slipped her feet into the shoes. Please power up for love. Please give 5-star reviews. Please urge for updates. These are very important to the author. I want this book to rise to an 8. That's my biggest wish. Chapter 233. Naruto and Hinata. These two have a chance. Oh, you're back? Mikoto was busy preparing lunch and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Kagani. Isn't this the little girl from the Hyuga family? Mikoto gazed curiously at Hinata and asked, Hello, sister. Hinata politely greeted Mikoto with a sweet voice. What a cute little thing. Mikoto squatted down and gently patted Hinata's head. Kagani watched this scene with a smile, her eyes filled with warmth. It must be said that Hinata's emotional intelligence is much higher than Kakashi's. The warm scene just now made Kagani reminisce about the past. When Kakashi first came to the Uchiha clan, he even called Mikoto Annie. Thinking of these amusing anecdotes, the girl couldn't help but chuckle, her smile blooming like a flower. Have you had lunch yet? Mikoto asked gently, looking at Kagani with a doting expression. I've already eaten. Is Itachi-kun still busy? Kagani turned to Mikoto, asking curiously. That kid is really a workaholic, busy from morning until now. Mikoto frowned slightly, her tone revealing concern. Is that so? Kagani couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It seems that Itachi really is a complete workaholic. By the way, Mom, is Naruto at home? Kanon suddenly remembered her purpose for coming back and hurriedly asked. He is currently on the back mountain. What's wrong? Mikoto responded with a puzzled look. Oh, I have something to discuss with Naruto. Hinata, let's go. Kagani gently looked at Hinata and called out softly. Hinata obediently followed along. After the two girls changed their shoes, they opened the big door and carefully took an umbrella with them. After all, the sun in the sky was extremely hot, and if one wasn't careful, they could get sunburned. The sunlight fell on the two girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Before long, they arrived at the South-East Shrine in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. Soon, they spotted Naruto in the distance, diligently working on a wooden stake. Standing beside him, carefully guiding Naruto, was Obito. Huh, why is that guy Obito always sticking close to Naruto? Kagome's delicate brows furrowed slightly. In fact, she didn't have much aversion to Obito. It was just that their frequent encounters caught her off guard. Naruto-kun, are you still training hard? Hanyo held Hinata's delicate little hand and walked over, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Hanyo, why did you suddenly come? Naruto stopped his actions and took out a towel to gently wipe the cold sweat from his body. At this moment, he looked robust, a stark contrast to the skinny appearance in the original work, with a handsome face and messy long hair gently falling to his ears, resembling the good looks of the character in the original story. What, can I come to see how you are? Kagani pouted and pretended to be dissatisfied, but a smile flickered in her eyes. That's not what I meant. Seeing this, Naruto was instantly at a loss, his hands flailing in confusion. All right, I was just teasing you. Don't be so nervous. Kagami covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her laughter crisp and pleasant to hear. Then she playfully extended her finger and gently flicked Naruto's forehead. Do you know who this is? Hanabi slowly pulled Hinata out from behind her, her voice full of tenderness. This is Hinata. Naruto focused his gaze and was instantly stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Hinata's image gradually became clear in his mind, and memories from their childhood flooded back. Unlike others who looked at him with disdain, she quietly watched him, which was one of the few warm feelings in the village. As a child, Naruto felt incredibly happy because of Hinata's presence. He finally found someone who didn't dislike him and wanted to go over and play with her. But Hinata always dodged him, which puzzled him at the time. Naruto-kun, hello. Hinata politely bowed to the Naruto in front of her, although her face showed no expression. Her eyes revealed a hint of shyness. Ah, no need to be so formal. I know you, Hyuga Hinata, hello. Naruto responded with a smile. Hinata tilted her head, curiously examining Naruto, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is there something wrong? Naruto scratched his cheek with his hand, his face turning red as he turned away, unable to meet Hinata's gaze. Nothing. Hinata smiled slightly, her eyes filled with kindness. For some reason, she always felt an inexplicable fondness for Naruto, even though she couldn't quite explain where it came from. Hanabi, watching this scene, couldn't help but slightly narrow her pupils, a knowing smile appearing on her face. It seems these two really might have something going on. Obito noticed Hanabi's meaningful gaze and couldn't help but break out in a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. This, as expected, Kakashi was right. Women seem to have a natural interest in gossip. All right, you two can play here. I'll take my leave first. Hannah smiled gently, her voice soft and pleasant. After speaking, she turned to leave. Sister Hannah, where are you going? Hinata asked, unable to suppress her curiosity as she saw Hannah about to leave. I have some work to take care of, so you all can have fun here. Obito, could you please give me a ride? Henio squatted down gently and stroked Hinata's hair, then turned to Obito and winked. Obito understood and nodded slightly. Soon after, the two hurriedly left the place, leaving only a faint silhouette. Hinata and Naruto stood facing each other, momentarily at a loss. What should I call you? Naruto scratched his head, a hint of shy smile on his face. Just call me Hinata, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled sweetly, her voice soft and pleasant. At the Uchiha clan residence. So, you just brought our young lady to the back mountain for this? Several members of the Hyuga clan looked at each other as they listened to Hanyo's explanation. Is there something wrong with that? Hanyo tilted her head and asked curiously. It wasn't inappropriate to find a playmate for the young lady. After hearing this, Hyuga Takuma's mouth twitched slightly. To be fair, this was quite absurd. Their Hyuga clan's young lady had suddenly gone missing. The clan leader anxiously ordered them to go out and search, and after some inquiries, They learned that the young lady had actually gone to the back mountain of the Uchiha clan to play with others. Honestly, I don't know how to write this anymore. My mindset has collapsed. The new book has gone into the little black room again. Chapter 234. Sasuke, you shouldn't stay up late anymore. At this moment, Hyuga Takuma hesitated, wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong, Uncle Takuma? Kagani looked curiously at the person in front of her, her eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. It's nothing. It's just that if the young lady is safe and sound, then we can all feel a lot more at ease. Hinata Tokuma forced a light laugh, but a hint of worry was revealed in his eyes. Don't worry, Hinata will definitely be safe with the Uchiha clan. Huayin spoke with a firm tone, her face radiating a confident smile. Upon hearing this, Dejin slightly nodded and said, well then, I shall take my leave first. He clasped his hands in salute, turned with his subordinates, and gradually disappeared from view. Kain stood alone in place, watching everyone leave, and a hint of loneliness stirred in her heart. Sigh, what should I do next? She sighed softly, her eyes flickering with confusion. The work was done, and why? Kuin was still busy in the clan's territory. Going home alone was extremely boring, and she didn't know who to play with. Forget it, I might as well wander around. Kagani retracted her thoughts and decided to take a walk along the streets of Konoha village to truly feel this moment of freedom. In recent days, she had either been busy with work or cooped up at home, hardly taking the time to appreciate the scenery of Konoha village. At this moment, the sun in the sky was gradually setting, losing its morning vitality but adding the softness and brilliance of the evening glow. Kagani strolled through the streets of Konohagakure with her hands in her pockets, as a gentle breeze tousled the tips of her hair. A faint smile lingered on her lips, and the tuft of hair on her head swayed gently with her steps, giving her a particularly playful appearance. Villagers along the way cast curious glances her way. Kagani politely responded to their gaze, although she might have felt a bit uncomfortable at first. After more than a decade of experience, she had long since become accustomed to this attention. After taking a simple stroll around Konohagakure, Kain returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. With a creak, she gently pushed open the slightly old door. It seems she needs to find a time to have someone fix this door. Kagami glanced at the door, secretly mumbling in her heart. Time flows swiftly like water, and before she knew it, winter had passed and spring had arrived. The alarm clock by the bedside rang. But not long after, Hannah lazily stretched out her hand and turned off the noisy alarm clock. Is it morning already? She struggled to get out of bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. After a quick wash, she went to the living room and saw that breakfast was already set on the dining table. Golden eggs and soft, fragrant bread. Kagome sat by the dining table, munching on bread with her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel, looking quite adorable. At that moment, Sasuke came down from upstairs, yawning and looking at her sleepily. You're up so early? Sasuke's voice was a bit raspy. That should be my question to you, right? I have work to do, so of course I have to get up early. Kanon looked at Sasuke's tired appearance and couldn't help but tease. Oh, I couldn't sleep last night. I was awake the whole time. Sasuke sighed helplessly. Insomnia? Why? Kanon asked curiously. Guess. Sasuke shot her a glance and casually grabbed a piece of bread from the dining table and took a bite. Could it be that you broke up? Hannah suddenly thought of something and showed a gossiping expression on her face. Sasuke's expression instantly turned speechless as he stared at her without saying a word. I was really infuriated by those useless teammates while playing games last night. Sasuke chewed on his bread, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Sasuke like this, Hannah frowned slightly and gently advised, you should get to bed early, or it will affect your growth. Her words carried a hint of seriousness, but to outsiders, they appeared particularly playful and cute. Speaking of which, the technological development in the ninja world has advanced several times faster compared to the original work. This may be attributed to Hannah's influence, which has reduced direct conflicts between the 5 great nations, leading everyone to focus on technological research. Although mobile phones have not yet emerged, computers have quietly begun to rise. However, Kane is not very interested in these things. She wasn't very passionate about games in her previous life, and now she has even less enthusiasm. All right, I don't want to hear you nag about those games anymore. I have to go to work soon. Hannah spoke, extending her palm to gently interrupt Sasuke's words. Then she sighed softly, a hint of helplessness revealed in her gaze. Well, all right. Sasuke looked at the girl before him, nodded, and then, bearing those noticeable dark circles under his eyes, slowly walked up to the second floor and returned to his room. Watching Sasuke's exhausted figure, Hannah couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. All these changes seemed to have started because of her. The plot in the original story had undergone drastic changes, triggering a chain of butterfly effects. This was not a good omen. Kayan subconsciously lowered her head, staring at the still prominent curse mark on her arm. Even after 2 or 3 years, it had not faded, just like Boruto in the original work. It's really strange. I clearly killed that guy, Zishian, with my own hands. The sound of flowers murmured to herself, her pupils slightly constricted, her heart filled with doubt. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain surged through her arm again. She clenched her silver teeth, and her lovely face was instantly covered with fine beads of cold sweat. Kayan took a deep breath, trying to calm the pain in her heart. Then, she gently raised her arm and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. For some time now, she had been experiencing bouts of intense pain in her arm every few weeks, although she never understood the reason behind it. Could be that guy, Zishian, hadn't really died? Was he still lurking inside her? No, that was absolutely impossible. Kagun clearly remembered that she had repeatedly confirmed Zishian's death at that time. But why was it still like this? Huayin dragged her weary body back to the room and sat in front of the vanity. In the mirror, her face was pale, appearing somewhat weak. Am I really going to become that wedge? She murmured softly, her pupils flickering with unease. This is bad. I still have to go to work later, or I'll be late. Kagami glanced at the alarm clock, and her cute cowlick instantly stood up. I really don't know how to continue writing. By the time this book reached over 100 chapters, it was just all filler. I just write whatever comes to mind. Really have no idea how to proceed. Please support me, urge me to update, and leave good reviews. This book has already scored an 8, which is the highest rating I've received for any of my writings. Chapter 235, Encounter with Uchiha Izumi. I'm really sorry, Uncle Tiewa, due to some special reasons. I accidentally arrived a little late. Kagami spoke up with a pitiful tone, carrying a hint of apology. Oh, is that so? I already knew. Being late once isn't a big deal. Taihua looked at the girl in front of him, whose face was full of grievances, and responded somewhat flustered. After all, she was the young clan leader's wife. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to offend her in the slightest. If he angered her, or accidentally made her cry, how could he keep his position steady? Is it really okay? The girl blinked her big, watery eyes, looking adorably at Taihua, as if seeking confirmation. Yes, it's really no problem. Just go to the finance department to settle your salary for this month. You've done an excellent job, and there's also a bonus. Taihua swallowed hard and quickly added nervously, bonus? Huayin showed a hint of surprise on her face upon hearing this. Yes, those members of the security department with higher ratings receive some bonus profits from their families as a reward. Taihua explained softly, his tone revealing a hint of envy. So that's how it is. Hannah suddenly realized and nodded, revealing a clear smile on her face. All right, let's not talk too much for now. This is your task for today, Taiku said, taking out a sealed bag from his pocket and solemnly handing it to Hannah. Cannon skillfully took the sealed bag, opened it lightly, and inside was a document printed in black on white paper. Previously, when the security department handed over tasks, they always maintained such a rigorous attitude, showing the Uchiha clan's seriousness towards their missions. All right then, Uncle Tetsuhebe, I'm leaving here now. Kayan looked at Tiahua in front of her and politely said goodbye. Well, no problem. Tiahua took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, watching the girl's figure gradually fade away. It wasn't until Kayan's silhouette completely disappeared from view that he let out a sigh of relief and breathed heavily, secretly mumbling to himself, "Sigh, Lady Kayan. You really don't need to experience this kind of life." The sun hanging high in the sky gently cast its rays on the girl, slowly elongating her delicate shadow. After receiving an urgent mission from the security department, Konoha hurriedly rushed to Area C in the eastern part of Konoha village. This area was particularly familiar to her. Kagami. To be honest, I'm quite willing to patrol this place, because not only is there Ichiraku ramen, but I can also look up and see the majestic Hokage rock. Oh, Sister Kagani, what are you doing wandering around here? Just as Kagani was lost in thought, a soft and sweet voice suddenly rang in her ears. Izumi-chan? Kagani turned her head in surprise, looking at the lively and adorable little girl in front of her, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. It had been a long time since they last met, and Uchiha Izumi had grown even more charming. Oh, is big sister Kagani still busy at work? Izumi teased playfully, blinking her big eyes. What's up, little girl? Huayin pretended to be dissatisfied and pouted, looking at Quan, who was still shorter than her chest, and couldn't help but smile slightly. You're just a little taller than me. What's so impressive about that? Quan, unwilling to be outdone, helplessly pouted. All right, I don't have time to waste with you here. I still need to continue my patrol. Huayin let out a light sigh, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. Although this job was just simple patrolling, Once it was tied to his salary, the nature of it became entirely different. So, when can you finish work? Huayin curiously asked. I'll be free at noon. Why do you ask? Do you want to join the security team? Huayin chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. She looked quite relaxed and comfortable. Huayin whispered softly, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes. Then you can give it a try and you'll see, it's not as simple as you think. Huayin frowned slightly upon hearing this, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable anger. All right, Sister Huayin, don't be mad. I'll treat you to a big meal at noon today to make it up to you. Tian smiled sweetly, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, instantly melting Huayin's heart. Okay then, but you better not bother me again before that. Hannah heard Izumi's invitation and stopped declining. Time passed quickly, and before long it was noon. You should be done now, right? Izumi followed closely behind Hannah, curiously observing the surroundings. After all, this area is still in the development stage, and aside from personnel from the security department and the underworld, no other outsiders are allowed in. Even the Uchiha clan is no exception. Well, there shouldn't be any issues now, let's go. Hanin simply glanced around. The surroundings appeared unusually desolate, overgrown with weeds, exuding a hint of bleakness. A gentle breeze blew from afar, making a whooshing sound, as if whispering something. At a glance, the end seemed unreachable. Gulme, let me hold you and fly. The three-tomo Sharingan in Hanyo's pupils began to spin rapidly, instantly transforming into a cute cherry blossom pattern. You better hold on tight, Hanyo said as she embraced Izumi in a princess carry, a shy expression appearing on her face. Don't worry, my sister's strength is very impressive. The wings behind Cannon slowly unfurled. Then, the two girls leaned closely against each other, and Cannon's flying speed was not hurried. To accommodate Izumi's feelings, she deliberately slowed down, minimizing the wind resistance from afar. Your ability is quite practical, Izumi said, looking at Cannon with surprise and envy in her eyes. Of course. How about it? Aren't you super envious? Huayin said half-jokingly, a hint of pride in her tone. I'm not envious at all. Although Quan said this, the envy in her eyes was hard to conceal. I have to say, the image of the two girls snuggled closely together resembled a beautiful and captivating painting, pleasing to behold. Soon, the two landed in a small alley. Why land here? Quan shyly broke free from Huayin's embrace. Are you trying to attract the villagers' attention? Huayin looked helplessly at the little lowly in front of her. It had been several years since they last met, and she felt that Quan seemed a bit silly and sweet. It seemed to be true, Quan murmured, and only then did she suddenly realize, looking somewhat cute. I really don't know how to write anymore. Please support me for love. The author can't afford to eat. Please give good reviews. Please urge me to update. Chapter 236, The Arrival of the Golden Peach in the Ninja World. The two girls were weaving through the winding alleys of Konoha Village. Sister Huayin, what do you want to try for lunch? Quan looked curiously at Huayin. Hanin lightly touched her cheek with her finger and then shrugged helplessly. I'm fine with anything. How about it, Jiraku? Izumi asked tentatively, unsure of Han Yin's feelings. Sure. Hanin blinked and said, you're treating. Izumi glanced at her best friend and pretended to be helpless, saying you. Sunshine poured down from above, illuminating the two of them. Soon, their shadows followed their steps into a shop. Ichiraku uncle, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Izumi pulled out cash and called softly. All right, coming right up. Uncle Ichiraku said with a kind smile as he took the money and handed it to his daughter beside him. The daughter quickly found the change, and Izumi took it as she and Han-in walked toward a corner seat. What's wrong? You don't look very happy, Izumi said, concerned as she looked at Han-in. Ah, it's nothing. Han-in came back to her senses and shook her head. You're not thinking about Itachi, are you? Izumi covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes filled with gossip. Kagun knocked on Quan's head silently. Ouch. Quan held his head and looked at Kagun with a resentful expression. What are you daydreaming about all day? I'm thinking about work, Kagun sighed lightly. Work? Are you afraid of being lazy and getting fired? Quan's eyes were confused. Then he stared at Kagun. Not that, sighed Kagun's eyelid twitched slightly. At that moment, the daughter of the hand-pulling noodle uncle came over with a steaming bowl of ramen and gently said, Here you go, ladies, the tonkatsu ramen is ready. Thank you. The two girls replied politely. Looking at the ramen on the table, Kagun picked up a narutomaki and gently put it in her mouth. It was a bit hot, but tasted good. Meanwhile, Quan calmly slurped up the noodles, clearly a regular customer. Don't you think it's hot? Kagun asked cutely. No, Quan said, lifting the bowl to drink the soup and shaking his head. Kain lowered her head to look at the noodles, lost in thought. For some reason, the once beloved Ichiraku ramen was making her feel a bit nauseous this time. Perhaps it was too greasy? She didn't think much of it. frowning as she ate halfway through, suddenly feeling a gag reflex, quickly grabbing her water cup to alleviate it. Kain, what's wrong? Izumi asked with concern. It's nothing, I'm full. Kain waved her hand and took a few more sips of water. Why are you eating so little? Izumi looked at Kain and suddenly realized, Kain, are you on a diet recently? I was too careless. I shouldn't have let you eat such high-calorie food. That's not the reason. Just eat this. Kain sighed lightly. Izumi moved the remaining noodles in front of herself and rubbed her hands together. Kagani looked at Izumi, her mood complicated. Recently, she had been feeling pain in her arms and had been experiencing nausea when eating. Could it be because of the wedge? She lowered her head to look at the light blue curse mark on her fair arm, lost in thought. To be honest, Kagani was filled with confusion, and she was at a loss on how to break the curse seal on her hand. Every morning when she woke up, the sight of the curse seal always made her feel flustered. After a hurried meal, the two girls stepped out of the shop. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. Kagami walked with an umbrella, strolling in the rain. As the raindrops fell from the sky and danced on the surface of the umbrella, making a sound like a melodious symphony, the girl walked quietly down the street, surrounded by a continuous flow of passers-by, their gazes drawn to Kagami, but quickly looking away. Faced with this scene, Kagami simply sighed softly and shook her head. Sometimes, having excessively high looks can also be a burden. When going out, it inevitably attracts the attention of countless strangers. Alas, but this is an unchangeable fact. Counting the time, I have been in this world for over a decade, and now the timeline has been completely disrupted by me. The plot from the original work no longer exists, and the only thing I worry about now is the Otsutsuki clan. Kagome looked up at the dense dark clouds in the sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a hint of worry in her eyes. When exactly would the Otsutsuki clan descend upon Earth? It seems that the original text recorded that Kagaya and Ishiki would be the first to arrive in the ninja world, followed by other members of the Otsutsuki clan. A loud rumble echoed, shaking the horizon. Above, the dark clouds were thick, and lightning flashed as thunder roared, weaving a breathtaking scene. Why do I feel that the atmosphere today is a bit off? Kain slowly raised her head, gazing at the heart-pounding high sky, her brows tightly furrowed, her cute face filled with worry. Meanwhile, in another place, Jinsei, is this the so-called ninja world? It looks exceptionally backward and vulnerable. Taosher, dressed in a pure white robe, with hair cascading like a waterfall down to his waist, scanned the surroundings with disdainful eyes. Lord Taosher, despite this, we must remain vigilant at all times. Jinsei respectfully knelt on the ground, his gaze devoutly fixed on his master. This is so boring. Let's finish this tedious mission as soon as possible. Absorb the power of all nine-tailed beasts, and then plant the god tree's fruit. Taosher closed his eyes to sense the chakra fluctuations around him, then suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a chilling coldness, his tone filled with undeniable determination. As you command. Jinsei respectfully nodded and then stood up. Just like in the original story, Karabi from the cloud-hidden village soon fell into their hands. In an instant, rumors spread across the 5 great nations, causing panic among the people, and all the villages fell into an unprecedented state of fear. To prevent any unforeseen events, each village issued strict orders, prohibiting their Jinchuriki from going out easily to avoid danger. I really don't know how to write anymore. I've been filling space, continuously writing irrelevant content. Please support me. The author really needs this right now. Help me. He really needs this to make a living. I feel so tired. I really don't know how to continue writing. My mind is completely blank for the next plot. I can only write wherever my thoughts go. Chapter 237, Kain versus Taosher. In any case, Naruto, you must be extra cautious. Fugaka looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a serious expression, his eyes revealing endless worry. Okay, I understand, Uncle Fugaku. Naruto nodded, but then fell into hesitation. Wanted to say something, but holding back. Do you have any concerns? Fugaku sighed softly, already well aware of Naruto's hesitant nature. Is the enemy really that strong? Naruto asked curiously, with a hint of nervousness. The enemy's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Fugaka nodded seriously again. What about Sister Kain? Naruto looked up at Fugaku, his eyes full of concern. She went to stop those enemies. Fugaku's words carried a weight, his eyes revealing trust in Kain's strength. After all, Hana's strength is now recognized as the best in the ninja world, unmatched by anyone. It is likely that only she can contend with those two powerful Otsutsuki and bring a glimmer of hope to the ninja world. The scene shifts to a vast and boundless stretch of wild grassland. The surrounding weeds sway gracefully in the howling wind and torrential rain, as if they are dancers of nature, while the thunder and lightning in the sky resemble the wrath of the gods. In this desolate place, a girl dressed in a black raincoat, with a razor-sharp knife hanging from her waist, stands quietly. She takes a slight breath, and her eyes reveal determination. If all goes well, Pete should be nearby. Huayin glanced around, her eyes becoming more cautious and sharp. Sure enough, from the distant cave entrance, she keenly sensed an extremely strong and massive chakra presence, like a surging wave that inspired awe. Who is it? Inside the cave, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a pink scythe that shot out like lightning. Huayin decisively drew the knife from her waist, and in a flash of cold light, the pink sickle was instantly cut in half by the blade, falling to the ground like withered leaves. Who exactly are you? Two figures slowly walked out, one tall and one short, just like their entrance in the original work. Here, to take your lives? Huayin was too lazy to waste words, so she decisively drew her blade and vanished from her original spot, like a flash of black lightning, launching a fierce attack on her enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a glint of cold light, one of Jinshir's horns was sliced off by Huayin's blade. Damn it, you actually cut off my horn. Jinshir roared, pulling out two axes from his chest and glaring angrily at the girl. At this moment, Tao Shi, standing behind him, silently watched the scene without any intention of intervening. Jinshir bent his legs and suddenly charged at Huayin, his speed like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Huayin did not retreat, but instead advanced, gripping the blade tightly and charging forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain curtains splattered in all directions under the slicing of the blade, and, as the rain poured down, three large knives swung simultaneously, domain unleashed, subduing demons and protecting the chef. Kagami shouted coldly. In an instant, the ground was torn apart by a deep white bone gate. Immediately after, invisible slashes surged like a tide, continuously attacking Jean. Jean swung his axe, desperately defending himself, as the axe collided with the slashes, producing a deafening noise. Huayin's figure was agile, constantly shifting positions, searching for a flaw in Jin's style. The two moved back and forth in the rain curtain, with blades flashing and shadows dancing. The battle was extraordinarily intense. Each clash was accompanied by sparks flying and deafening roars. Stomp! Kagami stomped on the ground, splashing a large amount of muddy water. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and fought hard against Jin's attacks. Jin was also in a difficult position. The continuous slashes made him appear disheveled, with blood constantly seeping from his body. But he was still holding on, because Lord Tao was watching his performance from behind. The sound of weapons clashing echoed loudly, and each collision sparked bright flashes. Huayin seized the opportunity, squatting down with both hands, quickly gathering energy to unleash. A beam of crimson light shot towards Jinx, who was instantly knocked back. Bang! In the high sky, an explosion sounded, and rain mixed with smoke fell to the ground. I didn't expect you to defeat Jinx. The previously motionless Tao Shi suddenly disappeared and appeared next to Huayin in an instant. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, and before Tao Shi could finish a sentence, Huayin had already vanished from her spot. In the distance, a fireball whizzed through the smoke. Tao Shi disdainfully extended a single hand, and the fireball was instantly absorbed by the eye in his palm. The power is not bad, but I'll return it to you. Tao Shi sneered, flinging the fireball back. As the fireball shot out, the rain evaporated, and a giant crimson phoenix swooped down toward Huayin. Hanin gritted her teeth, fully aware that this was Tao's ability. She did not evade and planned to take this hit head-on to see just how much damage Tao's counterattack could inflict. Bang! A black Susanoo appeared in an instant, and the smoke rose violently in the distance, while the rain continued to pour down. As the smoke cleared, a perfectly intact black Susanoo was revealed. Hannah's delicate body is tightly wrapped in the skeleton. Is this all you are capable of? Huayin let out a light laugh as she looked at the distant Tao Shi. Tao Shi's expression turned serious, and he quickly formed hand seals. The surrounding space was instantly torn apart by a gust of fierce wind. Huayin sensed a powerful force approaching and decisively pulled out 6 staffs from the air. She gripped the staffs tightly and swung them fiercely toward the distance. Whoosh! Bang! 2 intense gusts of wind collided, and the surrounding rain seemed to be disturbed, beginning to rise irregularly. The soil and grass from the ground were swept into the air, and soon, a violent tornado formed in the center of the battlefield. But this was just the beginning. The tornado carried a large amount of sand and stones, mixing with the visibility. However, at the center of the tornado, a massive black blade suddenly pierced through. Hanyo manipulated Susanoo and swung the great sword fiercely towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki's gaze sharpened, and he instantly vanished from the spot. At that moment, from the distant smoke, a dark energy sphere rapidly charged towards Hanyo. With a bang, the highly condensed dark energy sphere collided with Susanoo's body. In the game, Momoshiki's first skill, irregular cracks quickly spread across Susanoo's body, resembling a spider web breaking apart. Kagami gritted her silver teeth and increased the output of her eye technique. Soon, the cracks on Susanoo's body were completely repaired. She quickly made a gesture with both hands and decisively summoned the demon void Luo. Kagami continued to use her previous tactics, constantly exchanging long-range blows with the Peach style. Whenever the Peach style attempted to get closer, she would swap positions with the demon phantom. At this moment, the Peach style was tense and suddenly saw intense smoke rising from the rain and mist in the distance, which gradually dissipated. A gigantic white monster revealed itself. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The Peach style's gaze instantly turned cold, and before he could think, the massive white monster was already approaching him. To ensure his safety, the Peach style decided to take a few steps back and create some distance. Close combat was not his strong suit. He was better at long-range attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The Peach style casually threw out 3 dark red energy balls, creating extreme speed that affected the surrounding space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 energy balls struck the body of the demon phantom, but the demon phantom remained unscathed, seemingly merging with these energy balls. I'm really tired. Please power up for love. Thank you all for your gifts. I really appreciate it. The authors in the background will see this, and I am infinitely grateful to everyone. Chapter 238. The Peach style entering Phase 2? Merged? How could this be possible? The Peach style stared at the unscathed demon phantom in the distance, his pupils suddenly constricting. I want to see how strong its defense is. Before the words fell, the Peach style's figure flickered and instantly appeared next to the demon phantom, delivering a powerful punch. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp sound. Black flash. Blossom suddenly appeared beside Peach style and struck with a powerful punch. Seeing this, Peach style spread his palm, intending to absorb the blow, but was shocked to find it was impossible. How could this be? Isn't this ninjutsu? He murmured, his pupils trembling slightly. Bang! A tremendous force surged in an instant, and Peach style was blown back several feet as if caught in a gale, rain pounding down on his disheveled figure. He firmly steadied himself, his white suit muddy and tattered, looking utterly disheveled. A mere human dares to hurt me? Peach style gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Blossom in the distance. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, instantly illuminating the dark surroundings. The ferocious wind lifted distant trees, mixed with dirt and stones, as if a storm had risen into the air. Peach style's face twisted in rage, his palms spread wide, hanging in front of him. The ground began to tremble. Cracks crisscrossing, and an endless stream of water style erupted from the fissures. Upon seeing this, Huayin's expression became serious as she tightly gripped her staff and clashed fiercely with the water release. Bang! In the center of the massive sea, an invisible hurricane tore through. After a brief pause, as the output of the Peach style chakra intensified, the sea surged and rolled once more. At this moment, the surrounding seawater rose abnormally, forming irregular waves. Kagami waved her staff, intending to control the seawater. However, just as the waves were about to engulf her, a powerful and concentrated whirlwind suddenly erupted, blowing the seawater away. The seawater around Huayin seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, unable to approach her even by a fraction, resembling the scene of the divine realm's heavenly descent. How interesting. So interesting. What is your name? Taosher slammed his palms on the ground, causing cracks to spread, his face full of excitement. As the ground shattered, several giant dragons soared out from the crevices, resembling the techniques used by Taosher during the battle between Naruto and Sasuke in the past. Kagun looked at the colossal creature in front of her, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. She felt as if she were battling a deity from mythology, her body appearing exceedingly small before the giant dragon. Huayin took a deep breath, gathering all her strength. As she waved her staff, a brilliant light pierced the sky, striking the giant dragon. Taosher let out a cold laugh, forming seals with both hands, and the giant dragon instantly transformed into mist, dissipating into the air. Abilities in the game. However, hidden within the mist were countless sharp water blades, whistling towards Huayin. Huayin moved gracefully, dodging the attacks of the water blades while her staff swung again, releasing beams of light that collided with the water blades, producing a series of thunderous roars. The battle between the two became increasingly intense, with a clash of ninjutsu and power continuously shaking the surrounding space. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent explosions echoed in the air. Terrifyingly, the space began to distort, and the surrounding rainwater faintly showed signs of merging. The rainwater rose irregularly, and most of the ground in this area was torn apart. This was originally an uninhabited grassland, but now, after just a few seconds of their confrontation, it had turned into a wasteland. The smoke began to gradually dissipate. Taosher stepped back a little, breathing heavily, while Huayin appeared to be in much better condition, though she looked somewhat disheveled. Jin Shi. Taosher stared at the girl, his brows furrowing deeper, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Why had that human sustained no damage at all? Why was I gasping more heavily than her after fighting for so long? Taosher's rationality was now replaced by fury. He looked at the unconscious Jin Shi in the distance and let out a roar. He decided to consume Jin Shi. Usually, he wouldn't do this unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, in the distance, Jin Shi groggily opened his eyes, hearing his master calling him, and staggered to his feet. The rain beat down on him, making him look like an old man on the brink of death. He understood Tao Shi's intention. It was merely to have him sacrifice himself to become chakra fruit. Master Tao Shi, I'm coming, please hold on. Jin Shi gritted his teeth and rushed forward. At this moment, the girl in the distance watched this scene without pausing, gripping her sword tightly as she dashed toward them. The speed of Huayin was extremely fast, her body almost. Soon, just as the blade was about to strike towards Jin's head, the surrounding space seemed to freeze for a moment. Huayin was stunned. By the time she reacted, the distant Jinsi had transformed into a bright red chakra fruit. Tao Shi swallowed Jinsi whole, and as soon as it entered his abdomen, he felt a continuous surge of power flowing through his body. At that moment, his momentum began to rise steadily, and the surrounding rainwater did not touch him at all. Bang! A violent whirlwind erupted around him, and the rainwater around him splashed like beaten droplets, as if a giant rock had been thrown into a calm water surface, instantly creating numerous ripples. As the strong wind blew, Huayin gripped the blade with one hand and cleaved through the massive whirlwind. The smoke in the distance gradually dissipated. Tao Shi assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun, looking at Huayin with disdain. Come on, now I can finally have a proper fight with you. TSK, TSK. Relying on devouring your companions for a temporary boost in power? How pathetic, like a stray dog. Huayin watched this scene, her lips curling up, but her eyes were filled with caution. Upon hearing the girl's evaluation, Tao Shi's face suddenly turned ferocious. Go to hell. Before his words fell, he vanished from his spot, and rainwater rapidly and irregularly rushed towards Huayin from a distance. A fierce gust of wind came from the side, mixed with a large amount of rainwater. Kagun gritted her teeth, gripping the knife tightly to block the strike. Did she react in time? Tao was astonished as he looked at the girl. His punch hit the blade, and a gust of wind surged, but it had no effect on her at all. Huayin ignored Tao Shi and decisively took out 6 staves from the surrounding air. As soon as the staves appeared, they were controlled by Huayin and rushed towards Tao Shi. Tao Shi quickly vanished from his spot, avoiding the attack of the staves. The staves struck the ground, immediately causing a violent upheaval. After a brief tremor, a loud explosion was heard, and the ground, mixed with barren soil, tore apart like shattered glass. Kagami looked around, noticing there was no sign of Tao. Her gaze became even more cautious. How much longer do you plan to hide? Huayin looked around, finding no one, and teased. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually a bit anxious inside. The form that Tao Shi awakened in the original work seemed to grant abilities that were not invisibility. This was probably due to her causing a butterfly effect ahead of time, right? Just like the Uchiha clan unlocking the Sharingan. The abilities they gained often reflected their deepest desires at that moment. Tao Shi might have been eager for quick success, wanting to defeat herself, and, as a result, she obtained abilities that were inconsistent with the original work. What specific abilities they were, Huayin did not know. In any case, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Please exert effort for love. Thank you very much. Please give a 5-star review. Chapter 239. Sorry, but the final victor is me. The surroundings remained dead silent, as if Tao Shi had blended into the air. She could not let her guard down. Huayin secretly alerted herself, her kaleidoscope Sharingan scanning the surroundings with even more focus, not letting any subtle movement slip by. Suddenly, a rapid footstep broke the silence. And immediately, a figure appeared before Huayin like a ghost. It was Tao Shi. "Humph, this time I'll see where you can run." Tao Shi sneered, his figure accelerating instantly as he lunged towards Huayin. Huayin's figure flickered as she narrowly dodged Tao Shi's attack, swinging her knife back at Tao Shi. However, Tao Shi seemed to have anticipated her move and easily sidestepped. "I've already seen through your moves," Tao Shi said with a triumphant smile, then launched a counterattack, the wind from her fist roaring like a dragon towards Huayin. Huayin did not dare to be careless, gripping the blade tightly with both hands, fully committed to fending off Tao's attacks. The sound of weapons clashing echoed in the rain, sparks flying. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Although Hainan's strength is not as great as that of Momoheim, she has repeatedly neutralized Momoheim's attacks with her agile movements and excellent combat skills. However, as time goes by, Hainan gradually feels her stamina waning, and her breathing becomes more rapid. Meanwhile, Momoheim grows more courageous in battle, with her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Continuing like this is not a solution. Kagami was secretly anxious in her heart. She knew she had to find a breakthrough quickly. Otherwise, if Tao Shi found a flaw, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Huayin decided to take a risk. Maybe the bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Tao Shi caught a glimpse of the girl, standing foolishly in place, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly lunged toward Huayin. However, just at that critical moment, his hand unexpectedly touched something hard. It turned out that just at that instant, Kain decisively swapped positions with the distant Moxu Luo. Tao Shi clearly had not yet recovered from his shock, and immediately afterwards, a sharp sound of a blade pierced through the rain curtain, like a silver lightning bolt, striking fiercely towards his head. Tao Shi's pupils suddenly constricted, and he silently cursed that it was bad. But in this life-and-death moment, relying on his extraordinary reflexes, he caught the strike with one hand, instantly crushing the blade with his immense strength. Tao Shi roared, and then, with one hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed a tremendous force, striking heavily towards Kain's seemingly fragile body. Kagun's pupils suddenly constricted, but she did not retreat. She decisively activated the skeleton of Susanoo to block the fierce punch. However, the force of this strike was too powerful, and numerous cracks instantly appeared on the skeleton of Susanoo, as if it would collapse at any moment. Kagani barely stood up from the ground, a trace of bright red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. She finally understood the hardships that Naruto and Sasuke faced in the original story. Hana took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the distant Tao Shi. The battle in the rain continued, and although Hana was injured, she did not give up. This fight was not only for her own survival, but also to protect Konoha. Tao Shi, observing Hana's determined eyes, couldn't help but feel a hint of respect. He knew that this girl before him was not to be underestimated. She had her own pride and beliefs. So, he raised his fist again, intending to end this battle with greater strength. However, Hana did not retreat. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to face Tao Shi's next attack. On this rain-soaked battlefield, their figures resembled two flashes of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Tao Shi quickly fell behind due to his lack of foundation, being knocked away by Hana's punch. Coughing, Tao Shi raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, weakly coughing while glaring at the girl with resentment. "You are really strong. What's your name?" Tao Shi asked coldly, staring at Hana. "Uchiha Hana," the girl replied coldly. Her condition was also not good. "I didn't expect to be defeated by you. But it seems your condition isn't great either." Tao Shi sneered, his eyes still icy. "Oh." Hana slowly walked beside him, raising her knife to point at his neck from above. "Any last words?" Just wait. When that adult arrives, you will definitely die a terrible death." Tao Shi glared at Hana with a fierce expression. With a splatter, blood hit Hana's face. So much talk. A head rolled to the tip of the girl's foot, and Hana disdainfully stored it in her system space. Hana looked up at the sky. The high sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the rain became even more intense, washing away the blood on the girl's face. TSK, so troublesome. How should I explain this to Itachi-kun when I get home? Kagami frowned slightly, lost in thought, but soon her brows relaxed again. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Huayin shook her head, sighed softly, and then disappeared from spot. Being caught in the rain for a long time was not good for her health, and she was already feeling a chill. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open by Huayin. As soon as she stepped in, she saw everyone gathered around the table waiting for her. "Why are you only back now?" Mikoto looked at Huayin with a worried expression. "And those injuries on you." "Mikoto," Fujitaka interrupted sharply from his side. The others at the table fell silent. They all knew what had happened, but felt powerless to help. After all, it was the Otsutsuki clan. Who could stop them? To make matters worse, Uchiha Obito was nowhere to be found. "Huayin, I'm sorry." Itachi looked up, his expression complex as he gazed at his wife, especially at the concerning wounds on her body. "I'm fine, everyone. Let's eat," she said. Kagani smiled at everyone while using a reversal technique to heal her wounds. In one moment, she was covered in injuries, and in the next, she had fully recovered. "I'll go change and take a shower first. You all can eat." Kagami gently spoke to everyone, then looked towards the crowd. "All right." Sasuke sat in the corner, his gaze deeply fixed on Kagami walking into the bathroom, his expression complex. Sister Kain is really strong and seems to handle everything with ease. He needs to improve his strength in the future to better protect Sister Kain. This is a must. Seeking motivation for love, is anyone still here? Chapter 240, Itachi and Kain. After taking a shower, the girl changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom with a towel in her hand. "Huh, why haven't you eaten yet?" Huayin looked at the people sitting at the table and curiously asked, "Huayin, are you okay now?" Mikoto walked over, looking at her with a worried expression. "Mom, I told you, I'm really fine now." Kagami smiled helplessly, but a warm current surged in her heart. "Since there's nothing wrong, let's eat first." Fuyue said calmly as he noticed that everyone was still and not moving. Everyone nodded. The meal was quickly finished, and the tense atmosphere from before dissipated. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the coldness grew stronger. "It's getting late. Let's go to bed early tonight. I added an extra layer to the quilt on your bed," Meichin said, looking at Kagami with concern. "Thank you, Mom. I'll go back to bed now." Kagami nodded gratefully. The light in the room stretched the girl's shadow longer and longer until she reached the door, and with a click, she closed it. Huayin lay heavily on the bed, her eyelids gradually closing, sleepiness slowly taking over. The moon in the high sky gradually sank in the west, soon replaced by the rising sun. Hannah opened her eyes wearily and saw the familiar ceiling and bedside lamp, and her tension finally eased. Phew, it turns out she was at home. Kagani sat up and saw the weasel lying beside her, feeling a warmth in her heart. She didn't expect that the one she had been holding on to all night was actually him. This feeling, well, she was already used to it. Huayin quietly got out of bed and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Looking at herself in the mirror, she still appeared pretty and cute, but there were some bloodshot veins in her eyes, making her look a bit tired. It made sense. Last night she had a long fight with Taosher, and she had been in a state of high tension the whole time. Should she take a day off work today? Cannon looked at herself in the mirror and sighed softly. She decided to take a break today. After all, she couldn't let her body wear out. With this thought in mind, she felt a stir in her heart and promptly walked to the entrance, quickly changed her shoes, and gently opened her umbrella. At that moment, the outside world was being lightly caressed by the drizzle, not as fierce as a downpour, but more like the misty rain depicted in novels, carrying a touch of poetry and haziness. The girl, holding the umbrella, wandered through the well-arranged streets and alleys. On the streets, pedestrians came and went, each busy with their own affairs. Sigh, the technological development in this ninja world has truly taken a wrong turn. Clearly, computers have become popular. Yet there are no mobile phones, and even something as simple as taking a day off has to be done in person. Kagun let out a gentle sigh, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Soon, the girl arrived at the guard department and explained the reason for today in detail to Uncle Tioa. Is that so? I understand. Uncle Tioa's face also showed a trace of worry upon hearing this, and his gaze was filled with concern. Be sure to be careful on the way, he urged earnestly. I will remember. Huayin nodded solemnly, then turned around and stepped into the light rain while holding the umbrella. The rain fell gently, draping the earth in a thin veil, and the air was filled with a fresh and pleasant scent. Huayin took a deep breath of the rare, fresh air, and a sense of joy and contentment surged in her heart. Time flew by quickly, like a grass rope being continuously rubbed between people's fingers, with all the bittersweet experiences deeply woven into it. In the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. During this short week, nothing earth-shattering had happened. Hannah was aimlessly wandering through the bustling streets and quiet alleys intertwined. In the distance, a biting cold wind was blowing fiercely, causing the girl to shiver involuntarily, her delicate body trembling slightly. The weather is really getting colder. Kanon looked at the hazy streets of Konoha in the distance, feeling a wave of emotion in her heart. There were very few pedestrians on the street, perhaps because of the continuous light rain. Kagami let out a gentle sigh, and at that moment, a familiar and warm voice came from beside her. "What are you doing?" Itachi walked over with an umbrella, a gentle smile on his face. "Itachi, why are you here? Don't you need to take care of things in a clan?" Kagami looked at the boy in surprise and joy. "I took a day off today to come and see you. How about you? Are you still busy with work?" Itachi gently shook his head, his smile still as gentle as ever. "I'm still working." Kagami wanted to say something, but hesitated, as if finding it difficult to speak. "I see," Itachi responded softly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. "However, my work is about to finish soon." Kanon hurriedly interrupted Itachi, fearing that he would worry about her. "Okay, then I'll wait for you." Itachi smiled at the girl, his eyes filled with patience and anticipation. Time quietly passed, and when Kanon finally finished her work and walked out the door, she immediately saw Itachi, who had been silently waiting for her. You've been waiting here for me?" Kagani's face was slightly flushed, and a warm current surged in her heart. "Yes, what's wrong?" Itachi tilted his head, curiously observing the girl, with a hint of a mischievous smile on his face. "It's nothing." Kanon pouted, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her head. At this moment, the rain in the sky gradually became fine and gentle, like a layer of light gauze falling over the streets and alleys. The young boy and girl held hands, sharing an umbrella as they walked in the rain. "Your wounds." Itachi's gaze fell on the girl, filled with concern. "I'm already healed, Itachi-kun. You can rest assured." Kagani looked gently at the boy in front of her. The wounds on her body had mostly healed thanks to the reversal technique, and now there were no traces left. "Is that so? Then I can rest easy." Itachi nodded, the stone in his heart finally lifted. "All right, stop saying those cheesy words." Kagani shot Itachi a dissatisfied glance, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Fine, then I won't say those cheesy words anymore. Is that okay?" Itachi sighed lightly, a sense of compromise and indulgence in his tone. "By the way, how long have we been together?" Kanon looked at Itachi in front of her, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, and suddenly asked, "If I think about it carefully, it's been about 5 or 6 years, right?" Itachi propped his chin with his hand, pondered for a moment, and then gave his answer, his gaze filled with nostalgia for the past years. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rain continued to fall incessantly, tapping on the surface of the umbrella, like a melodious and cheerful symphony, adding a touch of rhythm to this tranquil moment. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes full of laughter, as if at this moment, all their worries were washed away by the gentle rain, leaving only the deep affection between them. "I really can't write anymore. Everyone, this book will be finished after this month's payment. A new book is already in preparation. Quality is guaranteed. It's planned to be released on the 13th, and it's also a genderbender story. Please support it a lot." Chapter 241, Kakashi. "Oh no, it seems like I'm the only one single." Itachi-kun, you really." Kanon pretended to be annoyed and shot Itachi a glance, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Just now, Uchiha Itachi had actually leaned down and gently kissed her cheek. Kagani's face instantly turned a shy shade of red, lowering her head, her heart full of bashfulness. "We've been together for 5 or 6 years, dear. How about tonight?" Yao looked at the girl in front of him, raising an eyebrow with a hint of teasing in his tone. After all these years, his wife was still the same, still as adorably naive as ever. Whenever he saw her like this, all his fatigue would vanish in a thin air. "Let's put this matter off until later." Kanon lowered her head shyly upon hearing Itachi's words, but a ripple of emotions stirred within her heart. She naturally understood Itachi's intentions, but she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Well, how much longer would she have to wait? Itachi gently placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, his tone appearing somewhat languid. At the very least, they needed to finish off those Otsutsuki. Kagun gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. When it came to Otsutsuki, Itachi's expression also grew complex. He knew very well that his own strength was still lacking and that he couldn't share too much of the burden with Kagun. Even if he wanted to help, he feared it might backfire. How could he enhance his own strength? Itachi had already fallen into a bottleneck, finding it difficult to make any breakthroughs. "All right, don't worry. I will defeat those Otsutsuki." Kanon looked at Itachi's complex expression and said with concern, her eyes shining with determination, "I'm sorry, I can't help you with anything." Itachi gazed at the girl before him, filled with guilt, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Itachi-kun, why do you need to apologize to me?" Kanon looked at the boy in front of her with a hint of helplessness, her eyes revealing a touch of tenderness. Itachi looked up at the girl, his eyes slightly red, but his cheeks were gently held by her. All right, let's not say anything more. Once I defeat those Otsutsuki clan members, we will. Kanon looked at Itachi, her cheeks becoming increasingly flushed, but her words suddenly came to a halt. Itachi also fell silent. You must be careful then. You can't let anything happen. Itachi looked at Kanon with deep concern in his eyes. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen. Kanon patted her chest, looking full of confidence. Recently, I plan to go to Mount Mayaboku with Master Jiraiya to learn sage techniques. Itachi looked at Kanon's silly appearance and couldn't help but smile slightly. You must be careful, and remember not to extract too much sage chakra. Henio tiptoed and gently kissed Itachi's cheek. I can do it, and so can you. Itachi covered his glistening, moist face, gazing tenderly at Henio, his eyes filled with love. TSK, 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 under the bright daylight. Are these two lovers showing off their affection? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. The two slowly turned around to see Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, looking at them with a playful expression. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here? Kanon tightly held Itachi's arm with both hands and shot Kakashi a glance, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Ahem, I said I was just wandering around on the road and happened to run into you two. Do you believe me? Kakashi shrugged helplessly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I don't believe you. Kagome shook her head without hesitation, looking at Kakashi with an expression of disbelief. Well, I don't care if you believe it or not. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You two are still the same as before. Itachi watched the two of them bantering in front of him, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the leisurely afternoon quietly slipped away. Hana has also reached the end of her workday, and naturally, by her side is the inseparable Weasel. What should we have for dinner tonight? Hana looked curiously at Itachi beside her, her eyes shining with anticipation. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you myself. Itachi gently shook his head and softly responded to his wife's question. I don't mind. As long as it's something you like, I will like it too. Hana pondered for a moment before responding to Itachi in a sweet tone. Following behind the two, Kakashi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and secretly muttered to himself. Oh no, does this mean I'm an absolute third wheel? Should I discreetly exit the scene? Ahem, you two, you should also consider that there's a living person like me behind you. In the end, Kakashi couldn't hold back and broke the sweet silence. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, you can't blame us for this, can you? After all, you're still single. Hana smiled playfully, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, and then affectionately linked her arm with Itachi's. Itachi looked at his wife's playful demeanor, and a bead of helpless cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Haha, Kakashi-senpai, you don't mind, do you? Hana continued to tease. No, it's fine, of course I don't mind, Kakashi replied, but inside he felt a mix of emotions, sour to the core. Ah, this damn display of affection. It's really both enviable and jealousy-inducing. Soon, the three returned home. In the living room, Obito was comfortably sitting on the soft sofa, enjoying a TV show with Rin. When the door was gently pushed open, Kakashi's gaze happened to meet Obito's surprised eyes. Kakashi, why are you back so soon? Obito's voice carried a hint of confusion, as if he wanted to say more but held back. Kakashi shrugged helplessly and said with a wry smile, Well, I just came here to mooch off a meal. At that moment, Itachi smiled at everyone and said, You all chat first. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, he picked up the apron on the table and turned to head into the back kitchen. Huayin saw this and immediately jogged to catch up. You Itachi, I'll help you too. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze shifted between Obito and Rin, and he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Oh no, he suddenly realized that it seemed like he was the only one left alone as a single man. The new book will be released on the 13th, and it's also of his genre. Please support more. Please power up for love. Chapter 242 early in the morning. Are you two showing off your love? In the morning, as the first light broke, the sky was just starting to turn pale, and Huayin quietly got out of bed, beginning to prepare breakfast for the day. Today, it was her turn to showcase her cooking skills. Huayin was wielding a sharp kitchen knife in the kitchen, the sound of chopping vegetables rising and falling like a melodious and cheerful morning symphony, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil morning. I remember clearly that this dish would taste even better with onions. Hana spoke while reaching for the onion beside her, slicing it cleanly with a knife. In an instant, the pungent smell of onion hit her face, and her eyes instantly became moist and red. She couldn't hold back. Her nose started to itch, and she sneezed. What's wrong? Itachi rushed over, looking at his wife with concern. It's nothing, just cutting onions, Hana explained with teary eyes. I see, Itachi said, looking at his wife's pitiful appearance. Unable to help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Kagani felt both shy and angry, raising her fist and gently tapping Itachi's head. You were just too funny. Itachi laughed even harder. He caught his wife's fist with one hand, holding it steadily without letting it move. Kain quietly stared at him, pouting with a mysterious expression. What did I do? Is there something on my face? Yao loosened his grip and pointed at his own face, asking curiously. It's nothing, Kain said, blushing and turning her head away. Then I'll continue with my work. Hana picked up the kitchen knife again, focusing on chopping the vegetables. Itachi stood by her side, quietly watching her busy figure. You're not cutting it right. Let me teach you. Itachi suddenly appeared behind Hana, gently resting one hand on her back, while taking the knife with the other, his head leaning on her shoulder. Hana's heart trembled, and her face turned even redder. Don't get distracted. Itachi gently patted Hana's head, reminding her. Under Itachi's careful guidance, Hana quickly completed the dish successfully. I really did it. Hana felt a surge of joy in her heart. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Itachi said with a smile. Next, pour these ingredients into the pot. Itachi continued to guide gently. And then, Hana turned her head, her heart inexplicably racing. And then it's done. Move on to the next dish. Itachi patted her head again, smiling even more brightly. Don't keep patting my head, Hana complained sadly, glaring at Itachi in dissatisfaction. All right, I won't pat anymore. Itachi raised an eyebrow and teased in response. As time passed, the sun outside gradually tilted to the west, and the sunlight poured into the room, adding a touch of warmth to the dim space. Huayin brought the cooked dishes to the dining table one by one, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. Phew, cooking really is quite a challenge. Huayin wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long sigh. How could it be that difficult? Itachi chuckled lightly and handed her a tissue. Kagami blushed as she took the tissue, turned her head, and coldly huffed. I don't need you to take care of me like this, I'm not a kid. Itachi shrugged helplessly. Just then, there was a click from the doorknob, and Kakashi lazily walked out of the room, yawning. Upon seeing the two flirting in the living room, his eyes widened in surprise, and in a tone that was both envious and teasing, he said, Wow, you two are showing off your love so early in the morning? Well, who told a certain single dog that they still haven't found a partner? Hana gave Kakashi a glance, then stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Itachi on the cheek. What is there to brag about? Kakashi might not have found a partner because he is a bit older, Itachi teased in response to his wife's words, then bent down and returned a kiss on his wife's forehead. So that's how it is. Then I really misunderstood Kakashi. Kagami rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, her slightly furrowed brows making her look particularly cute. Then, both of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Kakashi in the distance. Kakashi, listening to the two teasing him back and forth, suddenly had a dark expression on his face. He realized. It seemed like he was the only single person in this room. As for Naruto, he recently got together with that girl from the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke? He's also with that girl from the Uzumaki clan. It really seems like he's the only one still single. Just you wait. Kakashi was about to say something grand to refute the two, but he couldn't find the right words in his mind for a moment. Oh, then we'll just wait to see which day you find a girlfriend. Hana looked at Kakashi with a teasing smile, raising an eyebrow. Kakashi sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, really, these two are just too good at showing off their love. As time slowly passed, everyone stepped out of the room. They gathered around the dining table, eating breakfast. This breakfast tastes great. Hana, did you make it yourself? Mika looked at her daughter with a face full of affection. Yes, Mom, what do you think? My cooking skills are not bad, right? Kagami responded with joy. Sitting beside her, Itachi inadvertently caught a glimpse of the warm interaction between his wife and mother, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he softly said, Actually, I taught her all of this. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fugaka suddenly reached out and lightly tapped Itachi on the head with his fist. Itachi turned to look at his father, confusion filling his eyes. He saw his father slightly shake his head, his lips pressed together. A bead of cold sweat emerged on Itachi's forehead as he muttered to himself. The atmosphere at the dining table remained lively, filled with laughter and joy. As Keiho chatted, she suddenly seemed to remember something and curiously turned to Mikoto. By the way, Mom, why didn't that guy Sasuke come for breakfast? Him. As soon as Mikoto heard Sasuke's name, her brow involuntarily furrowed, and she let out a soft sigh, her face showing a look of disappointment. What's wrong? Upon seeing this, Huayin's confusion deepened. He spent all day not studying well, always hanging out with that guy Jiraiya. As Mei-chin spoke, her expression became even more complex, as if she had 1,000 words to say. Hannah finally understood the ins and outs of the situation after a round of questioning. It turned out that her appearance had created a butterfly effect, leading to subtle changes in everyone's personalities. Meanwhile, Sasuke had obtained Naruto's protagonist template and was currently training with Jiraiya. Hannah heard this and wanted to say something but hesitated, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. "Mom, don't worry, I'm off today, so I'll go teach that guy Sasuke a good lesson." Kagani waved her fist and pretended to be fierce, but there was a hint of subtle tenderness on her face. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, Mikoto's previously tense expression instantly relaxed, revealing a look of contentment. At this moment, in a quiet place in the wilderness, Sasuke was fully focused on practicing sage techniques with Jiraiya when suddenly, he sneezed violently, and his body trembled slightly. "Strange, could someone be thinking of me?" Sasuke murmured, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Sasuke, don't space out. Refining sage techniques is a serious and focused task that allows for no carelessness." Jiraiya reminded him sternly from the side, his face full of seriousness and responsibility. Hearing this, Sasuke quickly pulled back his thoughts, closed his eyes tightly, and once again immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practice of sage techniques. New book releases on the 13th. Please support with love. Chapter 243. Jiraiya, don't lead Sasuke astray. After dinner, Kagani decided to go for a walk and enjoy this rare leisure time. After all, today she happened to have a day off and didn't need to worry about work matters. Meanwhile, Itachi stayed in the Uchiha clan to deal with the complex clan affairs. Speaking of which, where would Jiraiya-sensei take Sasuke? Kagami walked while thinking, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, making her look particularly enchanting. On the street, the crowd was bustling and never-ending. People cast amazed glances at the girl's stunning beauty, then lowered their heads to continue with their own affairs. Huayin can naturally feel those intense gazes, and at first, she would feel shy and overwhelmed. However, as time passed, she gradually got used to this kind of attention and even felt indifferent about it. After all, for a girl with outstanding looks, it is inevitable to attract some trouble when going out, such as being surrounded by a crowd, which can be quite a tricky situation. At this moment, Huayin finally understands why so many celebrities in the previous life chose to wear masks while going out. "Forget it, J-Dog." The sound of flowers softly calls out, and then walks into a quiet alley, hands forming a gesture. Soon, 2 wolves, one black and one white, obediently surround her. "Please help me find Master Jiraiya and Sasuke." "Thank you." Huayin gently stroked the heads of the 2 wolves and whispered softly. The 2 wolves howled and began to sniff the air, leading the way for Huayin. She followed steadily behind them, her steps light. Before long, the 2 wolves brought Huayin to a secluded corner, circling around there. Strange. Are you saying they've already left the Hidden Leaf Village?" Kagami curiously touched the white wolf's head, her eyes sparkling with doubt. The white wolf nodded, seemingly confirming her guess. Then they must be heading to Myoko Mountain. Huayin had come to a conclusion in her heart, and immediately took out a spirit communication scroll from her bosom. She gently bit her thumb and dripped her blood onto the scroll. With her hands moving quickly in gestures, a loud bang sounded, and 2 wolves along with the girl instantly disappeared from their original spot. When Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself in Myoko. It seemed that this was the legendary Myoko. She murmured softly to herself, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Following the winding path, the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers surrounded her, and the scenery was picturesque, intoxicating. Compared to the ninja world, Myoko was clearly much more vast and boundless. After some searching, Kanon finally saw 2 familiar figures, Sasuke and Jiraiya, in the distance. They were crouching on the ground, with Jiraiya pointing at Sasuke and patiently instructing him. Hannah quietly approached and suddenly spoke. "What are you doing?" The 2 were startled and turned to look at her. "Sister Hannah, why are you here too?" Sasuke looked at her somewhat flustered, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Why can't I be here? And you, out every night, making your mother angry." Kagun crouched down, gently tugging at Sasuke's ear with her fingers, her tone filled with a hint of dissatisfaction and reproach. It hurts, it hurts." Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted, baring his teeth. "You still know it hurts?" Henin patted his forehead and glared at him. "I know I was wrong." Sasuke lowered his head, his voice a bit somber. "Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" Henin asked, pretending to be fierce. However, seeing her like this, Sasuke felt it was exceptionally cute. "I was wrong in every way." He let out a soft sigh, reluctantly admitting. Jiraiya, standing aside, twitched the corner of his eye and tried to interject. Well, Hanin, how about? And you too, Jiraiya-sensei? I almost forgot to teach you a lesson while dealing with Sasuke just now. Kanon suddenly turned her head and glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately shivered and looked at her with a confused expression. What's wrong with me? Writing those inappropriate books every day has even led Sasuke astray. Kanon complained with a face full of grievances. Kanon, you just don't understand. The books I've written are all art, Jiraiya said, hesitating as he tried to defend himself. Art? The filthy stuff you write is called art. Kagami looked at him with frustration, then stood on tiptoe and pulled his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I know I was wrong, Jiraiya shouted, baring his teeth like Sasuke. You know pain, huh? Tsunade has told you this so many times. Hana-in looked at Jiraiya in front of her and ultimately couldn't bring herself to strike hard. She let out a light sigh. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the side. Hana-in, it's been a while. She slowly turned her head and saw Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku smiling at her. Hello. Kagami respectfully bowed to the two immortals. No need to be so formal. It's been a long time since I saw that little girl. You've grown more and more charming, said Immortal Shima with a gentle smile, her expression warm and friendly. Please don't say that. It makes me feel shy, Kagami replied, her face turning red as she lowered her head. All right, Mr. Toad has just woken up and wants to see you, Immortal Nizaka said, gently stroking his goatee while looking at the girl in front of him. Okay, then I'll go meet Immortal Toad now. You two stay here and behave. Especially you, Jiraiya-sensei. No more peeping activities when you return to the ninja world. Haneon, before leaving, repeatedly reminded with concern and even shot a glare at Jiraiya. Jiraiya instantly shivered and awkwardly chuckled while scratching the back of his head. At that moment, the sunlight in the high sky fell upon the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. A new book has been released, everyone. This book is now 5 yuan a day. The quality of future updates may be a bit lacking. The author apologizes to everyone here. Please support with love. Chapter 244. The White Snake Sage is really great. You finally come. The Toad Sage lowered his head slightly, his gaze gently landing on the girl in front of him. Toad Sage, you summon me suddenly. Is there something special? Kagami curiously raised her head, looking at the Toad Sage in front of her. The Toad Sage merely smiled kindly, not saying a word, but quietly gazing at the girl. You must have defeated the Peach Style, right? The Toad Sage finally spoke softly. Yes. Kain nodded in surprise, although she had questions in her heart. She did not dare to voice them. After all, the identity of the Toad Sage was there. That's great. You've made quite a contribution to protect the ninja world. The Toad Sage waved his fan, his face full of a warm smile. It was just a casual effort. Kanon humbly responded, gently nodding. Have you ever been to the Dragon Cave? The Toad Sage asked meaningfully, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. Not yet. Kagom's confusion grew deeper, not understanding why the Toad Sage would ask such a question. Do you have any free time this afternoon? The Toad Sage squinted his eyes, gently waving the fan in his hand, making it difficult to grasp his emotions. Just so happens I have some free time. Kagami responded obediently and nodded again. Then you should go to the Dragon Cave this afternoon. There may be what you need there. The words of the Toad Sage hinted at a touch of mystery. All right, then. Hannah's words were on the tip of her tongue, yet she hesitated, her heart filled with concerns she dared not voice. There's no need to worry. I have already informed them, and someone will come to pick you up. The Toad Sage seemed to see through Hannah's thoughts and spoke softly. After all, the ninja world is vast and boundless. How could she, all alone, easily find a dragon cave? Then I shall take my leave, said the Toad Sage. Huayin politely waved her hand and turned to leave. The Toad Immortal squinted and fell back into a deep sleep, just like in the original scene. The sun in the sky cast warm rays of light on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, Huayin stepped out of the area. With a bang, when Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the familiar alley, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Hello, Miss Huayin, about the White Snake Immortal. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Huayin's thoughts. Huayin focused her gaze and saw that a huge white snake had appeared in front of her without her noticing. The white snake flicked its tongue and spoke in human language, staring directly at her. Well, I've already heard about the situation from the Toad Immortal. Where exactly is the Dragon's Cave? Huayin nodded and curiously asked, please follow me. After the white snake finished speaking, it turned and walked ahead. On the street, people were astonished at this scene. A gigantic white snake was moving forward, with Huayin closely following behind. After walking for a long time, they arrived at a small alley. The white snake drew a circle on the ground with its tail, and then a burst of purple light flashed, causing the two to instantly disappear from their original spot. When Huayin opened her eyes again, she found herself in a ruins filled with various caves. This was exactly the scene when Orochimaru first arrived at the Dragon Cave in the original work. I never expected that I would actually come here. The sound of flowers softly murmured to herself, carefully observing the surroundings. The air around her was eerily quiet, and occasionally, a few snakes that had just emerged could be seen from the cave. In the distance, an endless expanse was shrouded in layers of mist. Huayin looked at the scene, and a sense of unease rose in her heart. "Follow me." A familiar voice came from the mist, instantly dispelling Huayin's worries. A snake and a person quickly moved forward, passing through various caves. Soon after, they arrived at a spacious area. There sat a giant white snake coiled on a chair, holding a huge pipe in its mouth. The pipe was burning with tobacco, and smoke swirled around the face of the white snake immortal, adding an air of mystery. "Junior Huayin, I have met the white snake immortal." Huayin knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. The white snake immortal then opened her eyes and carefully examined the girl, nodding in satisfaction. "The toad should have already told you the purpose of your visit here, right?" The white snake immortal said in a deep and hoarse voice, while exhaling a huge smoke ring. The smoke ring seemed like a vast mist, enveloping everything around it. Huayin couldn't help but cough a few times from the smoke, and even a hint of tears welled up in her eyes. The smell of smoke was just too pungent, almost like cheap cigarettes. Kain secretly wondered, why does the white snake immortal have such a fondness for this unpleasant smoke? It's really hard to understand. The white snake immortal observed the girl's slightly flustered reaction and couldn't help but furrow his brows, filled with confusion. "What's wrong? Do you have any grievances against me?" "Of course not." Huayin quickly shook her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "Then why did you show such a dissatisfied expression just now?" The white snake immortal continued to furrow her brow and pressed further. "Immortal white snake, how long ago was this smoke from?" Kagura suddenly changed the subject and curiously asked, "Oh, this was a gift from Orochimaru when he visited me before." "Why? Do you want to try it too?" The white snake sage was slightly surprised and carefully examined the girl in front of him, trying to gauge her thoughts. However, he could not understand why the girl would ask this question for no apparent reason. "It's nothing." Kain's eyes twitched slightly at the corners, and a dark line appeared on her forehead as she secretly calculated. Upon careful consideration, it had been 2 or 3 decades since Orochimaru from the original work came here. So the smoke he gifted to the White Snake Sage was probably well past its expiration date. "Lord White Snake Sage, please wait a moment." After saying this, Huayin's figure flashed and disappeared into the dragon's cave. The White Snake Immortal looked at the girl's suddenly departing figure, his confusion deepening. Soon, the mist began to swirl again. Kanon pulled out several packs of cigarettes from her pocket, including those from the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan, with a variety of flavors available. She respectfully handed these cigarettes to the White Snake Sage. What followed was an astonishing scene. The White Snake Sage sat in a chair as if no one was around, holding an Uchiha brand cigarette in his left hand and a Senju clan brand cigarette in his right hand. As he puffed out clouds of smoke, a surprisingly human-like expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Huayin watched this scene with her eyes wide open, secretly thinking that it was not good. Had she inadvertently changed the plot of the original work again? In the original story, the White Snake Sage only held a pipe, but never showed that he was a chain smoker. Lord White Snake Sage, the girl suddenly spoke, interrupting the White Snake Sage's reverie. "What's wrong, little girl?" The White Snake Sage contentedly blew a smoke ring, curiously observing the girl in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of fondness. This little girl is much smarter and more clever than that Orochimaru guy. Can you teach me your sage techniques?" Huayin cautiously asked, her tone filled with reverence. After all, the one in front of her was the White Snake Sage, whose strength in the original work was unfathomable. Huayin decided that politeness should come first. "Of course, no problem. You can take this scroll, and also, please sign over there. From now on, you will be the heir of our Dragon Earth Cave," the White Snake Immortal said politely. Soon, the girl completed a series of signing procedures in a daze. Before long, she mastered the immortal techniques of the Dragon Earth Cave. Kagami was stunned. In the original work, Do took a long time to master the immortal arts, but she just delivered a few packs of cigarettes to the White Snake Sage and got a fast pass. "Little girl, the taste of the Uchiha clan cigarettes is indeed good. Remember to bring more next time. Also, that cigarette from the Sarutobi clan is quite to my liking as well." The white snake sage looked at the girl standing there in a daze and exhaled another smoke ring, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Kain quickly took out her notebook from her bosom and seriously recorded the requirements of the white snake immortal. You're quite good. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me for help. The white snake immortal looked up and down at the girl, and the admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. Oh, okay. Kanon's face was beaming with a happy smile. Wow, she just went straight for a big thigh. If she encounters a great Otsutsuki in the future, she'll just call on White Snake Sage for help. Huayin, Chapter 245. It's ruined. Huayin has been tricked. After a round of pleasantries with the White Snake Immortal, Huayin quickly vanished from the spot. It felt like a surge of information suddenly flooded her mind, causing a bit of a headache. Kagun shook her little head like a rattledrum. Very cute. I have now mastered the celestial arts of the Dragon Cave and can teach them to Itachi-kun. Kagami didn't know what she was thinking, and her face immediately turned rosy. When she was leaving, Huayin once asked the White Snake Immortal if she could pass on her immortal skills to others. The White Snake Immortal nodded at that time, indicating that it should be allowed. The high sun shone on the girl, stretching her shadow longer and longer. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. Yasukin, are you there? Kanon exclaimed excitedly. I'm here. Did something happy happen? Itachi walked out of the kitchen, looking at the girl with a doting expression. Itachi-kun. Kagun excitedly looked at Itachi and then pounced on him. Itachi stumbled a few steps, but steadily caught the girl, his eyes smiling as he gently patted her head. You see, let me tell you. Kagami quickly recounted her experiences along the way. Unexpectedly, after listening, Itachi frowned and asked, Are you hurt? I'm not hurt. Just a little blood from my thumb. Kagami raised her delicate pink fingers. Does it hurt? Weasel asked with a worried expression as he took out a Band-Aid from the box. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Huayin sat on the bench, watching the boy in front of her kneeling on the ground, applying a Band-Aid to his thumb. The White Snake Immortal also told you something else? Itachi looked up at the girl with some concern. His wife was a bit naive, and Itachi was worried that she might be deceived. Oh, she also had me sign a bunch of contracts. Kain recalled the scene at that time, and instinctively said, The contract? Kain nodded. Can I take a look? Itachi frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy for some reason. Well, go ahead and take a look. I don't think the White Snake Sage has lied to me. Huayin took out a pile of scrolls from her bosom. Itachi, feeling uneasy, opened these scrolls and read the contents word by word. Time passed second by second, and Huayin rested her chin on her hands, swinging her small feet, quietly watching Itachi. Suddenly feeling a pain in her head, Huayin came back to her senses. Itachi, why did you hit me? Huayin looked at Itachi with a resentful expression. Just take a look at what you signed on the contract, Itachi said helplessly, pointing at the words on the contract with his finger. Kain focused her gaze, her eyes widening. What the hell? The content written on the contract actually says, Kagami became the heir of Longdi Cave, and at the same time, she must protect this place, even at a cost. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper will reap her soul. This is not the most outrageous part. What is even more outrageous is that she must unconditionally trust the White Snake Immortal, or else the White Snake Immortal could take away her soul at any time. And this is not all. There are even more outrageous things. Hannah felt as if the sky was about to collapse in an instant, and she was momentarily stunned in place. Did you sign these contracts without even looking at them? You looked at your wife with a helpless expression. Huayin's eyes were a bit moist, and then she nodded. Oh no. At first she thought the White Snake Immortal was quite nice. Now, she realized she had been tricked. As expected, the older ginger is spicier. Those who can survive in this world all have extraordinary qualities. They cannot be simple-minded. Not to mention the White Snake Immortal, who has existed for thousands of years. What should we do now? Huayin looked anxiously at her husband. What's wrong? Yao sighed lightly. Huayin rubbed her head and blinked. You should try to improve your strength and break free from these contract constraints. Yao suppressed the urge to pinch his wife's face. If I violate the information above, will I really be sanctioned? Kagami asked half in doubt. Yes, because you signed a contract in the Dragon Cave. You're under the control of the Six Paths Sage. Itachi said helplessly. What should I do now? Kagami was on the verge of tears. She wished she hadn't signed those contracts. White Snake Sage, you really are a beast. What is your current strength? Itachi looked at his wife with concern. I should be close to the quasi-Six Paths level, Kagami replied. Her destructive power was nearly that of an ordinary Six Paths, able to easily destroy the surface. However, her physical body remained fragile, and every battle required the use of the magic void to absorb damage, while she would switch places to engage in long-range containment. That's not enough. You must reach the Six Paths Sage level to destroy this contract. After hearing his wife's account, Itachi was shocked but quickly regained his composure. He knew well that his strength was still shallow. At this moment, there was little Itachi could do for Kagani. For a time, Itachi fell into self-blame. In fact, he couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, he was just a mortal, while Kagani was a transcendent being who could continuously grow stronger by completing tasks. So what should I do now? Kain looked helplessly at Itachi. Itachi was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. This book will be completed this month, and there will be continuous updates for side stories. Please support for love. The new book will be released on the 13th. Please give it lots of support. Chapter 246. Itachi, you fool. Sigh. Nowadays, do you have any way to improve your strength? Itachi looked at his wife, sighed helplessly, and said, I really don't know. Huayin wanted to cry, but had no tears, and her eyes were full of confusion. You gently extended your index finger and flicked her forehead, saying earnestly, you need to be more cautious when you go out in the future. But don't worry too much. There shouldn't be any changes in Lonely Cave in the short term. Take care. Huayin covered her already slightly swollen forehead, responding with tearful eyes. Suddenly, Han-in seemed to think of something, shook her head, and the pupils in her eyes began to change. That's right, Itachi-kun. I'll first pass on the Dragon Cave's ninjutsu to you. 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. The Magatama intertwined and eventually formed the shape of cherry blossoms. Kanon stared straight at Itachi. Itachi shared a deep gaze with his wife and soon fell into the illusion, but he did not actively try to break free. Is this what ninjutsu is? After receiving all the memories, Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed, it's all been handed over to you. Kagun blinked, and her crimson eyes instantly returned to normal. Weasel sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and began to try to learn sage techniques. Kagami brought over a small stool and quietly sat beside, waiting. Time passed silently, and finally, Itachi opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air, his gaze becoming clearer than ever. How is it, Itachi? The effects of the mystic arts in the Dragon Cave are not bad, right? Kagani looked at Itachi in front of her, her face full of joy as she asked, You're truly outstanding. Itachi stood up and responded gently. Soon, a wave of natural energy surged from him, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, with a faint green glow of radiating from his entire body. You mastered it so quickly. Kanon stared at Itachi in shock, hardly believing her eyes. Well, I tried it simply and found it quite easy. Itachi shook his head slightly, looking at his somewhat dazed wife, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. In the next moment, Hanaeon found herself already in Itachi's arms. Itachi reached out his finger and gently tapped Hanaeon's forehead, and it seemed to have a really good effect. Itachi-kun. Kagani looked up shyly at Itachi, but did not struggle. All right, let's go for a walk. Itachi gently patted his wife's head and then walked out the door. Kanon ran alongside Itachi, closely following him. The door creaked as Itachi gently pushed it open, and the sunlight from the high sky fell upon the young boy and girl. Itachi instinctively raised his palm to shield his eyes, which had turned a light green. Due to the excessive refinement of natural energy, his pupils had unknowingly also changed to a light green, faintly emitting a green glow. After a brief adjustment, Itachi quietly walked forward. Kanon looked at him with a worried expression. How do you feel now? She curiously examined Itachi from head to toe. Not bad, Itachi replied, a gentle smile on his lips. He raised his finger, and the small stones by the roadside began to rise irregularly. With a wave of his finger, the stones seemed to be endowed with attraction, hitting the distant large tree with a series of thuds. Crack, crack. The surface of the tree split open like a spider web, and finally, with a thud, it fell to the ground. Wow, that's impressive. Kanon stared in disbelief at the scene, then stretched out her delicate hand and began to clap. Huh, there's something even more amazing. Itachi looked at his wife, raising an eyebrow. With a wave of his finger, Kanon's skirt began to rise irregularly. With a loud clap, Itachi-kun, you idiot. Kanon pressed down on the hem of her skirt and angrily slapped Itachi. Itachi, covering his reddened face, looked helplessly at his wife. He had only been joking. He didn't expect Kanon's reaction to be so intense. It seems he really needs to be more careful about these things in the future. Idiot. Fool. Big pervert. Kagami blushed and kept scolding Itachi, but she looked even cuter. Itachi sighed helplessly, lowered his head, and apologized. I'm sorry, is that enough? Then where did you go wrong? Kagami relentlessly asked. Am I wrong everywhere? The corners of Itachi's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at his proud little wife in front of him, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Are you laughing at me? Kagami stared at the slightly trembling figure of Itachi in front of her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. No, you're really overthinking it. Itachi slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. All right then. Huayin smiled gently, her smile resembling a flower blooming in spring, looking quite striking. What are you laughing at? You asked curiously, leaning forward. I just suddenly thought of something interesting. Kanon struggled to hold back her laughter, her cheeks turning slightly red from suppressing it. Itachi, with this ability of yours, can you make the book that Kakashi is tightly holding suddenly fly out of his hands when he's watching Intimate Paradise at night? She teased, looking at Itachi with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. This idea of yours. Itachi looked helplessly at his wife, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Then he reached out and gently tapped her on the head. Where did you learn these strange ideas from? I didn't learn it anywhere. I just had a sudden flash of inspiration and came up with it myself. Kanon blinked innocently and said, Time passed quickly. That night, the moon was dark and the wind howled, with clouds obscuring the stars. Kakashi lay in bed, his thoughts drifting, not knowing what he was thinking about, when he suddenly leaned down and pulled a book from under the bed. Tonight would be the last time. He was determined to quit completely tomorrow. Kakashi secretly made up his mind, took a deep breath, and was about to open the novel when suddenly, the book he was tightly gripping began to rise slowly and inexplicably, defying logic. Huh? Kakashi was momentarily stunned and at a loss. He quickly reached out his hand, rubbed his blurry eyes, filled with confusion. Wait, what's going on? The book is inexplicably floating in the air. Am I hallucinating? Kakashi blinked his confused eyes again, extending a trembling hand, trying to touch the book high above. However, the book seemed to be playing hide-and-seek, rising quietly every time he was about to touch it, always maintaining an insurmountable distance. Kakashi's brows furrowed tightly, a deep crease forming on his forehead. Just then, a clear and pleasant laugh came from outside the window. Kakashi frowned and suddenly pushed open the window. He saw a girl holding her stomach with both hands, laughing uncontrollably on the ground, while beside her, Itachi also looked speechless. The two exchanged a glance, reading deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Forget it. Let's just go along with her. The two of them looked at the silly laughing girl. Their gazes gentle. Please generate power for love. Lotus leaves can't afford meals anymore. Chapter 247. Sleep a little longer? Why are you all looking at me like that? Kanon stretched out her finger and gently wiped away the glistening tears on her cheek. Her face, flushed with the joy from earlier, resembled a blossoming peach flower. It's nothing, just this kind of boring thing. Is it really you? Kakashi sighed helplessly, then turned his head, his gaze landing on Itachi Uchiha. Itachi paused slightly, as if he had something to say, but only let out a soft sigh. Perhaps. It was some not-so-smart fool who encouraged me to do this. I see, that makes sense. Kakashi rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Kanon listened to the conversation between the two and felt a bit confused for a moment. Hey, what are you guys even talking about? Oh, it's nothing. We're just talking about a certain little fool, Kakashi said with a playful glance at the girl, his eyes full of teasing. That's really strange. Kanon felt a strange sensation rising in her heart as she sensed the slightly mocking gazes of the two. Although it was hard to put into words, it made her feel quite uncomfortable. After a moment, her cheeks flushed even more. Enough, Kakashi, Itachi, you can't really think that I didn't understand your implications, right? Kanon stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the two with a face full of dissatisfaction, her eyes flickering with anger. Oh, so you understood? Kakashi's words carried a hint of surprise, but then abruptly stopped. At this moment, Huayin felt a wave of helplessness rising in her heart, as if she had punched a soft cotton ball. As night fell and the cold wind began to rise, the moon in the sky had been replaced by the rising sun, casting down warm light. Ding-ling-ling. Huayin raised her slightly furrowed brows and crawled out of bed, reaching out to turn off the noisy alarm clock. Afterwards, she yawned, her eyes still holding a hint of sleepiness and haze. She glanced at the weasel lying beside her, still fast asleep, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Sigh, this fool is still sleeping. Henio stretched out her slender fingers and gently patted Itachi's head. Itachi slowly opened his eyes and saw his wife smiling as she lay beside him, watching him. It's rare to see you up so early today, Itachi said with a hint of surprise. What, don't I usually get up early? Henio blinked in confusion. I remember the day before yesterday, the alarm rang for a long time, but you still lay in bed, and in the end, it was me who woke you up. Itachi's gaze was filled with teasing as he looked at his wife. Huayin was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to refute. Reflecting on what happened the other day, it indeed seemed so. Soon, she lowered her head, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. So, you don't plan to go to work today? You asked curiously. I'm too lazy to go. I'll ask for leave in a bit, she replied. Kagome shook her head, as cute as a rattledrum. Then let's sleep a little longer. Itachi tightly held his wife and slowly closed his eyes. Silly. Kagun mumbled a sentence, but did not struggle, just letting Itachi hold her. When she opened her eyes again, the sunlight outside the window gently spilled onto her cheeks. She realized that what she was holding was a pillow, while Itachi was busy cooking in the kitchen. She had woken up, and it was already noon. Itachi gently pushed open the door to the room, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at Kagun. Okay. Kagani slowly got up from the bed, her hair tips slightly messy, adding a touch of cuteness. Yaokoin, where did you put the things I used to comb my hair? Kagani walked into the bathroom, and after a wash-up, she opened the door and looked curiously at the weasel who was cleaning. Why don't you go check in your cabinet? The weasel chuckled softly, his tone filled with affection. Oh, okay. Huayin nodded obediently, then walked into the room, opened the cabinet, and indeed found the hair combing tools. After a careful grooming, Huayin came to the living room. At this time, the dishes in the living room had been neatly arranged. By the way, Yaokoin, how is your cultivation of that celestial technique going? Kagomine tasted the food, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at Itachi. She should have trained enough by now. What she lacks now is practical experience. Itachi nodded, his voice low and firm. I see. Kagun rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes filled with contemplation, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Yato, how about we spar a bit later? And Hainan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she curiously looked at Itachi. Are you sure? Maybe we should just forget it. I'm afraid of hurting you. Itachi looked at his wife's innocent expression, filled with affection, and couldn't bring himself to say no. How about you have a spar with Kakashi-senpai later? Kanon continued to ask. That's a good idea, but we should first check if he has time. Itachi nodded, and, just as the words left his mouth, there was a click and the doorknob turned. Kakashi sleepily walked out of his room and said, Oh, you two are up early showing off your affection again? Yeah, what can you do? It's not like you have a partner, Kakashi-senpai. Kagura smiled playfully, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly as he shook his head helplessly. Kakashi-senpai, can we spar a bit after we finish eating? Itachi looked at Kakashi with anticipation in his voice. Of course, I'd like to see how strong you are now. Kakashi shrugged and then sat down, taking a big bite of a bun. That bun was clearly mine. Kanon looked at Kakashi with a hint of resentment. Hee, but I've already eaten it. What can you do about it? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Watching the two banter, Itachi felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead and helplessly said, There are still some in the kitchen. If it's not enough, I can cook more. All right, please prepare more. Kakashi replied ambiguously. Itachi nodded. Please support with love. If possible, I hope everyone tries not to skip chapters. The new book will be released on the 13th. I haven't decided on a title yet. Chapter 248, Kakashi vs. Itachi. At this moment, in a quiet back mountain of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi focused intently on Itachi, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you need me to go easy on you? No need. Itachi gently shook his head, his gaze firm. Kakashi-senpai, I will spar with you using the sage techniques I just learned. There was a hint of determination in Itachi's words, and he added, Sage techniques? Where did you master them? Kakashi asked in shock, his eyes scrutinizing Itachi once again. Just today, Itachi replied calmly, but with an extraordinary air. You just learned them and want to challenge me? Are you really sure you don't need me to hold back? Kakashi hesitated, pondering to himself. After all, Itachi's newly learned sage techniques probably weren't very refined yet. Perhaps he should indeed hold back a little and give him some opportunity. Kakashi examined Itachi again, seeing him with his eyes closed and silent. He thought to himself that maybe using 8/10 of his strength would be enough to avoid accidentally dealing a heavy blow to Itachi. Can you start now? At this moment, a somewhat resentful voice came from the side. Kakashi turned to look and saw Kanon, dressed in a cheerleader outfit, holding pom-poms with a reluctant expression. Why are you dressed like this? Kakashi asked, a bit confused with a slight sweat on his forehead. Of course, I'm here to cheer for Itachi-kun. Kanon shot Kakashi a glance, her tone filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. You didn't think I came here to cheer you on, did you? Seriously, Kakashi-senpai. You're way too narcissistic. You're really just a nobody. Kakashi's fist tightened slightly. For some reason, he felt like he wanted to punch Kanon. All right, we can start now. Itachi slowly stood up from the ground, a surge of powerful sage chakra instantly emerging from his body. Damn! Kakashi couldn't help but curse as he felt the overwhelming aura coming from Itachi. This didn't look like someone who was just practicing for the first day and was still unskilled. Kakashi's expression immediately turned cautious, and he quickly stepped back to distance himself from Itachi. At this moment, the surrounding stones began to rise irregularly, as if being drawn by some force. Itachi waved his fingers lightly, and the stones rushed towards Kakashi as if commanded. Raikiri, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, and a bolt of lightning surged from his hands, shattering the stones, rushing towards him into pieces. Crack, crack! The stones crumbled into dust, scattering on the ground. Is this all you've got, Itachi? Kakashi said, lightly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, teasingly. However, before his words could finish, a fist came rushing towards him. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. What the hell? So fast? He had no time to react and had to instinctively cross his arms over his chest. With a loud bang, Kakashi was sent flying into the air like a leaf blown by a strong wind, before crashing hard into a tree in the distance. His body gradually slid down, and with a bang, it turned into smoke and dissipated. So, it was a shadow clone technique. Itachi watched this scene, his sharp gaze sweeping around. At this moment, the surrounding bamboo seemed to be constantly retreating in his eyes. Found you. Itachi's gaze locked onto Kakashi, who was hiding in the bushes, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the branches that had fallen to the ground began to rise irregularly into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was sliced by these branches, making sharp sounds. The originally ordinary and ubiquitous branches, wrapped in Itachi's natural energy, transformed into green light, resembling sharp arrows. Surging towards Kakashi. Kakashi was also taken aback, but then decisively activated his Sharingan. With the power of this technique, he barely managed to evade the attacks that came at him like a torrential rain. However, the crisis was not yet resolved. Itachi's figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared before Kakashi. Kakashi was caught off guard, his pupils suddenly constricting, unable to hide his shock. Itachi's fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck towards Kakashi with lightning speed. Kakashi reacted quickly, barely managing to block Itachi's fierce assault, and rapidly formed hand seals, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. But Itachi didn't give Kakashi any chance to breathe. His figure flashed again, appearing at Kakashi's flank. He raised his leg and swept, creating a gust of wind that threatened Kakashi's vital points. Kakashi tilted his body, narrowly dodging this strike, and at the same time, with the inside of the Sharingan, he caught a glimpse of a flaw in Itachi's movements. Bang, bang, bang. As the two engaged, a fierce wind swept around, kicking up dust. However, anyone with keen eyes could see that Itachi clearly had the upper hand. He had trained in the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, able to manipulate the surrounding environment at will. In contrast, Kakashi was merely a flesh and blood mortal, relying solely on his divine might to barely hold on until now. This divine might, indeed worthy of being the top existence among Sharingan techniques, was truly formidable. Kanon stood at a distance, watching the intense clash between the two. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals with both hands and then slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and a dirt wall engraved with a dog head emblem rose from the earth. However, this wall was fleeting, shattering into pieces and disappearing in an instant. Itachi held a wooden stick, his gaze piercing as he coldly stared at the trembling Kakashi in the distance. Hey, Itachi, how about we just call it quits? I'll admit defeat, Kakashi said nervously, his voice trembling. At that moment, their fight oddly resembled a parent wielding a stick, disciplining a disobedient child. Kakashi, you're being too cowardly. Where did that energy from earlier go? Kanon immediately shot a dissatisfied glance at Kakashi. Don't cause trouble here. Kakashi glared at Kanon with discontent, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Hana, however, did not back down at all. She widened her eyes and shot back, looking both stubborn and cute. Well, fine then. I won't fight anymore. My celestial technique can't last too long either. Itachi sighed softly, and the layer of slowly began to dissipate, gradually returning to calm. Itachi returned to his usual appearance, gazing gently at the two. Kakashi-senpai, you're really useless. You're such a small fry. You couldn't hold on after just a few rounds. Kanon walked over with a teasing expression. Kakashi looked at Kanon's mischievous demeanor, furrowing his brows. Then he reached out and gently rubbed Kanon's cheek. Forget it. What kind of adult would stoop to the level of a child? Kakashi chuckled softly, his brows slightly raised, and a hint of affection showed in his eyes. Kanon was somewhat displeased by Kakashi's action and shot him a glare. At this moment, her face was slightly flushed, adding a touch of shyness. You too. Itachi, watching the two bicker, let out a familiar sigh, and his gaze softened even more, as if he were watching a warm family comedy. Please generate power for love. Chapter 249. Kakashi's online romance partner is Jiraiya. Itachi-kun, please give your verdict. Kagome wore a dissatisfied expression, her gaze fixed firmly on Kakashi. You really shouldn't mess around here, Itachi said, his eyes filled with affection as he gently reached out to stroke his wife's hair. All right then. Henio shyly turned her head away, a blush appearing on her face. Your relationship is still like this. Kakashi looked at the two of them being so close, and a bead of cold sweat couldn't help but form on his forehead. Kakashi-senpai, why haven't you thought about finding a partner yet? Kagome suddenly turned around, curiously examining Kakashi. Let's talk about this later. Kakashi hesitated, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. You're already in your 30s. If this continues, you might really end up lonely for the rest of your life. Hana's brows were tightly furrowed, her tone full of worry. Kakashi fell silent. All right, Hana, Itachi sighed helplessly, his gaze gently directed at his wife. He knew well that Hana had a serious personality, something he had long since gotten used to. At this moment, the evening glow in the sky was as magnificent as brocade, stretching the shadows of the three of them longer and longer. Sigh. Kagome let out a light sigh for some unknown reason, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Why are you sighing? Yao curiously turned his head to look at his wife beside him. I don't know why either, I just feel inexplicably tired in my heart. Hana shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, looking at his wife with some helplessness. Behind them, Kakashi followed closely, but his gaze was directed towards the riverbank in the distance. The evening glow reflected on the river's surface, sparkling beautifully. At that moment, a gust of evening wind blew by, tousling Hana's hair. Sigh, tonight's wind is a bit noisy. Henio reached out to brush her hair away from her forehead and sighed again. Itachi and Kakashi exchanged a glance, both showing a look of helplessness. Then, Itachi turned to Henio and asked with concern, Are you still planning to take a leave tomorrow? Yes, I really want to take a leave. I truly don't want to work at the security department anymore. Kagane looked exhausted, but her appearance seemed even more adorable. You actually don't need to work in the future. Huayin said softly, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Why do you say that? Huayin curiously raised her head and looked at Itachi. Because I can take care of you, silly. Itachi affectionately patted Huayin's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Hearing you say that makes me a little shy. Hana lowered her head shyly, a blush appearing on her face, but she pretended to be unwilling. Right behind the two of them, Kakashi wore a face full of helplessness and exasperation. Hey, can you two at least consider my presence? Kakashi called out helplessly. Oh, I almost forgot that Kakashi-senpai is still behind us. Kakashi chuckled softly, his brows slightly raised. Upon hearing this, he fell into silence, his heart filled with mixed emotions. No way. He must find a partner somehow. Otherwise, this little girl would mercilessly laugh at him again. Kakashi thought angrily to himself. However, who should he turn his attention to when looking for a partner? He was already over 30 and had no interest in the youthful ones. Women in their 30s were probably hard to find in this village. Kakashi gazed at the shimmering surface of a lake in the distance, lost in deep thought. The bright moon was gradually obscured by clouds, and in the distance, a red sun was slowly rising. Has dawn arrived so soon? Huayin slowly opened her sleepy eyes and gently rubbed them. Then she turned her gaze to the side, where the ferret was still sleeping soundly in dreamland, and a warmth surged in her heart. All right, it seems I don't have to work today. The ferret already helped me take a day off last night. A flash of memory crossed Huayin's mind, and she suddenly realized, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then she decided to indulge in this warm blanket for a little longer. Kagane gently shifted her body, slowly sliding deeper into the bed, inching closer to the warm source. Itachi. Her movements were soft and cautious, afraid to disturb the tranquility. Are you awake? Itachi's voice carried a hint of haze as her eyelids slowly lifted, revealing the gentle embrace of the girl. I want to sleep a little longer. Don't disturb me. Kain buried her head deep into Itachi's chest, her voice tinged with a hint of arrogance. Itachi gazed at this warm scene, a surge of endless tenderness welling up in his heart, yet he simply smiled indulgently. gently patting the girl's hair without saying more. All right, Kain, it's time to get up. I still need to prepare breakfast. Itachi tried to gently free himself, but found Kain snuggled tightly against his chest. No, just let me sleep a little longer. Huayin puffed her cheeks and gave a dissatisfied glance at Itachi, looking somewhat cute. Itachi shook his head helplessly, a smile of affection mixed with a hint of resignation on his face, and gently asked, "Why do you have to hold on to me to fall asleep?" "Because when I hold you, I feel especially at ease. Only this way can I sleep." Kagom's cheeks flushed lightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "All right, then I'll sleep a bit more." Why smiled and lay down, allowing the girl to wrap around his neck like a little sloth. Meanwhile, on Short Book Street, Kakashi walked into a shop. He had dressed up on purpose, looking particularly handsome. Sigh. I really feel so foolish. Why did I believe in online romance for no reason? Kakashi murmured to himself while sipping his coffee. Last night, he logged on to QQ and added a friend. They chatted briefly and found they had common interests. What surprised him even more was that the girl also liked Intimate Paradise, and her online name seemed to be something like Hero. Kakashi couldn't quite remember. They had agreed to meet at this shop this morning. Last night, Kakashi even transferred some money to her. I hope the person who shows up won't disappoint me. Kakashi propped his chin on one hand, gazing lazily out the window. Soon, the door creaked open. Kakashi was stunned and quickly turned his head, only to see Jiraiya standing in front of him with a mischievous grin. Sigh. I really don't know how to write anymore. Please power my love. Chapter 250, Dinner Tonight. So, you're bored and decided to use online romance to mess with me? Kakashi looked at Jiraiya helplessly. Don't say it like that. Here you go. Jiraiya glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then quietly pulled out a book from his pocket. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he scanned the cover of the book, and he cautiously looked around before leaning closer to Jiraiya. Is this the latest edition? Hey. How could I deceive you? Consider it a return on your online romance investment. Jiraiya chuckled, then handed the book to Kakashi. Kakashi tucked the book into his arms, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huayin drowsily opened her eyes and slowly sat up in bed. Strange, I actually slept for so long. Hannah shook her head, her hair swaying like a rattle. Then she got out of bed, walked to the bedside, and looked at the time on the alarm clock, hesitating to speak. With a creak, the cabinet was gently opened by Hannah. The girl changed into a piece of clothing and carefully tidied herself up before walking into the living room. The dining table was already set with food, and there was a thoughtful little note placed on it. The note had a few delicate words written on it. The food has cooled down, please heat it up first. Seeing this scene, Hannah's face flushed and a warm current surged in her heart. She didn't expect Itachi to be so considerate. Huayin carefully placed the food into the rice cooker and heated it up. After eating her fill, she quietly lay on the sofa, lost in thought. First, she felt confused, not knowing what to do next. Secondly, the issue of the curse mark weighed heavily on her mind. The girl raised her fair arm, staring at the obvious deep blue curse mark, her delicate brows furrowing. How should she deal with this? Kain's expression became complicated. Once, everyone could see this curse mark. However, now, only Kain could see it. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks suddenly rang out. They're here. Please wait a moment. Hannah hurriedly stood up and rushed to the living room, pulling open the door. Oh, Sasuke? Why is it you? A look of surprise flashed in Hainan's eyes as she stared at the boy in front of her. How? Could it be me? Sasuke frowned, a hint of displeasure showing on his face. Oh no, that's not it. Have you had lunch yet? Kagani's forehead was slightly glistening with fine sweat, and she felt a bit at a loss as she communicated with Sasuke. Not yet. What delicious food should we have for lunch? Sister-in-law? Sasuke yawned, looking extremely exhausted. Did you stay up all night playing games again? Kagami stared at Sasuke, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she had thought of something. With Jiraiya before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he felt a strong killing intent and quickly stopped speaking. So, you were out all night at the internet cafe with Jiraiya last night? In Huayin's mind, various scenarios quickly played out as she pretended to glare sternly at Sasuke. Ahem, Huayin's sister, don't misunderstand. I was just training with Jiraiya-sensei. Sasuke swallowed hard, a bit stammering. Really? Huayin squinted her eyes, looking at Sasuke with suspicion. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Sasuke waved his hands in a flustered manner, his expression quite uncomfortable. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. The food seems to have gotten cold. I'll go heat it up for you. Kagome gently glanced at Sasuke and quickly turned to walk towards the kitchen. Thank you. Sasuke shyly smiled and nodded bashfully. The sounds of stir-frying came from the kitchen, and Sasuke's mood gradually calmed down. He looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, with a warm ray of sunlight falling on the girl's face, adding a touch of enchanting brilliance to her. Before long, Kagami came out holding a steaming plate of dishes and gently placed it on the table. Come on, try my recent cooking. I tell you, I've put in a lot of effort to learn. Kagami was beaming with joy as she looked at Sasuke. Oh, really? Sasuke, holding chopsticks, stared at the delicious dishes in front of him, but hesitated to take a bite. What does that mean, Sasuke? Kagami put her hands on her hips and glared at him, pouting. Ah, it's nothing, Sasuke said, momentarily taken aback, before finally picking up a piece of food and putting it in his mouth. At first, he frowned, but soon his expression relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. How does it taste? Huayin looked at Sasuke with. To be honest, it really tasted quite good. It has improved a lot compared to a few months ago. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, savoring the delicious food in his mouth, and then gave a fair evaluation. That's great. I've been learning for a long time. Hana was excitedly cheering, her face radiant with a happy smile. Looking at Hana's adorable appearance, Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle softly, his eyes filled with warmth. What sister? You're clearly even more childish than I am. Time quietly passed, and before long, it was evening. Everyone gradually finished work and headed home. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Kana knows without thinking that Itachi has returned, because Itachi always likes to ring the doorbell, while Sasuke and Naruto prefer to knock on the door directly. With a creak, the door slowly opens. Itachi, why are you coming home so late? Huayin took the folder from Itachi's hands and asked with concern, isn't it already quite late? It's usually not this time. Itachi responded with gentle eyes, while reaching out to gently pat Huayin's head. Kanon shyly lowered her head, wondering what to do. Sasuke was still here. Oh, Itachi smiled and turned to look at Sasuke, but his eyes couldn't hide the intense killing intent. Sasuke immediately felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. Ahem, you guys continue. I didn't see anything, Sasuke said as he wolfed down his food. Quickly clearing his bowl, he gulped down some water and hurriedly left the living room, striding towards the second floor. All right, I was just joking. Are you full? Itachi couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting gently, his gaze filled with tenderness as he watched his brother. At that moment, Sasuke slowly turned his head, his face slightly flushed. I already saw through your joke. All right, in a little while, Obito and Minato will be coming over, so we need to prepare a more sumptuous dinner tonight, Itachi said as he walked into the kitchen to wash his hands carefully, then responded with a light laugh. Is that so? What's the big occasion today to make it so grand? Kanon asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. Tomorrow is Christmas, and everyone in Konoha village has a day off. Don't you know? Itachi looked at his wife with curiosity, a hint of a smile on his face. I don't have a job right now, so how would I know about these holidays? Hanin murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Sasuke, sitting on the chair, watched the sweet interaction between the two and couldn't help but shiver, inwardly complaining that he really couldn't stand it. By the way, Shursui will be back too, Itachi suddenly said while chopping vegetables. Is Shursui coming back too? That's great. I haven't seen him in a long time. And Hanyin's eyes sparkled with joy. Chapter 251, The Drunken Girl. In the kitchen, the two were busy preparing dinner. The warm atmosphere was even more pronounced under the gentle caress of the evening breeze. Hand me the knife, I'll chop the vegetables, but you need to be careful, Yao said softly, his gaze filled with affection for his wife. Kagami blushed and shyly handed the kitchen knife to Itachi. Now, her strength was very formidable. Even if the knife accidentally cut her finger, she could quickly recover using her reversal technique. However, at this moment, under her husband's care, she still felt a warm sensation in her heart. Itachi-kun, Huayin murmured softly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. He was focused on chopping vegetables. And upon hearing his wife's call, he slightly turned his head, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. What's wrong again? Huayin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she secretly muttered to herself, why add another again? She pretended to glare fiercely at you and tentatively asked, do you dislike me? Upon hearing this, he looked at his wife with an innocent expression. I don't dislike you at all. What makes you think I dislike you? Huayin pretended to be displeased and turned her head away, no longer looking at Itachi, muttering softly, you just added in again. You must be a bit impatient with me. Itachi helplessly scratched his cheek, secretly pondering how to explain. He stopped what he was doing, looked at Huayin seriously, and said, I was just chopping vegetables and needed to stay focused, so I might have been a bit careless with my tone. Kagome frowned slightly. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she slowly walked closer to Itachi. Suddenly, she felt a bit of moisture on her forehead. When she looked up, she saw Itachi smiling at her. "Can you forgive me this time?" Itachi asked with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Kagani said calmly, "I'll forgive you for now, you idiot. I'm going back to the living room." However, the blush on her face betrayed her true feelings, and her heart was pounding like a drum. As she walked out of the kitchen, Kagome shook her little head, looking as cute as a rattle drum. She thought to herself, No, I can't let this go on. It was obvious that Itachi was a bit impatient with me just now. I need to regain my ground. How about this? Tonight, when we go to sleep, I won't let that guy Itachi fall asleep easily. Once he falls asleep, I'll deliberately make some noise to wake him up, and then I'll pretend to sleep peacefully. That way, he won't dare to casually say anything about me again. Genius. Out of the hospital, Kagome excitedly tapped her forehead and immediately decided to implement the plan. Her heart was filled with anticipation and joy, as if she could already see the interesting scene unfolding that night. However, Huayin never expected that in the quiet night. Making such a move towards a sleeping man would lead to unpredictable consequences. Perhaps she would suffer a merciless beating. However, that big fool Itachi can't beat me. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed in the night sky. Kagane walked lightly to the door, gently pushing it open. What came into view was Rin with her hands behind her back, followed closely by a nervous Obito. "Oh, you two are finally back? Kagane, this guy Obito has been bullying me." As soon as Rin saw the girl in front of her, she couldn't wait to complain, her face filled with grievance. "What? Obito? Who gave you the guts to do this?" Hana's eyes flashed with anger as she immediately shielded Rin behind her. Her Sharingan opened wide, fixated intensely on Obito. Obito felt the sharp gaze and couldn't help but shiver, hastily waving his hands. "Hana, I was careless and accidentally angered Rin. What exactly happened?" Kagane curiously looked at Rin, her eyes sparkling with a quest for knowledge. After Rin's thorough narration, Kain finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that while they were shopping, Dato's blunt remarks inadvertently touched on Lin's past, leading to this turmoil. Lin walked ahead with an unhappy expression, while Dato followed closely behind, looking anxious and uneasy. Hanin secretly murmured to herself, Compared to this, Itachi-kun is more reliable. Then, she helplessly shook her head, and her gaze fell on the two again. As night fell, familiar faces began to visit the house one after another. "Oh, Teacher Jiraiya, you are here too?" Hanayon saw Jiraiya's figure and showed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. "Ahaha, Hanayon, it's been a long time," Jiraiya said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he awkwardly smiled and extended his hand to greet her. "I don't feel that way at all. Tell me, what exactly are you doing every night with Sasuke, staying out late?" Hana's brows furrowed tightly, and there was a hint of questioning in her tone. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nervously took a step back, momentarily speechless. At that moment, Shizuka, who had just entered the living room, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile gently. "You two are really just like you were several years ago," Shizuka said, his eyes filled with fondness as he looked at Hana, then slowly shifted his gaze away. Outside, the sky gradually began to sprinkle with light snow. At this moment, the family sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. "In a few days, it will be the new year," Minato said softly, playing with a bottle of white liquor, his gaze gentle. He then stood up and poured a full glass of white liquor for Jiraiya. "Obito, what about you?" Minato turned and asked curiously. I want some too," Obito replied with a silly smile, just about to stand up, but was shot a fierce glare by Rin, forcing him to obediently sit back down. Kushina watched this scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It seems Obito is really under his wife's control. Hearing Kushina's teasing, Hana couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and thought to herself, "It seems like you're the one who has the tightest control here." Of course, she dare not voice this. After that, everyone laughed and enjoyed the food and drinks. Along the way, Hana expressed her desire to taste the liquor. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, she downed a bottle of white liquor in one go. What a heavy drinker! Jiraiya clapped and praised, just about to pour her more liquor. With a thud, Kagani's head slammed directly onto the table, clearly having passed out after just one drink. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, their eyes twitching slightly. "I can still drink another cup." Kanon suddenly raised her head again, a red mark appearing on her forehead, but she still looked adorable. She spoke indistinctly, her face turning bright red, and the scenery around her began to spin in her eyes. Maybe I should just give up, Itachi thought worriedly, wanting to support her, but was pushed away by Kanon. "Don't stop me, Itachi-kun. I want to drink to my heart's content tonight," Kanon said stubbornly. Itachi shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, With your drinking capacity, can you really handle it? Chapter 252, Supporting You. Time slowly passed, bit by bit, quietly and silently. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually became sparse as family members left one by one, returning to their own homes. All right, you've had too much to drink. Don't drink anymore, Itachi said with a worried expression as he supported his slightly intoxicated wife. Huayin was drunkenly giggling. Itachi, why are you constantly swaying in front of me? What nonsense are you talking about? Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, then gently picked up Huayin in a princess carry. Kagani's cheeks were flushed, nestled in Itachi's arms, looking particularly petite. All right, stop fooling around. Let me help you to bed, Itachi sighed softly, carefully carrying his wife upstairs to their room. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and Itachi laid Kagani down on the bed. Itachi-kun, don't go. Just as Itachi was about to turn and leave, he was unexpectedly caught by the collar of his clothes, tightly held by Kagani. What's wrong? Itachi stopped and looked at his wife in confusion. However, as he lowered his head, Kagani playfully grabbed him by the neck. It's nothing, he. Huayin giggled foolishly, exuding a strong smell of alcohol. You sighed helplessly at Huayin. All right, you should let go of me now. I still need to wash up. I can't let go. I also want to wash up. Hanyo chuckled and let out a burp, looking both cute and comical. Itachi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the sight. If he could, he really wanted to take out his phone to capture this amusing scene, but unfortunately, the ninja world had not yet developed such a device. Sigh, I'll support you, so be careful. Itachi shook his head helplessly, then helped Hanyo get off the bed. Hana walked unsteadily in front, while Itachi followed behind with a worried expression, silently supporting her. Soon, after watching Hana finish washing up and lie down on the bed to fall asleep, Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his arm and, after a quick wash himself, changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. As for Hana, Itachi looked at her silly appearance, feeling a mix of helplessness and affection in his heart. Time passed quickly, and soon the originally pitch-black room gradually showed a hint of light. Although it was still dim, he could barely see clearly. Hearing the crowing of roosters at the village entrance, Itachi opened his sleepy eyes. He glanced at his wife, who was still sound asleep in his arms, feeling warm and content. It seemed she had slept peacefully last night. Itachi looked at his wife with a loving gaze, then reached out to gently tousle her messy long hair. Before long, Hana's eyes began to struggle open. Huh, why am I awake? Itachi looked at his wife with a bit of affection and asked, what happened last night? Hana rubbed her eyes and curiously examined Itachi. You got drunk last night, and I had to put you to bed, Itachi explained helplessly. Did that really happen? Hana asked shyly, her face turning red. Of course it did. Itachi secretly muttered to himself, but seeing his wife's natural cluelessness, he couldn't help but laugh. Well, that didn't happen, Itachi said as he got up and pulled back the covers. The moment he lifted the blanket, Hana quickly curled up and shivered. You idiot, it's so cold. She glared at Itachi unhappily. You sweated a lot. Hurry up and change your clothes. Itachi ignored Hana's dissatisfaction and found a few cute pajamas from the wardrobe to hand to her. Oh, okay. Then you go outside for a bit, Kagani murmured, her cheeks flushed with crimson. Itachi helplessly shook his head, opened the door, and then closed it again. With a click, the door was locked, and he stood quietly outside, waiting. After an unknown amount of time, the faint light in the living room gradually turned into a hint of brightness. It was as if a white brush had been applied to an ink painting, and the room quickly became clear. Morning had arrived. Itachi heard a click from the door, followed by it slowly opening. Kagun's head was lowered at the door, shyly whispering, Okay, you can come in. I can't sleep. You go ahead and sleep. I still need to prepare breakfast. Yado helplessly glanced at his naturally airhead wife and smiled. All right. Huayin shyly nodded, a blush appearing on her face. Hearing the crisp sound of the kitchen knife chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen, the drowsiness in Huayin's heart quietly dissipated. She slowly got out of bed, her long hair casually tied up, and walked lazily towards the bathroom to begin her detailed routine of brushing her teeth and washing her face. Outside the window, dark clouds hung thickly in the sky, and a fine drizzle fell continuously like threads. Most of the people in the house had already left for work, with only one person remaining, either having stayed up all night or not having slept at all. Hana walked lightly into the living room, her gentle gaze directed towards the busy figure in the kitchen, Itachi. With a soft click, the kitchen door was gently pushed open, and Itachi steadily carried steaming dishes in both hands, placing them lightly on the dining table. What's wrong? Itachi turned to look at Hana, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. It's nothing, I was just quietly waiting for you to finish cooking. Huayin gently shook her head, a warm smile curling at the corners of her mouth. You smiled softly, with a gaze full of affection. Come on, let's eat first. You turned and took out 2 delicate bowls from the kitchen, filled them with rice, placed them on the dining table, and softly asked, after we finish eating, would you like to go for a walk and experience the misty rain scenery? Kayan gently stirred the chopsticks in her hand, her gaze sweeping over the rain curtain outside the window. With some hesitation, she said, but it's still drizzling outside. Yours smiled slightly, his eyes warm and firm. It's just a light rain. Why not seize this opportunity to stroll together in this misty rain? All right, then let's go. Kanan finally nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After finishing their meal, the two quickly opened the door and happily went out for a walk. Itachi gently held the umbrella, while Kanan silently followed beside him, her steps light. The rain continually tapped on the umbrella, producing a crisp and pleasant pitter-patter sound, like a cheerful and moving symphony. Both of them felt particularly joyful, chatting and laughing along the way, creating a warm atmosphere. By the way, do you still clearly remember those wonderful times from before? Itachi suddenly recalled something, then gently gazed at Kanan, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Was it when they first met? Kagani felt a bit confused, tilting her head and looking at Itachi Uchiha with her bright eyes, her face full of, yes, it was indeed the moment we met in the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. Itachi nodded with a smile, his eyes revealing deep memories. I had almost forgotten about it. Huayin furrowed her brows slightly, then raised her head, looking at Itachi with her curious eyes. You suddenly brought this up. Is there a special reason for that? Or is it just that you're bored and want to talk about the past? Itachi shrugged helplessly, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes as he looked gently at Huayin. I really can't write anymore. Please help me out, love. I'm begging you. Try not to skip chapters. He just wants to maintain perfect attendance. Chapter 253. Have you thought about what to name a child? It's really quite perplexing. Kagani helplessly glared at Itachi, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Itachi steadily held the umbrella with one hand, while the other unconsciously scratched his cheek, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Ahem, how about we talk about your past? Itachi tried to find a new topic to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. My past? What's there to talk about? Kagani glanced at Itachi, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure in her tone. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't mention the past. It was just that in her previous life, she was all alone like a drifting orphan, busy with the grind of 996 life day after day. And now, having crossed into this world, she found herself facing the night of her clan's annihilation. Those days were filled with hardships and struggles. However, in order to survive, she had once appeared so naive. Even though Itachi had already developed feelings for her, she still maintained her guard and was unwilling to open her heart easily. Well then, Itachi let out a gentle sigh, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. By the way, Itachi-kun. Kagani suddenly thought of something and interrupted Itachi's thoughts, her voice tinged with urgency. What's wrong? Itachi turned to look at Kagani, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What were you thinking when you first saw me? Kagani held Itachi's hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and her tone filled with anticipation. As for my thoughts at that time, Itachi covered his chin, looked up at the sky, and began to ponder. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Oh, I remember now. You were crying at that time, tears streaming down your cheeks, looking a bit pitiful. Huayin couldn't help but break out in a fine sweat on her forehead upon hearing this. She smiled awkwardly and then, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Itachi's head. Yes, I was crying at that time. But why do you remember it so clearly? There was a hint of reproach in her tone. Of course, the patting action could barely reach the top of Itachi's head. Itachi stood at exactly 8 meters tall, while she was only 6 meters, making the height difference quite obvious when they stood together. Time flew by quickly, like a hemp rope being casually woven by a skilled craftsman, with the bittersweet experiences intertwining to form complex patterns. In the blink of an eye, a month slipped away quietly. Itachi officially took on the position of clan leader of the Uchiha clan, while Makoto retreated to the background, enjoying a leisurely home life. Hanayo doesn't need to take on heavy work. She just needs to accompany Makoto and immerse herself in the fun of knitting. Oh no, that's not right. It should be knitted this way. Makoto keenly catches the flaws in Hanayo's movements and immediately offers corrections. Oh, okay, I'll fix it right away. Huayin was slightly taken aback, but soon, under Makoto's careful guidance, she immersed herself back into knitting the sweater. Not bad. You're learning really fast. Makoto praised Huayin's progress. Then, she suddenly changed the subject and asked a somewhat abrupt question. Huayin, when do you and Itachi plan to have children? I've been looking forward to holding my grandchildren for a long time. Makoto leaned closer to Huayin, her face showing a hint of longing and anticipation. Ahem, well, it's still a bit early for that. Kagani was caught off guard by this question and took a while to collect her thoughts. Time waits for no one. Look at the neighbor Tieshin, who has already settled down and has a complete family. Meichin gently shook her head, a hint of resentment appearing on her face. Uncle Tieshin? He actually managed to find a partner? Kagami suddenly took a sip of water and, upon hearing the news, nearly choked. Isn't it true? Makoto glanced at Kagami with some confusion in her eyes. No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised. Kagami hesitated, her gaze flickering with complexity. All right, let's not talk about that for now. Makoto gently waved her hand, looking at her busy daughter-in-law with affectionate eyes. Come on, let's continue knitting the sweater. She looked at Kagami, feeling increasingly satisfied. This girl not only looked beautiful, but was also so considerate. Her initial judgment was truly correct. By the way, Makoto asked curiously while knitting, have you thought about what to name the child in the future? Mom, why are you asking this question again? Huayin smiled helplessly, her eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment. I'm just curious, what would we name a boy if we have a child? And what about a girl? Meichin said with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. I haven't thought about these questions yet, Mom. Kagun shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, she had never seriously thought about these questions. At this moment, fine rain suddenly began to fall outside the window, as if the dark clouds in the sky were gently parted, dropping little by little. Oh no, it's raining. Makoto slapped her forehead, anxiously getting up. I need to hurry and bring in the clothes. You rest here for a while. After saying that, she hurriedly walked towards the balcony. Huayin sat quietly in place, watching Meichin's figure gradually fade away. The question from earlier kept echoing in her mind, causing a ripple in her heart. Indeed, she and Itachi had been together for so long, yet she had never thought about this aspect. If only. Kagani's cheeks suddenly became as hot as a ripe apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Her thoughts surged in her mind, filled with a mix of anticipation and a great deal of embarrassment. Is anyone still here? I really can't write anymore. Just casually filling this space now. The new book will be released on the 13th, also on this theme. Hope someone can support it. Also, I'm asking for love. Thank you all. Chapter 254. I plan to use Amaterasu to boil water. Ding dong. The doorbell was gently pressed, and Kagani hurriedly put down the towel in her hand and rushed to the front door, slowly opening it. Itachi-kun, you finally came back. Kain looked at Itachi in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, the clan's affairs aren't too busy, so I hurried back after taking care of things. Itachi smiled at his wife, then elegantly took off his gentleman's hat from his head and gently placed it on the counter at the entrance. Let me handle it. Kagani reached out to take the collar that Itachi handed over, carefully folding it and placing it on the counter. By the way, where's Mom? Itachi asked curiously while changing his shoes. Oh, she's currently in the living room, focusing on knitting a towel. Hannah nodded slightly, and the teasing from Makoto earlier flashed through her mind, instantly coloring her cheeks with a blush. Why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell? Itachi looked at his wife with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. No, I'm fine. Hannah quickly shook her head, but her face grew even redder. The weather has turned cooler recently. You should wear more clothes. Itachi, seeing this, didn't press further, but wrapped Hannah in a gentle gaze. I'll pay attention, Hannah replied softly, a warm current flowing in her heart. Soon, the two of them walked hand in hand into the living room, where they saw Makoto sitting on the sofa, leisurely watching TV while deftly knitting a towel. Itachi, you're back? Makoto paused her work and looked at her son with a gentle expression filled with love. Yes, Mom. What are you knitting? We already have enough clothes at home, Itachi said with some confusion. I'm knitting for my future granddaughter. Makoto interrupted Itachi with a smile, her face beaming with happiness. Mom, can you? Kagani widened her eyes and shyly looked at Makoto, her cheeks burning like fire. All right, understand, Makoto gently sighed, her gaze shifting between Itachi and Kagani. You two are not young anymore. When do you plan to have children? Makoto urged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Mom, it's still too early for that. Kagani hurriedly ran forward, gently covering Makoto's mouth, her face full of embarrassment. Okay, I won't say anything, Makoto sighed again, but her eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Itachi, Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break out in a light sweat on his forehead. He knew well that the elderly neighbors had long since become grandparents. Only he and Kagani had yet to make a decision, and facing the elders' urging to have children, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Time passed quickly, the rain outside gradually stopped, and a faint fragrance filled the air. The cool breeze rustled the curtains, making a soft sound. Huayin couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Meichin quickly stepped forward and gently closed the window. Is it still cold, Huayin? Meichin looked at her daughter-in-law with concern in her voice. It's fine, just a little cold lately, Huayin replied. Kagun shook her head, then took a few tissues from the dining table and gently wiped her nose. A little cold? That won't do. We need to hurry to the hospital. Makoto stood up, anxiously helping Kagun. Mom, really it's not necessary. Kanon was stunned for a moment and reluctantly spoke up. How can I say I won't go? Let's go. Makoto shot a dissatisfied glance at Kanon, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Fine then. Kagani let out a soft sigh, but her heart was filled with warmth. It must be said that the technological development in the ninja world really feels somewhat backward. Even though they already have modern devices like televisions and computers, there has yet to be any sign of cars. While walking along the road, one can only rely on their own 2 feet to move forward step by step, or imitate the daimyos of certain villages by sitting in a horse-drawn carriage pulled by 2 fine horses, moving slowly. Of course, that is impossible, as doing so would attract too much attention in Konoha. Soon after, Makoto brought Kagani to the hospital. After a simple checkup and confirming there were no major issues, they bought some fever-reducing medicine. How much is this fever medicine? Kagani asked Makoto helplessly in a low voice. Oh, compared to your health, this little money is nothing. Makoto shot a glare at Kagani, then took out a few thick towels from her pocket and gently draped them over the girl's fair neck. By the way, Mom, why didn't Itachi come back with us? Kanon suddenly remembered something, allowed a faint breath of warm air, and curiously asked. He went to deal with the trivial matters of the clan again. He would probably be too busy during this time. Makoto sighed softly, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. So that's how it is. Kanon nodded thoughtfully, revealing a hint of understanding in her expression. The two walked side by side, and soon they returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and the fine rain continued to fall incessantly on the ground. Occasionally, a series of thudding sounds could be heard from the sky, and the brightness of the sky momentarily lit up with lightning, only to quickly return to darkness. Why is the weather so cold? Makoto couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly locked the front door tightly. Kanon, why don't you take a shower tonight? I've already prepared hot water for you. At this moment, Itachi came down from a room on the 2nd floor, tiredly rubbing his forehead, his voice carrying a hint of apology. Okay. Henio nodded obediently, revealing a sweet smile on her face. Itachi, what about my hot water? Makoto looked at her son with curiosity, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Mom, I'm sorry, I almost forgot about you. I'll help you boil it slowly later. You don't mind, right? Itachi suddenly remembered Makoto, feeling a bit awkward as he coughed a few times, a hint of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Having a wife makes you forget your mother. It's really sad, Itachi. Makoto looked at Itachi with mild dissatisfaction, her tone hinting at teasing. Mom, why don't you wash up first? I won't have any problems with my body for a while. Kagami patted her chest, her messy hair standing up, looking quite cute. My daughter-in-law still cares about me. Makoto looked at Kagami, her eyes filled with satisfaction and relief. She nodded, then turned to look at her son Itachi, a hint of helplessness and reproach flashing in her eyes. Itachi's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling secretly annoyed. This was bad. He had indeed overlooked this matter. It seemed that in the future, he not only needed to pay attention to Kagami, but also be more mindful of others' feelings. I really don't know how to write anymore. Due to some special reasons, the new book will be released in a few days. I hope everyone understands. Please support for love. Chapter 255, What Should We Name the Baby? Itachi sighed helplessly and had no choice but to use Amaterasu to start boiling water. He stared intently at the water's surface until it gradually began to boil, then slowly withdrew the power of Amaterasu. All right, Mom, the water is ready. Itachi's voice was slightly tired, with traces of blood seeping from the corners of his eyes as he looked helplessly at his mother. Makoto's heart tightened, and the reproachful words almost came to her lips but were swallowed back. She only sighed lightly. You silly child, I was just joking earlier. Why did you take it seriously? At this moment, Kagami rushed over with an anxious expression, her concern evident. Kitsune, don't move. Let me help you with your treatment. She stood on her tiptoes, gently placing her hands over the corner of Kitsune's eye, and a warm energy instantly flowed in. Soon, golden light flickered, and the blood at the corner of Kitsune's eye gradually stopped, returning to its former clarity. Hana breathed a sigh of relief, gently blew on Itachi's eyes, and then pretended to be angry as she glared at him. All right, Itachi, don't do such silly things again next time. Itachi looked at his mother and Hana with affection, smiling as he nodded. I understand, Mom, Hana. Kagami suddenly shifted the topic and teased. But speaking of which, isn't it a bit extravagant to use Amaterasu to boil water? Mikoto couldn't help but laugh and shook her head helplessly. It really is a bit. Her gaze fell into the bathtub, which was already filled with steaming hot water. We should cool it down a bit. Kanon spoke as she turned on the shower, and the cool water flowed joyfully into the bathtub. When the water temperature was just right, Kanon gently called out to Mikoto. After taking a shower, Kagun slowly lay down on the soft big bed, and the words that Mikoto had said to her before involuntarily surfaced in her mind. If she really had a baby with Itachi, what should this little one's name be? Kagani has always felt that she has no talent for naming and can never come up with a nice and unique name. And that guy Itachi is probably similar to her in this regard. With a soft creak, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Itachi was wearing a comfortable pajamas, his hair still slightly damp, and his handsome face looked even more striking under the light. He gazed tenderly at Kagani, who was lying on the bed. Why aren't you asleep yet? Itachi asked as he took out a towel and gently dried his hair, then picked up a hairdryer, carefully drying each strand. Of course, I'm waiting for you, silly. Kagun murmured softly, a sweet smile on her face. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Itachi chuckled lightly. Noticing that her hair was almost dry, he gently lifted a corner of the blanket and quietly crawled in. All right, I'm going to sleep now. Huayin yawned, then stretched out her slender fingers and gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Turn off the light. I'm so sleepy. Okay, Itachi responded and then reached out his arm to gently turn off the bedside lamp hanging by the head of the bed, plunging the entire room into darkness in an instant. Time passed quickly, and when Huayin slowly opened her eyes, the distant mountain peaks were already glowing with golden sunlight. It was clearly bright outside. The girl gently turned her head and glanced beside her, but it was empty, without a single person. Did that guy Itachi just go to work? Huayin let out a helpless sigh, then slowly sat up from bed, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Just then, a sudden sharp pain shot through her arm, and Huayin gritted her teeth, beads of sweat quickly sliding down her face like fine rain. After a while, Kain finally snapped back to reality, breathing heavily. It's really strange. Why is it hurting again? She stared at the strange curse mark on her arm, her brows tightly furrowed, a wave of inexplicable unease rising in her heart. It was as if several Otsutsuki members would come to invade the ninja world again today, and she would have to face this battle alone. Cough. I must be overthinking it, right? As soon as Huayin's voice fell, her pupils suddenly constricted violently, because in her sole perception, within a range of 300 kilometers away, at this time, Huayin was at the peak of the six paths. An extremely strange chakra had descended. Damn, I really have a mouth of a crow. Kagani suddenly slapped her forehead, quickly got dressed, then opened the window of the room and jumped out without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The figure of Huayin disappeared in place, transforming into a stream of light soaring into the sky, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air, astonishing everyone. The border area between Konoha Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Due to Huayin's arrival triggering the butterfly effect, technology in the ninja world has developed rapidly. The once desolate village roads have now been replaced by endless highways. On both sides of the road, the desert is vast, the sun hangs high, and cacti are sparsely dotted, growing tenaciously. A gentle breeze occasionally sweeps by, bringing with it a hint of heat and dust, but the girl's gaze is unusually cautious. Who are you? Hannah's gaze suddenly froze as a dark figure in the distance gradually enlarged and approached her. Soon after, a figure slowly entered her line of sight. The person had skin as pale as snow, tightly gripping a fishing rod in their hand, with a disdainful cold smile on their face, coldly staring at Hannah. Isn't this Otsutsuki Kinshiki? Kagami's heart tightened, secretly on guard. Oomph! How dare these mere humans show off in front of me? The words of the arrogant and disdainful Pushi were still unfinished when a powerful impact suddenly struck. With a splat, Pushi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a stream of blood uncontrollably gushed out, staining his collar red. Huayin sneered at the sight. She had no time to waste talking to this fisherman. With a flash of her figure, she suddenly threw a punch aimed directly at Pusher's vital points. Bang, bang, Bang! The force of her punch was like a dragon, and Pooh Sure was sent reeling in the air like a kite with its string cut, stumbling back several steps before crashing heavily onto the distant mountain in the desert. At that moment, dust flew up from the mountaintop, boulders rolled, and a massive crater formed instantly. Smoke billowed into the air, completely shrouding Pooh Sure's figure and making it impossible to see his condition. Virtual style, Huayin let out a low shout, gathering a dazzling red light with one hand. The red light instantly pierced through the air, rushing towards the distant mountain where Otsutsuki was located at an incredible speed. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the red light collided with the mountain. "He can't be dead, right?" Huayin exclaimed in surprise, looking at the distant area that remained silent for a while. With such weak strength, how dare he invade the ninja world? What a disgrace. Please support for love. The new book is delayed for a few days. I've been too busy. Chapter 256, Strolling on the Road, Encountering Sasuke by Chance. Ahem. Otsutsuki Pooh Sure staggered to his feet, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. How dare a mere mortal injure me like this? Pooh Sure glared angrily, staring at Huayin in the distance, as if there were raging flames burning in his eyes. If looks could kill, Huayin would have probably fallen countless times. With such weak strength, how dare you invade the ninja world? The floral sound is light as a feather, gently descending, and then looks at Pushi with a teasing tone. Enough nonsense. Accept your fate. Huayin raised her knife and swiftly decapitated Pooh Sure. With a thud, Pooh Sure's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Huayin. Soon after, he felt a violent dizziness and saw his headless body half kneeling on the ground. By the time he came to his senses, his gaze was gradually losing focus. "You won't have a good death." Pooh Sure cursed through gritted teeth. "So talkative." Huayin coldly stepped down. Bang! Blood splattered, staining the ground red. Kain looked at all of this with a blank expression, as if it stirred no emotions within her. Now that everything is settled, let's go home, enjoy breakfast, and then have a nice long sleep. Huayin yawned, and then her figure gradually faded away in place. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays of light that illuminated the girl's petite body, stretching her shadow longer and longer, like a beautiful painting slowly unfolding. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open by the girl. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, a tempting aroma of delicious food wafted towards her. On the dining table, there was even a small note thoughtfully placed with a few bold characters written in a flamboyant style. "The meat is simmering in the pot, still hot. Yaokuin is really a fool." Kagun looked at the note, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She remained silent and walked straight to the kitchen. The moment she lifted the lid of the pot, an extremely rich aroma of meat broth rushed towards her, making her mouth water. Just from the smell, she could tell it tastes good. Han-in swallowed hard, served a bowl of steaming rice, and carefully brought the meat soup to the dining table. After that, the girl sat down and began to savor this delicious meal. The meal ended quickly, and Han-in decided to return to bed for a while. The brainless behavior of Tsutsuki Pushi had affected her mood for the entire day. The girl quietly returned to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and the cool water droplets brushed against her cheeks, taking away a hint of fatigue. Then, she slowly lay down on the bed and sank into a deep sleep. In her dream, Huayin seemed to be in a tranquil forest, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. She strolled through it, feeling the serenity and harmony of nature. However, this peace did not last long. A sudden sound of hurried footsteps shattered the dream, pulling Huayin back to reality. She opened her eyes wide and saw that the sky outside had darkened, and the lights in the room appeared particularly soft. Wow, did I really sleep through to the late afternoon in just a short while? Kagani rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, and a sense of inexplicable restlessness surged within her. She felt an emptiness in her heart, accompanied by a hint of loneliness. Huayin slowly sat up from the bed, gently changing out her sweat-soaked clothes. Then she turned on the room's lights, and the soft glow instantly filled the entire space. The living room was still empty and quiet. Mei-chin and Kuxinai had gone out for a walk together, and at this moment, they were not home with her. Could it really be that I'm the only one left? Kagani couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, filled with a hint of helplessness, as she slowly pushed open the door. She decided to go out for a stroll alone to experience the tranquility of the night. The girl casually slipped her hands into her pockets as she walked along the streets of Konoha village. In the evening, a gust of cold wind swept by, bringing a biting chill. Kagami couldn't help but shiver, her body shrinking slightly. This ghostly weather is really getting colder. She exhaled a warm breath and looked up at the distant street illuminated by lights, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The streets at night were bustling with activity, thousands of lights shining brightly, and the surrounding crowd was lively and incessant. Various calls of vendors echoed, adults holding children's hands. Laughter and joy continuously creating heartwarming and touching scenes. Hannah quietly watched these scenes, a faint smile reflected in her eyes. She secretly pondered that the will of fire, which the third Hokage had always emphasized, must be condensed in these ordinary yet warm moments. Hannah, what are you doing here? Sasuke strolled over leisurely with his hands in his pockets, a hint of surprise on his face. Sasuke, you're here too. And don't forget to call me sister. Kagome stepped lightly, playfully tapping Sasuke's head, then gently stroking his hair, her eyes filled with affection. Stop it. I'm not a kid anymore, Sasuke said, blushing and shyly stepping back, awkwardly scratching his head. Haha, in my eyes, you will always be as cute as before. Kanon looked at the shy Sasuke in front of her, her eyes sparkling with affection. Come on, I'm actually taller than you now. Sasuke pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied as he patted Kanon's head, trying to regain some face. Oh, is that so? Kanon frowned slightly, and a glaring hashtag appeared. Cough, cough, it's nothing, Kanon, let us go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack as an apology. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly stepped back awkwardly and changed the subject. All right, then I'll reluctantly forgive you. However, you have to add sister at the end. Kagome pretended to be dissatisfied and shot Sasuke a glance, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. The cold night wind was still piercing, and the siblings wandered aimlessly down the street, eventually arriving at a brightly lit stall. The owner, Huayin, called softly, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Here they come. Here they come. Oh, two distinguished guests. What delicious food would you like? A honest and simple middle-aged boss hurried over upon hearing, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile to welcome them. Let us stick to the same as before. Kanon skillfully announced the names of the dishes, then took out a stack of neatly arranged bills from her pocket and handed them to the boss. All right, I got it. You keep it safe. After the boss took the money, he quickly found the change and turned back to his busy work. It's really rare, when you're out, you can still remember to bring money. Sitting next to Kanon, Sasuke curiously observed the girl, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you think I usually don't bring money? Hanayon rolled her eyes dramatically at Sasuke in dissatisfaction, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Seeing this, Sasuke hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. I don't know how to write. I'm just writing whatever comes to mind. It's no different from random scribbling. Please support for love. Thank you all. Chapter 257. Having a baby. Will it hurt? Itachi coin? All right. Hanayon let out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Ladies and gentlemen, the meals are ready. Please enjoy. The honest and simple middle-aged owner smiled as he came over, steadily placing the dishes on the table. MHM. Hanayon nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. I must say, the barbecue from this stall in Konoha Village is indeed very delicious. Speaking of which, why don't we just go to a barbecue restaurant to eat? Sasuke asked with his mouth full of tender barbecue skewers. Because the prices there are too expensive. Kagome sighed softly again, then gently patted Sasuke's head. Hey, can you stop always touching my head? Sasuke said with a helpless expression, a hint of protest in his eyes. Oh, sorry, then I won't touch it. Hannah awkwardly withdrew her hand and then focused entirely on savoring the skewers in her hand. When her hands became greasy, she took out a tissue and carefully wiped them. How come you're different from when you were a child? Sasuke, who had been observing Hannah, couldn't help but ask. What's different? Hannah was momentarily stunned, her eyes flickering with confusion. You used to just lick the grease off your hands. Sasuke looked at the girl with a smile, mischief sparkling in his eyes. Did that really happen? I don't remember it all. Kanon's face instantly turned rosy, and she shyly lowered her head. Yes, back then you always clung to my brother. Sasuke teased, as memories of the past floated in his mind. Stop, don't bring this up anymore. Kanon felt a deep sense of shame and buried her head even lower. Ha ha ha, it's rare to see you so shy. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Afterwards, the two chatted about mundane matters, and after finishing their meal, they returned together to the Uchiha clan's residence. With a creak, the door was pushed open forcefully by Kanon. Why are you back so late? Where have you been? Itachi, busy cooking, curiously glanced at the two. It's nothing, we already ate outside. The flower sound answered softly. Oh, Then I don't need to prepare meals for you. Itachi nodded. A hint of relief appeared on his face. By the way, I can take a good rest for the next few days and won't have to be busy with work. Itachi gently placed the food on the table, and his voice sounded gentle. Why is that? Kagun tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Itachi. Isn't the new year just around the corner? Itachi sighed lightly, casting a helpless glance at his wife. Oh, time passes so quickly, and it's already time for the new year again? Kain blinked in surprise for a moment. Yes, by then, our mom will probably urge us to have a child quickly. Itachi looked at Kain meaningfully, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Hannah, upon hearing this, unconsciously took a few steps back, her face turning red with embarrassment. She secretly murmured in her heart, "What kind of talk is this? Isn't Sasuke still standing beside her? Well, you two can chat slowly, I won't disturb you." Sasuke, with a helpless expression, glanced at the two before turning and walking up to the second floor, returning to his room. Itachi-kun, I actually haven't mentally prepared myself yet. Huayin bit her lower lip, looking somewhat pitiful. Seeing this, Yu slowly walked to her side, gently stroking her head, and said softly, "Don't worry. Everything will go as you wish." Kagun looked at the boy in front of her, a warm current surged in her heart, and she gently nodded. Time flew by quickly, and before she knew it, night had fallen. After taking a shower, Kain sat lightly on the edge of the bed, her gaze passing through the window frame, staring at the bright full moon, as if her thoughts had drifted far away with the moonlight. What are you thinking about? Itachi gently pushed open the door, his hair still carrying a hint of moisture, slightly gleaming. As usual, Itachi picked up a soft towel and carefully dried his damp hair, then took a hairdryer and dried it strand by strand. Once everything was ready, Itachi slowly sat beside Kin, his gaze unconsciously falling on her. Huayin has a slender figure. With feet as white as jade, the lines are round and beautiful like jade feet. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Yuju looked at his wife with concern, his eyes filled with worry. I won't be. Kagun gently turned to the side, nestling in Itachi's arms. She softly pulled aside the curtains, gazing up at the round, bright moon hanging high in the night sky. The moonlight poured in like water, filling the entire room. Itachi, do you think having a child would be very painful? The sound of Huayin's voice was mixed with a hint of complexity and anxiety. Perhaps it would be a bit painful. Weasel tightly held Huayin's hand, gently comforting her. The entire process. Henio bit her lower lip tightly, an uneasy look in her eyes as she gazed up at Itachi. The moonlight outside the window perfectly illuminated Henio's beautiful and lovely face, especially her rosy lips, which appeared particularly tempting under the moonlight, as if they could drip with water. Ahem, what are you thinking in that little head of yours? Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat and then extended his fist, gently tapping Henio's head. Ah, that hurts. Huayin covered her head with both hands and cried out in pain, and indeed a small bump had appeared on her head. Looking at his wife's adorable and innocent appearance, you couldn't help but smile, a light laugh escaping his lips, filled with affection and tenderness. Don't always laugh at me. You're not any better yourself. Kagami puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction and gently punched Itachi's head. Soon, a similar bump appeared on Itachi's head as well. The two exchanged smiles, their lips involuntarily curving upwards. Oh no, it seems like they both have bumps now. I made myself laugh, and I really can't write anymore. Everyone, please support my love for writing. It's really tough to write right now. Chapter 258, New Year. All right, it's already very late. Let's go to sleep. Itachi gently held Kagami in his arms, then slowly pulled up the soft blanket to cover her gently. Silly. Huayin nestled against the weasel's chest, not struggling, but instead peacefully closing her eyes. The bright round moon in the sky was slowly rising. Time passed like a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly slipped away. Huayin, come help your mom for a bit. Mei-chin was carefully sticking festive couplets, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Huayin. Mom, I'm coming. Kanon wore a sweet smile on her face, tightly holding onto the couplet as she walked over briskly. Hey, over there, right in the middle of the door frame, Mikoto said, holding a sturdy little stool and pointing to the most prominent spot on the door frame. All right, Mom. Huayin lightly stepped onto the small stool and carefully pasted the couplets in the center of the door frame. Phew, it's done. By the way, Mom, where did you go? Kagun lightly jumped down from the bench and curiously asked. He is buying vegetables at the market and will be back in a little while. Mikoto's eyes were filled with affection as she smiled and replied. I see. Huayin gently nodded, falling into a thoughtful contemplation. What's wrong, Huayin? Mikoto looked at the girl in front of her with a doting expression, her eyes filled with concern. It's nothing, Mom. After the new year, Do I still need to give red envelopes to the little friends? Kagomine placed her fist on her chest, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, showing some concern. Of course. What's wrong? Don't you want to give them out? It's fine. Mom still has plenty of savings. As long as you and Itachi have a little baby, I'll transfer everything to you. Mikoto thought that Kagomine's savings were insufficient, and then said with a teasing glint in her eyes, Ahem, I have enough money. I mainly want to ask how much red envelope to give to the kids. Kagomine awkwardly coughed and said a bit shyly. She didn't have much of a concept in this world about how much red envelope money to give to children. In previous years during the new year, she was the one receiving red envelopes from others, and now it was her turn to give them. It must be said that time really flies. It feels like just a blink of an eye, and now it's her turn to give red envelopes to the little ones. It's truly a bittersweet feeling. All right, Mom will give you a red envelope first. Maki took out a plump red envelope from her pocket, her eyes filled with affection as she handed it over. Ahem, Mom. Don't worry, I'm not short on money. Kanon felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead and said helplessly, How can that work? You take it first. Mikoto pretended to be serious and glared at Kanon, her eyes full of determination. All right then. Kanon ultimately couldn't refuse Mikoto and had to accept the money. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the living room, the exquisite clock was slowly and steadily moving. They should be back soon. I'll go to the kitchen to make dumplings first. Mikoto, with a gentle smile on her face, slowly walked into the kitchen and said softly, Okay, Mom, I'm coming to help you. Huayin followed closely behind and stepped into the kitchen. You should just sit comfortably on that warm sofa. The weather is getting colder. And what if your delicate hands get frostbite? That wouldn't be good at all. Mei-Chin's face was filled with concern and care, her gaze full of affection as she closely watched her daughter-in-law. Mom, you're spoiling me too much. I can handle these tasks myself. Huayin murmured softly, a hint of an embarrassed smile on her face. But that won't do. What if you get too tired and it affects our little baby? Mei-Chin gently shook her head and said insistently, her tone filled with affection and concern. But I haven't gotten pregnant yet. Hanako shyly lowered her head, a blush rising on her face. Ding-dong. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. They must be home. Go open the door. Mikoto looked at Hanako with a loving gaze and gently instructed. Okay. Hana nodded and then jogged over with light steps. With a click, the door lock turned gently, and Hana slowly opened the big door. Yasuhiko, Sasuke, you finally came back? Kanon looked at the two who returned with surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy. What else could it be? We thought you would wait for us forever. Sasuke shrugged helplessly, a teasing smile on his face. How do you talk to your sister-in-law? Itachi reached out and lightly tapped Sasuke on the head, his face showing a hint of reproach. Then he sighed softly. Ouch. Sasuke cradled his head with both hands, feigning a pitiful expression. All right, stop messing around. Is Naruto at home? Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head again, then turned to Kanon, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. It seems he went out to play with that little Hinata. Kagome said softly, when did Naruto and Hinata's relationship get so good? Upon hearing this, Sasuke showed a look of disbelief on his face. Hey, you really should learn from them and take a look at yourself. Kanon looked at Sasuke in front of her, her eyes filled with a sense of disappointment. This is what I call being free from the distractions of women, drawing my sword naturally. Sasuke let out a light sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Where did you learn that phrase? Kagome tiptoed and playfully tugged at Sasuke's ear, her face beaming with a smile. All right, the dumplings are ready. Come and try them. Mikoto walked into the living room, holding a steaming pot of dumplings, and gently placed it on the dining table. Itachi, is Fugaku still busy with work? Yes, he's still handling the village affairs. Itachi sighed softly, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Sigh. Ever since he became Hokage, your father rarely has time to come home. Mikoto shook her head, her tone filled with a touch of sentimentality. Soon, there was a knock at the door. This time, it was Sasuke who went to open it, and with a soft click, the door slowly opened. I'm back, did you miss me? Fugaku looked at Sasuke with affection and then gently ruffled his hair. So you all have gathered here already. Fugaku observed the family gathered around the dining table, a warm smile creeping onto his face. You, how long are you going to be busy with work every day before you can come home? Mikoto gently placed Fugaku's coat at the entrance, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. I'm used to it. Let the next matters be handled by Kakashi. Fugaku rubbed his temples, his face marked with exhaustion and helplessness. You always trouble others like this, it's not good. Mikoto shot him a dissatisfied glare, her tone laced with reproach. Ahem. All right, let's eat first. Fugaku coughed a few times and then said steadily. I really don't know how to write this part. Please, send love. Chapter 259 Tsunade. This little guy is not simple. A meal was quickly devoured clean. Henning decided to go for a walk. I'll accompany you. The weasel gently stood up, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. Well then, Henning softly agreed. The cold night wind cut through the air like a knife as the two young people walked side by side on the bustling commercial street of Konoha village. Speaking of which, I really haven't seen Lady Tsunade much. Kanon suddenly seemed to remember something. Are you talking about Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? Itachi asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with a sense of inquiry. Yes, I really want to meet her. She treated me last time, and I haven't found the opportunity to thank her yet. Hana gently patted her chest, sighed deeply, and her face was full of emotion. There are rumors that Lady Tsunade is fond of gambling. Perhaps she is currently at the short book street in Konoha. Itachi said thoughtfully, his tone full of warmth and understanding. Then let's go take a look. Huayin happily agreed, taking Itachi's hand, her face blooming with a sweet smile. Itachi gently nodded, his eyes filled with affection. Kagani happily led the way ahead, filled with curiosity about everything around her. Yao looked at the girl with a doting gaze, as if wanting to capture every move she made. Konoha village was still a bit too large. The two wandered for an unknown amount of time before finally arriving at the bustling shortbook street. Just as described in the original work, the streets were filled with gambling places. The night streets were brightly lit, with a continuous flow of passers-by, and the sounds of chatter and excitement made the atmosphere particularly lively. Kagun suddenly heard a fierce commotion coming from shop. Quick, catch her! She owes money and hasn't paid it back. Is it that legendary cash cow? Ah, she's in debt again. How many times has it been now? Kanon curiously held Itachi's hand and walked over, looking at an uncle and asking, "Excuse me, sir, what happened?" The uncle laughed heartily, took a sip of his drink, and said, "Little sister, that Tsunade gal lost another gamble and is on the run now. Ha ha ha." "I see," Itachi said. "Let's follow her and take a look." Kanon glanced at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Itachi nodded gently, a smile in his eyes. Soon, the boy and girl sprang into action, their figures quickly disappearing from spot in a dimly lit alley. Strange, where did the fat sheep go? A bald man chased into the alley, scratching his head in confusion when he found his target missing. "I don't know. It seems to be over there. Let's chase." Someone in the crowd anxiously pointed at Tsunade in the distance. Received. Soon, a large group of men dressed in suits, looking like members of the mafia, picked up their weapons and rushed over. With a loud bang, the wall gradually crumbled. Huh, those idiots think they can catch up to me. What a delusion. Tsunade waved her fist, her eyes filled with disdain. "Lady Tsunade, let's stop gambling," said Shizun beside her, nearly in tears. "What are you afraid of? They can't do anything to us anyway." Tsunade patted Shizun's head, her tone carrying a hint of fondness. "Hello." Just as the two were talking, a cute voice came from nearby. The two immediately froze, then turned their heads to see the petite Kanon. "Huh, aren't you that little brat from before?" Tsunade looked at Kanon in surprise, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Lady Tsunade, she is Kanon," Shizun whispered in Tsunade's ear, holding her small hands. "Oh, what's up? Did you come to find me for something?" Tsunade crossed her arms, curiously sizing up Kanon, then glanced at Itachi, hiding in the corner. "Looks like you were discovered." As expected of Lady Tsunade, Itachi sighed lightly and then stepped out, politely gesturing to Tsunade. "It's not a good habit to follow others, you know." Tsunade pouted, looking somewhat cute. "Lady Tsunade, you saved me before I came to find you too." Kanon smiled sweetly, her face full of gratitude. Just as Tsunade was about to wave her hand to refuse, her pupils suddenly dilated. She saw the girl in front of her pull out a large amount of cash from her bosom and respectfully handed it to Tsunade. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it, Lady Tsunade." The sound of Hainan's voice was filled with sincerity and gratitude. "It's nothing. I can totally accept it." Tsunade grabbed the money and, after counting it, retracted her previous disdainful attitude towards the girl. "Lady Tsunade, what about your integrity?" Shizun's eyes twitched slightly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, filled with helplessness and emotion. "The thing is, I want to learn Lady Tsunade's sealing technique." Kanon winked at Tsunade. "If you want to learn, just go find the current Hokage, Fugaku, right?" Tsunade said meaningfully. "It's different. Having Lady Tsunade tutor me one-on-one will yield better results." Huayin took out a large handful of cash from her bosom. Tsunade indeed took it with a grin, retracting her earlier disdain. "Ahem, I can teach you the Een sealing technique too, but why do you want to learn these?" Tsunade coughed and looked at Huayin with curiosity. Because I also want to maintain my appearance like Lady Tsunade. Hanin moved her hands uneasily, then shyly glanced towards the corner. Itachi, who had been standing next to Hanin, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. He finally understood why Hanin had come to find Tsunade out of boredom. It was for this purpose. Oh, I see. All right, I can teach you. But Tsunade rubbed her hands together, her gaze becoming greedy. No problem at all. Hanin nodded. Itachi sighed lightly and took out a sealing scroll from his pocket. There are 10 million in here, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade excitedly took the scroll, her gaze towards Hanin becoming increasingly indulgent. You all come with me. Lady Tsunade, don't you doubt those two? Shizen whispered close to Tsunade. Doubt what? They've given me so much money. Besides, let us not forget that Itachi's father is the current Hokage. Tsunade snorted coldly. She was some naive fool. It's likely that Fugaku's position as Hokage also owes credit to this little guy in front of her. Tsunade looked at the girl in front of her, who was blinking at her with a silly expression, her gaze becoming meaningful. Sigh, old man, you can only blame yourself for this. I'm so tired. Finally finished writing. Can I ask for some love-powered support? The release date for the new book is currently undecided. I plan to finish this book by the 30th. Chapter 260, Lord Snail. In a deep bamboo forest, the bright moonlight hanging high above gently illuminated the girl's face, making Hanin's skin appear exceptionally white and flawless, like congealed fat. Tsunade lightly pouted, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. All right, try to gather your chakra for me to see properly. MHM, no problem. Kagani gently nodded, and soon, her delicate, jade-like hands were quickly enveloped by a layer of faint blue chakra that was visible to the naked eye. Just this amount of chakra is not enough. You should be able to climb trees, right? Tsunade slightly nodded, then crossed her arms and carefully examined the girl in front of her from top to bottom. Of course I can do that. Before she could finish her sentence, Hanin's feet were covered with a layer of chakra, securely adhering to the branches. The girl moved effortlessly among the trees, as if performing a light dance on the waves. Indeed, it seems your chakra control ability is quite strong. Tsunade crossed her arms and nodded again, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Itachi stood at the base of the tree, watching Hanin with a worried expression. Although he already knew in his heart that Hanin would be fine, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and nothing happened. After a while, the girl slowly descended, a relaxed smile on her face. Lady Tsunade, can you hand over the sealing technique to me now? Kanon looked at Tsunade in excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You hold this scroll and sign your name on it. Tsunade nodded gently, then took out an ancient scroll from her bosom and tossed it over. After Hanin caught it with one hand, she carefully opened it and saw that the scroll was densely written with the names of the generations of successors. In the last column, there were 4 bright and shining characters. Thousand Hand Tsunade. What is this? Kanon looked up with surprise at Tsunade, her eyes filled with curiosity. This is a summoning scroll. Just sign your name on it, and you will become the heir of the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade explained softly as she looked at the girl in front of her. I see, Kagani murmured softly, slowly nodding her head, her eyes shining with determination. Then, the girl gently bit into her thumb, and a drop of bright red blood immediately oozed out. Kanon solemnly wrote her name on the scroll with her blood. All right, next you will perform the hand seals. You should know how to do this, right? Tsunade deliberately slowed down, slowly forming the hand seals as a demonstration for Kanon. I got noted down. Kanon nodded seriously, then quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and then slapped one hand on the scroll. With a loud bang, the girl instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. Very good. It seems she is a genius. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, frowning tightly, her eyes flashing with thoughtful light. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, this won't be dangerous, will it? Itachi asked with a worried expression, full of concern in his eyes. Not at all. What kind of inheritance she encounters in the Wetbone Forest depends on her own summoning. But I seem to have forgotten something, Tsunade said, her brows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of confusion on her face. Lady Tsunade, you forgot to teach her the seal to return. Shizen quietly leaned closer to Tsunade, saying with a worried look in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was instantly stunned. Oh, that little one should be able to come back by herself, right? Tsunade patted the back of her head, laughing awkwardly, her face full of apologetic expression. It really feels like the senior in front of me is a bit careless. Itachi thought to himself, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, like a fairyland. Cannon plummeted rapidly from the sky. Her heart tightened as she tried to activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan, only to find that she was unable to use it at that moment. In other words, she could only continue to fall helplessly, unable to resist. Tsunade really was unreliable. She hadn't explained how to obtain the inheritance upon coming here. Huayin sighed helplessly, filled with complaints. Fortunately, she could still use the power of Mo Shulaw. The girl relied on Mo Shulaw's strength to land steadily on the ground without a hint of bumpiness. By the way, where's this place? Huayin looked up at the sky, only to see a vast expanse of white, her heart sinking into deep thoughts, unable to find peace for a long time. The girl walked forward aimlessly, her steps filled with a hint of confusion and hesitation. Little one, how did you end up here? A gentle and delicate voice suddenly broke through Huayin's swirling thoughts. Wait, this voice isn't Lord Slug's voice. Kagani's heart suddenly trembled, her pupils instantly constricting, and a joyful light blossomed on her face in an instant. Lord Slug, I have come here specifically to seek your inheritance. Kain shouted loudly in surprise and joy, her voice tinged with urgency and anticipation. Soon, a creature resembling a slug slowly emerged from the ground. Its body was pure white like snow, looking like a snail without a shell. Well, a bit disgusting. Oh, what a cute little guy. The voice of Lord Slug came again. Upon hearing Lord Slug's voice, in Huayin's heart, it felt as if surrounded by a warm current, sweet and full of happiness. I have to say, the voice of the slug is truly pleasant to hear. Huayin listened mesmerized, and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, no wonder it's the voice of the island nation. Little one, what are you thinking? Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge cloud of smoke surged up right in front of Huayin. In the smoke, a giant slug figure slowly emerged, standing at least a couple of 100 meters tall, towering before Huayin like a majestic mountain. The smoke had not completely dissipated, revealing only half of the slug's massive body, but the gentle voice of the slug had already gradually reached her ears. What are you daydreaming about? That girl Tsunade probably didn't teach you the return seal, did she? Huayin nodded obediently, a hint of shyness on her face. Ah, that girl is really careless. But it's fortunate that you ran into me here. The slug let out a soft sigh, with a tone of affection and helplessness. Thinking carefully, the only relatively small one among the 3 great sacred places seems to be the Whetbone Forest. The other 2 sacred places are vast and boundless. If you want to find a legacy here, it will probably take at least several months. In the original work, Jiraiya trained in Mayaboka Mountain for several years before finally learning the sage arts. Let's go back first. Suddenly, a small slug-like creature decomposed from the massive body of Lord Slug and lightly landed on Huayin's shoulder. With a loud bang, Huayin instantly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into the Whetbone Forest. When she opened her eyes again, Kagani saw Itachi in front of her, looking at her with a worried expression. Itachi-kun, what's wrong? Kain looked confused, a hint of bewilderment on her face. You're not hurt, are you? Itachi asked, worry etched on his face as he gazed at the girl. Once the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing her whole body, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kain had not sustained any injuries, and Itachi couldn't help but feel grateful. Cough, little Uchiha, see? Your wife is just fine, Tsunade said awkwardly from the side, a hint of apology on her face. Tsunade, your personality is still just like when you were a kid. A particularly soft voice suddenly came through, causing Tsunade to freeze. Lord Snail? Tsunade focused her gaze and found a small snail resting on Kain's shoulder. Please support with love. The new book has now reached 14,000 words, and it will be signed next month. The quality of a new book will be much improved compared to this one. Please support it. Chapter 261, Izumi, Sasuke-kun. What do you like to eat? Little Tsunade has really grown up a lot. The gentle and delicate voice of the snail came like a spring breeze. Well, after all, so many years have passed. Tsunade shyly lowered her head, gently nodding, a blush rising on her face. So, this child is the legendary next heir of the Whetbone Forest? The snail was filled with excitement, its gaze fixed tightly on the girl. It silently calculated the time and realized that nearly 20 years had passed. The Whetbone Forest still had not found a suitable heir, which was evidently much bleaker compared to the Dragon Cave and that frog. Yes, I plan to pass on the Inseal technique to her. Tsunade nodded again. This ninjutsu? The difficulty is really not trivial. The snail curiously examined the girl, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Little one, what is your name? Kain, the girl blinked her clear, water-like eyes, a hint of confusion on her face. Don't worry, I will do my best to assist you in refining the seal. So, do you have time now? The snail asked gently, its voice as pleasant as a babbling brook. Of course. Kagani nodded obediently, her face filled with anticipation and joy. Then let's start from now, Tsunade said, and immediately began to take action. Tsunade replied and quickly got into the state. Time flowed by like a rushing stream, and the bright moonlight hanging high in the sky gradually became covered by a layer of hazy mist. Before long, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, slowly rising. After a period of hard training, a seal similar to the one on Sakura from the original work finally appeared on Hainen's forehead. A pink diamond-shaped quadrilateral was deeply imprinted on her forehead. Is this the legendary 100 Talents technique? Kano looked at her hands, blinked her eyes, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face. That's right. Well, since everything is done, I'll head back first. The slug nodded gently, revealing a hint of fatigue and relief in its words. I'm exhausted, so I'm leaving now, bye. Tsunade yawned, stretched, and also prepared to leave. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Thank you, Lord Slug. Kanon bowed deeply to the two of them. At this moment, the sun hanging high in the sky had risen, and golden sunlight spilled over the girl, stretching her shadow long. Right beside her was Itachi Uchiha. You actually trained for an entire night? Itachi said, his eyes clearly marked by dark circles, looking exhausted. Is that true? Kanon widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Itachi, her face showing a look of surprise. You can tell just by looking at my dark circles, Itachi said, pointing to his eye sockets with a sorrowful expression. All right, thank you, Itachi-kun. Kagani gave a sweet smile to the boy in front of her, with a spark of gratitude shining in her eyes. The two walked side by side on the street, and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. Ding dong. Huayin gently pressed the doorbell. Due to being in a hurry when they left, neither she nor Yud brought their keys. There were hurried footsteps from inside the house. With a click, the door slowly opened. Sister Huayin? Yukoin? What are you doing? The person opening the door was Izumi, who covered her mouth with one hand, looking at Huayin and Yu with disbelief. You two didn't really. Izumi seemed to think of something, her face suddenly turning rosy, and steam seemed to rise from her head. What are you thinking? A character suddenly appeared on Huayin's forehead. She reached out and gently patted the little girl Quan's head. It hurts. Quan hugged her head with both hands, looking at Huayin with a wronged expression, tears sparkling in her eyes. We encountered some unexpected situations last night, which delayed us a bit. Yao sighed helplessly, explaining to Quan. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you guys went to a hotel last night and didn't come back. Quan wanted to say something more, but then felt pain in her head again. Huayin, why are you hitting me again? Quan looked at the girl in front of her with teary eyes, her voice filled with a mix of grievance and confusion. It's nothing. Just my hand was a bit itchy. I couldn't help it. Kagami had a black line on her face, as she said, while secretly glad that she hadn't been too harsh. By the way, why are you in my house? Kanon put the miscellaneous items from her backpack into the entrance cabinet and suddenly asked curiously. Oh, I'm here to find Sasuke, Izumi answered somewhat shyly. What do you need to see that kid Sasuke for? Kagami raised her eyebrows and teasingly looked at the black-haired lowly in front of her. You just wanted to play with you. Our relationship is pretty good. Izumi covered her face with both hands and shyly said, Izumi, you're really not honest. Sasuke seems to be a few years younger than you, right? Kanon couldn't help but smile. That's fine, Izumi stubbornly replied, but soon froze and shyly lowered her head. I didn't say anything, and you've confessed everything. Kanon couldn't help but laugh, but she still held it in. Come on, that kid Sasuke has a bit low emotional intelligence. You have to. Kanon stood up and patted Izumi's shoulder. Sister Kanon, what is Sasuke like? Izumi asked curiously, nodding. He likes to eat tomatoes, but I don't know about the rest. Kanon frowned, trying hard to recall the plot from the original work. Please generate power for love. This book will conclude at the end of the month. Chapter 262. It was snowing heavily in the sky. Kanon's brows gradually relaxed, revealing a faint smile. It seems that Sasuke doesn't have anything he particularly likes either. How about you try giving him some money? Huayin raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Quan with a teasing expression. Quan helplessly rolled her eyes at Huayin, looking speechless. All right, let's not talk about those digressions for now. Let's discuss how the two of you got together. Huayin blinked her lively eyes at the spring in front of her, filled with curiosity. You really are a gossip-loving guy, she said. The spring looked at Huayin with a hint of resentment, her face full of helplessness. Oh, by the way, have you had lunch? Kanon looked at the cute little lowly in front of her, and an inexplicable smile surged in her heart. For some reason, she just found it a bit funny. I haven't eaten yet, she said. Quan gently shook her head. Then you wait for me here for a while. I'll go cook for you. It's just right for you to try my cooking and see if I've made any progress. Kanon said as she took a pure white apron from the kitchen and put it on, looking at Izumi with gentle eyes. Kanon, are you sure you want to cook yourself? Izumi sat on a stool in the living room, staring at Kanon in shock, her face filled with surprise. Yeah, what's wrong? Hannah nodded slightly, but then saw the extremely disdainful look that Quan was giving her, which left her somewhat speechless. A hashtag suddenly popped up on Huayin's forehead, and her expression became a bit displeased. Quan, why don't you stay here and finish your meal before leaving? Kayan closed the kitchen door, her tone carrying a hint of fierceness. Quan looked at the somewhat angry Kayan, her eyes twitching slightly, secretly muttering to herself. She had tasted Kayan's cooking before, and how should she put it? It was just average. She wondered how it would be this time. Quan silently thought, as the sunlight outside spilled onto her fair face, giving it a golden glow. As time passed, the sunlight gradually descended. Is it ready yet, Kayan? Guan Urja, looking at the girl, still busy in the kitchen, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. With a click, the kitchen door was gently opened by the girl. It's ready. I made it this time, and I guarantee it will be delicious. Kayan carefully placed the steaming noodles on the dining table with both hands, a confident smile on her face. Why is it noodles? Quan asked curiously as he looked at the noodles in front of him. There's no rice in the kitchen. I'll go buy some later. Just make do with this for now. Kanan helplessly shrugged her shoulders, a hint of apology on her face. Well, but without rice. It seems a bit strange to just eat noodles. In Japan, noodles are not a staple food, just a side dish. Izumi looked at the noodles in front of her, which looked fairly good, and swallowed, feeling a bit hesitant. But at least they look and smell pretty good. Izumi nodded, then picked up her chopsticks, ready to taste. Under the girl's watchful gaze, Izumi froze for a moment after taking her first bite, her face showing a look of surprise. How is it, Izumi-chan? How does it taste? Hannah looked at Izumi with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, waiting for her answer. It tastes really good. Izumi nodded like a chick pecking at rice, looking somewhat cute, making people unable to resist wanting to pinch her cheeks. Then, under Hannah's gaze, Izumi devoured the noodles hungrily. Burp, your cooking skills have improved a lot this time, Hannah, Izumi said, holding her stomach, her face filled with happiness. Really? I've been practicing hard for several months, she replied. Hannah showed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. So, after practicing so hard for so long, who are you making it for? Izumi asked with a teasing expression, curiosity written all over her face. Ahem, let's not talk about that for now. Come on, let's go to the market and buy some groceries. Huayin shook her head, then held on to Quan's small hands with both of hers, cutely pleading, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, I just happen to have nothing to do right now. Quan was pulled up by the girl, a hint of a helpless smile on her face. Soon, the two opened the door and stepped into the warm sunlight. By the way, it's a bit cold outside. Do you want to put on an extra towel? Kanon looked at the shorter Izumi with concern, her eyes filled with tenderness. No need, I've already gotten used to it. Izumi shrugged, wearing a slightly relaxed smile. Well, okay then. Hannah nodded obediently, her face filled with understanding. The sun hanging in the high sky, like a giant fireball, shone down on the earth, gradually melting the once snow-covered landscape, revealing green buds and tender yellow grass. However, in the alley, some ice-covered water droplets could still be seen, sparkling under the sunlight. The person ahead seems a bit familiar. Izumi tugged at Hannah's sleeve, her face showing some confusion. Isn't that Naruto and Hinata? Kayan squinted at the distance, her pupils suddenly dilating, a look of surprise appearing on her face. Have they become this close? Quan looked at the two people laughing and talking in the distance, a wave of inexplicable emotions rising in her heart. She then looked up at Kayan, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. How about we take another path and not disturb them? Quan suggested with a somewhat understanding smile. Then let's do as you say. Kagani nodded, her face breaking into a sweet smile, and then she was led away by the girl down another path. The two girls held hands, chatting and laughing. Along the way, their outstanding looks attracted countless glances from passers-by, like a magnet. Sigh. Being good-looking is indeed a kind of trouble. At first, Kagani felt a bit shy under these gazes, always sporting a slight blush on her face. However, as time passed, she completely got used to it. She felt it would be better to wear a mask when going out in the future. She murmured softly, a faint flush appearing on her lovely face. Yes, Kagani, you do have a point. Huayin smiled and nodded. At that moment, a few pure white snowflakes began to drift down from the high sky, dancing lightly like fairies twirling in the air. A hint of moisture suddenly flickered in the girl's eyes as she looked up at the sky, unable to suppress a gasp, her face filled with surprise and curiosity. "Sister Huayin, look, it's snowing again," Quan exclaimed excitedly, linking her arms with Huayin's and pointing at the snowflakes in the sky, just like a child. "All right, I see it now." Huayin smiled as she reached out and gently tapped Quan's head, her tone laced with a hint of affection and helplessness. "Once we finish buying the groceries, we'll head back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Otherwise, if it starts snowing heavily later and we didn't bring an umbrella, it would be troublesome." "Ouch, why did you hit my head?" Quan hugged her head with both hands, looking at Huayin with a pitiful expression, her mournful eyes seemingly capable of dripping water. Seeing Quan's adorable appearance, Huayin felt an inexplicable joy rising within her. She finally understood why Itachi always liked to tap her head. It turned out this feeling was so delightful. Kane's eyes were filled with affection and tenderness as she looked at Quan, a sweet smile curving at the corners of her mouth. "All right, stop messing around. Come with me quickly," Huayin said softly, her tone carrying a hint of affection. "If you get lost in the crowd later, don't cry." "What are you talking about? I'm not a child anymore," Quan muttered in dissatisfaction, with 2 charming blushes rising on her cheeks. Please support for love. 1 account can support 3 for love. I beg you all. Chapter 263. The dish seems to be burnt. The market is still as crowded as ever. After Huayin quickly purchased the necessary ingredients, she hurriedly followed Quan and set off on the way home. The surrounding snowflakes floated down like delicate fairies, each containing endless beauty and purity, pleasing to the eye. Quan trailed closely behind Huayin, breathing heavily, puffs of white mist escaping her mouth. "Sister Huayin, slow down. At this speed, it seems you need to practice more." Huayin, walking ahead, slowly stopped and spoke with a hint of helplessness. She had merely used the body flicker technique, concentrating her chakra at her toes, which made her steps much lighter. This skill was also used effortlessly by Sure Sui in the original work, and Huayin had made slight improvements to increase her speed. "Not everyone is as strong as you." Quan leaned on her knees, panting heavily, with sweat sliding down her cheeks, appearing quite exhausted. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Huayin looked towards the spring, a hint of surprise flashing between her delicate brows. "What else could it be?" Quan looked at Huayin with a helpless expression, then slowly stood up and tucked her flowing long hair behind her ear. "Forget it. Let's keep going. We're not far from the clan's territory." Huayin held a heavy bag of vegetables with both hands, looking relaxed as if she had no burden at all. In contrast, Quan, who was only carrying 1 bag, was already panting, sticking out her tongue and gasping for breath. In the sky, snowflakes continued to fall incessantly, transforming from scattered dots at first to a magnificent scene of swirling snow. "How about we build a snowman to play with when we get home?" Huayin looked at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, and the snow on the ground became thicker, filling her heart with a sense of childlike wonder. "You really haven't lost your childlike spirit," she said, though it did sound quite interesting. Quan pretended to be annoyed and shot a glance at Huayin, but then thought of the children they had seen along the way happily building snowmen, and nodded in agreement. "Building snowmen? I haven't done that in a long time. When I was a child, every time it snowed at my hometown, I was always kept indoors due to health reasons." Kagun stared at the snowflakes falling from the sky, her thoughts drifting back to the distant past. It wasn't until 1 or 2 snowflakes gently touched her eyes, bringing a hint of moisture and coolness, that she was awakened from her memories. "All right, no more dawdling. Hurry up and catch up." Kain helplessly glanced at Izumi, who was still procrastinating in place, and urged, "Oh, come on." Izumi replied and immediately jogged to catch up. At this moment, the snowy ground was marked by 2 deep footprints, which were imprinted in the snow like marks of time, but were soon covered by the swirling snowflakes. The footprints led towards the remote Uchiha clan area. Although the current Hokage of Konoha was from the Uchiha clan, the location of the Uchiha clan had not changed, as if Fugaku intentionally arranged for his clan members to be on the outskirts of Konoha. However, all of this held little significance for Kain. After all, at her speed, she could easily reach Konoha in just over 10 minutes. Ding dong. The doorbell rang lightly as Izumi gently pressed the button. The door then opened with a click, revealing Sasuke, rubbing his sleepy eyes at the entrance. "Izumi, Kain, you 2 are finally back?" Sasuke yawned, his eyes filled with a mix of drowsiness and surprise. "Yeah, Sasuke-kun. Long time no see." Izumi shyly lowered her head, a blush rising on her face. "Ah, Izumi, long time no see." Sasuke scratched his head, appearing somewhat flustered. "Ahem, you 2 don't need to show off your affection in front of me." Kagun awkwardly cleared her throat, trying to break the somewhat awkward atmosphere. When Izumi heard the term young couple, She buried her head even lower. Hanaon smiled playfully at the sight. Ahem, you two continue your conversation. I'll go prepare dinner first. When Itachi comes back later, Sasuke, you go open the door. Kagami said, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Did you hear that? Kagami stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Sasuke, who was still stunned in place, gently tapping his head. Oh, I get it. Sasuke, a bit dissatisfied, rubbed his head and then nodded. The snow outside continued to fall in flurries, while the warmth of the indoors enveloped them. The television in the living room was still playing a program. Sasuke and Izumi sat on the sofa, focused intently on the screen. Huayin was busy in the kitchen, stir-frying dishes. Looking out at the heavy snow, she gradually fell into deep thought. In her previous life, she was frail and often sick as a child, confined at home. It seemed she had never fully enjoyed playing in the snow, let alone building a snowman. After becoming an adult, she entered society and fought alone, working 996 every day. Unexpectedly, overnight, she found herself in this world, perhaps due to a sudden death. Kain let out a gentle sigh. Fate is truly marvelous. In her past life, Kain did not have a good life, but now she is incredibly happy. She has family that loves her, a husband who cares for her, and many close friends. Thinking of these familiar faces, Kagani's lips curved into a sweet smile. Oh no, the vegetables are about to burn. Huayin looked at the charred rice cakes, quickly stir-frying them a few times before turning off the heat. It should still be edible, right? Looking at the rice cakes, her eyes twitched slightly, and she sighed, bringing the rice cakes to the dining table. Is the food ready? Sasuke walked over and asked. Look, it's burnt. If you're hungry, just eat this burnt one. I'll continue cooking. Hanin chuckled lightly and walked back into the kitchen. All right then. Sasuke didn't complain, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating the sticky rice cake. The snow outside still hadn't stopped. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. With rice cake in his mouth, Sasuke opened the door. Oh, why is everyone here? Sasuke was a bit surprised. Quite a few people had come back this time, including Jiraiya, Obito, and Shursui. What, aren't we welcome? Obito reached out and poked Sasuke's forehead, his eyes filled with affection, just like an uncle teasing his nephew. Haha, is the food ready? Minato scratched the back of his head. Not yet. Sister Hanin is still cooking. Sasuke shook his head. Then I'll go help her and show off my cooking skills. Kushina waved her hand excitedly. Ahaha, dear, let me handle the cooking, Minato said as he walked into the kitchen alone. Soon, everyone trickled into the room, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. This month I will finish this book. I haven't thought of the ending yet. Also, I'm asking for support for love. Thank you all. Chapter 264 Drunk. Thanks to Minato's help, Kagami's cooking speed has significantly increased, and a warm and efficient atmosphere fills the kitchen. Lord Suigetsu's culinary skills are truly impressive. The sound of Hainan's voice carried a hint of unexpected surprise, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Haha, it's nothing much. I just occasionally cook a little something for Kushina. Minato gently scratched his head, his face radiating a warm, sunny smile. The two of them, carrying plates full of delicious food, walked lightly out of the kitchen and carefully placed them on the dining table. The spread looked quite tempting. Jiraiya picked up a glass of crystal-clear white wine, gently swirling it to admire the color of the liquid. Hey, Jiraiya, could you stop being so obsessed with drinking? Kushina frowned, giving Jiraiya an annoyed glare, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Ahem, I'm just having a little sip. Besides, I haven't been drinking much lately, Jiraiya said, appearing somewhat awkward as he instinctively rubbed the back of his head, trying to ease the atmosphere. I've reminded you so many times, Uzumaki Kushina complained, her eyes wide open, looking both serious and somewhat cute. Let's not talk about that for now. Everyone come eat. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. Obito, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, casually pouring himself a glass of white wine. Kakashi, do you want some too? He asked. Yeah, pour me some, Kakashi replied, extending his cup with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Obito held the wine bottle, slowly pouring the liquid into Kakashi's cup, but accidentally spilled a little. Kakashi was quick to react, swiftly bringing his mouth to catch it, then downing the wine in one go, revealing a satisfied smile. This wine is really good, Jiraiya-sensei. Where did you get it? Kakashi asked, looking curiously at Jiraiya. Oh, this is homemade wine. How does it taste? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Very good, Kakashi praised sincerely. Then I want to try some too. Minato raised his cup. Just as he was about to take it, he caught a glimpse of an angry Kushina nearby, causing his heart to tighten. Ahem, honey, I'm not drinking today. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's forehead, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Everyone present couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, laughter echoing throughout the room. I didn't expect Lord Minato to be a wife-controlled man, Izumi murmured as she picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks. Although her voice was low, it clearly reached Minato's ears. Minato, idiot dad, Naruto said with a helpless pout, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Let's keep eating, Minato forced a smile, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Itachi observed the scene at the dining table, his eyes twitching slightly, feeling a mix of emotions. All right, today I'm going to show off my drinking capacity. Kagani raised the cup in her hand and said hazily, didn't you just drink a whole cup? Itachi looked at his wife's appearance and shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Shut up, Itachi-kun. I'm not drunk at all right now. Hanane's cheeks turned slightly red, making her look even cuter at that moment. Haha, disciple, come, let master pour you a drink. Jiraiya stood up with a teasing expression, trying to pour Hanine another cup. Jiraiya, don't corrupt the little girl here. Kushina Uzumaki stood up with dissatisfaction, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. This. Kakashi, seeing this scene, hesitated to speak, secretly muttering to himself. Isn't it Hanine who wants to drink this? Why is it related to Jiraiya? Sister Kushina, I can still drink. Huayin said tipsily, her body starting to sway involuntarily. Are you really okay? Kushina looked at Huayin with concern, her eyes filled with worry. I'm fine. Kanon patted her chest, tried to prove her sobriety. Then let's have one last drink. But no matter what happens next, you mustn't drink again. Understood? Itachi stood up, patted Kanon's head, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. But his eyes couldn't hide the affection. I understand, Itachi-kun. Kanon nodded tipsily, her face radiating a satisfied smile. At this moment, a large number of snowflakes were falling from the high sky, mixed with raindrops, causing the windows to whistle in the wind, adding a touch of romance to this warm night. The room was brightly lit, and everyone sat together, filled with laughter and joy. Soon, Huayin's body began to sway, looking somewhat unsteady. Yu quickly supported Huayin, and everyone present laughed even more joyfully at this scene. The entire room was filled with a warm and joyous atmosphere. Everything seemed so beautiful and harmonious. Of course, it would be best if it could continue like this forever. It seems you've had too much to drink again today, you said with a hint of helplessness, gently holding Huayin and then tenderly laying her down on the bed. Hannah's face looked quite unwell pale, feeling as if the whole world was spinning, dizzy, and nearly losing consciousness. Are you feeling nauseous? Come on, let me help you up. Itachi, full of concern, tightly held his wife in his arms. Hannah's voice was weak and vague, and she emanated a strong smell of alcohol. Then, a silly smile crept onto her lips. Sigh. Itachi gently sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with deep worry and affection. The snowflakes outside gradually grew larger, swirling like feathers dancing in the sky. A thin layer of ice quietly formed on the window, crystal clear. Even just looking at the world outside, clad in silver, through the window made one feel a piercing cold, causing involuntary shivers. Itachi carefully comforted Hannah, gently lifting her back to bed and ensuring she lay comfortably. Only after confirming that Hannah had completely fallen into a deep sleep did a hint of relief appear on Itachi's face, and soon he too gradually fell into slumber. Please support with love. This is really important for the author. Even a little support for love can accumulate. Thank you all. Chapter 265, Building a Snowman. The sky gradually brightened. A gentle light quietly seeped through the window, softly illuminating the room, bringing a touch of freshness and tranquility. It was the new year, and Itachi rarely had a moment of leisure to enjoy the precious holiday time. Itachi-kun, let's go build a snowman. After finishing her wash, Huayin had a sweet smile on her face, gently linking her arms with Itachi's, and said in a spoiled tone, All right, I still have some trivial matters to handle within the clan. Itachi, holding a piece of white paper in his hand, looked at Huayin helplessly, his eyes filled with affection. When will you be done with that? Kagani curiously leaned close to Itachi's embrace, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. It's almost time, Itachi sighed softly, then gently stroked his wife's head. Today, Kagamine's specially dressed up, wearing a delicate scarf on her head. The material of the scarf is somewhat unique, and it is cleverly embroidered with fox ears. It looks particularly playful and cute, making one unable to help but take a few more glances. The clock on the wall ticks softly, time flows by quietly like water, and every moment feels so precious. Can you accompany me out now? Kagani once again intertwined her hands with Itachi's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy. It should be fine now. Itachi put down the white paper in his hand, stood up, stretched, and a hint of a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Then let's hurry up. Sasuke and Izumi have already gone out to build a snowman. We must catch up with their progress. Huayin held Itachi's arm with both hands, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, making her look even more adorable, like a flower blooming in winter. Won't you be cold wearing so little? Itachi said, a hint of sweat on his forehead as he looked at his wife with concern. Not at all, Huayin replied, glancing down at herself, then gently patting her dress. It was thick in material. The outfit she wore was similar to a shrine maiden's attire from the Nain shrine, making her appear even more fresh and ethereal, like a fairy descending to earth. In short, she looked beautiful. Let's go, it's time to head out. Itachi smiled as he walked forward, his steps light. Kagami followed closely behind him, her face beaming with a happy smile. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, revealing a world draped in silver. It had snowed all night last night, and the world seemed to have been redecorated. The ground was covered with a thick layer of white snow, resembling a fairy tale. The young boy and girl walked hand in hand on the ground, leaving deep footprints. It seemed that the snow had already stopped. Huayin looked up at the sky, exhaling a warm breath, her face radiating joy. So where should we build the snowman? The weasel asked curiously, holding Huayin's hand. Let's go to Hokage Rock. Henio tugged at Itachi's collar, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Why go there to build a snowman? Itachi looked at his wife with curiosity, his eyes filled with tenderness and confusion. Because that's the highest place in Konoha. Building a snowman, there must be really fun. And we can see the entire scenery of Konoha. Hannah blinked her eyes, looking even cuter and more charming. All right, I'll listen to you, but we need to hurry. Otherwise the sun will rise soon and the snow will melt. Itachi nodded, his expression softening even more. Let's hurry then. Kain held Weasel's hand and ran forward quickly, her steps light and cheerful. Weasel closely followed the girl, his eyes filled with affection and care, as if the whole world was beautiful because of her. In the high sky, snowflakes gradually fell, and the surrounding north wind howled past, blowing on the two of them, yet it seemed to be melted by their love, becoming not so cold anymore. The ground they stepped on was deeply sunken, leaving deep footprints, but soon filled by the snowflakes, as if time had stopped at that moment. The young boy and girl held hands tightly and gradually disappeared into the snowstorm. At this moment, in the forest, layers of tree obstacles were pushed aside by the two, causing layers of accumulated snow to fall, as if clearing the way for their progress. Huffing, after running for so long, they should be reaching the mountaintop soon. Hannah stretched out her arms and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. How about we take a break? Yao looked at his wife with a helpless expression. After running for such a long time, he was feeling a bit tired, not to mention Hannah. All right, Hannah sighed softly. After resting for a moment, she slowly stood up and continued walking toward the mountaintop, with Itachi closely following behind her. As they walked, some sights of Konohagakure gradually came into view. The streets were filled with a strong aroma of human activity, with various vendors bustling about. On the rooftops, members of the Umbu quietly safeguarded the peace of the civilians. This is probably the embodiment of the will of fire. As Hainan climbed higher, her view became increasingly expansive, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself, filled with emotions. The older generation protected the new generation, willingly paying the price of their lives, which is why the Leaf Village is now prosperous and thriving. Canon has always believed that the will of fire is just like this. What are you thinking about? Itachi's gentle voice rang in her ears, interrupting the girl's thoughts. It's nothing. Kagami blushed and gently shook her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Soon, the two reached the top of Hokage Rock. This was the place where Naruto often came to cause trouble in the original story. At this moment, looking down, the entire view of Konoha Village spread out before them. It was vast, really very vast. Hanyin's nose was slightly flushed as she quietly gazed into the distance. For some reason, her heart was filled with excitement at this moment. In her previous life, she was bound by the 996 work schedule, busy from dawn till dusk. Yet in this life, she was living so comfortably. Hanin took a deep breath, her eyes slightly moist. Why are you crying? Itachi asked with a worried expression. It's nothing. I'm just so happy to have you by my side, Itachi-kun. Huayin reached out to wipe away her tears, and the boy in front of her took out a stack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to Huayin. Kagani took the tissue and gently blew her nose. All right, let's hurry up and build a snowman, or the sun will come out soon. Be careful, Yato said, extending his hand and looking gently at the girl. Kagami extended her hand, feeling the warmth transmitted from Itachi's hand, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Please support for love. The author really can't afford to eat. It's been too cold these days. He has caught a cold again. Everyone must keep warm. Having a cold is really uncomfortable. My head is still a bit dizzy now. Chapter 266. Are you sick? Above the clouds. A few rays of warm sunlight gradually broke through, yet the surrounding world remained shrouded in a cold atmosphere. Kagani and Itachi are focused on building a snowman. The shape of the snowman they created is not very perfect. It's crooked and only barely resembles a snowman. But I guess it's still considered building a snowman. Kagani looked at the somewhat misshapen snowman in front of her and let out a gentle sigh. Well, no matter what, the snowman is finally built. What do you plan to do next? Itachi looked curiously at the girl beside him and asked. The two snowmen were closely pressed together, resembling the intimate relationship between Itachi and Kagani. How about a snowball fight next? Kagami turned her gaze to the snowman, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. A snowball fight? But the snow is almost melting. Upon hearing this suggestion, Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly. It doesn't matter, let's go. Huayin chuckled lightly, then scooped up a handful of snow from the ground, casually rubbing it between her hands. Before long, a snowball gradually took shape in her hands. However, before Huayin could throw the snowball, Weasel had already struck first, quickly hurling a snowball over. With a loud thud, the snowball hit Huayin on the head and instantly melted into water. Although the damage was minimal, the humiliation was quite strong. Kain stretched out her arm, wiping her face carelessly, looking a bit disheveled. You wait for me, Itachi. Huayin's eyes widened, pretending to look fierce as she stared at Itachi, who was teasing her from a distance with a playful expression. Well, I'll just wait here then. Itachi chuckled lightly, his tone full of teasing. Is that so? How could Huayin endure this? She decisively threw the snowball in her hand towards Itachi, but Itachi nimbly dodged it. With a bang, the snowball smashed against a tree, leaving a puddle of heavy droplets. Then, the two began an intense snowball fight, but it was clear that Itachi had the upper hand. Huayin appeared particularly awkward due to her height disadvantage. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Henio spat out the cold snow water, her face already wet, looking even more rosy and alluring. All right, let's hurry home. Be careful not to catch a cold. Seeing his wife like this, Itachi heartily took off his coat and gently draped it over Henio's shoulders. You idiot, Itachi-kun. Why were you hiding all this time? Henio glared at him discontentedly. But you didn't say I shouldn't hide. Itachi started to speak but hesitated. And if I don't say it, can't you just give in to me a little? Kanon trembled, her teeth chattering as she looked at Itachi. Okay, I was wrong. Itachi sighed helplessly. What did you do wrong? Kanon pressed on. I was wrong about everything. Itachi sighed again. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by invisible hands, revealing the sun, which poured down a large amount of light, warm and bright like the rising sun, illuminating the snow-covered ground. The boy and girl held hands and slowly began to descend the mountain. Their footsteps left a series of deep prints in the snow, and their shadows grew longer with the afterglow of the sunset. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi opened the door and began to busy himself with boiling hot water. Kanon, the water is almost ready, Itachi shouted towards the room. Where are my clothes? Came the weak, shivering voice of the girl from inside the room. I've already put them in the bathroom, Itachi replied softly. With a click, the door was pushed open. Kagani was only wearing extremely thin clothing, shivering as she quickly rushed into the bathroom and swiftly locked the door. Itachi shook his head helplessly and continued to boil water for Kagani. He gazed out at the swirling snow outside, lost in deep thought. The rising white steam from the boiling water disrupted Itachi's train of thought. Sigh, this time he had gone too far. He shouldn't have used snowballs to hit his wife. He would definitely be more careful next time. Itachi poured the boiled water into a cup, took a small sip to test the temperature, and pondered to himself. After confirming that the water was at a suitable temperature, he finally set the cup down with relief. The snowflakes outside were falling thicker and showed no signs of slowing down or stopping. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the bathroom, followed by Huayin changed her clothes and slowly stepped out of the misty space filled with hazy moisture. Uchiha was anxious and hurriedly ran to his wife's room, quickly took out the hairdryer, and gently said, Let me dry your hair. You mustn't catch a cold, okay? Kagani stood quietly beside Itachi, resembling a serene painting. At this moment, Itachi unhesitatingly took off his coat and gently draped it over Kagani's shoulders. He held a hairdryer, blowing air through the girl's long, wet hair, each strand emitting a faint fragrance, possibly the scent of shampoo, which Itachi quite enjoyed. He couldn't help but swallow. This scene naturally did not escape Kagani's eyes, and she rolled her eyes lightly, muttering in dissatisfaction. What a pervert. Ahem, will it be cold next? Should I put on another layer? Itachi awkwardly coughed, trying to shift the slightly awkward topic. Looking at the boy in front of her, clearly flustered and somewhat shy, Henio couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, her smile blooming like flowers in spring. What are you laughing at? Itachi was filled with confusion, not understanding why, upon seeing Henio's warm smile. An inexplicable joy surged in his heart. It's nothing. Hurry and help me to bed to rest. Hana shot Itachi a glare and pretended to be dissatisfied. Itachi sighed helplessly, carefully carrying his wife to the bedside and helping her sit down safely. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get you a cup of hot water. After making sure his wife was settled, Itachi hurried out of the room. In a little while, Itachi walked back into the room with a steaming cup of hot water. The water was slowly poured into the cup, rising in a wisp of white steam. All right, drink slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. Itachi held the thermos tightly with both hands and cautiously handed it to Hana. Okay, I know, I'm not without hands, you silly. Huayin helplessly complained, but her heart felt like it was wrapped in honey, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. After drinking a mouthful of warm water, the girl's originally weak and pale face gradually regained some color, like peach blossoms blooming in spring, charming and captivating. In fact, even when sick, it wouldn't have much impact on Huayin, who had already reached the peak of the six paths. To put it bluntly, Huayin is intentionally pretending to be weak to make Itachi worry about her. After all, she had a very miserable past life and never experienced the feeling of being cared for. In this life, no matter what, Huayin will do her utmost to protect everything, even at a cost. Please support for love. He is sick, now lying by the bedside. Feeling dizzy. One account can give 3 supports for love. The author really needs this. Thank you all. Chapter 267. Thank you, Itachi. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap. The faint fish-belly white on the distant horizon gradually fades away, quickly sinking into the dark night. The bright moon hanging high in the night sky is shining brightly, like a silver disk, casting soft light through the half-open window, gently brushing against the girl's face, adding a touch of tranquility to her. Do you feel better now? Itachi quietly lies beside Huayin, holding her tightly in his arms, his tone filled with concern and worry. Much better, Itachi. I'm really hungry now. Henio weakly responded, but a smile blossomed on her face. It's so late already, Sai. All right, I'll go make you some porridge. Itachi sighed helplessly, gently lifting the blanket corner, preparing to get up. However, as soon as he lifted the blanket, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, causing Henio to shiver and quickly pull her feet back into the warmth of the bed. Phew, the weather is really getting colder. Am I being too much of a hassle for Itachi-kun? Kanon looked up at Uchiha Itachi, who was about to leave the room, her eyes filled with complexity and guilt. After all, she wasn't actually sick. Or rather, even if she were truly ill with her current six paths bloodline, she would recover quickly. Forget it. Since I've already spoken up, when Itachi gets sick one day, I'll take care of him like this too. Huayin shook her head, looking exceptionally cute like a rattle drum. Friendship is mutual and requires effort from both sides. Love is even more so. Only by cherishing and caring for each other can it last long. Naturally, Huayin could understand this truth. Click. The sound of the doorknob turning gently interrupted Huayin's thoughts. All right, the porridge is ready. Yao pushed the door open and casually turned on the light. Instantly, the dim room was filled with bright light. Hannah's eyes were suddenly blinded by a burst of light, and it took her 2 or 3 seconds to gradually adjust. Come, try it and see how it tastes. Itachi gently held the bowl in one hand and offered a spoon to Hannah's lips with the other. Huayin opened her small mouth and put the spoon into it. Her cheeks turned slightly red, like blooming peach blossoms. How does it taste? I've been learning to cook porridge these past few days. You smiled at your wife, your eyes filled with anticipation. It's a bit sweet, but I quite like it. Kayan nodded, looking as cute as a chick pecking at rice. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to take another bite. You can eat by yourself. You're not a baby anymore. Why do you still need someone to feed you? Yao teased as he handed the bowl to Kayan. Kagani was suddenly stunned, looking at Itachi with a bewildered expression. I'm going to sleep now. I still have work tomorrow, Itachi said with a bitter smile, gently flicking Kagani's forehead. Well, I didn't actually insist that you feed me. You took it upon yourself. Kagamine's cheeks turned even redder as she turned her head away and said with a hint of pride. The corner of her blanket was lifted again, and a gust of cold wind rushed in from beneath her feet. However, this cold wind was quickly filled in by Itachi. He lay on the bed, looking at Kagamine and said, What are you looking at me for? You just eat your food. Who cares to look at you? You're being overly sentimental. Kanon snorted coldly and turned her head away again. Looking at his wife's proud demeanor, Itachi shook his head helplessly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Forget it. Let's just go to bed early. Huayin saw that the weasel had already fallen asleep, so she thoughtfully pulled up the corner of the blanket. After finishing her porridge, she gently lifted a corner of the quilt and quietly walked into the living room. She carefully washed all the bowls and chopsticks in the living room, then yawned, her eyes showing some fatigue. However, for some reason, she just didn't want to sleep. Perhaps it was because the weasel had been taking care of her so attentively, making her feel incredibly warm and touched. Or maybe it was because this feeling of being moved made her emotionally stirred. After all, in her previous life, she had never experienced this sense of family. Perhaps that was the reason. As soon as Huayin thought of the scene where Itachi had taken care of her so attentively, a blush appeared on her face. The snow outside the window had stopped falling at some point. She gazed at the snowy landscape outside, and even through the window, she could feel a bone-chilling cold. Kanon couldn't help but shiver. It's better to go back to bed and sleep for now. At night, Huayin quietly lay on the bedside, gazing at the bright moon outside the window, her thoughts drifting back to a distant past. In her previous life, she had been frail and sickly since childhood, appearing particularly weak compared to her peers. Because of this, she often became a target of bullying among her contemporaries. Whenever she recalled these past events, Huayin couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, but soon after, she let out a gentle sigh. Alas, no matter how furious she was, what difference would it make? Time flies, and those who once bullied her have now become vague figures in her memory. If she continued to hold a grudge, wouldn't that just make her look foolish? Perhaps those who once hurt her have already settled down and started families. Well, it's time for me to address this habit of self-inflicted turmoil. Huayin was lost in thought, tossing and turning, finding it hard to fall asleep. At that moment, the sleeping weasel instinctively reached out an arm and gently pulled Huayin into his embrace. You fool you. Kanon originally wanted to reach out and gently pat Itachi's head, but quickly withdrew her hand. The boy before her had his eyes tightly shut, and faint crow's feet were visible at the corners of his eyes. There were subtle traces of tears on his cheeks, but compared to the original work, it wasn't particularly obvious. Was it caused by overwork? Looking at Itachi's exhausted appearance, a surge of indescribable pain welled up in Kanon's heart. You must be living a harder life than I am, she said. Huayin slowly her hands, gently hugging Itachi's head, her eyes slightly red and filled with sympathy. I really can't come up with anything else. If I can get through this month, I'll finish it at lightning speed. And the new book is almost ready. It's also this theme. The main character will be called Huayin, Chapter 268. Jiraiya-sensei, why are you here? In the distance, a faint fish-belly white quietly rose. And Huayin, in the haze, groggily opened her sleepy eyes. What came into view was the soft pillow she was tightly hugging. She confusedly raised her head slowly, her eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment. Strange, where did Itachi-kun go? Huayin felt a flicker of doubt in her heart as she gently lifted a corner of the quilt. She carefully got out of bed, and due to the unusually cold weather, Kanon quickly put on heavy clothing, wrapping herself up tightly. The snowflakes outside continued to fall gently, covering the entire world in a layer of silver, making it appear so plain and ordinary, yet with a unique charm. After finishing her grooming, Huayin stepped into the spacious and bright living room. The dining table was already set with steaming hot dishes, emanating an enticing aroma. And beside it was a warm little note. Hannah gently opened the small note, and what caught her eye were Itachi's elegant and graceful handwriting. I went out to buy some groceries this morning. I'll be back in a bit. You can eat first. Honestly, it's snowing so heavily outside, and you're still going out. I really don't know what to say to you. Kagun whispered softly, then sat down on the chair, savoring the meal that Itachi had prepared for her. Itachi's cooking was indeed impressive. Each bite left a lasting aftertaste. Kanon was eating when her eyes unexpectedly became moist. Strange. Why am I suddenly crying? Huayin gently wiped the tears that fell from her right eye, a wave of inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. After all, in her past life, she never had the chance to enjoy these moments. The girl raised her head to look at the sky outside the window, only to find that the sun had long since disappeared, and snowflakes were still drifting down in scattered flurries. The snowflakes danced and fluttered, covering everything in a pristine white, as if nature had meticulously arranged this beautiful scene. It had been snowing for so long. Why hadn't it stopped yet? Huayin complained with dissatisfaction, her heart filled with anticipation for Itachi's return. Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting Huayin's thoughts. Coming, Please wait a moment. Huayin hurriedly ran back to her room, picked up a comb, and began to tidy up her slightly messy hair. In the morning, she had focused on washing her face and brushing her teeth, but forgot to comb her hair. At this moment, she looked a bit disheveled. How embarrassing it would be if she opened the door and ran into someone she knew. After quickly finishing her hair, Kaorin returned to the living room and opened the door. Long time no see. She waved her hand naturally, showing a sweet smile on her face. However, when she saw the person outside the door, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? She had thought it was Itachi returning, but was left greatly disappointed. What's wrong? Is it not okay for me to come back and check on you? Jiraiya was at a loss for words, secretly wondering how this little girl had become so guarded. I didn't say you couldn't come. So, are you here to borrow money or what? Kagamine's brows furrowed slightly, giving her a somewhat serious appearance, but with her adorable face, it was impossible to look serious. Ahem, I'm just here to see you. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling speechless. This little girl, it's only been a few months since I last saw her. How did she become so hard to read? All right, I'm not going to tease you anymore. Have you eaten breakfast yet, Jiraiya-sensei? Hana let out a light sigh, her brows gradually relaxing, and a faint smile reappeared on her face. Not yet. Did you make all of this? Jiraiya sat down, curiously examining the dishes on the table. Yeah, you should try it. Huayin said with a bold face, but felt a bit anxious in her heart. In fact, these dishes were not made by her at all. They were completely made by Itachi. Kanon walked into the kitchen and took out a brand new pair of chopsticks, handing them to Jiraiya. Jiraiya accepted the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his eyes lit up, completely conquered by the girl's culinary skills. How does it taste? Kanon looked at Jiraiya's intoxicated expression, and an inexplicable smile rose in her heart. The taste is pretty good. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. However, Jiraiya took out a white piece of paper from the bottom of the bowl. This white piece of paper was left for Kanon by Itachi. Oh no, I didn't expect to be discovered by teacher Jiraiya. Kagani suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, a blush spreading across her face. You think it's too early to trick your master. These dishes weren't made by you, right? Jiraiya curled his lips, looking somewhat comical. Well, you guessed right. Kagani's forehead suddenly had a character pop up, and an inexplicable anger surged within her. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Jiraiya was a bit deserving of a beating. Ha, you girl, you're really starting to resemble Tsunade more and more. I specifically came to find you this time, mainly to inquire about the inheritance of the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya first let out an awkward chuckle. Then his expression instantly became serious. Oh, you mean this matter? What exactly happened? Kanon showed a hint of confusion on her face. No, that is not what I meant. I heard before that you had signed some kind of contract with the Dragon Cave. Jiraiya gently shook his head, his eyes revealing seriousness and concern as he fixed his gaze on the girl before him. Yes. Kanon's heart suddenly tightened, and she couldn't help but swallow. She nodded slightly. Were you deceived by that white snake sage? Jiraiya took a deep breath, his eyes filled with worry and urgency as he stared intently at the girl. Yes, I was indeed deceived by that white snake sage. I'll show you that contract right now. Please wait a moment. Kano's voice carried a hint of grievance. Her eyes slightly red as she spoke and quickly ran towards the room. Soon, she took out an ancient scroll from the drawer. Jiraiya took the scroll, carefully unfolded it, and upon seeing its contents, his expression instantly darkened. Sigh, why didn't you take a good look at the contents of these contracts back then? Jiraiya looked at the girl, his eyes filled with disappointment. I thought the white snake sage was a good person. Hanane's eyes glistened with tears as she gently nodded, looking especially pitiful. So, what do you plan to do next? Jiraiya asked again, taking a deep breath and looking serious. I plan to work hard to improve my strength and see if I can find a way to break these contract agreements. Hana lightly shook her head, looking somewhat dejected. Did Itachi mention this to you as well? Jiraiya sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with concern. Yes. Kagami nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, her face full of affirmation. So, does the Toad Sage have any instructions or comments? Jiraiya asked again. He didn't say anything. Kagani replied with a worried expression, filled with unease and anxiety. That probably means there's nothing serious, Jiraiya said, patting his chest, feeling relieved in his heart, and his tone became much lighter. Please support for love. He was fired from the factory due to being sick every day and hasn't received her wages. Everyone, please pay extra attention to keeping warm. Chapter 269, something I made just for you. Ding dong. The doorbell rang melodiously again, like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing through the thoughts of the two people and interrupting the conversation. Hannah slowly stood up, her steps light as she walked towards the door. Gently, she opened it, and what came into view was Itachi Uchiha, holding heavy bags in both hands, a gentle smile spreading across his face, instantly easing the tension in Hannah's heart. After all, her recent conversation with Jiraiya had left her heartstrings taut, and her nerves were in a heightened state of tension. However, seeing Itachi at this moment felt like a spring breeze brushing against her face, and she quickly relaxed. What's wrong? Itachi keenly sensed the subtle change in his wife's emotions. A hint of concern reflected in his eyes as he softly inquired. Hannah quickly recounted the cause and process of the incident to Itachi. Itachi exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, both of their faces showing a hint of helplessness. I told you, even though you're already an adult, you should be more cautious next time you encounter something like signing a contract. Itachi gently reached out and tapped Hannah's head lightly, his tone filled with affection and helplessness. Kain held her head in both hands, her eyes shimmering with a pitiful light. Stop, stop, stop. Don't hit me anymore. I know I was wrong. Kagami complained pitifully, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Ahem, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat, interrupting the warm scene of the two enjoying each other's company. Teacher Jiraiya, take care and don't bother to see me off. Kanon watched Jiraiya's retreating figure and gently waved her hand, teasingly. Jiraiya stumbled a few steps, nearly losing his balance. He turned back and shot Kanon a glare, his eyes filled with reproach. This little girl, she really is becoming more and more troublesome, especially after running off with that Itachi guy. Not even calling me master sweetly anymore. Jiraiya muttered to himself, giving Itachi another glare. Itachi looked confused and shrugged, as if to say, I don't know either. In the end, under their gazes, Jiraiya gradually walked further away, until he disappeared into the vast snowstorm. By the way, aren't you going to see off Teacher Jiraiya? Itachi looked a bit awkwardly at his wife, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. It's too cold. I really don't want to go see him off. Hanako shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of playful reproach. After all, he had taught you for quite a while. Itachi reached up and scratched his head, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Well then, you do have a point there. Kagami nodded, then took a black umbrella from the room and gracefully walked outside. I'll go cook first, so remember to come back early. Itachi called softly to the girl who was gradually walking away, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness and anticipation. Okay, I understand. Kagun turned her head and responded with a clear and pleasant voice. Then, she quickened her pace and ran toward the distance. The snowflakes fell like fairies, swirling and dancing, while everything around her rapidly receded. Hey, stupid Jiraiya! Kagami saw the familiar figure in the distance and shouted loudly. At that moment, the middle-aged man with long white hair stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at Kagami with a confused expression. Kagami, what's wrong? Are you going to miss me? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and looked at the girl teasingly. Of course not, you idiot. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's snowing so heavily. And you didn't even bring an umbrella? You're such a fool, Kain said with a thunder tone, then took out a black umbrella from her bosom and handed it to Jiraiya. Thanks, Jiraiya replied with a gentle smile, taking the umbrella and holding it over his head. Snowflakes fell from the sky, swirling down more heavily. The tall and short figures walked side by side. Along the way, Jiraiya kept reminiscing about the past. By the way, Kain, what is Orochimaru doing now? Jiraiya suddenly asked curiously while walking. I'm not sure either. Why? Do you want to see him, Teacher Jiraiya? Kagami asked in confusion. Jiraiya nodded helplessly. Sigh, then I'll take you to find him another day. At least not today. I still have to go back and eat the meal made by Itachi-kun. Hannah said with a slight frown. Oh, I understand now. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, his gaze calmly looking into the distance. In the far distance, a flake of snow was slowly falling. The footprints of the two on the ground quickly grew farther apart, and before long, they were filled by the swirling wind and snow. All right, I'll take you this far. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Kagami gently gazed at the bustling commercial street of Konohagakure and softly spoke. The surrounding crowd was lively, like fireworks blooming, with the shouts of vendors rising and falling, creating a vivid scene of the marketplace. Well, goodbye. Jiraiya turned around, his eyes filled with affection, smiling as he waved farewell to Kagami. The girl, seeing this, also smiled and waved back, their figures gradually blending into the bustling crowd. The snowflakes drifting in the sky had quietly stopped falling at some point. The sound of Huayin lightly trembling, she reached out and pressed the doorbell. The door creaked open slowly, and the person who opened it was Sasuke. Sister Huayin, why are you back so late? Sasuke looked at Huayin with a face full of resentment, his eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Yeah, what's wrong? Hanyo walked into the entrance with a smile. After changing her shoes, she stepped into the living room. At the dining table, Naruto and Hinata were sitting and chatting, while in the kitchen, Itachi Uchiha was busy cooking. By the way, Sasuke, where have Mom and Dad gone? Hana looked curiously at Sasuke. They had casually strolled around Konoha. Sasuke shrugged, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. I see. You're back. The kitchen door was gently pushed open, and Itachi walked out with a fragrant plate in his hands, on which were steaming, delicious-looking buns. I'm back. Kagami blinked, her eyes shimmering with surprise and anticipation. Well, this is specially made for you. Go ahead and try it. Itachi smiled gently, his gaze full of affection. Please generate power for love. Please give gifts. Please leave a 5-star review. These are very important for the author. Chapter 270 Hinata. Oh no, I've been stolen. How does it taste? Itachi gazed at his wife with a tender expression. It's quite good. Hanyo gently nodded, her cheeks puffing up slightly, making her look exceptionally cute. Hey, Hanyo. Hinata and I are going out to play, Naruto said, watching the warm scene between Itachi and Hanyo, feeling a bit envious and twitching at the corner of his eye. All right, just be careful while you're out, and make sure to come home early. Kanon nodded, a warm, motherly smile appearing in her eyes. She didn't expect Naruto and Hinata to be so close now, even holding hands. Although she had triggered the butterfly effect, Naruto and Hinata ultimately ended up together. This truly surprised her. It's still snowing outside. Should they really be going out? Itachi said with concern. It's fine, Itachi-kun. They already took an umbrella and went out. All right, let's stop discussing them. Kagami stood on tiptoe, gently cradling Itachi's face with both hands, her tone filled with warmth. The sun hanging high in the sky gradually sank in the west, and the surrounding snowflakes quietly ceased their fall without anyone noticing. Before long, the evening sun slowly descended, casting its afterglow on the streets and alleys of Konoha village, making the entire village look particularly cozy. All right, I'll take you here, Naruto said as he escorted Hinata to the Hyuga clan's residence and waved goodbye. Okay, see you later, Naruto-kun. Hinata jogged away, then shyly waved her hand at Naruto with a flushed face. Just as she turned her head, she saw her father with a serious expression. Father, what's wrong? Hinata asked timidly, lowering her head. When did your relationship with that Naruto fellow become so good? Hayashi Hyuga asked sternly, his face darkening. It felt like raising a cabbage for many years only to have it taken by a pig one day. As a father, the last thing he wanted to see was something like this happening. But no matter how much he calculated, he still couldn't foresee it. That guy Fugaku is really quick. Hayashi's expression immediately became extremely grim. Let's go inside. It's cold outside. Be careful not to catch a cold, Hayashi said calmly as he looked at his daughter. Yes, father, Hinata replied, lowering her head as she walked inside. Naruto, you quickly tell me, when exactly did you and that Hinata become close? Kanon looked at Naruto with a curious and gossiping expression. Hey, Naruto, we're just ordinary friends. Don't get the wrong idea, he said, blushing and stammering. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Hanyo looked at Naruto with a gossiping gaze, a sly smile appearing on her face. All right, stop prying into other people's private matters. Itachi looked at his wife helplessly, then reached out and gently tapped her on the head. I got it, sorry. Hana held her head and nodded. I'll go take a shower first. Naruto's eye twitched slightly. It's so cold. Are you sure you still want to take a shower? Don't catch a cold. Hana looked at Naruto with concern. It's fine, I'm already used to it. Just as Naruto was about to refuse and lock the door, Hana walked over. I'll heat some water for you first. It's easy to catch a cold if you take a cold shower. All right then. Thank you, Naruto said reluctantly. Then turned to look out the window. The dusk outside was gradually fading, and the lights of thousands of homes were bright, with everyone happily staying indoors. The snow had stopped falling at some point and was gradually melting on the ground. The previous weather still had a hint of brightness, but now that hint had completely disappeared, replaced by the streetlights and the lights from other families. All right, the hot water is ready. Naruto? Hanyo waved her hand in front of the dazed Naruto, who quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Thanks. Looking at Naruto's indifferent demeanor, Hanyo couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, the Naruto from the original work was always so cheerful and sunny, just like Minato Namake's. Reflecting on the various ways she had taken care of Naruto before, Hana did not expect that Naruto's personality would change so drastically, becoming cold and deep like Sasuke in the original work. Kagami lightly rested her chin on her hand, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she fell into deep thought. The reason Sasuke's personality is so indifferent is because the flames of revenge burn in his heart. So what about Naruto? What could have caused him to change like this? It can't possibly be just to become stronger quickly in order to protect someone who is unrelated to him, right? Never mind. Hannah decided to stop getting entangled in these chaotic matters and let her thoughts return to calmness. Shall we go for a walk? Yao gently turned his head and looked at his wife tenderly. Sure, let's go. Kanon was about to reach for the umbrella when Itachi gently stopped her. The snow outside had already stopped, so taking the umbrella seemed a bit unnecessary. Itachi scratched his head in confusion and said, maybe it will start snowing again later. After all, this weather is always unpredictable. It's better to be cautious. Henio shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of firmness. Then, she jogged over and took Itachi's hand, and the two exchanged a smile. The couple gently pushed open the door and walked into the Uchiha clan's territory. Ever since Fugaku became Hokage, the Uchiha clan's territory has remained in its original secluded location. It takes quite a bit of time to travel from the Uchiha clan to Konoha village. However, the clan members have long since adapted to this lifestyle and have not voiced many complaints. Thus, the location of the clan has never changed. The moonlight in the sky was bright and clear, like scattered silver frost, illuminating the figure of the young girl. Her skin appeared exceptionally fair and delicate under the moonlight, resembling congealed fat. The evening breeze gently brushed past, stirring the loose strands of hair on Hanyo's forehead, causing her to shiver involuntarily. It really is a bit cold. Huayin gently rubbed her arms and said, you should wear the scarf. Yao looked at his wife helplessly, then took off the scarf from his neck and handed it to her. Aren't you going to be cold? Kanon blushed as she looked at Itachi, who was tying a scarf for her, and asked in confusion, really? I'm already used to it. Itachi shook his head, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Unbeknownst to them, the two had walked from the Uchiha clan's territory to Konoha village. The night in Konoha was brilliantly lit, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air along the streets. Passers-by were coming and going in a steady stream, and the two mingled with the crowd, gradually blending into the bustling scene. Is there anything you want to buy? Itachi asked curiously, holding Kanon's hand. I haven't thought about what to buy yet. Kagun shook her head, looking a bit confused. Shall we go see how the clothes are? Maybe there will be a style you like, Itachi suggested. Sure, I'll listen to you. Huayin smiled and nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Doing this for love? I rely on this for a living now, so tired and annoyed, can't figure it out. Chapter 271. Shopping. The gentleman's taste is truly exceptional. This piece of clothing seems to be custom-made for the lady. The salesperson gently caressed the garment in their hands, a flattering and agreeable smile blooming on their face. What do you think? You turned your head, your gaze softly landing on Huayin. The sound of Huayin's head nodding was like a chick pecking at rice. Waiter, please swipe the card. You slowly took out an exquisite bank card from your pocket. Okay. The waiter hurriedly picked up the POS machine. It must be said that the technological development in the ninja world is indeed astonishing and can only be described as bizarre. They clearly already have the convenience of televisions, movies, bank cards for payments, and the modern technology of POS machines. Yet they are still lacking mobile phones and firearms. Despite being in an ancient setting, they live a life that is no different from modern life. This contradiction and fusion is quite strange. Huayin gently shook her head, sweeping away the trivial thoughts in her mind like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Then, the girl set off shopping with Itachi. They walked and stopped along the way, buying this and that. Of course, all the expenses were paid by Itachi. When you think about it, whether in ancient times or modern times, it seems to be an unchanging rule that men spend on women. It was already quite late. Should they continue shopping? Itachi held heavy bags in both hands, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness, yet his gaze remained tenderly on his wife. Well, it does feel like they bought a bit too little today. Kain let out a gentle sigh, her tone filled with regret for not having enough fun. Upon hearing his wife's response, Itachi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye slightly. He really wanted to complain. Is the small amount of shopping you mentioned really referring to these mountains of things? However, Itachi still forcefully suppressed this dissatisfaction. After all, Kain is his wife, and he must cherish her. With a slight sound, the door was slowly pushed open, and the living room suddenly revealed a dim light. Kagani quickly reached out to press the switch button at the entrance. Almost in an instant, the room was filled with bright lights. Yasukin, let's wash these new clothes first. Kain turned her head while speaking, her gaze gently looking at Itachi, and she reached out to take the clothes. It's really too cold tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow to wash them. Itachi watched his busy wife and said with concern, "Then let's do as you say." Kain smiled and nodded. The two quietly tidied up the clothes, carefully organizing them into the box. "Will you wash the clothes tomorrow, or will I?" Huayin looked at Itachi curiously, a teasing smile on her face. "Let me wash it. You have to be careful not to catch a cold. Last time you got sick with a cold, it really had me flustered for a while." Itachi sighed softly. "Is that so? Then let me wash the clothes. Didn't I recover quickly from the last cold?" Huayin said with a bold face, a hint of mischief in her eyes. In fact, she hadn't caught a cold last time. She was just pretending. The reason for her act might simply be boredom, but she felt a bit guilty for making you worry about her for so long. "Well, since you insist so much, let you wash." You chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness on your face, then walked into the kitchen with a slightly tired look. "Do you want to have some late-night snacks? I bought some fried skewers on the way." You took out a bag from the kitchen, gently opened it, and brought it to the living room. As soon as the bag was opened, an enticing aroma wafted out, filling the entire living room. Kagun couldn't help but swallow, curiously asking, "When did you buy these fried skewers?" "I quietly went out to buy them while you were changing clothes in the fitting room. Wanted to surprise you when I got back," Itachi gently explained, a happy smile on his face. "Oh, I see. Thank you, Itachi-kun." A warm current surged in Hainen's heart, and then she gently kissed Itachi on the cheek. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, feeling the moist sensation on his face. Looking at his wife with a flushed face, his heart raced. "This feeling is quite nice. What are you looking at me for? What's wrong? Are you not happy that I kissed you?" Kagami turned her head away with a hint of arrogance on her face. "Of course I'm willing, just a bit surprised." Itachi hesitated to speak, letting out a light laugh. After simply finishing the fried skewers, Kanon went to the bathroom to take a shower, dried her hair with a hairdryer, and then lay down on the bed. Itachi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and gently opened the door. Looking at his wife, who was sound asleep, Itachi sighed helplessly and adjusted the blanket. Then, he took out some tissue paper and gently wiped away the drool that was flowing from Kanon's mouth. At this age, she still acts like a child. Itachi looked at the drool on the tissue with disdain, but unconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. It doesn't taste bad. Wait, am I a bit perverted?" A bead of sweat appeared on Itachi's forehead, and he quickly threw the tissue ball into the trash can. The night passed without anything unusual happening. In the distance, the sky began to lighten, and the dim room slowly brightened. Hearing a rooster crow at the village entrance, Itachi opened his eyes. It was time to get up and cook. He looked tenderly at Kanon in his arms and reached out to play with her hair. Seeing the drool dripping from the corner of the sleeping girl's mouth, Itachi felt speechless. His own sleeve was also a bit damp. The girl sleeping peacefully was exceptionally cute, but that drool, well, from this angle, it actually looks quite adorable. I really can't move the plot forward. My mind is blank. When this book reached over 100 chapters, I didn't know what to write anymore. If I had known, I should have written an outline before starting this book. I'm just hoping this book can last until the end of the month. Please support my love. Chapter 272, The Cursed Seal. I can only ask Lady Tsunade to heal it. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone through the window into the room, everything was calm and peaceful, and nothing special had happened. Huayin is still brushing her teeth and washing up in an orderly manner as she did in the past. After that, she happily enjoyed a hearty breakfast. "I assume that you, Weasel-kun, must be about to get off work soon." Huayin turned her head and gazed at the old clock on the wall, pondering silently in her heart. She looked out at the scene outside the window. She didn't know when it had started, but the swirling snowflakes had already come to a stop. The golden sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays shining on the withered yellow grass in the cold winter, just like the rising sun of hope. Although the weather was still bone-chillingly cold, it had improved significantly compared to before. Hanin gently shook her head, slowly raised her arm, and looked at the blue wedge. Compared to before, it appeared particularly clear and conspicuous at this moment. The curse mark was now extremely evident, and Hanin felt a deep sense of panic in her heart. She feared that her fate would be the same as Boruto's, undergoing a sudden change in allegiance overnight and becoming a rogue ninja hunted by the major nations. Should she ask Lady Tsunade for advice? Huayin looked at her graceful reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself. The girl in the mirror had skin as white as snow and was as beautiful as a celestial being, with a waterfall of long hair cascading down her slender back. If she were in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty that could topple kingdoms and make the moon hide and the flowers feel ashamed. I didn't expect my transformation to be so great. The girl gently touched her increasingly slender face. Compared to a few years ago, her face now appeared even more delicate. completely resembling that of a youthful girl. With a soft click, the door was gently pushed open by the girl. Kagani slowly sat down at the entrance, carefully changed her shoes, and then walked out with light steps. The sun hung high in the sky, its brilliant rays shining down on the girl, stretching her long shadow longer and longer, as if it were a beautifully enchanting painting. Kagani walked cautiously through the winding alleys of the Uchiha clan, carefully confirming that no one was following her. Then she activated her Sharingan and instantly disappeared from her spot. If she guessed correctly, Lady Tsunade should still be in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kagami soared high in the sky, awakening her keen soul perception ability. In her sight, a large amount of chakra energy suddenly emerged from Konoha Village. Some were thick as ink, while others were faint as water. Strange, isn't it? Not in Konoha Village? Kagami's brows furrowed slightly, making her look extremely cute and charming. Let's go look for it in the Land of Fire. After making up her mind, the girl vanished from the spot like a flash of lightning. The world of ninjas is still very vast. Huayin spent the entire afternoon and finally arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire. The sun hanging high in the sky gradually sank in the west, unknowingly stepping into dusk. Big bets or small bets? Big, big, big. On a bustling street filled with voices and excitement. Kayan put on the previous fox mask to avoid drawing attention. Soon, she heard that familiar voice in her room. Then came the excited shouts of a middle-aged man. You lost. Lady Tsunade is willing to bet and accept defeat. That's right, Lady Tsunade, don't play dirty. With a loud bang, in front of Hainan's face, a large door was suddenly kicked open by Tsunade with great force. Shizun, let's go. Wait for me, Lady Tsunade. Shizun daiki de tonton. Looking as if she wanted to cry, but had no tears, hurriedly following the beautiful woman with flowing golden long hair. Hannah saw this scene and couldn't help but twitch her eyes slightly. In a deep and narrow alley, she said, well then, what is it this time that you little brat have come to find me for? Tsunade gazed at Hannah with hazy eyes. Lady Tsunade, here's the thing. Kagome looked up at Tsunade in front of her and quickly and clearly explained the events that led to the current situation. Raise your arm and let me see. Tsunade said with a serious expression. Okay, Kagome replied. Cannon raised her fair and delicate arm, revealing a blue curse mark on it. That's strange, Tsunade murmured to herself as she observed it carefully. Lady Tsunade, what does this mean? Cannon looked at Tsunade with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, this curse mark shouldn't exist on you. It should have been parasitized by someone else on your arm and would eventually take over your body. However, Tsunade was holding her chin, her beautiful brows furrowed. But what could it be? Cannon's heart suddenly tightened as she nervously looked at Tsunade. The cursed seal was already quite mature, but the casters still hadn't taken over her body. Perhaps they were already dead? Tsunade looked up at the girl in front of her. Kagami nodded upon hearing this, and a weight in her heart finally lifted. Lady Tsunade, will there be any issues for me moving forward? She asked cautiously. It's hard to say, Tsunade replied, rubbing her fingers and letting out a soft sigh. Cannon was speechless for a moment, and had no choice but to take out some cash from her pocket and hand it to Tsunade. Not bad. Tsunade looked at the girl with satisfaction. You stretch out your hand, and I'll add a few seals to this arm for you. Okay. Hannah obediently extended her arm in front of Tsunade. Soon, several Whirlpool clan seals appeared on her arm. Lady Tsunade, do you still know the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan? Hannah asked in surprise. Well, my great-grandfather taught me before, Tsunade said, gently patting the girl's head with a soft smile on her face. All right, with that, you should be fine now, Tsunade said. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Hannah said gratefully, bowing deeply. Standing beside them, Shizun smiled as she watched this scene and softly said, Lady Tsunade is really gentle. Hey, Shizun, I'm just doing my job for pay, Tsunade said, her eyes twitching slightly, feeling a bit helpless. Then I won't disturb you too any longer. I'll take my leave now, bye. Henio waved goodbye to the two and instantly disappeared from the spot. Well, take care. Tsunade glanced in the direction the girl had left before turning around. Lady Tsunade, is she really okay? Shizun quickly followed, her face filled with worry. After all, having been with Tsunade for so long, she could already guess Tsunade's personality. Her situation is hard to say. If the Otsutsuki clan no longer appears in the ninja world, her seal shouldn't be affected. Tsunade hesitated, her gaze drifting into the distance. In the distance, a ray of morning sun was gradually setting, casting its afterglow all over the alley. Please support for love. One account can send 3. I'm begging everyone. Hai really needs this. Chapter 273. When you two plan to have kids. Why does a sense of indescribable unease always linger in the depths of my heart? The sound of flowers gently caressed her pounding chest, and the inexplicable anxiety enveloped her like a fog, making her feel restless and unable to find a reason. Perhaps I am just overthinking. Kagami let out a soft sigh, her gaze turning towards the distant and radiant sky of dawn. The heavens were so splendid and dazzling, especially after being touched by the evening glow, making it breathtakingly beautiful. The afterglow of the sunset, like golden satin, gradually elongated the silhouette of the girl until it merged with the earth. With a soft creak, the solemn gate of the Uchiha clan was gently pushed open by Kagami. Sigh. The sound of flowers lightly sighing, footsteps heavy on the family path. As if my mood is weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. Huayin. A familiar and warm voice echoed in my ears, like a spring breeze brushing against my face. You just got off work, right, you? Kanon looked up, and what came into view was Itachi Uchiha's gentle smile, which stirred a hint of joy in her heart. Yes, that's right. Itachi nodded with a smile, his gaze full of tenderness. That's great, Itachi-kun. Let me tell you something. Kanon eagerly recounted her experience of going out to search for Tsunade. Are you okay? Let me see your arm. Itachi said with a worried expression as he took his wife's arm and examined it closely. Several obvious sealing techniques came into view, but the blue curse mark did not appear. Itachi-kun. With a gentle call, a shy blush appeared on her cheeks. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital again. Itachi, with a worried expression, supported his wife, his tone filled with determination. No need, I'm fine now. The sound of flowers gently stopped Itachi, her eyes filled with determination. Well then, Itachi nodded silently, but the worries in his heart did not dissipate. On the way ahead, the atmosphere became unusually serious, as if even the air had solidified. The boy and girl walked side by side, their gazes resting on the shimmering surface of a lake beneath the grass on the slope, their thoughts fluctuating like the ripples on the water. Henio, are you really okay with the curse mark on you? Itachi asked repeatedly, his tone full of concern. I'm fine, Itaki-kun. Kagami helplessly stood on her tiptoes, gently patted Itachi's head, and a hint of a helpless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Really, clearly, I'm fine now, yet you're still so flustered. Your personality is just the same as before. Huayin tucked a strand of long hair behind her ear, the distant lake and the silhouette of the girl complementing each other beautifully. Looking at Huayin's profile, Itachi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if drawn by an invisible force. After all, his wife was truly stunning. A sudden cold breeze blew by, causing Huayin to shiver slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. It's a bit cold, she said softly. You know, next time you go out, remember to wear more clothes. Itachi carefully took off the scarf around his neck and gently wrapped it around Huayin, his movements tender and warm. Okay, I understand. Also, can you stop being so? Henin blushed and murmured, her eyes filled with shyness. Her gaze fell on the Uchiha clan members on the road, even though they were at a distance. Their eyes were full of envy and blessings. With so many people watching, Henin felt a bit embarrassed, but her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. It's fine. We'll get used to it eventually. Let's go. Itachi chuckled softly, then ruffled the girl's hair, taking her hand and walking in the direction of home. The wind along the way had somehow also become gentle. Kanon looked at the boy leading her by the hand in front of her, a faint smile lingering on her lips, her eyes filled with happiness. This is so nice. As long as the Otsutsuki clan is dealt with, she wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. She might even be able to be with Itachi. Thinking of this, a wave of anticipation surged in Kanon's heart. However, what should they name the child when the time comes? Just as this thought emerged, it was interrupted by the soft sound of the doorbell. She didn't realize how, but Itachi had already led her back home. Had they arrived home so quickly? Kanon murmured to herself in confusion. Our home is right in the center of the Uchiha clan. It only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. Itachi rubbed his wife's head, chuckling softly, his tone filled with affection. Oh, the sound of flowers nodded quickly like a little chick pecking at rice. You're back. Makoto was busy preparing dinner, and her eyes were filled with gentle affection as she saw the two return. Yeah, Mom, what delicious food are we having tonight? Kagami curiously asked, her eyes sparkling with a cheerful smile. Of course, it's to cook your favorite dish. You, my child, are out playing all day long, Makoto teased. Her gaze towards Kagami filled with affection and helplessness. Itachi looked at the warm scene between the two and couldn't help but gently scratch his cheek. Oh no, am I being isolated? Itachi silently complained in his heart. He could finally deeply understand Sasuke's feelings back then. Indeed. Mom, does love really fade away? Itachi, are you interested in becoming Hokage? Fugaku held the newspaper steadily with both hands, leisurely sipping the tea in his hand while curiously watching his son. Dad, why are you suddenly asking me this? Itachi turned his head curiously to look at Fugaku. It's nothing. I'm already old and no longer suitable to be Hokage. So I was thinking about who should take that position. You've grown up now. You should understand a bit, Fugaku said, savoring the tea with a hint of depth in his words. Well, I really have no interest in the Hokage position. Why don't you give it to Uncle Minato? After a brief thought, Itachi shook his head, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at his wife. All right, I'm old too. It's time for me to retire. When do you two plan to have children? The deer who's been working with me is about to hold his grandchild. Fugaku said with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Isn't that a bit too early? Itachi smiled and evaded. Okay, just pay attention to the timing on your own. I won't rush you. Fugaku said somewhat exasperatedly, then lowered his head to continue focusing on the newspaper. Itachi's eye twitched slightly, feeling speechless. Dad, that look in your eyes has already revealed your impatience. Finally finished writing 4,000 words, sigh. I feel a sense of relief in my heart. Please support with love. Everyone just needs to watch a 10-second ad. Chapter 274. The Otsutsuki clan is back. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, swiftly gone. After finishing their meal, everyone washed up and peacefully went to sleep. After all, in this ninja world, there are hardly any entertainment options. On the other side of the distant mountain, a red sun slowly rose like a newly born hope, heralding the arrival of a brand new day. Kagami gently opened her hazy eyes, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and then walked into the bathroom to begin her daily routine. By the way, what is Itachi doing at this moment? Kain brushed her teeth while letting a large amount of foam spill from the corners of her mouth. She gazed at her cold and beautiful face in the mirror and couldn't help but fall into deep thoughts. In 2 days, it would be her birthday. Recalling the scenes of celebrating her birthday as a child, it seemed that Itachi had once carefully chosen a cute doll for her. However, that was no longer suitable now, as she was already an adult. Huayin gently sighed and shook her head, her appearance resembling a rattle drum, looking particularly playful and cute. I hope that this time, the weasel can give me a special gift. I don't want to be regarded as a child anymore. Kanon frowned slightly, murmuring in dissatisfaction, and her expression was even more endearing. Just then, the door on the second floor creaked softly, and Sasuke slowly walked down with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Sasuke, why do you have such heavy dark circles? What time did you go to bed last night? Kagome looked at Sasuke with dissatisfaction and asked with concern, Oh, did you not sleep last night? Did you stay up all night playing the game? Sasuke replied with a sound, a hint of disappointment showing on his face. Why you look so unhappy? Did you have a heartbreak? Kagun noticed Sasuke's low mood and couldn't help but tease him. Come on, come on. Sasuke waved his hand in dissatisfaction, then grabbed the steamed bun on the table and took a big bite. This bun was the breakfast Itachi had prepared for them before leaving home in the morning. Honestly, I'm just trying to care about you. Kanon walked over, gently tapped Sasuke's head, and frowned. Oh, then I really have to thank you for your concern. Sasuke helplessly shrugged his shoulders, and after finishing breakfast, he dejectedly returned to the second floor. A character suddenly appeared on Huayin's forehead, and she stared at Sasuke's back with a displeased expression. What kind of attitude is this? Huayin sighed helplessly and eventually picked up the steamed bun, starting to enjoy her breakfast. Well, after all, Sasuke is already so grown up. According to the growth patterns of boys, he is probably in his rebellious phase now. Huayin bit into the steamed bun, her cheeks puffed up, and she began to ponder. She recalled that in her childhood, she seemed to have gone through a rebellious phase as well. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell sound interrupted the girl's thoughts. Huayin slowly walked to the entrance and gently opened the door. Jishui, why are you here? Kagani looked at the person in front of her, her face showing a hint of surprise. Well, you successfully dealt with that member of the Otsutsuki clan last time, right? Shursui nodded, looking at the girl with a serious expression. Yeah, what's wrong? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Shursui with a puzzled expression, not understanding the meaning of his words. As more members of the Otsutsuki clan appeared, Shursui's gaze became cautious. When Konoha heard the words Otsutsuki, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. Where are they? At the border of the hidden leaf. Come, hand it over to me, Shursui said with a serious expression. Kain unhesitatingly extended her palm, and Shursui tightly grasped her hand, instantly activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two figures suddenly vanished from their original spot. The surrounding scenery became blurry, as if they were in a fantastical world. However, This blurry sensation lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. When Kain opened her eyes again, she found herself at the border of the Hidden Leaf village. The area was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and in the distance stood a massive iron railing, where members of the Umbu were solemnly guarding the area. "Lord Shirzue, have you returned?" A member of the Umbu, wearing a bird mask, respectfully looked at Shirzue. "Yes. Quickly tell me what you have observed about the Otsutsuki clan, so this young lady can hear it," Shirzue said without any hesitation, his tone serious. "Understood." The Umbu member turned to look at Kin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he couldn't help but admire the girl's stunning beauty. Soon, he began to recount the ins and outs of the situation in detail. Kagami heard the details of these events, her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion. To put it simply, the situation is as follows. A member of the Umbu, while on night patrol, suddenly discovered a meteorite falling from the sky. This meteorite emanated a large amount of chakra, which was alarming. The Umbu member was worried, fearing that this might be a precursor to another attack from the Otsutsuki clan, and quickly reported the matter to Shirzue. After hearing the account, Shirzue's demeanor became cautious, and without any hesitation, he immediately returned to Konoha and found Kagami. "Is that so? Quickly, take me to see it." Huayin gently shook her head, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Soon, everyone took Huayin out of the borders of Konoha village. In the distance, Huayin spotted a massive meteorite quietly lying there. "I'll go take a look by myself. You all wait for me here." Huayin reminded everyone with a word, then cautiously walked towards the meteorite. The meteorite looked no different from an ordinary stone, just larger in size. However, as Huayin got closer, she discovered that the interior of the meteorite was indeed leaking a large amount of chakra. What the heck? Huayin immediately activated her soul perception ability, wanting to investigate further. However, when she sensed the situation inside the meteorite, she suddenly froze. What was going on? Kagami was surprised to find a red fruit in the meteorite, rather than the Otsutsuki clan she had been worried about. "Isn't this the fruit of the divine tree?" Kain's pupils slightly contracted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Then, she decisively shattered the meteorite and took out the bright red fruit from within. Looking at this fruit, which was exactly the same as the one in Boruto, Huayin unconsciously swallowed. A strong impulse surged in her heart, but she still didn't swallow it. Soon, Kagami returned to the border and reported the details of the incident to everyone. "Will eating this fruit make one stronger?" Shimizu wanted to say something but hesitated, showing a mix of confusion and curiosity on his face. "That's right, Brother Shimizu." Kanon nodded cautiously. "Please take me to the Hokage's office first." "Okay." Shirzue replied without hesitation, then placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Soon, the two figures disappeared without a trace. Please power up for love. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 275. Itachi Who Swallowed the God Tree's Fruit. Inside the Hokage's office, Fugaka was momentarily stunned after hearing the entire story, his face filled with astonishment. "Kanon, how do you plan to deal with this God Tree's fruit?" Fugaka looked at Kanon with a puzzled expression, filled with uncertainty. "Well, maybe we can try eating it directly?" Kagami gently cupped her chin and said softly. She had examined this divine tree fruit many times and could confirm that there were no abnormalities. However, she was filled with doubt, not understanding why the ninja world had suddenly brought this divine tree fruit. Was it a blessing from heaven or some unknown conspiracy? But in any case, this fruit did not significantly enhance her strength. Perhaps it would be a better choice to give it to Itachi. "Are you sure this won't be a problem? If not, then go ahead and try it," Fugaka said, cautiously examining the fruit on the table, his eyes filled with vigilance. The fruit was brightly colored, seemingly emitting an enticing glow, constantly tempting people to taste it. "I didn't gain much strength from eating it. We can consider giving it to others," Hannah shyly said, a blush appearing on her face. Do you want to eat it, Shirzue?" Fujiwara looked at the girl indulgently, then turned to look at Shirzue. Shirzue, who was nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Hannah's appearance, then said, "Uncle Fujiwara, why not let Itachi eat this fruit? Are you sure?" "Shirzue, don't you want to take this opportunity to improve your strength?" Fujiwara hesitated, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This fruit was taken out by Hannah, and given her personality, she would definitely choose to give it to Itachi to enhance his power. Shirzue teased, his face full of smiles. "I see," Fujiwara suddenly realized as he looked at Hannah, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. The girl before him, with her shy demeanor, looked particularly cute and endearing, making one unable to help but feel affection. In the Uchiha clan's residence, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Minato Namikaze, Obito, Kakashi Hatake, and all the notable strong figures in Konoha village were gathered here, each face marked with seriousness. Are you sure you want to eat this fruit now? Itachi looked at the brightly colored fruit in his hand, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yes, Itachi-kun, hurry up and eat it. Kanon looked at Itachi Uchiha with anticipation, her eyes filled with hope. Kanon, why don't we wait a few days before eating it? After all, things that can quickly enhance strength often come with significant side effects, Jiraiya said, looking at Kanon with concern in his eyes. Don't worry, it will be fine. I've checked it repeatedly, and this fruit definitely has no problems. Kanon patted her chest confidently and firmly, saying, all right, I'll eat it. Itachi trusted his wife and, without hesitation, swallowed the fruit in his hand. Time passed by, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Everyone swallowed nervously, watching Itachi with anxious and uneasy expressions. Soon, the young man in front of them began to feel extreme discomfort. He furrowed his brows tightly, pain evident on his face, and let out a heavy groan. Are you really okay? Mikoto looked at her son with worry, her eyes full of anxiety. However, as time went by, Itachi's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their faces showing signs of being unburdened. All right, it looks like nothing is happening, Kakashi said after activating his Sharingan and observing Itachi closely, hesitating to speak. Itachi's strength was now too overwhelming, with massive chakra overflowing, even somewhat beyond his control. Let's seal this chakra for now, Jiraiya suggested, his face serious. There's no need to seal it, Master Jiraiya, Kanon said softly, interrupting Jiraiya's actions. Itachi, try to suppress the aura around you. Itachi nodded dully and began to absorb natural energy. Soon, the surrounding weeds gradually stopped moving, and everything seemed to return to calm. Itachi exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his eyes became as calm as water, as if everything that just happened had never occurred. Do you feel better? Jiraiya curiously observed Itachi, his eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Yeah, quite good. I feel like my field of vision has become much broader. Itachi shook his head, and the kaleidoscope patterns in his pupils began to slowly rotate. Soon, the kaleidoscope transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope. However, this was not the end. It quickly transformed into the Nine-Tails Rinnegan. What the hell? Obito couldn't help but curse at this scene, his face filled with shock. Minato was also stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiraiya was even more bewildered, completely not understanding what was going on. Eating this fruit actually directly awakened the Rinnegan. Hana's beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on the scene before her heart filled with shock. The fruit of the god tree from the Tsutsuki clan is actually this powerful? No wonder the aliens in the original work are all so formidable. Itachi, why don't you try to see if you can harness the power of the Rinnegan? Kanon urged with joy on her face. Let me give it a try. Itachi raised his hand, aimed at the branch on the ground, and his eyes widened. Soon, the branch floated up and flew into his palm. The effect seemed pretty good. Itachi nodded, then switched his Sharingan back to the kaleidoscope form. Before long, a towering 200-meter-tall, crimson giant stood high in the sky. Awesome! Jiraiya looked up in amazement. Wow, Susanoo is really cool, Obito exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy, and then he turned to Kakashi with a meaningful look. Kakashi felt Obito's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Obito, what are you trying to do? Kakashi, isn't it time you returned my eyes? Obito looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction. Ahem, all right, Itachi-kun, come down now. We're still in Konoha, and making such a big commotion isn't a good idea. Hanin gently reminded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Itachi closed his eyes and slowly descended from the air. Son, you look really cool like this, Mikoto exclaimed. Sister Hanin, can I have some of that fruit next time? Sasuke said enviously. Of course you can, Hanin replied with a smile. Finally finished writing 4,000 words, seeking support for my passion. Thank you everyone. Chapter 276. Itachi's Strength Soars? Itachi-kun, can you use your Rinnegan abilities once more? Hana stared at Itachi, who was busy in the kitchen, and quietly wrapped her arms around him from behind. All right, stop it, Hana. I still have to prepare our dinner. Itachi sighed gently, then tenderly loosened his wife's tightly embraced hands. Watching the food in the pot sizzling with heat, Itachi's mood became particularly joyful. After all, he now possessed the power of the Rinnegan, which meant he could share some of the responsibilities with Hana in the future. At least, in battles, he was no longer a useless ornament, but could play many important roles. Once the food is ready, Can I use your abilities again? Kagani continued to ask relentlessly. Well, fine. Itachi sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with affection for his wife. That's great. Kanon revealed a sweet smile and then gently nodded. The two carried the prepared dishes to the dining table, while Kanon went upstairs to call Sasuke and Naruto down for dinner. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto, it's already noon. Hurry up and get up to eat. Kanon gently knocked on the door of the two, her tone filled with tenderness. Okay, came a weak response from Sasuke's room. In contrast, Naruto promptly walked out. Naruto is really much more obedient and sensible than Sasuke. Kanon tiptoed and gently touched Naruto's head, a smile flickering in her eyes. Sister, I'm already this big. You shouldn't always treat me like a child, Naruto said, his face turning red and feeling a bit shy. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind from now on, Kanon chuckled softly. With a creak, Sasuke's door opened. What came into view was a disheveled Sasuke with a blank expression. Kagani glanced at Sasuke and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in her heart. Sigh. Another youth addicted to the internet. At this moment, Kono finally understands why parents in their previous lives always hoped their children wouldn't be addicted to games. Just look at Sasuke. Staying up all night like this is really concerning. Hey, Sasuke, you promised me before that you wouldn't play games until dawn anymore. Kanon pretended to be angry and said, Oh, I see. Sasuke completely ignored Kanon's reproach and went downstairs after washing up. Hanaeon looked at this scene and couldn't help but fall into silence. Even a well character appeared on her forehead. Forget it. It's better to calm down. Hanaeon took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying their meal, while Itachi looked at Hanaeon with concern, occasionally serving her some delicious dishes. After Naruto finished eating, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, I'm full. I'm going out for a bit. Shouldn't you wear more clothes? It's a bit cold outside. Kagani looked at Naruto, who had walked to the entrance, and gently reminded him. No, it's fine. Naruto shook his head and left the house after changing his shoes. What's wrong with that kid? Itachi walked over and asked with a concerned expression. I don't know. He seems to be in a low mood lately. Kanon slightly frowned, her delicate brows knitting together, her face filled with worry. Well then, I'll head out first, Kanon. Sasuke also walked to the entrance, changed his shoes, and was just about to open the door when Kanon suddenly grabbed his hand. Sasuke turned his head, looking at Kanon with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Don't you know to dress up a bit before going out? Seriously. Kanon took out a comb and grooming items from the nearby cabinet, then carefully helped Sasuke tidy up his hair and handed him a mirror. Look, doesn't this look much cooler? Sasuke looked at himself in the mirror, his face like jade, long hair falling to his ears, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. All right, now that they both have left, can you use your ability now, Itachi? Kagani gently wrapped her arms around Itachi's arm, shaking it lightly and whining. Well then, let's set off. Itachi smiled slightly, his voice carrying a hint of lightheartedness. Then, the two walked out side by side. The weather today was exceptionally cold, as if even the air had frozen. Both Itachi and Kagani wrapped themselves in soft scarves, walking shoulder to shoulder in the chilly wind, leaning against each other. It was clear that it wasn't snowing anymore, but why did it feel even colder than before? Kagani looked around at the silver-clad environment, murmuring to herself, her voice tinged with confusion. That's true, but you're still carrying an umbrella when you go out. Itachi curiously gazed at the umbrella tightly held in his wife's hands, his eyes filled with. Kagani's long hair cascades down like a waterfall, looking exceptionally cute. She tightly clutches the umbrella, appearing fragile and helpless, evoking a sense of pity. What's wrong with me bringing an umbrella? Kagani pouted slightly and let out a cold hum, then turned her head away proudly. I didn't say it was impossible, Itachi said, hesitating with a hint of helplessness in his tone. There was a tree ahead, so I'll just demonstrate my ability here, Itachi thought as he looked toward the tree in the distance, and then stopped in his tracks. All right, but you must be careful. Kanon jogged to a distance, her face filled with worry as she kept reminding Itachi. Yeah, I will. Itachi nodded firmly, then slowly raised his finger, focusing his gaze on the trees in the distance. Soon, the tomo in his eyes began to spin, gradually transforming into intricate patterns. These patterns quickly spun around, eventually becoming the Rinnegan. All of this was completed in just a few seconds, leaving one breathless. A powerful repulsive force centered around Itachi rapidly shot towards the distant trees. Bang! The trees were lifted by an invisible force, flying backwards into the air, spinning a few times before gradually floating. Floating? Kanon widened her eyes, looking at the scene in confusion, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, I have improved this strike myself. Itachi smiled and nodded, his face full of confidence. Kain took a closer look and discovered that a pair of majestic dragon horns had actually grown on Itachi's forehead. She suddenly realized that Itachi had combined the mystical techniques of the Dragon Cave with the abilities of the Rinnegan. Can it be used this way? Huayi's pupils shrank slightly as she looked at Itachi in surprise, curiosity flickering in her eyes. The trees spun continuously in the air, getting faster and faster. Like a giant top. As Itachi's finger gently descended, the trees crashed to the ground with a bang. The ground instantly cracked open like a spiderweb. However, after a few seconds, these cracks gradually disappeared like broken glass, and the ground slowly restored itself. What principle is this? Huayin covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, looking extremely cute. Isn't the magic of the Dragon Cave able to manipulate the natural environment? I want to restore the ground to its original appearance. Just as easily. Itachi smiled gently and explained. Is it really possible to do it this way? Kanon tilted her head, looking at Itachi with a hint of surprise. Please generate power for love. Chapter 277, The Child's Name. Let's call her Hanazakura. Itachi tested the power of his Sharingan, since he had plenty of time. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting, casting its afterglow on the boys and girls, stretching their shadows longer and longer. All right, it's getting late. Shall we go home? Itachi turned to his wife and said gently, just a little longer, I want to play a bit more. Huayin shook her head and wrapped her arms around Itachi's. All right, where shall we go to have fun? Itachi nodded and gently asked, how about we go to that beach we visited before? Huayin shook Itachi's arm, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. It's so cold. What are we going to do there? Itachi looked at Huayin with a puzzled expression. It's not like we're going to swim. We can just sit there and enjoy the view. Kanon pouted and said unhappily, looking very cute. All right. Itachi picked up Kanon in a princess carry, and in an instant, the two of them disappeared from their spot. When Kanon opened her eyes again, she found herself facing an endless ocean in the distance. They were standing on the shore, watching the sunset shining on the sea, creating an incredibly calm and warm scene. Itachi, when did you mark this place with the flying thunder god technique? Kagani broke free from Itachi's embrace and curiously asked. I did a long time ago. I was worried you would get lost, so I carved the flying thunder god marks all around. Itachi turned his head and chuckled lightly, then bent down to gently brush aside the sand on the ground, revealing the flying thunder god mark. However, this mark was different from Minato's. It had Kagani's name carved on it, with a heart added to the right. I'm not a child anymore. Kagani blushed at the scene, puffed her cheeks, and lightly punched Itachi's shoulder. Haha, can I even make a joke? Itachi took a few steps back, raised his hands in the air, and teased. All right, I won't mess with you anymore. Kagani shook her head. Soon, the two found a tree stump, sat together, leaning against each other, and watched the sunset in the distance. Itachi-kun, Kagani suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of sadness. What's wrong? Itachi instinctively tightened his grip on his wife's hand, looking down at her with concern. Kagun leaned on his shoulder, and the girl-esque fragrance made Itachi feel a bit ticklish inside. What do you think we should name our baby if we have one in the future? Hanayo leaned in the embrace of Itachi, turning to look at the sunset in the distance. I haven't thought about this yet. Itachi was caught off guard by the question and didn't know how to respond. If it's a girl, what should we name her? A hint of melancholy laced Hanayo's voice. Hearing his wife's wistful tone, Itachi scratched his head and said helplessly, if it's a girl, how about we call her Hanayuki? Why do you say that? Hanayo was taken aback and looked at Itachi with curiosity. I really can't think of any names, but Hanayo, it seems we met just when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, right? Itachi stammered, his face slightly flushed. That's such a cheesy explanation. Hanayo rolled her eyes. But the name Hanayuki doesn't sound too bad. Kanon's eyes sparkled with a smile as she gently shook her head. Right? I think so too. Itachi nodded, and the two continued to snuggle together. The dusk gradually descended until it finally vanished completely on the horizon, and the surrounding light dimmed along with it. In an instant, the area was enveloped in deep darkness. Itachi carefully searched for a pile of wood, stacking it together with caution, and then performed the fire release technique, successfully igniting a roaring campfire. The wood crackled in the fire, and the bright flames illuminated the wisps of smoke rising into the air. Itachi rubbed his cold hands together, took a deep breath, and asked with concern, it's getting colder. Do you want to put on another piece of clothing? No, I don't need it. Huayin gently shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of pride. She gazed at the flickering flames in the campfire, her eyes gradually becoming soft and deep. After silently calculating the time, she realized that she had been in this strange world for over 10 years. From her initial anxiety and silence to her current calm acceptance, she had experienced countless ups and downs along the way, truly going through the vicissitudes of life. What are you thinking about? Your gaze looks so gentle. The voice of the weasel suddenly interrupted Huayin's thoughts, waking her from her memories. It's nothing. Kagani gently shook her head again, a hint of daze in her eyes. Immediately after, Yao slowly took out a beautiful firework from his pocket. The moment the firework touched the bonfire, it suddenly burst into countless dazzling sparks, like a myriad of stars, brilliant and eye-catching. Yao-kun, where did you find this firework? Kanon looked at Uchiha Itachi in confusion. Her eyes filled with curiosity. I just used the flying thunder god technique to bring this from home, intending to set it off during the new year. Itachi chuckled softly, then took out another firework from his pocket and handed it to Kanon. Kagami took the firework and, imitating Itachi, touched it to the bonfire. In an instant, the firework burst forth with more sparks, and she excitedly held the firework, shooting it into the night sky. The firework suddenly exploded in the pitch-black sky, resembling blooming golden chrysanthemums, colorful and dazzling, leaving one breathless and feeling refreshed. Itachi, how much did you actually spend on this firework? Kaion's brows furrowed tightly as she stared at Itachi with wide eyes, looking fierce. Not expensive, it's just 5,000 each. I specially had someone customize this. Itachi smiled and shook his head, looking completely unconcerned. You call this not expensive? Kaion took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited heart. It's fine. After all, her family has a mind, and for someone like Itachi, who comes from a wealthy family, this amount of money really isn't much. The two of them gazed up at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, while the dark night around them gradually filled with intermittent cicada chirps. Despite the cold weather, the cicada sounds brought a hint of summer. Itachi, should we head back? Kaion gently tugged at Itachi's collar. Yeah, let's go. Itachi nodded slightly. Chapter 278. Be careful. Don't catch a cold. Hold my hand. Itachi whispered softly. The boy took Kaion's hand and then used the flying thunder god technique. In a very short time, the two of them vanished from the beach like phantoms. In the blink of an eye, they returned home. The flying thunder god technique is really too convenient. It's just a pity that I can never seem to learn it. Kagani gazed at Itachi in front of her, letting out a gentle sigh, her face revealing a hint of helplessness and envy. It's okay. I'll come to pick you up in the future. Itachi smiled slightly, his tone filled with warmth and affection. All right then. Kanon heard this answer and nodded in satisfaction, her face glowing with a happy smile. Itachi casually turned on the lights in the living room, and instantly, the originally dim room became bright and warm. What do you want to eat for dinner? Itachi asked curiously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Anything is fine with me. Kagome nodded obediently, her face full of compliance and gentleness. How's the rib soup? Itachi said softly, his eyes filled with anticipation and concern. No problem. Kagami Kaido bobbed his head like a little chick pecking at rice, his face beaming with excitement and anticipation. Listening to the sounds of Yato busy cooking in the kitchen, Kanon sat quietly on the bench, but her mind was deep in thought. She gazed out at the night scene outside the window, where a bright full moon hung in the sky, shining brilliantly like a dazzling pearl. Occasionally, the sound of cold cicadas could be heard around, adding a touch of vitality and energy to the tranquil night. Huayin didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes slightly moist, as if tears were welling up. But soon, she shook her head, pulling her thoughts back to reality, and then took a tissue from the table, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying? Yao, who was carefully cooking in the kitchen, suddenly glanced at his wife and became worried, his tone filled with concern. It's nothing. I just suddenly felt very happy. Kaion's head shook like a rattle drum, making her look exceptionally cute. Yato watched his wife's appearance, falling into a deep silence. He was unaware of the experiences Kaion had gone through before, but his heart was filled with deep sympathy and compassion. Perhaps she had endured endless pain and hardships. After all, she had lost her family at a young age and lived alone in this world. This pain and loneliness were unimaginable to Yato, and he dare not even think about it. Kaion, it's okay. At least from now on, I will always protect you. Yato's voice came from the kitchen, warm and strong, accompanied by the sound of chopping vegetables, gradually calming the girl's restless heart. Thank you, Yato-kun. Kagani looked up with moist eyes at Itachi, who was busy in the kitchen, filled with gratitude and emotion. Time passed slowly, and the clock on the wall quietly pointed to 8:30 in the evening. Soon, Itachi, wearing an apron, placed a steaming pot of rib soup on the table with both hands. There was only this dish, and Itachi sighed helplessly, showing a hint of guilt on his face. It's okay. Kagami shook her head and softly said, her face filled with understanding. Itachi then stood up and served a bowl of rice for the girl, placing it on the dining table. Watching the girl eat the food in front of her, Itachi's gaze gradually became gentle and profound. It was as if he could see the innocence deep within Kagami's heart, as well as the beauty of their future life together. How does it taste? Itachi asked with concern, his eyes full of anticipation. I want another bowl. Kagami nodded in satisfaction, her face beaming with happiness and contentment. Then, she handed the bowl and chopsticks to Itachi. All right. Itachi took the bowl of rice that the girl handed over, scooped a full bowl of rice from the rice cooker, and placed it on the dining table. By the way, Itachi, aren't you going to eat? Kagami was eating her meal while looking at Itachi with a vague expression, her face full of curiosity. I'm not hungry right now. Itachi shook his head with a smile in his eyes, gently gazing at Kagami. I just enjoy watching you eat. Itachi changed the subject and continued. Outside the window, the stars twinkled and the evening breeze gently brushed against the curtains. The haze in the high sky seemed to be cleared by an invisible hand, revealing the bright and pure moonlight. The moonlight cascaded down like flowing water onto the girl's face, highlighting her exceptionally fair and lovely skin. Itachi sat next to the girl, resting his chin on one hand, gazing at Kagami tenderly. Ahem, could you not always look at me with those eyes? Huayin suddenly choked while drinking water and shot a displeased glare at Yao, with a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Fine. Yao gently nodded, then turned his head, directing his gaze towards the enchanting scenery outside the window. I never said you couldn't look at me, you idiot. Kagome let out a soft sigh, then stood up, extending her delicate fingers to gently tap Weasel's head, with a hint of playful annoyance. A meal quickly ended amidst laughter and joy. Kagami raised her arm and gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with a soft silk scarf. The weather has finally turned warm today, Itachi-kun. I plan to take a bath tonight. Kanon murmured to herself. All right, I'll go heat up some water for you. While saying this, Itachi walked into the bathroom and started to get busy. It was unclear how much time had passed. Kagome quietly sat on a small stool by the window, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed intently on the bright moon high in the sky. The moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the earth in a veil of silver. With a soft click, the laundry room door was gently pushed open by Itachi, making a faint sound. The water was already boiled, and your freshly washed clothes were placed inside. Itachi's heart began to race as he watched the girl sitting by the window. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall in front of her chest, and at that moment, she turned her head, her confused yet charming eyes fixed on Itachi. Sparkling with curiosity, incredibly cute. Who could understand why his wife was so adorable? If Itachi had a camera in hand at that moment, he would surely capture this enchanting image of his wife in the lens. All right, thank you, Itachi-kun. Hanyo ran over with light steps, coming to Itachi's side, her face radiating a sweet smile. Under Itachi's puzzled gaze, she tiptoed and gently kissed his lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. Itachi touched his damp lips and glanced at the girl who was licking her lips, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. I'm going to take a shower first. You better not peek. Kagami poked her head out the door, saying with a hint of arrogance and shyness, then gently closed the door with a click as she locked it. Be careful, don't catch a cold, Itachi said with concern. He wants to maintain perfect attendance and doesn't dare to drive. Seeking to generate power for love. Chapter 279. Don't sleep tonight. Speaking of which, is my hair getting a bit long? It seems I need to get a trim sometime soon. Huayin gazed at her reflection in the mirror, softly murmuring to herself. The mist rising from her bath enveloped the mirror, obscuring it layer by layer, allowing only a faint glimpse of the girl's delicate and charming face, while her lower body was completely concealed in the embrace of the fog. After finishing her bath, Hannah quietly put on the carefully prepared clothes and then took out a soft towel to wipe her damp long hair. With a soft click, the door was cautiously pushed open by the girl, and at the same time, the steamy air from the bathroom quietly spilled out, intertwining with the outside world. Sitting on the balcony, Itachi, whose thoughts were wandering, instinctively turned his head when he heard the sound and found himself locking eyes with his wife, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and whose gaze was tender and dripping with affection. Itachi quickly turned his head back as if jolted, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Itachi-kun, I'm done with my bath. Kanon ignored Itachi's actions and continued to wipe her long hair while walking gracefully towards him. Sensing the faint fragrance from the girl, Itachi couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat gently moving as well. "Oh, okay. Then I'll go take a shower first. You should hurry and lie down on the bed. Be careful not to catch a cold," Itachi stammered, a blush tinting his cheeks. "All right, but why's your face so red, Itachi-kun?" Kagani gently placed her hand on the boy's forehead, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. "It's nothing." Itachi avoided the girl's intense gaze, quickly grabbed a change of clothes from the room, and hurriedly closed the bathroom door tightly. "How strange." Kagani looked at Itachi's flustered appearance, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, making her look even more adorable. "Forget it. I won't think too much about it." Huayin gently shook her head, and after her hair had dried a bit, she stepped lightly into the room. The girl quietly lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly lay down in the bed, curling her body tightly together. Soon, the bone-chilling coldness gradually dissipated without a trace. Sleepiness and fatigue surged over her like a tide, and Huayin's eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. With a crisp sound, the door was gently pushed open again by the weasel. Kagani widened her eyes, trying hard to resist sleep. She slowly lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing her small and delicate head. Why are you still awake at this late hour?" Itachi asked curiously while drying his hair, glancing at his wife. Her head peeked out from the covers, looking exceptionally cute, like a little rabbit cautiously peeking at a big bad wolf, with a hint of nervousness and shyness. "I've been waiting for you, you big idiot," Huayin murmured softly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Looking at the boy in front of her, despite having seen him many times before, she still felt a bit unaccustomed. Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but blush, and her heart raced. "What are you doing? It's more important for you to go to bed early. Don't catch a cold again and make me take care of you," Yao said, putting on his pajamas and pretending to be serious, but the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. Hanayon and Itachi had been together for so many years that she could naturally tell he was teasing her. "All right, just don't sleep too soundly tonight," Itachi said meaningfully, and then gently lifted a corner of the blanket. A gust of cold wind suddenly rushed in from under the bed, filling the girl's feet, causing Hanayon to shiver and blush as she asked, "Why do you say that?" "Because you'll find out soon," Itachi said as he completely covered Hanayon with the blanket and then held her tightly. Breathing in the faint fragrance on Hanayon's body, Itachi felt particularly happy. "You idiot. Don't hold me so tightly, it's too hot." Kagani gently tapped Weasel's head with her small hand. A long night quietly passed. Nothing happened, and there was no dramatic scene like in those island action movies. In the distance, the crowing of roosters could be heard from the village, and soon a streak of golden sunlight pierced through the thick dark clouds on the eastern horizon, slanting into the room. The originally dim sky gradually took on a hint of elegant color, heralding the arrival of a brand new day. Kanon wearily opened her eyes, looking at Itachi with a hint of resentment in her gaze. Meanwhile, Itachi was sleeping exceptionally soundly, quietly resting in her arms, his breathing steady and calm. "Sai, you idiot. Sleeping like a pig, you hurt me last night." Kagani blushed and gently tapped Itachi's head. Of course, the action was very gentle, and the force was not strong, making it look more like a playful gesture. She gently moved Itachi, who was lying on her, aside, and then Huayin jumped off the bed and walked slowly towards the bathroom. She simply washed her face, and the mirror reflected her charming and attractive features. Kain shook her head, her movements playful and cute like a rattledrum. She tried hard to forget what happened last night. It was quite embarrassing. "Sigh, I don't want to think about that anymore. It seems I have to prepare breakfast today." Huayin slowly walked into the back kitchen, deftly cracking a few eggs into the pan. She lit the gas stove and skillfully scrambled the eggs in the pan, everything flowing smoothly, accompanied by a soft, sizzling sound. An enticing aroma instantly wafted up in delicate wisps of smoke. Huayin carefully sprinkled various seasonings on the ingredients. After some meticulous preparation, a delicious breakfast with great color, aroma, and taste was quickly completed. Huayin placed the golden omelet on the dining table, then raised her arm to gently wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. "Phew, this weather is really getting more and more sultry." Kanon gently waved her hand to create a breeze, then stepped into her room, her gaze falling on the still, sleeping Itachi. Kagani showed a helpless expression, slowly walked to his side, gently tugged at his collar, and shyly said, "Itachi, it's time to get up. Please generate love for me." Chapter 280. Kagani has things to do, nothing to do. "What time is it now?" Itachi, still drowsy, asked curiously. "It's already 9 in the morning." Kagani pulled up a corner of the quilt, looking helplessly at Itachi. "Isn't it still quite early?" Let me sleep a little longer. Itachi reclaimed the quilt, sleepily replying, All right then. Henio nodded obediently, then brought over a small stool to sit down, quietly watching Itachi. Itachi's sleeping face was very beautiful, and Henio rested her chin on her hands, staring at him without blinking. Time passed little by little, and the clock on the wall ticked away. Hana looked at Itachi, sleeping, and felt a bit drowsy herself, her little head nodding slightly, ready to fall asleep at any moment. All right, wake up, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Hana slowly opened her eyes in a daze and saw Itachi tapping her forehead. How long did I sleep? Hana stretched out her little hand to rub her eyes and asked sleepily. About an hour, I guess. But can you really sleep sitting up? You look even sleepier than I do, Itachi teased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I don't know why I'm so sleepy, Hana said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head. All right, let's not talk about that for now. I have some work to take care of today. Do you want to come with me? Itachi reached out and patted Hana's head. Sure, I'll go with you to take a look. Huayin nodded excitedly like a little chick pecking at rice. It had been a while since she had been out, and she couldn't hide her excitement. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open by the two of them. Itachi held an umbrella, and Huayin leaned closely against him. The sun in the high sky was intense, shining on the top of the umbrella and casting long shadows of the two. Soon, Itachi walked into the Uchiha clan's guard apartment. Along the way, many passers-by greeted Itachi, but he simply nodded silently, appearing particularly aloof. Kagami quietly followed behind him. After going up to the second floor of the guard apartment, in a room at the corner, Itachi took out a key and opened the door. Itachi-kun, do you usually work here? Henio curiously looked around the room. The office environment was spacious and had green plants. Through the window, one could easily observe the current situation of the Uchiha clan's territory. So what do you think? Do you want to come work here? Itachi teased, then placed the keys on the table. But I just quit my job, didn't I? Henin placed her hand by her mouth and said mournfully, What identity do I have? If you want to come in, you can any time. Itachi sighed softly and looked at his wife with affection. Isn't this just taking the back door? Henin looked at Itachi in surprise. What else could it be? Itachi shrugged helplessly and then sat down in the office chair. Oh, what kind of documents do you usually handle? Henin asked, feeling a bit awkward and starting to change the topic. Just some trivial matters. Itachi took a pile of confidential documents from the table. Can I take a look? Henin asked. Of course, Itachi nodded. Hana approached Itachi, lowering her head to look at the contents of the document. Itachi watched as the girl leaned against him, instinctively swallowing hard, captivated by Hana's faint body fragrance, momentarily stunned. What? How is it again that same person who stole something before? The surprised voice of Hanin interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Are you talking about that drunk guy? Itachi also looked at the contents of the note. In simple terms, there was a guy in Konoha village who was stealing things while drunk every day, and many residents were quite annoyed with him, so they reported the case to the security department. What do you think should be done about it? Itachi chuckled softly, turned to Hanin, and a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Should we just catch him and give him a beating? Huayin knelt on the chair with her knees, tilting her head, looking very cute. Itachi's heart almost skipped a beat. Oh no, how could his wife be so adorable? Ahem, Huayin. This thought of yours is a bit too radical. Itachi shook his head, his eyes filled with curiosity. So what should we do? Huayin was instantly confused. Didn't the residents all complain about hating him? So Itachi simply voiced his thoughts. After hearing the words, Huayin's eyes widened in surprise, her pupils dilating. Is this what a capitalist is like? Why are their thoughts so wicked? Kanon looked at Itachi with some surprise. Simply put, Itachi's plan was that since he liked to steal, he should be allowed to steal more. If he didn't meet the standard, the Umbu would kill him. Over time, this thief would either be beaten to death by the villagers or killed by the Umbu. At the same time, it would serve as a warning to others. Could this really succeed? Kagome tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry as she stared at Itachi. Of course, no problem. Itachi gently closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then slowly opened them again, displaying an expression of confidence and strategic planning. Listening to Itachi's plan, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged in Huayin's heart, although she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Oh well, after all, that drunken guy really deserved it. A small punishment for him wasn't too much to ask. But what was this? Kane knelt on the chair, her toes gently lifted, her body spinning around, her gaze fixed tightly on the contents of the document, her pupils instantly widening in shock. The weasel also showed a hint of speechlessness. The document content was roughly about a wealthy woman who lost her beloved cat and was willing to spend a fortune just to get it back. There was also a picture accompanying it. In the picture, a somewhat plump woman tightly held a cat with a pained expression, smiling at the camera. Kanon looked at the contents of the picture, and the corners of her eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. She finally understood why the little cat in the original story always wanted to escape. It turned out that the problem was not with the shore itself. Let's not worry about that for now. Just organize it and deliver it to the Konoha village office later. Itachi gently shook his head, then quickly grabbed the next task. Looking at the new task in his hand, Itachi's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. What task is it? Let me see it quickly. Kagani moved the chair and slowly came to Itachi's side. It's very dangerous to sit like that. Don't do it. Itachi gently patted his wife's head and then handed the document in his hand to Kagani. Huayin let out a sound of acknowledgement, then focused intently on the information on the document. An entire afternoon quietly slipped away. Because of Huayin's presence, Yao's attention couldn't be fully concentrated, and the time spent was several hours longer than usual. Had the work been completed? Kain tightly held onto those documents with both hands, her face showing a lingering expression of satisfaction. Well, it's all over. Let's go. Itachi sighed wearily, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Looking at the happy and joyful expression on Kain's face, Itachi couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently rub her soft cheek. Indeed, just as he thought, it was soft and tender, with a wonderful texture. This was Itachi's most immediate feeling, while the sides of Kain's cheeks instantly turned bright red, her eyes sparkling with tears as she stared at Itachi with a wronged look. All right, please power up for love. Chapter 281. Can you need dough? At dusk, the streetlights shone down on the two of them. The transportation in the ninja world was not convenient, and Kain and Itachi could only walk on the street. Huayin tightly held the documents with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her face was full of displeasure at that moment. Yao stood beside her and teased, Ahem, Huayin, look at how your cheeks are puffed up. Isn't that very cute? Let me pinch one too. Hana heard the teasing from Itachi and immediately felt a surge of anger, as if fire would burst from her eyes. Itachi quickly said, Ahem, it's my fault. From now on, I'll entrust all my money to you, is that okay? As he spoke, he gently tapped Hannah's forehead with his finger. All right, you said it. As soon as Hannah heard the words money, her eyes lit up, making her look exceptionally cute. All right, up ahead is the Konoha Village Commission office. Remember to be serious later. Itachi chuckled softly, looking at Hannah with a doting expression. Hannah nodded. The Konoha Village's mission office, as described in the original work, is located beneath the Hokage building. Due to Hannah's involvement, the butterfly effect has triggered, and all the elders from the original story are now dead. Uncle Jukyu, the documents have been processed and placed here. Kanon placed the documents on the table gently. All right, thank you for your hard work, miss, she said. Riko looked at Kanon gratefully and put the documents into a nearby box. He glanced at Itachi, who was standing behind Kanon, and his expression instantly became awkward. Riku clearly remembered that after Fugaku became Hokage, he always assigned both heavy and light tasks to him, as if he were the Hokage himself. But now that the Hokage was Minato, he felt much more relaxed. However, seeing Fugaku's son Itachi still made Riku a bit uneasy. Ahem, Itachi, how has Lord Fugaku been recently? Riku asked politely, his face slightly flustered. Father's been quite well lately. To be honest, he intended to give Uncle Riku a raise. Itachi replied with a helpless nod. Ah, no need for a raise. I'm just working for Lord Fugaku out of duty. It's only natural, Riku answered with a twitch at the corner of his eye, his expression darkening. The innocent Kanon did not catch the underlying meaning of Itachi's words. But as a Jinchuriki, she sensed Riku's emotions. Uncle Riku, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You look quite pale, Kanon said with concern. Ahem, it's nothing. I just thought about a potential raise and got a bit happy, Riku said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Uncle Riku, then I'll congratulate you in advance on your raise. I'll need to trouble you more with work in the future, Itachi said, bowing with both hands in a polite manner. Riku nodded helplessly. Those in high positions must possess exceptional qualities. The following conversation became profound. Kanon couldn't understand anything and could only stand by and watch. The two chatted for a long time until Rikuji, busy with official duties, politely declined Itachi's further invitation. The streets of Konoha Village. Kano looked at Itachi with curiosity and asked, Itachi, why did you talk to Uncle Fukutsu for so long? A smile flickered in Itachi's eyes as he explained, Oh, I was just casually probing into those with ulterior motives in the Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi's words were full of deeper meaning. Hana heard Itachi's response and showed a look of confusion on her face, secretly wondering, what does this mean? Forget it. She decided to stop getting tangled up in these complex issues, feeling that thinking further would only give her a headache. The two of them walked and stopped on the street, enjoying the scenery along the way, and soon returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. At that moment, the distant sunset was rapidly descending, and the brilliant evening glow spread across the sky like a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. The clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed with flames by the sunset, a mix of white and red, rolling endlessly. Henio suddenly remembered something and curiously asked Itachi, "What about Naruto and Sasuke?" Itachi smiled gently and shook his head slightly, explaining, "I'm not sure. They might have gone training again." As he spoke, he reached out his hand and gently tucked the stray hair from Hanio's forehead. Kain's cheeks instantly flushed, her heart racing. Although she had gotten used to Itachi's gentleness, she still felt shy every time. Itachi curiously asked, "All right, what do you want to eat tonight?" As he spoke, he gently pressed the light switch in the living room, and the whole room suddenly brightened. Huayin thought of the wontons from her previous life and unconsciously swallowed. She said, "Can we have wontons?" Upon hearing this, he showed a confused expression on his face. The ingredients in the ninja world were not abundant, and there were only a few varieties to choose from. Kagun can understand this. After all, this is a world that has been war-torn for many years. Besides eccentric people like Uncle Yale, most people are busy surviving and simply don't have the time to delve into these delicacies. Seeing this, Huayin hesitantly extended her hand to gesture, looking extremely cute. She tried to explain, "It's just making a kind of noodle dough," and then Yao listened to his wife's description and gradually understood, nodding and saying, "Oh, I see. Simply put, it's like making dumplings, right?" Kagami nodded excitedly like a little chick pecking at rice, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes, that's it." Itachi checked the kitchen and found that there was no flour at home. So he whispered, "But we don't have any flour at home. Just wait for me a moment." After saying that, he disappeared from spot. Before long, Itachi returned to the back kitchen with a large bag of flour. Kagami curiously walked into the kitchen and looked at Itachi's busy figure, asking in confusion, "Itachi, can you really make dumplings?" Itachi shook his head and smiled, saying, "I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try." Itachi placed the kneaded dough on the wooden table and then took out a rolling pin, carefully rolling it out. Huayin stood beside Itachi, quietly watching this scene. The evening breeze blew from afar, and a warm atmosphere filled the kitchen. Finally finished writing 4,000 words. "Please support for love. I really feel like I can't write anymore. I'll try to finish this month. Thank you all for your support. Please support for love." Chapter 282, Oi, get up, little ghost. "I made it. How does it taste?" Itachi gazed at the steaming bowl of wontons, then gently looked up, his eyes full of affection as he gazed at his wife. Let me taste it." Huayin smiled sweetly, gently nodded, and placed a wonton into her mouth. "How should I describe it? The taste is quite similar to the memories from my past life, but it always feels like it's missing that unique charm." Kagami carefully added some vinegar, and in an instant, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. This time it was perfect. Kain's face was beaming with a happy smile, making her look extremely charming and cute. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Itachi's words carried a hint of hesitation, and then he picked up his chopsticks and put a wonton in his mouth. This taste is indeed quite good, especially the freshly cooked wontons, paired with a bit of vinegar, had both a tangy flavor and a hint of sweetness. Itachi looked down at his wife's captivating appearance, with countless thoughts swirling in his mind. He finally understood why his wife wanted him to make these wontons. Indeed, they were very delicious. The meal quickly came to an end, and Kain gently rubbed her round belly before softly resting her head on the table. "I ate too much, Itachi-kun. If you like it, I can make it for you again next time." Itachi sighed softly, his eyes filled with helplessness and affection as he looked at his wife. "Okay, thank you, Itachi-kun." Huayin raised her head, wrapped her arms around Itachi's neck, and gently planted a kiss on his cheek. "All right, we're both grown-ups now, yet you still act like a child," Itachi said with a smile in his eyes as he looked at his wife. At this moment, the evening breeze outside gently brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. "By the way, do you have any plans lately?" Itachi suddenly asked, feeling a bit puzzled as he gazed at the spoiled Huayin in his arms. "It seems like I don't have any arrangements." "Why?" Huayin looked at Itachi in surprise. "How about coming to the office with me?" Itachi gently rubbed Huayin's cheek. "Since you have nothing to do at home anyway." "Of course, that's fine." Kagun nodded without hesitation. "Well, it's getting late. Let's rest for now." Yato held his wife tightly in his arms in a princess carry, with a smile full of joy in his eyes. Kagami instinctively wrapped her arms around Itachi's neck, listening to his meaningful tone, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She recalled the events of last night, and every time she thought of those moments, Hanyo always feels her cheeks burning, as if she has lost the ability to think. And her heart beats like a drum. In short, that feeling is both shy and awkward. Although the couple has been married for many years, they still need to get used to that kind of thing slowly. Itachi gently lifted a corner of the blanket and carefully placed Hanyo on the bed. Wait a minute. Itachi-kun, I think I should take a shower first. Huayin interrupted Itachi's next action and shyly said with a red face. Itachi gently sighed, then reached out his finger and lightly tapped Huayin's forehead. Don't always poke my forehead like that. I've told you many times it hurts. Kagun looked at Itachi with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Sorry. I won't do that again next time. Will there even be a next time? Kagami crossed her arms and sat on the bed, looking angrily at Itachi. There won't be a next time. Itachi swallowed hard, suppressing his inner impulses, and nodded. Hearing Itachi's response, Kagami finally accepted it with satisfaction, and then, under Itachi's gaze, the girl walked into the bathroom. Itachi extended his arm and gently wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He then turned his head and looked up at the bright, full moon in the sky. The moon was so pure and bright, as if it were untouched. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Itachi's face, making the young man's features even more handsome. Time passed quietly, accompanied by the ticking sound of the clock on the wall. With a click, the door was slowly pushed open. Looking at the girl who walked into the room, Itachi was momentarily stunned. Huayin had just changed into a delicate nightgown, her hair damp, and her face still flushed, looking charming and evoking a sense of affection. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Kagami swallowed hard and looked down at the ground. It's nothing, she stammered, then gently shook her head. Overnight, everything was calm as usual, and nothing happened. There was no drama like in those island stories. Everything remained in the tranquility and peace of the past. Hannah tightly embraced a soft pillow with both hands, a glimmer of drool unconsciously flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her slightly fluffy hair added a touch of charming cuteness. Itachi gently lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly descended from the bed to the floor. After putting on his pajamas, Itachi stepped into the bright and spacious back kitchen. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, which made him look particularly haggard. Well, I'll make breakfast this morning. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Itachi turned around and entered the kitchen. He took out the dumplings he had carefully prepared the night before from the fridge and carefully placed them into the steaming pot. He also cracked a few golden eggs and gently added them in. With a sizzling sound, a rich and enticing aroma wafted up from the pot, filling the entire kitchen as Itachi skillfully stir-fried the food. Time passed quietly second by second, and with a soft click, Itachi gently pushed open the kitchen door. Wearing an apron, his eyes revealed tenderness as he brought a plate of steaming dumplings to the dining table. That guy should still be sound asleep. Itachi quietly entered the room, his gaze softly fixed on the girl who was still tightly hugging her pillow, lost in slumber, his eyes filled with endless affection. Time to wake up, little sleepyhead. Itachi reached out and gently tickled Hannah's pert little nose. After a while, Kagami's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly as she sleepily gazed at Itachi, her eyes showing a hint of confusion and drowsiness. What time is it now, Itachi-kun? Hannah rubbed her slightly sleepy eyes and looked at Itachi with a face full of drowsiness, her voice carrying a hint of softness. It was already noon. Time to get up and eat, or else the food would get cold. Itachi's gaze fell on the girl's somewhat messy clothes and her slightly flushed cheeks, and a wave of inexplicable tenderness surged in his heart. You should tidy up your clothes first. Oh, okay. Huayin lowered her head and glanced at the few loose buttons on her pajamas, quickly fumbling to fasten them one by one. She gently nodded, looking even cuter. Please support for love. This book will be completed this month, and the new book will be of the same genre, expected to be released next month. Having learned from the lessons of this book, the next one will definitely be better. Chapter 283. Shall we work together? After a simple breakfast, Hannah walked to the entrance and changed her shoes. Yao specifically took out an exquisite umbrella and slowly walked over. So this time, you remembered to bring an umbrella? Kagami glanced at Itachi with a hint of arrogance, her tone laced with teasing. Well, after all, the sun is so bright outside. Itachi nonchalantly glanced at his wife's alluring feet, currently wrapped in white stockings and fitted in sneakers, looking particularly enticing. He instinctively swallowed hard, then suddenly froze, his pupils slightly constricting. Wait, what is going on? When did he develop this strange preference? No, no, he must restrain himself. Itachi struggled to suppress his inner urges and stopped secretly admiring his wife's figure. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? You seem a bit off today. Hanayon looked at Itachi with concern, then gently stood on tiptoe, cupping Itachi's face with both hands. It's nothing, let's go, Itachi said softly, shaking his head and gazing deeply into the distance. Hanayon replied firmly. The young couple left the house hand in hand. Itachi thoughtfully opened the umbrella. Kain still nestled tightly in his arms as usual, and the figures of the two under the umbrella looked particularly warm. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching, and time quietly passed by. As if in the blink of an eye, it had shifted from the harshness of winter to the heat of midsummer. Unknowingly, the weeds along the path had gradually become lush. Time really flies, Kain murmured, looking at the changes around her, her tone carrying a hint of emotion. It does indeed go by quickly, Itachi agreed, his eyes also reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. Itachi, Kain suddenly called. What is it? Itachi curiously looked down at his wife, his eyes filled with tenderness. Do you think one day we will grow old too? Huayin asked with a complex tone, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. This is natural. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the norms of life. You gently stroked Huayin's beautiful hair and comforted her. I'm not talking about lifespan. I mean, if one day I grow old, will I become unattractive? What if by then? Kagani shyly lowered her head, her voice becoming even quieter. Don't worry, I will grow old too, and I will always be with you then, Itachi said gently, his tone filled with determination. He could naturally guess the thoughts in his wife's mind. Perhaps she was overthinking again, adding unnecessary psychological pressure on herself. This bad habit won't do. It needs to be changed. Itachi looked carefully at the girl in front of him once more. Kanon felt Itachi's gaze and curiously lifted her head. Looking at her wife's adorably innocent expression, Itachi's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Why was his wife so cute? At that moment, Itachi really wanted to tightly hug Kanon and pamper her, but he still forcibly restrained his inner impulses. They were outside the house. He had to maintain the aloof image of the clan leader and couldn't appear so childish. Itachi-kun, are you thinking about something bad again? Kagani looked at Itachi with a resentful gaze, as if she could see through his thoughts. This feeling was akin to a husband secretly having an affair behind his wife's back, only to be discovered by her in the end. Ahem, I'm only thinking about serious matters. Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to cover up the turmoil inside him. I didn't ask you about this. Yet you confessed without me saying anything, which is quite suspicious. Hanayan's gaze became even more melancholic, as if she wanted to see through Itachi. All right, let's not discuss these things for now. Ahead is the Uchiha clan security department. Itachi gently rubbed Hanayan's head, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. From then on, everything went smoothly, without the kind of show-off face-slapping scenarios found in novels. Everything felt so natural. Just like yesterday, Huayin cheerfully walked into the office at the corner of the corridor. Can you be a bit more serious? Stop playing with the chair all the time. Miao looked at his wife, sitting in the chair with a helpless expression, his tone mixed with affection and reproach. I enjoy it. Anyway, there's no one here. Huayin playfully spun around in her chair, twirling again and again, while the silly hair on her head bounced joyfully to the rhythm. You sighed helplessly, then looked at his wife with a loving yet slightly exasperated gaze. Well, who could blame her for being his wife? It was only right to indulge her. All right, what is today's task? Kain leaned in close to Itachi, her face radiating curiosity. The chairs they sat on were tightly adjacent, with seemingly no space between them, creating an intimate atmosphere filled with a faint warmth. It was just as it had been yesterday. She should be familiar with the rules by now, right? Itachi gently spread out the documents, and then casually pulled out a few intricate files. After carefully organizing them, he placed them securely into the folder beside him. Such trivial tasks could simply be sent to the Konoha Village's commission office. The rest would be handled by us, and once everything was taken care of, we would hand it over to the Jonin of the Iron Country. Itachi patiently explained, his words filled with tenderness, and then he gently stroked Kain's soft hair, his eyes full of affection. All right, I completely understand now. Kanon slightly nodded, a knowing smile appearing on her face. When her gaze fell on the contents of the document, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her rosy lips pressed tightly together as she fell into deep thought. Itachi, while browsing the report in his hands, occasionally stole glances at the girl beside him. Seeing his wife in such a tense and serious state, a wave of laughter almost surged in Itachi's heart, but he managed to suppress it. What's wrong? Did she encounter a tricky problem? Itachi gently shook his head, then slowly leaned closer to his wife. His face filled with concern. It's not particularly difficult. I'm just a bit confused about why there would be disputes between the Hyuga clan and the villagers. Hana lightly sighed, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and confusion. Well, that's quite normal. After all, we are all part of Konoha village. And it's inevitable that some disputes and conflicts arise in daily life, Itachi gently explained. Finally finished the 4,000 words. Not easy. Sigh, looking for gifts. Chapter 284. What gift should I give Hana? Right, tomorrow is that little girl's birthday. What kind of gift should I get her? Kakashi aimlessly wandered the bustling streets, resting his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. In his mind, Hana's slightly mischievous, sweet smile involuntarily surfaced, causing him to shiver. How about just giving her a kunai? Kakashi hesitated, then quickly shook his head, decisively dismissing that rather inappropriate thought. No. Hana is after all a girl. So giving her such a cold weapon seems a bit inappropriate. What should I give her instead? Kakashi was struggling with this thought when he suddenly spotted two familiar figures in the distance. Jiraiya-sensei, Shursui, you're here too? Kakashi quickly walked over and waved enthusiastically at the two. Well, tomorrow is that guy's birthday, and I was just pondering what kind of gift to prepare. Shursui scratched the back of his head, a faint helpless smile appearing on his face. Well, if it's Hana, how about giving her some books? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, and upon noticing the unusual looks from the two, he hurriedly explained in a fluster. They're serious books. Don't think of anything weird, you too. Well, mainly because I see Jiraiya-sensei, usually. Shursui hesitated, seeming to find it hard to speak. Hey, don't think of me that way. Jiraiya, sensing their gazes, said angrily. Ahem, all right, let's not talk about that for now. The urgent thing is to think about what gift to prepare. Kakashi coughed awkwardly and quickly shifted the topic. The three exchanged glances, and for a moment, none of them could come up with an answer. In the Uchiha clan's territory, cannons stretched lazily and yawned. Ah, Itachi. The tasks are all completed, right? Yes, everything is in order. Itachi smiled and nodded, looking at his wife with an affectionate gaze. By the way, we're Master Jiraiya and Kakashi up to now. Kagani rested her chin on one hand, lost in thought. Ah, we don't need to worry too much about that. By the way, can you tell me what you usually like? Itachi hurriedly interrupted Kagani's speculation and asked curiously. I don't really know. It seems like I don't have anything in particular that I like. Hana shook her head bobbing like a rattle drum, looking extremely cute. Is that so? I understand. Itachi let out a light sigh, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. By the way, Itachi, what do you mean by suddenly asking me this? Kagami looked up curiously at Itachi, her eyes sparkling with. It's nothing, you'll find out soon, Itachi said with a meaningful smile. How strange, Hanayo murmured to herself, her expression looking extremely cute, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch her little face. With a soft click, the door was gently pushed open by Hanayo. The couple walked hand in hand along the quiet path of the Uchiha clan. Along the way, passers-by greeted Itachi, and acquaintances warmly called out to Hanayo. Kagami politely responded one by one, her face beaming with a warm smile. After calculating the time, she realized that she had been in this world for over 10 years, and everything around her had changed dramatically. Kanon and Itachi wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of Konoha, observing the throngs of passers-by and soaking in the lively yet warm atmosphere. The girl chuckled softly, her appearance incredibly sweet and charming, as if she could instantly melt away all the frost around her. What are you laughing at? Itachi gently patted Kanon's head, his eyes filled with tenderness as he asked. It's nothing, I'm not telling you, you idiot. Kanon pouted playfully, turning her head to the side in its sundry manner. Well, all right then, Itachi sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with affection and resignation as he quietly gazed at his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side, a sense of urgency spread. So what should I get her? Kakashi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He truly didn't know what kind of gift would be suitable for Hanin. Sigh. This matter shouldn't be taken too seriously. Shursui gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, sighing helplessly, a hint of comfort in his eyes. Then let us go with what was said before. I'll write a signature myself and give it to Hanin. Jiraiya laughed heartily, but before he could finish his sentence, he was met with unanimous opposition from Kakashi and Shursui. Why not? I'm at least a great literary master. My signature is worth a fortune in the ninja world. Do you understand? Jiraiya looked at Shursui and Kakashi with a frown, his tone revealing some dissatisfaction. The so-called adult books you wrote. And you want to use that as your representative work to give to a pure girl like Hanin? Shirzue looked at Jiraiya with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. Come on, you don't understand at all. That S art. Jiraiya impatiently interrupted Shirzue, his face showing clear annoyance. Just then, Kakashi's voice suddenly came through, interrupting their argument. I have an idea. What idea? Shirzue and Jiraiya exchanged glances, then turned to Kakashi in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. How about giving her a pet dog? Dogs are so cute, it would definitely be suitable for a girl. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, a silly grin on his face, though he looked a bit foolish. No way, absolutely not. Shirzue interrupted Kakashi's suggestion without hesitation, his tone firm. Why do you say that? Kakashi looked confused, not understanding why Shirzue would oppose it so strongly. Itachi and Hanin are about to get married. If you give them a dog, they'll all be too busy with the kids already, and adding a dog to the mix, Shirzue's mind conjured a chaotic picture. Kain clumsily took care of the baby, while a dog barked loudly nearby. It had finally returned home from work, needing to take care of both his wife and the baby, leaving no time or energy to care for a dog. Shirzue made a good point. Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. So that won't work. And that won't work either. What exactly should we give? Kakashi looked helplessly at Shirzue and Jiraiya, his face filled with confusion and resignation. The air was thick with silence, as if time itself had paused in that moment. High above, a group of crows cawed, flapping their wings as they slowly flew across the sky. The three of them stared at each other, no one saying a word. How about this? Let us split up, and once we find a suitable gift, let us meet at that internet CAF in Area B of Konoha. Kakashi said, hands in pockets, his tone somewhat lazy. All right, I'll take my leave first. Shirzue agreed to Kakashi's suggestion, and before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Then I'll head out too. Jiraiya waved his hand and turned to leave. Please support for love. This book will be finished this month. Sigh. It's finally coming to an end after all this time. Let us name the child Hanying. Chapter 285. Strange. Why is everyone distancing themselves from me? On the streets of Konoha, the sunlight was dappled. Kain walked alone, tightly holding the documents in her arms, and slowly entered the Hokage building. Along the way, Itachi had briefly left her for some matters, so at this moment, Kain was all alone as she continued forward. You've worked hard, Miss Kain. Shikaku took the documents from Kain's hands, carefully organized them, and placed them in a box. Then he took out a stack of cash, gratefully handed it to Kain, his eyes full of sincerity. It's nothing, just a small effort. Huayin gently waved her hand, politely refusing the stack of cash, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Really? By the way, why didn't Itachi come back with you? In Lugio's words, a hint of curiosity inadvertently surfaced. Oh, he had something come up, so he left early. Kain let out a gentle sigh, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. I see, I understand now. Dugio nodded, but a strange appeared on his face, as if hiding some helplessness. Uncle Dugio, what's wrong with you? Kagani looked at the worried uncle in front of her with concern, her tone filled with worry. Ahem. I'll talk to you later, but you mustn't mention it to Itachi, Riku joked. And then he looked around to confirm that everyone was busy with their own things, and no one was paying attention to them. Kain tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, somewhat looking forward to what Rukyu would say next. After a moment, having listened to Rukyu's story, Kain frowned, her face filled with worry. It's really too much. How could they assign such heavy work to you? Hannah muttered indignantly, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Miss, I said the same thing. Sighing helplessly, Riku's dark circles under his eyes became increasingly noticeable, seemingly telling the story of his recent hardships. He really didn't expect that the Uchiha clan's young lady would be so approachable. He had only meant to tease her a little. Don't worry, Uncle Riku. I will definitely tell Itachi-kun when I go back. Kagani slammed the table, her tone filled with determination and anger. Sighing, Rukyu watched as Kagani's figure disappeared, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This girl is too naive. He was just making a joke. At that moment, the sun hanging high in the sky was radiating intense light, casting Kagani's figure in particularly sharp relief. Itakuen, that's enough. How can you bully Uncle Rukyu like this? Kanon slammed her hand on the table, looking at Itachi with anger in her eyes. Kanon, is it possible that Uncle Rukyu is just teasing you? Itachi sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at his wife. Oh, is that so? Kaon's face instantly turned red, as if it had been stained by the fiery clouds. Of course, why would I lie to you? Itachi gently patted Kaon's head, his gaze becoming even softer. Ahem, actually, I've seen through it long ago. I just haven't said anything. Kain turned her head with a rosy complexion and said proudly, "Oh, so that's how it is." Itachi's eye twitched slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Forget it. This isn't the time to talk about those things. He still needs to think carefully about what gift to prepare for Kain later. Kagun is now an adult, and I can no longer view her with the eyes of child. I need to give her something valuable. How about a pair of shoes? As soon as this thought crossed Itachi's mind, he shook his head and dismissed it. What's wrong? Itachi-kun, what are you thinking about? Kagani looked up at Itachi, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. It's nothing. I was just thinking about some clan matters, Itachi explained in a flustered manner, his gaze slightly flickering. Really? You wouldn't be thinking about some woman, would you? Kagani's eyes suddenly became filled with sorrow. Absolutely not. Itachi gently tapped his wife's forehead. All right, I won't nag you anymore. I still need to go buy some groceries. Itachi shook his head helplessly and let out a light sigh. Then I'll go with you. Kagani ran to catch up with Itachi, her face beaming with a smile. No need, you should go home first. I still have to do some other things after I finish shopping, Itachi said helplessly, his eyes filled with regret. All right then. Kagani could only stand still, quietly watching the figure of Itachi gradually fade away, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss rising in her heart. What's going on? Why does it feel like everyone is distancing themselves from me today? Kagun's mood suddenly became a bit unpleasant. Did I do something bad these past few days that upset them? Kanon was murmuring to herself, her face turning a bit pale, looking pitiful and making people unable to help but feel sympathy. On another street in Konoha, Itachi was walking when he happened to run into Shursui. Hey, Shursui, long time no see. Itachi greeted with a smile. Oh, it's Itachi. Kanon didn't come with you, right? Shursui looked around and patted his chest, relieved. She didn't come. Are you also worried about what gift to give? Itachi asked. Yeah, I just don't know what would be right. What time is it now? Shursui revealed a wry smile. It's already 12 noon, Itachi answered softly, glancing at the clock. Then come with me, Shursui said. Soon, Itachi followed Shursui to an internet CAF, where he saw Kakashi and Jiraiya. You little brat, what are you doing here? Jiraiya's face immediately turned ugly upon seeing Itachi. It's been so long. Why are you still holding a grudge? Kakashi patted Jiraiya's shoulder. Back when Kanon was with Itachi, Jiraiya was nearly devastated. Now 5 or 6 years later, he still hadn't gotten over it, and he always had a sour expression when seeing Itachi. Lord Jiraiya, have you prepared your gifts? Itachi interrupted Jiraiya helplessly. Not yet. What's up? Jiraiya asked curiously. Sigh. So all three of you are worried about this? Itachi sighed lightly. Itachi, what are you planning to give? Shursui hesitated to speak. I'm planning to give shoes. Itachi scratched his cheek, imagining Kanon sitting in a chair while he knelt on the ground, putting the shoes on the girl's ankles. Kanon was wearing white stockings, her toes rounded, and Itachi couldn't help but swallow. Itachi, that's a good idea. Kakashi patted Itachi's shoulder, revealing a knowing look that men understand. Humph, kid, from now on, Kanon will be in your care, so make sure to take good care of her. Otherwise, Jiraiya also stood up, looking at Itachi with a serious expression. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya, I will take good care of Kanon. Itachi nodded. Now the new book has reached 14,000 words, and I'm wondering whether to submit it to the male audience or the female audience. Chapter 286, What kind of gift should I prepare? Strange. Where do they all go? Kanon sat quietly on the bench, propping her chin up with one hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she were pondering something. I hope Itachi is okay, she whispered softly, a hint of unease rising in her heart. Huayin didn't know what she was thinking. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. No, I still have to go see him in person. She stood up, walked to the entrance, carefully changed her shoes, and then stepped out of the house. The weather outside was bright, with radiant sunlight pouring down on the earth. Kagun walked quietly down the street, holding an oil umbrella. Sigh, could it be that I went too far last night? Kagani walked down the street, and the events of last night involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Recalling the time spent with Itachi, she remembered how unreasonable she always seemed, constantly making various demands of him. Now, Kanon just want to find Itachi as soon as possible to apologize to him in person. The Uchiha clan's territory still retains its former appearance, with no changes at all. Kagani walked into the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, only to find it still empty and silent, as if even the wind had come to a standstill. Strange. Isn't Yukin supposed to be in the back mountain? Huayin murmured softly and quickly made a gesture with her hands. Soon, the figures of 2 black and white wolves appeared beside her. Could you please help me find Weasel Coin? Thank you. Huayin crouched down and gently stroked the heads of the two wolves, her eyes filled with anticipation. The two wolves sniffed the air and then dashed down the mountain, their speed astonishing. Kagani closely followed behind the two wolves, her figure weaving through the trees like a light breeze. The trio moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed from the Uchiha clan to the commercial center of Konoha village. Is that where it is? Kagami looked at a clothing store in the distance, curiously stroking the white wolf's head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The two wolves nodded, then transformed into a puff of smoke, disappearing into the air. Upon seeing this, Hanan immediately felt relieved and began to think about how to apologize to Itachi when she met him. The girl quickly walked into the store and immediately spotted Itachi, who was selecting clothes while Kakashi stood beside him, shaking his head in refusal. Itachi-kun, Kakashi, what are you doing here? Huayin murmured to herself, her eyes filled with confusion. Huayin, what are you doing here? The two of them appeared somewhat flustered upon seeing the girl, seemingly at a loss. What's wrong? Why can't I come? Huayin looked puzzled, with a hint of incomprehension in her gaze. It's nothing, Itachi chuckled lightly, then shook his head, seeming unwilling to say more. By the way, are you two shopping for clothes? Kanon leaned closer to the two of them, looking at the clothes they were picking out, which were clearly women's styles. Her expression suddenly turned melancholic. So you two are hiding this from me just to buy clothes, or are they for a girl? Cough, cough, Kanon, don't misunderstand. We're buying this for Aunt Mei Chin. Kakashi awkwardly coughed, trying to explain. Itachi, standing nearby, also hurriedly nodded, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Really? Itachi, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Kagani glared at Itachi with an unhappy expression, her eyes filled with doubt. How could I possibly deceive you? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead, making him look a bit nervous. Idiot, this outfit was originally bought for you. I just haven't decided on a birthday gift for you yet. Itachi's gaze softened as he looked at Kagani. Well, now I understand. You two can continue with your work. I'll head back first. Huayin let out a light sigh, her eyes carrying a subtle hint of sadness and disappointment. All right, be careful on the way home. You kindly reminded his wife, his gaze filled with concern. I know. Hanyo turned her head and glared at Itachi, then disappeared from the spot. She had followed him all the way from the Uchiha clan just to confirm his safety. Now that she knew Itachi was safe, she felt a little relieved. However, she was still troubled about Itachi and Kakashi buying clothes behind her back. Once she got home, she was definitely going to punish that idiot. She didn't believe for a second that the clothes were for Mikoto. They must have been for the mistress or for Kakashi himself. Wait, could it be? Is there some kind of relationship between Kakashi and Itachi? As soon as this thought crossed Hanyo's mind, she quickly shook her head, her movements resembling a rattle drum, with a hint of childishness and cuteness. No, I must be overthinking it. Kanon let out a light sigh, filled with a hint of helplessness. She then turned around and slowly walked back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Oh, Shursui, are you standing on my doorstep for some reason? Kagani looked at the beautifully decorated gift box in his hands, standing at the door with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ah, it's you, Kagani. The voice of Shimizu carried a slight panic as he hurriedly hid the gift behind him a little deeper, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Who is that gift for? Kagani looked curious. She felt that everyone was acting strangely today, as if everyone was hiding something from her, filling her heart with doubt. Oh, you mean this? This is a gift I prepared for Sasuke. Shursui scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly, while using his other hand to tightly hide the gift box behind him. But the wrapping of that gift is clearly in a girl's style. Kanon's words carried a hint of hesitation. She seemed to doubt Shursui's words. Shursui immediately fell silent, a look of frustration appearing on his face. Oh no, if I had known, I should have made the gift wrapping simpler to avoid this misunderstanding. Ahem, actually, it was a request from Sasuke for me to help him buy this. It's a local specialty I specifically brought back from outside the village. Shursui awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to explain clearly. Oh, I see. Then come inside quickly. Itachi and the other should be back soon. Why not stay and have lunch together? Huayin nodded obediently, then opened the door and warmly invited Jishui inside. Ah, no need. I still have some things to take care of. I'll be leaving now. Sorry, Huayin. Jishui declined and hurriedly left the spot. Is it really necessary? Kanon watched as Shursui's figure disappeared, her eyes twitching slightly. If you're going, then go. But did you forget to give your gift to Sasuke? Forget it. I'll find Shursui in person another day and talk to him about it. Is today some important day? Why does it feel like everyone is hiding something from me? Kagun murmured to herself with a puzzled expression, then sighed softly and changed her shoes before walking into the living room. Kayan paced back and forth in the living room, filled with confusion. I must be overthinking things. This book will be completed on the 30th of this month. I hope everyone can stick around until the end. He knows that this writing is a bit watery. Thank you very much for getting this far. There will be additional side stories later, specifically about parenting. I seek support for my passion. Chapter 287. Kayan feels a bit lonely. She shouldn't have noticed, right? Jiraiya looked at Shui with disappointment. Fortunately, it wasn't exposed. Kayan still doesn't know. Shui awkwardly smiled, unconsciously scratching the back of his head. Originally, today was Kayan's birthday, and everyone planned to give her a big surprise in the evening. However, Shui nearly let the secret slip while standing at the door this afternoon. It's good that it wasn't exposed. Kayan usually forgets her own birthday. Itachi chuckled softly, his eyes filled with warmth. By the way, what gifts have you all prepared? A bit of sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. I prepared a pair of shoes, Itachi said softly. I prepared a set of clothes, Jiraiya said, extending his hand and awkwardly scratching his cheek. I prepared a dress. It should be different from clothes, right? Kakashi hesitated, looking somewhat uncertain. Well, I'm not sure about that. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. What about you, Shui? Everyone turned their gaze towards Shui. Well, I prepared a delicate crow model. Shui slowly opened the box, revealing a finely crafted, lifelike crow. Why would you prepare this gift? That girl definitely won't like it, Jiraiya scoffed, a hint of disdain on his face. Ahaha, really? Shui's eyes trembled slightly, looking a bit dejected. It's okay, Shui. As long as you have this intention, that's already great. Kayan definitely won't mind. Itachi patted Shui's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. By the way, do we have to wait until evening to give that girl her gift? Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets and a pair of slightly tired dead fish eyes, asked curiously. Of course, having a birthday party in the evening creates a better atmosphere, Jiraiya said, giving Kakashi's shoulder a hearty pat, maybe a bit too hard. Kakashi sighed helplessly, appearing somewhat resigned. By the way, how are Naruto and Sasuke's gifts coming along? Jiraiya asked while still patting Kakashi's shoulder, turning his head to look at Itachi. I'm not sure, but they probably just started, right? Itachi shook his head, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Meanwhile, in Area A of Konoha Village, Naruto and Sasuke were aimlessly walking down the street, looking somewhat lost. Idiot Naruto, no matter what, Kayan is still a girl. Are you seriously giving her dumbbells? Sasuke looked at Naruto with a foolish expression, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Sasuke, you do have a point. Naruto immediately became downcast, swaying like a paper doll. He usually works out, and thought Kayan would like dumbbells too, but after Sasuke's reminder, he suddenly realized, hey, you shouldn't be this down, right? Sasuke's eye twitched slightly as he looked at Naruto with disbelief. By the way, Sasuke, what gift are you preparing? Naruto snapped back to reality, looking at Sasuke curiously. Me? Just a game console, Sasuke said, his face slightly flushed, seemingly a bit embarrassed. You seem even more foolish than me. But giving Kayan a game console for her birthday? Naruto suddenly became speechless, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. At least it's better than giving her dumbbells, dead last. Sasuke retorted angrily, his tone full of disdain. You were the dead last. Idiot Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes, angrily saying, all right, stop arguing. It's rare for you two to go out and have fun. Minato walked over, smiling gently while patting the shoulders of both, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. The two exchanged glares before shaking hands to make peace. By the way, Dad, what gift are you planning to give? Naruto asked curiously. I'm giving a watch. I think the actual gift doesn't really matter. As long as it's from the heart, that's enough. Minato gently touched Naruto's head, his eyes filled with warmth. Did you hear that? Idiot. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare, pretending to be angry. Shouldn't that be what I say? Idiot fool. Naruto rolled his eyes dramatically at Sasuke. You two are at it again, Minato chuckled awkwardly. Then he looked at Naruto, his gaze gradually becoming gentler. Canon, thank you for protecting Naruto. You three idiots, have you chosen your gifts? Kushina Uzumaki looked at the three of them with a face full of helplessness, holding a pile of various pink-wrapped boxes. Well, our gifts are all prepared. Minato looked at his wife with a mix of affection and helplessness, and said softly, you three big men really don't understand a girl's heart. Sending these as birthday gifts. You guys are really clueless. Kushina rolled her eyes at the three of them and complained, feeling frustrated. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, all understanding each other's thoughts. Sigh, is it really that complicated for a girl to celebrate her birthday? It's nothing like us guys. We just celebrate casually and maybe have a party. And that's about it. The Uchiha clan's territory. Huayin dragged her feet, glancing anxiously at the clock on the wall, feeling uneasy in her heart. Why do I always have a sense of foreboding, always feeling like someone is constantly murmuring about me? Huayin's eyes twitched slightly. She glanced around the room, which was completely empty, and for some reason, a faint sadness surged in her heart. Perhaps it was because she had been with everyone for a long time, and the sudden loneliness made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Never mind, let's go for a walk outside. Huayin placed the broom in the corner, washed her hands, and then stepped out. The distant sunset was splendid and eye-catching, and the white clouds in the sky looked as if they had been burned by fire, breathtakingly beautiful. Kagun strolled along the bustling path, feeling the human warmth around her. The corners of the young girl's mouth curled up slightly, as a gentle breeze ruffled her hair tips a bit. Kain gently tucked her long hair behind her ear with her fair, jade-like hand, looking very beautiful. Surrounding her were members of the Uchiha clan, some of whom greeted Kain warmly. "Good evening, Uncle Tetsuhebe." Kain smiled in response. "Sure." Uncle Ironfire replied with a kind smile. "For the sake of love, let's generate some power." Chapter 288. The moonlight is beautiful. Kain, goodbye all Otsutsuki. Host, there is still one last Otsutsuki to deal with. What do you plan to do? Just as Kain was strolling down the street, the system's alert suddenly rang out. Kagun was suddenly taken aback, stepping back like a startled rabbit. What? System? Are you saying there's still Tsutsuki? That's right, they are currently on the moon. So your sudden mission is for me to go and stop them? In Huayin's words, there is a hint of hesitation. Brave girl, go and create miracles, and personally deal with all the Otsutsuki. So, system, are you going to give me some rewards? How can I go to the moon alone? That place is so far away. Hanin glared at the virtual dialogue box in front of her. You could go seek help from Orochimaru. All right. Kagani nodded. Then summoned the jade dog, which quickly flew into the sky and found Orochimaru in a cave 20 kilometers away from Konoha. Orochimaru, do you have a way to help me get to the moon? Henio curiously watched Orochimaru fiddling with something. Going to the moon? Orochimaru turned his head and licked his tongue, looking at Henio with curiosity. Yes, going to the moon. Henio gestured with both hands, looking very cute. Well, come with me for now, even though I don't know what you're going to the moon for. Orochimaru said in a low, hoarse voice, his eyes filled with curiosity, then turned his head, flickering the candlelight, and walked deeper into the cave. Kagami closely followed Orochimaru, observing various test tube solutions along the way. They arrived. Orochimaru stopped in front. Haneon momentarily lost her focus and accidentally bumped into Orochimaru's back, stepping back with her hands covering her head. Are you okay, Hanan-chan? Orochimaru licked his tongue. I'm fine, it's nothing. Kagani waved her hand to indicate that she was fine, then looked up into the distance, stunned by the technology before her. A spaceship-like device lay quietly in the cave. What the hell? Is this still the ninja world? What have they done to her? Henio was stunned. What are you still dazed for? Hurry up and come in. Orochimaru pressed a button, and the spaceship's door opened. Orochimaru, when did you do these? Henio turned her head, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. Well, I just did on a whim. If you want to ask about the timing, I made these after digesting the physics knowledge you gave me last time. Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue, looking quite disgusting, and said in a deep, hoarse voice. Then I'll go in first, bye. As Hanin stepped into the spaceship, the doors slowly closed behind her. Then, Orochimaru began to fiddle with some strange objects. Huayin felt the ground tremble slightly. Looking up, she saw that the top of the cave had somehow opened up, creating a huge space, and the spaceship slowly ascended. Then, with a whoosh, it disappeared. In short, it was very sci-fi. Even Lu Zixin would have to give it 6. I hope you can succeed, Huayin-chan. Orochimaru watched the girl leave the ninja world, his expression complicated. Siggy, Orochimaru softly called into the dim distance. Soon, a little boy wearing a Konoha headband emerged. Is there something wrong? Siggy tilted his head, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. You need to protect Sakura well in the future. Sakura? Yes, but she hasn't been born yet. Orochimaru nodded. Above the starry sky, the spaceship sped away, quickly breaking free from the constraints of Earth's atmosphere. Kagani looked bewildered. Is the technology in the ninja world this advanced now? Host, don't underestimate Orochimaru's inventiveness. The last time you rewarded him with physics knowledge, he has already used it to create nuclear weapons. All right then. Kagura swallowed and nodded. By the way, do you know the specific locations of those Otsutsuki systems? Kagami suddenly thought of something and curiously asked. I don't know, but host, don't you have the ability of soul perception? It seems so. Huayin shook her head, closed her eyes tightly, and activated her soul perception ability. Sure enough, as soon as she activated it, she felt an enormous chakra on the other side of the moon. Huayin simply operated a button on the spaceship, and it immediately stopped and opened a door. By the way, if I go out directly, there shouldn't be any oxygen, right? Huayin looked outside at the floating debris in confusion. Don't worry, host, you are now at the peak of the 6 paths. And those Otsutsuki may not necessarily be able to defeat you. You naturally don't need mere oxygen. Huayin decisively activated her sage mode. At that moment, a pair of dragon horns appeared on her forehead, and her perception greatly enhanced. Kagani didn't waste any time and quickly rushed towards a distance, where the moon was several kilometers away. By the way, host, isn't this combat power a bit broken? Don't worry about it. Anyway, I can't beat those Otsutsuki. Just remember to give me a cheat. Kagani's body passed straight through the surrounding rubble, which was directly shattered by her aftershock. Bang, bang, bang. Damn, why are there so many stones in the air? Huayin shook her head, her cute face covered in some dust. Doesn't outer space look like this? She said. All right. Huayin continued to push forward with greater force. Soon, she saw the vast and boundless moon. The area around the moon was pitch black, seemingly endless, appearing lonely and mysterious. In the universe, stars twinkled like a magnificent painting. However, with Huayin's perceptive abilities, several distant planets became clearly visible. Bang! The sound of flowers directly fell above the moon, stirring up a large amount of smoke. Soon, a few members of the Tsutsuki clan intercepted in front of the sound of flowers. Who are you? Strange. Are they the ninjas from the ninja world? 2 Tsutsuki, one tall and one thin, looked at the sound of flowers, exchanging a puzzled glance. Hello. May I ask where the Tsutsuki god is? After coughing a few times, Hainen stood up, brushed off the dust on her skirt, and politely asked. Akamoto's setting is really outrageous. The Otsutsuki clan actually lives on the moon. And what was that Otsutsuki god? Hainen can't even remember the name clearly. Are you talking about Lord Jiraiya? The small-framed Otsutsuki asked in confusion. Yes, I want to kill him. Hainen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. What did you say? I said I want to kill him. He's the enemy. Haru. Quickly go inform Lord Shota. The small-framed Otsutsuki shouted anxiously. You're wasting my time. Kain directly shattered the slender Otsutsuki with her bare hands, then turned and glared at Yauda, who was about to flee. Under the intense questioning of her Sharingan, Kain quickly discovered the location of Shurji. Along the way, countless Otsutsuki attempted to obstruct her. However, Kain took down one after another, leaving none unscathed. As the number of Otsutsuki continued to increase, Kain's expression grew increasingly grim. Kishimoto and Ikemoto are truly impressive. The Boruto series can't progress, so to rely on old resources, they can only keep sending out Otsutsuki to delay the plot. It's a bit amusing. If Boruto can defeat those Otsutsuki, that would be strange. Even the overpowered Kain might not necessarily be a match for them. System Dad, please grant me power. Huayin resisted the large-scale damage from afar, anxiously shouting. Here they come. Host, blow them up. Soon, Huayin felt a powerful force surge into her body. She easily crushed Shirun with one hand. The Otsutsuki along the way looked even more grim, their faces filled with terror. Who are you? The one here to take your lives. A flash of red light flickered in Huayin's eyes, and her figure instantly vanished from spot. Chapter 289. Happy birthday, Huayin. Final. Let the flowers bloom. A scene of devastation suddenly surged above the moon. Countless bodies were knocked down to the ground by Huayin. Huayin rushed into the interior of the moon and soon saw a magnificent hall. Wow, is it this luxurious here? Huayin's pupils shrank as she looked at the scene in the hall in surprise. All right, host, quickly deal with the final boss. And then this book can come to an end. It's finally about to end. Huayin let out a soft sigh and slowly walked in. Along the way, Hana's eyes were complex, even though she herself didn't know why. After dealing with the Otsutsuki clan, she should have nothing left to do. At a distant corner, Hana pushed open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Inside, there was a large amount of nutrient solution, flowing through a tube inserted into the body of the sleeping person below. Looking at the sleeping Otsutsuki Shurji, Hana sighed again. Let everything end here. Kagun slowly formed hand seals, and soon, a blazing fireball was expelled from her mouth, quickly igniting everything below. Bang! The sound of intense sparks and explosions erupted. Kain turned around and walked towards a corner. As for the explosion, a real woman never looks back at explosions. A flurry of sparks and strong winds tousled the girl's hair. Huayin walked out of the hall with her hands in her pockets. Back on the surface of the moon, she glanced around, her eyes slightly wet. System, all tasks are completed, you. Huayin shook her head, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. Okay, then I'm leaving. Unbinding the host now. Unbinding successful. This time I'll never come back, goodbye. Hearing the system's teasing, a warm current surged in Huayin's heart. Great. She was finally free from the system's control. Kagami was excited, her long hair flowing freely behind her as she leaped forward. Due to the lack of oxygen on the lunar surface, her jumping height was astonishing. The sound of flowers gently fell to the ground, looking at the earth. Her expression became complex again. After returning to the village, she must apologize to Itachi-kun. She shouldn't have treated him that way last night. The flower quickly dove back along the original path. Entering the spaceship created by Orochimaru, she pressed the return button. The spaceship shook violently and soon flew towards Earth. She didn't expect Orochimaru to be so considerate. The flower patted her chest. The girl sat in the chair, looking at the scenery outside the window. In the distance, stars twinkled, shining beautifully. As time passed, the flower gradually saw the full view of the Earth. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and quickly turned into scrap metal. With flames burning, it soon glowed brightly, engulfed in flames. Damn, Orochimaru's technology is unreliable. Kagami exclaimed in surprise and quickly broke the door of the spaceship. You scare me to death. Huayin decisively activated her kaleidoscope ability and dove down. She didn't know how long she had been falling, but she saw the Hokage rock in the distance and felt a surge of joy. Then, she controlled the wings behind her, gliding down to the ground like a light feather. At this moment, the night was deep. If Huayin didn't return home soon, Itachi and the others would surely be worried. She didn't expect that a fight would take so long. Kanon sighed softly, her gaze turning to the surroundings of the Hidden Leaf village. It was quiet all around, with no one in sight. The once bustling shops had all turned off their lights, and everything seemed so lonely and desolate. Hana smiled faintly, and then walked towards the Uchiha clan. The sound of cicadas gradually began to rise, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be gently parted by an invisible hand, revealing the bright and clear moonlight that bathed the earth. Kagun put her hands in her pockets and breathed out a warm cloud of white mist. System, are you still there? After a long while, the surroundings remained quiet, with no response coming through. Kagani's bright eyes instantly dimmed, and this feeling was like taking a short nap in the afternoon, only to wake up and find the sky turned gloomy and dark. This feeling was very lonely. It seems that this broken system has really left me. Kanon let out a light sigh. Well, at least I no longer have to be bound by anything. Sigh, now that all the Otsutsuki have been dealt with, what should I do next? I feel like the days ahead might be a bit dull. The sound of flowers and thoughts surged like a tide. And before I knew it, I had returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. The mansion in the distance was brightly lit, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Strange, isn't it? Isn't it late at night? Why are they still awake? Huayin was filled with confusion. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Huayin. Bang, bang, bang. Happy birthday. As soon as Huayin stepped over the threshold, she was startled and took a step back like a frightened deer. But she quickly regained her composure, looking at the fireworks falling above her head and the joyful faces of the crowd. Are you all still waiting for me? So late? Kanon looked surprised, then reached out to play with the remnants of the fireworks on the tips of her hair. Well, speaking of which, where have you been so late? Itachi nodded and gently tapped Kanon's head. Oh, I went to deal with the Otsutsuki. Kanon sighed lightly. Are you okay? Lin looked at Kanon with a worried expression. I'm fine, the blood isn't mine. Have you dealt with the Otsutsuki? Shursui also looked at Kanon with concern. Yes, I've dealt with them. So you guys have been turning your backs to me all day just to prepare for this? Henio looked at everyone with moist eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Yes. Today is your birthday, Henio said, her face full of affection. Come on, sit down, the cake is ready. Mikoto opened the gift boxes on the dining table. Blow out the candles, Henio-ne. Sasuke inserted the candles into the cake and lit the flames. Minato gently turned off the lights. Looking at the burning flames on the cake and the affectionate gazes from everyone, the entire scene was filled with a lively and warm atmosphere. Kakashi held the camera, continuously taking pictures of Hanyo. All of Hanyo's familiar faces gathered here to celebrate her birthday together. Okay, I'm coming right now. Kanon reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and then, surrounded by everyone, she walked towards the table filled with laughter and joy. Well, my wish. Ah, you don't just say your wish out loud when making a wish. Jiraiya interrupted Kanon's words. Others can wish however they want. What does it have to do with you? Tsunade twisted Jiraiya's ear, causing him to grimace in pain. Lady Tsunade makes a good point. Kagami shook her head, then clasped her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes tightly, and made a wish in her heart. I hope that everyone who sees this sentence can live happily. May all kind people receive the kindness they deserve. All right, my wish is complete. Kagami opened her moist eyes, looking pitiful. Don't cry. It's rare to see you like this, Itachi said, pulling out a tissue and handing it to Kagami with a doting expression in his eyes. I thought you all hated me, Kagami choked out. Kagami, you're just overthinking it, Izumi said, hesitating to speak. Haha. Come eat some cake, Minato said with a smile, skillfully cutting the cake and placing it on a piece of white paper to hand to Kagami. Thank you, Kagami said, holding the fork with a sweet feeling in her heart. We're all family. No need to be so polite, Minato shook his head, standing up to turn on the living room light. By the way, Kagami, everyone has prepared your gift. Do you want to take a look now? Fugaku chuckled lightly, completely different from his usual serious demeanor. Okay, Kagami nodded obediently, looking at the pile of gifts in the living room. A warm current surged in Kagani's heart. That's nice. Everyone cares so much about her. I really didn't know what to give, so I just got some clothes, Obito said, scratching the back of his head, looking a bit awkward. You're such a typical straight man, Haruko teased, glancing at Obito. Hiss, why wasn't I invited to your birthday? Orochimaru licked his lips, emerging from the crowd. Orochimaru, why are you here? Sasuke looked confused. Why can't I come? Naruto asked curiously. No one said I couldn't, Orochimaru replied. Where did you pop out from? Jiraiya rolled his eyes in annoyance. Oh, I popped out from your heart. Orochimaru teased Jiraiya, his tone low and hoarse. Don't say such cheesy things, idiot, Jiraiya retorted weakly. Huayin watched the two people arguing, covering her mouth and chuckling softly, looking particularly adorable. The end. Throw flowers? Thank you for your companionship. 2024, 12/29, 1926. Upload time 1932. Thank you very much to everyone who has followed this far. Thank you. Also, there will be a 4,000-word extra tomorrow. Please support with love. Chapter 290 Extra. Huayin is really cute. Time is like a carefully twisted hemp rope, interwoven with endless heartache and joy. Spring has gone and summer has arrived, and the sun is getting hotter. In a Japanese-style courtyard, the distant sound of cicadas rises and falls, as if playing the melody of summer. Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come home from work yet? A little girl, as cute as a porcelain doll, with delicate features, shook the girl's hand continuously. That little hand was tender and soft. Dad is still working hard. He needs a little more time. The girl appeared slightly flustered, but then forced herself to calm down. Is that so? Huayin pouted her rosy little lips and said unhappily, looking extremely cute and adorable. Huayin gently nodded her head, then extended her fair and delicate arm to gently wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her slender waist, and Huayin gathered her hair in front of her chest. Still so slow, Huayin said softly and in a somewhat unclear tone, let's wait a little longer. Huayin gently held her daughter in her arms, her eyes filled with endless affection. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang. It should be Dad coming back, right? Huayin tightly hugged her mother's neck with both hands, her eyes blinking cutely, looking extremely adorable like twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, one can also find that the space between the girl's brows is very similar to Huayin's, as if they were carved from the same mold. Kagami carefully put the child down and then gently opened the door. Dad, why are you only coming back now? Hana Sakura couldn't wait to speak the moment she saw Itachi, her voice clear and pleasant. Well, I've dealt with some complicated matters, but everything is taken care of now. Itachi crouched down and gently stroked his daughter's head, his eyes filled with deep affection. Itachi-kun, Huayin whispered softly, looking at Itachi with a hint of playful annoyance and a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Itachi steadily cradled their daughter in his arms and then kissed Huayin's fair forehead, saying, Why are you still the same as before? It's nothing. I'm just afraid that after having a child, you'll only care about the baby and not about me. Kanon lightly pursed her red lips, her face slightly flushed. By the way, how is Boruto doing now? Kanon suddenly thought of something and looked at Itachi with curiosity. Boruto? Recently, his relationship with Naruto hasn't been great, sigh. Itachi let out a light sigh, then took out a chilled bottle of mineral water from the fridge, opened it, and gulped it down. Henio gently took out a wet tissue and carefully wiped the sweat off Itachi's cheeks. Sakura is really more understanding, isn't she? That guy Naruto always complains to me about how Boruto is. Itachi gently set his daughter down and then squatted down, affectionately stroking Sakura's head. Sakura really looks a lot like her mother, Itachi said with a gentle expression, his eyes filled with love. Does she look that much like me? I usually don't pay much attention. Hanyo stood aside, looking at her daughter with the same affectionate gaze. This bond of blood and flesh felt quite inexplicable. She had never understood what kind of loving gaze Kushina had when she looked at Naruto back then. Now, Hanyo finally understood. The feeling was hard to describe, but it was wonderful and intoxicating. Shall we go for a walk? Itachi once again picked up his daughter with a loving expression, then reached out and gently teased the girl's delicate nose, causing Hanami to giggle. It's so sunny. I don't want to go out, or my skin will get dark. Huayin let out a light sigh, her brows slightly furrowing. Mom, can I go out and play? Huayin spoke softly and sweetly, with skin as white as snow and a pair of bright pupils, combined with her delicate and adorable face, making her look very lovable. Well, all right then. For Huayin's sake. I'll rarely go out for a walk with you, you fool. Hannah took out an exquisite umbrella from the cabinet, watching the young girl walk gracefully from the entrance. Itachi's eyes became incredibly indulgent. He felt especially happy now, with a beautiful and charming wife and a lovely, well-behaved daughter. After many long years, Konoha had undergone several significant economic reforms. The current level of technology had already reached the standard seen in the Boruto series. Kagani tightly held her daughter's hand, while Itachi looked at the mother and daughter with a face full of affection. After that, the three of them handed over their tickets and slowly stepped onto the Thunder Train. In the past, Konoha Village didn't have this kind of technology, but now everyone can just take a ride to get to their destination, which is really convenient. Kano stared out the window, her pupils murmuring softly, looking just as cute as before. She seemed completely unlike someone who had already given birth. Her skin remained smooth and delicate, and her figure was still graceful and slender. Mom, Dad, how did you two meet? Hana Sakura curiously looked at the beautiful scenery rapidly passing by outside the window and suddenly asked with interest, Why do you say that? Itachi looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Huayin shook her head vigorously, her head bobbing like a cheerful rattledrum, looking extremely playful and cute. Yao stared at his daughter's adorable appearance, momentarily stunned. In that instant, the cute appearance of Hainen in her childhood perfectly overlaps with the innocent look of her daughter just now. Dad, what's wrong? Hanayuki gently tugged at Itachi's clothing. It's nothing. Hanayuki really looks like her mother, Itachi said, his face filled with immense fondness as he patted his daughter's head. Do I really look that much like her? Itachi-kun? Hainen's slightly melancholic voice came from his side. Really, you two mother and daughter are simply carved from the same perfect template, Itachi teased. But his gaze was incredibly gentle, filled with affection. Around them, there were other passengers as well, all looking on with envious eyes, carefully observing this happy family of three. If nothing unexpected happens, that adorable little girl should be the little princess of the Uchiha clan. How wonderful to reach the pinnacle of life at just 5 years old. No need to buy a house or a car in the future. In the crowd, a boy dressed in black with golden pupils quietly gazed at Hanayuki in the distance. He was Shigetsu, a synthetic human carefully created by Orochimaru. He looked just like Boruto. Hanayuki was the bright and beautiful moon, while Boruto was the blazing and dazzling sun. Shigetsu turned his head to watch the train racing forward, all the beautiful scenery quickly retreating behind. A gentle breeze blew through the window, softly brushing against the boy's face. In the distance, the last position carved on the Hokage rock was that of Naruto Uzumaki. The sunlight high in the sky was still bright and clear. The hood Shigetsu wore was also gently lifted by the wind, revealing his handsome, fair features, which seemed perfectly sculpted. I feel like I'm writing too awkwardly. The new book will be released on January 3rd, also of this genre, but the plot has no connection to this book. Please support. Thank you all. Chapter 291 Extra. Boruto, why are you skipping class again? In the commercial street of Konoha Village, the family of three strolled leisurely along the road. Itachi-kun. Isn't that person ahead, Boruto? Hanin gently held her daughter and then leaned close to Itachi's ear, whispering softly. It's unlikely, isn't it? The students at this time should still be in class. Itachi's pupils slightly contracted, a hint of confusion in his gaze. He then followed Hanin's gaze into the distance, where, in a few winding alleys, the figure of Boruto was visible. Has Boruto skipped class again? Kanon wanted to say something, but hesitated, her expression showing a hint of helplessness. In the Boruto series, she had at least seen it in her past life. However, due to her strong intervention, all the Otsutsuki were quickly eliminated by her. Therefore, Boruto wouldn't have to live such a difficult and painful life in the future, nor would he become the most tragic figure in the ninja world. But if there were no Otsutsuki, wouldn't Boruto end up rebelling for a long time? During that period, wouldn't Naruto? Kagun shook her head vigorously, as adorable as a cheerful rattle. Forget it, I don't want to think about that anymore. Itachi, please, I'll take care of the child while I go check on that guy. Huayin carefully handed her daughter to you. You held Huayin gently in her arms with an expression of immense affection. Mom, be careful on the road. Huayin waved her delicate little hand, her youthful and adorable face making people's hearts melt. I will be back soon. Hanin smiled sweetly, her smile like flowers blooming in spring. And then her figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In a narrow alley in the distance, Boruto and Ludo were huddled together, looking like a couple of delinquent boys. Speaking of which, Boruto, aren't you afraid of your mom scolding you harshly for skipping class so recklessly? Ludo, with his hands on his head, looked at the nonchalant Boruto with a helpless expression. You mean my mom? She's really fierce, but I'm not afraid. Boruto sighed indifferently, his face full of nonchalance. What about your dad? He's a highly respected Hokage. Don't embarrass him. Your mom specifically warned me about this. Luda helplessly patted Boruto's head, looking somewhat anxious. Hey, Luta, why do you care about my dad? That guy's just a big idiot. Boruto rolled his eyes, dissatisfied and full of resentment in his tone. Just as Boruto was about to continue his rant, he suddenly noticed his good friend Luda stop abruptly. What is wrong? As Boruto raised his head, he saw a sweet and charming girl at the corner. Hanin, what are you doing here? Boruto's pupils dilated sharply, and he hurriedly greeted her, his voice trembling a bit. Is it not okay for me to be here? You're skipping class instead of studying properly. Your mom would be very sad if she knew. Kano crossed her arms and looked down at Boruto with a somewhat fierce tone and a serious expression in her eyes. Cough, cough. Is it not okay for me to admit I was wrong? Also, please, I beg you, don't tell my mom about this. Boruto pleaded with both hands, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, looking flustered and helpless. Boruto, that's not allowed. Kanon looked at the flustered Boruto in front of her and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, a slight smile creeping up on her lips. I have to say, teasing little kids is quite interesting. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This time, I can help you keep it a secret, but... Kanon shook her head, her tone suddenly shifting as a glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes. Boruto swallowed hard, nervously watching the girl, his heart racing. It might not be the same next time, and don't let me catch you skipping classes again. Your dad is the Hokage, always busy with all sorts of things. Hanin raised her fist and lightly tapped Boruto's head, speaking in a dissatisfied tone. Ouch, ouch, I know, Nichin, Boruto said, covering his head with both hands, his eyes brimming with tears, looking quite pitiful. Instantly, several red swollen bumps appeared on his head, making him look very adorable. And you, Rokutai, why are you also skipping class with Boruto? Learning bad things instead of good ones, huh? Kagun shot a fierce glare at the giggling Rueitai beside her. Rueitai was immediately taken aback, equally flustered and unsure of what to do. Ahem, I just want to take Boruto back to the ninja school. Rueitai stammered, his voice trembling. All right, no need to explain so much. Your fate will be the same as Boruto's. Kanon stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a stern older sister from the neighbor's house, giving a strict lecture to her two mischievous younger brothers. Soon, both of them had a similar red envelope on their heads, emitting wisps of steam. So, Boruto, how could you skip class so casually? Itachi gently held his daughter, looking at Boruto with an incredibly gentle gaze. Boruto's appearance was very much like Naruto's, especially those sapphire-like eyes. I really don't want to stay in ninja school. It's just so boring. By the way, Itachi, can I become your apprentice? Boruto looked at Itachi with excitement, his eyes full of hopeful light. Why do you say that? Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly, curiously examining Boruto from top to bottom. I've heard from Kanon about what happened to you before. I heard you were on the battlefield at the age of 5. Is that really true? Boruto's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Itachi without blinking. Hana Sakura tilted her small head and tightly hugged Sasuke's neck, curiously looking him up and down. The battlefield is not a fun place. You're living in a peaceful era, much happier than we were back then. Sasuke stretched out his long fingers and gently tapped Boruto's forehead, his expression gentle as water. Kano was right next to Itachi, her eyes filled with sweet smiles as she watched the scene. How wonderful it is. There will no longer be cruel wars, nor will there be children going to battle. Watching the two still engaged in a heated debate, the girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. A gentle breeze blew from afar, tousling her silken hair. Itachi gently brushed his wife's hair aside, then continued to argue with Boruto over a meaningless topic. Kagani was stunned for a moment, then felt a sweet warmth in her heart. The sun shone on the four of them, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Konoha village was thriving, with villagers chatting and laughing, no longer the frowning faces they used to be. All the great nations had abandoned their hatred for each other and had reconciled. Synopsis: Kagani has traveled to the Uchiha clan 50 years in the past, in Konoha, with 9 years left until the night of the massacre. What to do? I'm online waiting, but I have a system. Wait, why is it a cross-dressing system? Kagani looked disdainfully at the skirts in the wardrobe, but soon she was stunned. Buff effect: 40 to training results while wearing women's clothing. Ahem. Cross-dressing isn't too bad, right? And so, Kagani put on women's clothing and began her repetitive practice of swinging her sword.